On one night in 2024, the Longhua Military Academy was immersed in serene silence. Moonlight cascaded over the basketball court, its silver radiance intermingling with the arena lights to create an aura both mysterious and vibrant. The surrounding air brimmed with the essence of youth as a group of students in camouflage uniforms exuded sweat and passion on the court. Qin Zhan, 23 years old and male, the Academy's basketball prodigy, was undeniably the most dazzling figure tonight. His tall, upright figure and sculpted, powerful muscles evoked the perfection of a finely crafted statue. His handsome features, neat short hair, and skin that gleamed healthily under the lights combined with eyes as piercing as the brightest stars in the night sky shone with unwavering resolve. Whenever he sprinted with the ball, his piercing gaze resembled that of a leopard stalking its prey, brimming with confidence and decisiveness. Qin Zhan. Pass the ball quickly. A teammate's shout shattered the night's calm, laden with urgency and anticipation. With steadfast eyes, Qin Zhan executed a swift feint, artfully dodging his opponent before turning and rapidly passing the ball. The sequence of movements was fluid and swift, reminiscent of a meticulously choreographed dance that left spectators awestruck. Upon receiving the ball without a moment's hesitation, he executed a step-back jump shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before settling perfectly into the hoop. Swish! The sound of the basket echoed in the night, like a triumphant hymn, perfectly punctuating the game. The referee's whistle resounded, marking the end of the game. Game over. Class 8 wins. The declaration ignited the court's passion as cheers and applause surged like tumultuous waves. The audience's excitement reached its peak as they stood up, waving glow sticks and cheering for Qin Zhan and his teammates. Especially the girls, whose eyes sparkled like scattered stars, a testament to their admiration and affection for Qin Zhan. Some looked down shyly while others waved their arms boldly, even screaming his name. Qin Zhan seemed to sense this fervor as he smiled and waved gracefully to the crowd, a smile as warm and radiant as sunlight. In that moment, he was not merely the hero on the court, but also the prince charming in the hearts of the girls. After the match, Qin Zhan and his teammates basked in their victory. They embraced and high-fived, savoring the glory of the moment, while the girls gathered around to congratulate and express their affection, with some even eager to exchange contacts on the spot. Humbly responding to their adoration, Qin Zhan added a touch of tenderness to the fervor as the moonlight like flowing water bathed the court at the Longhua Military Academy that night. Qin Zhan, the dazzling star on the court, had conquered the hearts of every spectator with his prowess and charm. Every move he made was both fluid and powerful, and each look shimmered with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the night, reaching deep into the soul. After the game, as Qin Zhan and his teammates left the court with faces beaming with victory, someone remarked, "Guys, I heard there's a meteor shower tonight. It must be about time." Such news is like a stone cast into a still lake, instantly rippling through the crowd. Really, guys? We must be incredibly lucky. After winning the game, we even get to make a wish. The teammates excitedly discussed, their eyes brimming with anticipation. With a gentle smile, Qin Zhan proposed, "Let's head to the dorm rooftop. It offers an expansive view of the entire sky." His words were met with enthusiastic responses, and a lively group of young people set off towards the rooftop, laughing all the while. Their laughter echoed through the night, as if even the stars were touched by their joy and shone even brighter. Under the descending dusk, the rooftop of the Longhua Military Academy became a bustling scene. Qin Zhan and his teammates ascended to the elevated space, surrounded by a bustling crowd with faces filled with anticipation and excitement. They had gathered for the rare spectacle of a meteor shower, hoping to capture their own share of fortune and dreams under the vast starry sky. The rooftop's atmosphere gradually warmed, as if each breath synchronized with the stars above. Qin Zhan and his teammates settled in a quiet spot and gazed upward at the boundless night sky. At that moment, the Milky Way stretched across the horizon like a resplendent jade ribbon dotted with stars that shimmered with a mysterious, enchanting light. As time passed, meteors began streaking across the sky, their brilliant trails akin to fleeting fireworks in the night. The onlookers closed their eyes, hands clasped in prayer, each silently making a wish in hopes that the meteors would carry away their troubles and bring them fortune and happiness. Qin Zhan, too, was immersed in the breathtaking starry sky, his gaze following the meteors and filling his heart with an inexplicable excitement. He mused that the vast cosmos was a man's true dream, wondering when he might one day venture into space to experience the universe's grandeur and boundlessness. Sitting alone on the Academy's rooftop and gazing at the stars, Qin Zhan's heart brimmed with hope and anticipation for the future. An orphan who through relentless effort and study had earned his place at the Longhua Military Academy, a pivotal milestone in his life. He envisioned life after graduation, dreaming of joining the military as a pilot, soaring freely through the vast skies to embrace an unbridled freedom. At the thought of these, Qin Zhan's heart swelled with excitement and anticipation. He knew that to achieve his dream he would need to work even harder and shed more sweat. Yet he believed that with relentless perseverance his dream would eventually come true. However, at that very moment, an extraordinary meteor appeared in the sky. Growing ever brighter and faster, it raced directly toward Qin Zhan. Enchanted by the spectacle, Qin Zhan glanced around and realized that no one else seemed to notice the meteor's peculiarity. He alone appeared as if chosen by this mysterious force, his heart surging with intense curiosity and anticipation. As the meteor neared, the onlookers' emotions were likewise ignited. They all lifted their eyes to the sky, marveling at the meteor's beauty and mystery, some praying, others shouting in excitement, as the entire academy was enveloped in a blend of tension and exhilaration. Just as the meteor was about to touch Qin Zhan, the unexpected occurred. Its brightness intensified dramatically, as if imbued with a mysterious force, and it charged straight toward him. In that moment, the entire academy fell silent, as if time had frozen. Qin Zhan saw everything go white and felt as though a colossal force enveloped him. His heartbeat quickened and his breath became rapid. Uncertain of what lay ahead, he knew this moment would change his life forever, and finally, he drifted into an unconscious slumber. In the year 2630 of the Xinglian, a desolate planet drifted alone amidst the boundless cosmos, as if forsaken within a vast sea of stars. The planet's surface was dim and lifeless, strewn with craters, jagged rocks, and dust utterly devoid of vitality. An oppressive silence hung in the air, as though even the wind dared not disturb this desolate wasteland. In a shadowy corner of the planet, a 10-member rapid response team rested quietly. Clad in combat exosuits, donning masks, and wielding futuristic rifles, they appeared as warriors from another dimension. The silver surface of their exosuits shimmered coldly beneath faint starlight, sharply contrasting with the barren surroundings. All around, a bleak and shadowed landscape stretched, occasionally punctuated by shooting stars that lent a mysterious hue to the silent planet. Distant mountains loomed faintly in the night like slumbering beasts, while the planet's depths promised untold secrets and hidden dangers. Though weary, the rapid response team remained ever vigilant, knowing that in this realm of uncertainty and peril, even a moment's lapse could cost a life. They dared not relax a fraction of their attention, ever poised for emerging challenges. Suddenly, a soldier approached the captain and reported, "Captain Qin Zhan has just fallen off a cliff and lost consciousness. Our medical devices have scanned and treated his injuries. He is merely unconscious and should awaken within a few minutes." The captain glanced at his wristwatch and with steely resolve said, "All right, Private. Once Qin Zhan awakens, we resume the mission." Unbeknownst to them, Qin Zhan had already regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings with eyes filled with bewilderment. He recalled that just minutes ago he had admired a meteor shower from a rooftop on Blue Star. How had he been whisked into this unfamiliar world in the blink of an eye? Was it merely because he mused that a man's destiny is to traverse the sea of stars? Quickly, Qin Zhan absorbed the memories of this body, bearing the same name at 23 years old, with an eerily familiar face. Could this be his parallel self? It turned out that in this world his counterpart had perished after falling off a cliff, and by a twist of fate he had taken over the body of a common soldier, a mere private in the Alliance. Even more astonishing, human civilization in this world had advanced to the point of venturing beyond the solar system and exploring the cosmos. In the glorious era of interstellar travel, countless challenges and dangers lurked in the unknown depths of space. As the Alliance's territory expanded, other alien civilizations gradually emerged, some overwhelmingly powerful, others inscrutably cunning. In their interactions, humans slowly realized they were not the masters of the cosmos, but merely one among a multitude of civilizations. Especially after the year 2600, the brilliance of the Alliance attracted the scrutiny of other aliens, with some formidable civilizations launching raids and invasions against humanity. Throughout the illustrious history of the Alliance, the incursions by alien civilizations emerged as an unprecedented challenge. Three colossal powers, the Chongqiao Empire, the Guanghui Empire, and the Shuijing Domain, surged like dark tidal waves, declaring war upon humanity. For 20 long years, the smoke of war pervaded as humanity steadily retreated, its former glory and advantages nearly eroded away. Undaunted by the might of alien civilizations, the Alliance engineered state-of-the-art combat mechs. These metallic titans stood resolute on the battlefield, serving as humanity's guardians amid despair. Under the protective shadow of these mechs, humanity barely clung to life on the brink of extinction, while the spark of victory remained elusive. The remaining 10 colonial planets flickered like the final embers of a dying civilization, precariously suspended in darkness. If this grim course continued, humanity risked being mercilessly driven back to the solar system, facing the threat of annihilation. In this interstellar plight, mech pilots emerged as humanity's beacon of hope. They were distinctly ranked, from trainee to junior, mid-level, senior, and finally grandmaster, each level symbolizing different degrees of prowess and honor. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy, divine mech pilots existed like myth, their strength and wisdom transcending mortal limits as they perfectly fused with their mechs to unleash astonishing power. This revelation filled him with ecstatic joy. Mech, those steel behemoths roaring through the cosmos, had always been his dream. Even more astonishing to Qin Zhan, after being struck by that shooting star, he gained the ability to foresee imminent events, granting him an estimated 5 minutes, undeniably his greatest lifeline in this world. Qin Zhan closed his eyes tightly as fragments of past glories, defeats, joys, and sorrows flickered through his mind. Yet in that moment he understood that the past was irrevocable. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with steely determination. He realized he could no longer dwell on bygone memories. Instead, he had to face reality and shoulder the mission and responsibilities of this body. Qin Zhan rose wearily, his body still stiff and fatigued. Approaching the captain, he saluted and declared, "Captain Mike, I am awake and ready to continue the mission." This captain, named Mike, hailed from the colonial planet of Jinhui Star. Lifting his head, he regarded Qin Zhan with a spark of admiration in his eyes. He nodded and said, "Qin Zhan, you have performed admirably. In this universe fraught with uncertainty and peril, we need soldiers like you. Your resilience and determination are our greatest asset." Then Captain Mike patted Qin Zhan's shoulder and added, "Well done, Qin Zhan. I know you can do it. The upcoming mission may be even more arduous, but I believe you will overcome all obstacles and fulfill your duty." Feeling the strength transmitted through the captain's palm, Qin Zhan felt a surge of warmth. Straightening his posture, he replied, "Captain Mike, Private Qin Zhan guarantees the mission will be accomplished." The team members all nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness, while Qin Zhan grabbed his high-energy laser gun and moved steadily with his squad toward the target. Their mission was to investigate the anomaly in the region's energy fluctuations. Although nothing unusual had been detected, yet they had to remain highly vigilant to avert any danger. As the team advanced cautiously, a female soldier suddenly slowed her pace, gradually walking in step with Qin Zhan. Looking at Qin Zhan with concern, she said, "Qin Zhan, you really scared me. I thought you were a goner after that fall from such a height, yet you're unscathed." Qin Zhan smiled gently and replied, "Chun Mingming, rest assured, I am not about to die." Both he and Chun Mingming hailed from the same unit, sharing a deep bond of friendship. She was a somewhat spirited girl with a demeanor as bold as a man's. Understanding her concern, he noted that she seemed to relax a bit upon hearing his words. Looking ahead, she sighed and said, "I can't wait to finish this mission and return to the battleship for a proper rest. I haven't had a shower in 2 days." Hearing this, Qin Zhan couldn't help but laugh and retort, "This is merely an exploratory mission, not a combat operation. Must you be so tense?" Chun Mingming shot him a playful glare and said, "What do you know? I'm a girl and naturally I must mind my appearance." Qin Zhan chuckled and shook his head, saying nothing more. He knew it was merely Chun Mingming joking and that she was equally strong and brave, an indispensable member of the team. Together they walked side by side, chatting as they stayed alert to their surroundings. They understood that only by remaining vigilant could they successfully complete the mission. They knew that only through unwavering vigilance could they accomplish the mission. The group walked for another 2 hours, their weary footsteps leaving heavy marks on the sandy ground. Finally, the Qin Zhan squad arrived at the mission site, which lay before them as a desolate and mysterious area. Mike took a deep breath and said to a soldier, "Private, go turn on the detector." The private immediately responded, "Yes, Captain." He quickly sprang into action, summoning 2 companions to assist him. The 3 of them coordinated seamlessly, retrieving various parts from their backpacks to begin assembling the detector. The other team members spread out vigilantly, observing the surroundings. Just as the detector was about to be completed, the ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone stared in shock at the ground, where countless insectoids crawled out of the sand. These insects were the cannon fodder soldiers of the insect nest empire, swift stingers, agile and fast-moving. A team member shouted in terror, "Oh my God, so many bugs. What should we do?" Captain Mike immediately shouted, "Don't panic. Maintain formation, prepare to fire." The soldiers quickly raised their weapons, aiming at the rapidly approaching swarm of insects. However, the number of swift stingers was overwhelming, rushing in like a tide, soon surrounding the soldiers. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with soldiers firing continuously, but the insects seemed undeterred by the power of the bullets, charging forward crazily. Although the Qin Zhan squad fought desperately, they soon found themselves in a tough battle. A soldier shouted, "Captain, we are low on ammo." Captain Mike gritted his teeth, knowing they were in a dire situation. He looked around and found that the swarm had completely surrounded them, leaving no chance to break through. At that moment, a soldier suddenly shouted, "I'd rather self-destruct than be eaten by these bugs." With that, he pressed the self-destruct device in his hand. With a loud bang, his body turned to ashes in the explosion, but it also took out a large number of surrounding insects. Seeing this, other soldiers chose to self-destruct as well. They preferred to sacrifice themselves rather than be eaten by the bugs. The explosions rang out one after another, temporarily dispersing the swarm. However, the swarm quickly regrouped, continuing to attack the remaining soldiers. Qin Zhan saw Zhang Mengmeng being surrounded by several insects and rushed over without hesitation, trying to save her. But the number of insects was simply too great, and Qin Zhan was quickly pulled underground by dozens of them. He struggled fiercely, but it was futile, and he was ultimately torn apart. Zhang Mengmeng watched helplessly as Qin Zhan was dragged away by the insects, heartbroken but powerless. She knew that none of them were destined to escape this calamity. In the end, all 10 soldiers were sacrificed under the frenzied attack of the swarm. Their bodies were torn apart by the insects' blood staining the sand red. At that moment, Qin Zhan jolted awake, images suddenly appearing in his mind, realizing it was that magical ability to foresee the future. He heard a familiar voice, "Private, go turn on the detector." Qin Zhan rushed to Mike's side, his face full of anxiety, saying, "Captain, something's wrong. This is a trap by the insectoids. We must retreat immediately." Mike furrowed his brow, looking at Qin Zhan with confusion, asking, "Qin, why are you so sure? We didn't find anything unusual before." Qin Zhan took a deep breath, starting to fabricate a reason. "I just saw an insect lurking in the distance. Its behavior was suspicious. I suspect they deliberately lured us here." Hearing Qin Zhan's description, Mike's expression grew serious. He knew that any negligence on the insectoid's territory could lead to the annihilation of the entire squad. Thus, he no longer hesitated and immediately shouted, "Gather soldiers. The mission has changed. We must retreat immediately." Upon hearing Mike's order, the soldiers stopped their actions and quickly assembled. They packed up their gear, preparing to leave this dangerous place. However, at that moment, the insectoids seemed to sense their intentions. Suddenly, a large number of swift stingers burst from the sand, rushing towards the Qin Zhan squad. Faced with the sudden swarm, Qin Zhan quickly raised his high-energy laser gun. He calmly aimed at a nearby swift stinger and decisively pulled the trigger. The laser beam struck its target, instantly killing the insect. Other team members, seeing Qin Zhan's actions, also raised their guns to shoot. However, due to the large number of insects and their swift movements, their shots were not accurate. Seeing this, Mike shouted, "Don't panic. Aim before you shoot. Stay calm." In the fierce battle, Qin Zhan exhibited astonishing shooting skills. It seemed as if he could foresee the actions of the insects, each shot accurately hitting its target. Green blood continuously sprayed from the bodies of the insects, showcasing his shooting accuracy. Qin Mengmeng watched Qin Zhan's shooting in surprise. She had never seen him so calm and decisive, as if he had become a different person. Under Qin Zhan's frenzied shooting, the number of insects surrounding them decreased significantly. However, the swarm did not give up the attack. They continued to charge forward madly, trying to break through the Qin Zhan squad's defenses. Mike noticed that the area Qin Zhan was guarding had been cleared, and he immediately realized it was an opportunity to break through. So he shouted, "Gather. Break through to the right." Upon hearing Mike's command, everyone quickly calmed their chaotic emotions and began to gather towards Mike's direction. They supported and encouraged each other as they charged to the right. However, in the chaos, a new recruit forgot to move. He stood there venting his emotions wildly. "Damn bugs, die." Seeing this, Mike rushed over and grabbed him. He said fiercely, "New recruit, pay attention to orders. This is not the time to vent. If you don't want to die, follow the squad." Under Mike's stern scolding, the recruit finally regained his composure. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and followed the squad's pace. Everyone worked together, striving to break through, hoping to escape this insect trap. However, the brutality of war was far beyond their imagination. The green blood of the insects splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. This scene filled everyone with fear and despair. Qin Zhan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face serious, as he said to Mike, "We can't go forward. We need to wait a moment." Mike looked at the sparse insectoids to the right, a wave of doubt rising in his heart. But he knew that Qin Zhan had an extraordinary intuition and judgment. If it weren't for Qin Zhan's timely discovery of the insectoid's trap, they would have likely already met their doom. Thus, he did not hesitate and immediately ordered to stop advancing. The group quickly formed a circle, vigilantly defending against the attacking insects. They nervously watched their surroundings, afraid that an insect would suddenly charge out. Just then, a large number of swift stingers suddenly burst forth, rushing towards the Qin Zhan squad. Seeing this, Mike unhesitatingly threw out several grenades. The explosions were deafening, killing a large number of the freshly emerged insects. Green blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with an even stronger stench. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Zhan raised his high-energy laser gun and aimed at the remaining insects to shoot. His shooting was precise and decisive, with each pull of the trigger bringing down an insect. The remaining insects barely popped their heads out before being shot down one by one. On an alien planet in a desolate desert, Qin Zhan wielded a high-energy laser gun, fiercely gunning down the bugs attacking from the front. Breathing heavily, he shouted to Mike, "Captain, the area ahead is secure. We need to retreat." Mike quickly observed the surrounding situation after hearing this, then decisively ordered, "Break through to the front, maintain formation." Qin, lead the way. Us 6 of you follow him. The other 2 will assist me in clearing the bugs behind us. I've already called for rescue. Everyone hold on. Let's move. Qin Zhan nodded and led 6 team members charging forward. They fought their way through the green bug, blood splattering across the desert, forming a shocking path. The brutality of war was vividly illustrated in this moment, though every life was fighting for survival. Just as their ammunition ran low, Qin Zhan finally led everyone out of the encirclement of bugs. However, more bugs swarmed in, and the situation remained dire. Qin Zhan looked at the swarm of bugs in front of him, feeling a deep anxiety. He knew that if this continued, they would all be trapped here. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Mike and shouted, "Captain, you all go ahead. I will hold them off. Hand me the remaining bullets and grenades." Mike frowned upon hearing this. "Qin, don't be impulsive. We've called for reinforcements. We need to charge out together." Chen Mingming anxiously shouted, "Qin Zhan, don't be reckless." The other team members realized Qin Zhan was preparing to sacrifice himself to save them. They were filled with gratitude and respect, but also deep concern for Qin Zhan's safety. Looking at the worried eyes of his teammates, Qin Zhan felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled slightly, his voice firm and powerful as he said, "Captain, you don't need to worry. I'll catch up with you. Trust me." Mike, seeing the determination in Qin Zhan's eyes, knew further persuasion was futile. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. "All right, Qin, be careful. Everyone give your remaining ammunition and grenades to Qin. We'll wait for you ahead." The team members quickly acted, handing over the remaining ammunition and grenades to Qin Zhan. Every face was filled with gratitude and respect, knowing that Qin Zhan was about to face life and death to save them. During the process of handing over the ammunition, Chen Mingming choked up, saying, "Qin Zhan, you must be careful. We will wait for you to return." Qin Zhan nodded, his gaze resolute. "Don't worry, I will catch up with you." With that, Mike led the other team members to retreat swiftly. Qin Zhan turned to face the swarm of bugs, his eyes glimmering with determination. He knew this battle was far from over. He had to hold on. Taking a deep breath, he aimed at the swarm and pulled the trigger. Gunfire and explosions echoed. Green bug blood splattered, contrasting sharply with the yellow of the desert. The brutality of war was vividly illustrated in this moment, though every life was fighting for survival. Qin Zhan dashed forward towards the bugs behind his figure, weaving through the swarm, each shot taking the life of another bug. As everyone ran, they couldn't help but look back at Qin Zhan's towering figure. His silhouette appeared so solitary and steadfast among the bugs, like an unshakable mountain. At this moment, Qin Zhan aimed frantically ahead, shooting and throwing grenades, creating rivers of blood wherever he went, littered with the shattered bodies of bugs. Green blood stained his battle uniform, but he did not stop, knowing that only this way could the team survive. With the last grenade thrown, the swarm was temporarily dispersed, and the desert was shrouded in the smell of gunpowder and the green blood of bugs. Qin Zhan stood amidst the wreckage, his ammunition depleted, but there was no sign of panic in his eyes. He took a deep breath and calmly drew 2 sharp battle knives from his waist, standard weapons of the Alliance army, gleaming with a cold light. Holding a battle knife in each hand, Qin Zhan stood in the desert waiting for the bugs' next assault. His gaze was firm and deep, as if he could see through everything. He knew that the upcoming battle would be even more brutal, but he did not flinch, only steadfast faith remained. "Come on, you disgusting bugs." Qin Zhan spoke in a low voice, his tone revealing endless killing intent. Just then the bugs launched another attack. They surged like a tide, their green blood and sharp claws appearing particularly ferocious under the sunlight. Qin Zhan's eyes narrowed, closely watching the bugs' movements. He could see through all attack trajectories as if guided by invisible eyes. As the bug swarm approached, Qin Zhan's body tensed. He swung his knife fiercely, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, instantly cleaving the first few bugs in half. Green blood splattered everywhere. Qin Zhan did not stop. He moved like the wind through the swarm, each knife strike taking more bug lives. The battle knives in Qin Zhan's hands seemed to come alive, dancing with his movements, drawing deadly arcs in the air. Bug bodies kept falling and green blood stained the entire desert. The brutality of war was vividly illustrated in this moment, though every life was fighting for survival. However, the number of bugs seemed endless, continually surging forward, as if intent on overwhelming Qin Zhan. He sliced open one bloody path after another with his battle knife. At that moment, Qin Zhan suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. His heart sank, and he immediately looked up, his gaze piercing as he scanned ahead. He saw a gigantic bug charging at him, its body much larger than the ordinary ones, crashing towards him like a small mountain. Its body was covered in a hard shell, shimmering with a cold light, while its green blood glinted ominously in the sunlight, as if a demon from hell was surging forth. Qin Zhan's expression grew serious. He knew this giant bug was immensely powerful. It was a life-and-death battle, and he could not afford to waver. "Come on, let me see your strength." Qin Zhan roared, taking a deep breath and gripping the 2 battle knives tightly. His eyes shone with determination, as if he intended to tear this giant bug to shreds. He charged at the giant bug, and both sides instantly engaged in a fierce clash. Qin Zhan swung his knives, each strike cutting through the air with a sharp wind, trying to cleave through the bug's shell. However, the shell was incredibly hard and his attacks could only leave shallow marks on its surface. The giant bug relentlessly launched its own attacks, its claws sharp as steel, each strike carrying immense power. Qin Zhan could only keep dodging and countering, searching for the bug's weak points. The battle grew fiercer, and his battle armor felt like it was reaching its limit. Yet he did not give up. He knew that only by persevering could he find an opportunity for victory. Just then, Qin Zhan suddenly spotted a flaw in the giant bug's defenses. His eyes lit up, a strong killing intent surged within him, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the battle knives. "Is this your weak point?" Qin Zhan scoffed coldly and swung his knife fiercely, the sharp blades slicing through the air, striking directly at the bug's neck. With a loud crash, the bug's head was cleaved open, green blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The blood appeared a strange green, glistening with a sinister glow under the sunlight, as if carrying poison, tainting the entire battlefield. Qin Zhan gasped, looking at the giant bug lying on the ground, feeling a wave of relief. He had successfully slain this formidable enemy, buying precious time for his team. However, just as he prepared to rest for a moment, the surrounding bugs did not cease their onslaught. They seemed unfazed by the death of their leader, becoming even more frenzied, surging towards Qin Zhan like a tide. "These bugs are terrifyingly insane." Qin Zhan frowned, looking at the incessantly advancing bugs, feeling a wave of oppression in his heart. He knew he could not afford any slack, or he would fall into an irretrievable abyss. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside his fatigue, tightened his grip on the battle knives, and prepared for the upcoming battle. He knew this war would be far more brutal than he had imagined, but he would not back down. He would persist until the final victory. In an instant, Qin Zhan was once again engulfed in a fierce battle with the bugs. He swung his battle knives, engaging in a deadly struggle with the bugs. Each swing was accompanied by splashes of green blood, and the battlefield's bloody stench grew stronger. At the moment when Qin Zhan was deeply trapped in the siege of the insect swarm, surrounded by despair, a glimmer of hope surged within his heart. He knew that the power of rescue was about to arrive. The battlefield at this moment resembled a tragic painting, with the screams of the insects and the clash of weapons intertwining, forming a magnificent symphony of despair. The foul, bloody stench of the insects permeated the air, and every inch of land seemed to be stained green. In the distance, a dazzling light pierced the sky, symbolizing hope, a mighty mech. Its exterior shone brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling a warrior clad in stars. Its towering frame of 100 meters stood between heaven and earth like a majestic mountain. The appearance of the mech brought a breath of life to this brutal battlefield. Qin Zhan had heard of the mech's fame, but witnessing its mighty form firsthand still deeply shocked him. The towering mech, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, resembled a warrior clad in stars, standing between heaven and earth, emanating a formidable aura. The earlier scene was what Qin Zhan had seen through his precognitive ability. Just as he snapped back to reality, the insects launched another fierce attack. They surged forth like a tide, their roars echoing through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Zhan gripped his dual blades tightly, his gaze resolute. He must resist with all his might to buy time for the mech's arrival. Wielding his dual blades, each strike shimmered with cold light. The insects fell beneath his blades, but more continued to surge forward. Qin Zhan was covered in the insect's blood, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. He could not retreat. The battle intensified, his blades already dulled from the onslaught, but his fighting spirit remained ever strong. He constantly adjusted his fighting rhythm, launching rapid attacks and skillfully dodging. Although the number of insects was vast, they could not harm him in the face of his precognitive abilities. However, the brutality of war was far from over. The insects seemed to sense Qin Zhan's fierce resistance, becoming even more frenzied and savage. Amidst the fierce battle, a blinding light suddenly streaked across the skyline. Qin Zhan and the swarm looked up to see a massive mech approaching, equipped with enormous wing-like thrusters racing from the distance. This sudden sight caused the cacophony of battle to pause momentarily. The mech did not linger, but adjusted its posture directly in the air. Its arms were equipped with high-energy particle cannons gleaming with a cold light. As the mech's barrel aimed at the edges of the combatants, a destructive energy began to gather. Qin Zhan anxiously watched everything, his heartbeat seemingly synchronized with the impending explosion. With a deafening roar, the energy beam sliced through the sky, striking the insect swarm. Qin Zhan felt the ground tremble, as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. The shockwave of the explosion swept in, instantly obliterating the surrounding insects, leaving only a few survivors fleeing in panic. Qin Zhan swiftly swung his weapon, slaying the remaining enemies one by one. After the battle ended, he looked up towards the sky. The gigantic mech shone brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling a war god descending to the mortal realm. It executed a graceful turn steady in the air as if a deity was gazing down at the insignificant lives below. Then the mech made a stylish flip and soared towards the distant space. Qin Zhan widened his eyes, gazing up at the receding light in the sky. The mech he had just witnessed, his heart overflowing with indescribable shock. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This is simply too cool, more shocking than the images in my mind," as if it had stepped out of a movie. He tightly gripped his dual blades, which were somewhat damaged, but the blood of the insects on them proved their valor on the battlefield. Qin Zhan secretly planned in his heart, "When I return, I must study how to join the mech pilot's ranks. That kind of power is what I desire." He sheathed his dual blades and turned to run in the direction his team had fled. Each step was firm and powerful, as if he already saw the direction of his future. 10 minutes later, Qin Zhan arrived at the designated meeting point. From a distance, he spotted Captain Mike's figure. As soon as Captain Mike saw Qin Zhan, a joyful smile broke out on his face. He waved his hand and shouted, "Qin Zhan, you're back." "Great." Qin Zhan quickly walked up to the captain standing at attention and said loudly, "Captain Private Qin Zhan reporting for duty." His voice was filled with pride and determination. The team members gathered around asking about Qin Zhan's situation with concern. Qin Zhan smiled as he responded to their inquiries while recounting his recent battle experience. When he mentioned the appearance of the mech, awe and admiration appeared on everyone's faces. Chen Mingming stood quietly by, listening to Qin Zhan's story. She looked at Qin Zhan's confident and resolute eyes, feeling admiration for his bravery and outstanding combat talent. She secretly resolved to train hard herself, striving to one day become an outstanding member of the team like Qin Zhan. At this point, Mike spoke to everyone. "Soldiers, I have reported this mission to the higher-ups. The mission is now cancelled. We will await the arrival of the shuttle to begin our withdrawal. Now rest in place, take turns keeping watch." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." After the battle, Qin Zhan found a relatively quiet and comfortable spot to sit. The fierce battle had consumed a lot of his stamina, but fortunately most of the exhaustion was offset by the exoskeleton equipment on his body. He closed his eyes, quietly feeling each cell in his body slowly regaining vitality. Chen Mingming also came over and sat beside Qin Zhan. A brief silence fell between them, as if both were reminiscing about the recent battle. Finally, Chen Mingming broke the silence, looking at Qin Zhan with curious eyes. "Qin Zhan, you seem like a different person." Qin Zhan was taken aback. Could she have noticed something? He tried to stay calm and nonchalantly replied, "Why do you say that? I'm still me." Chen Mingming shook her head and continued, "When we trained in the same unit, your performance was always average, nothing particularly outstanding. But today I saw another side of you on the battlefield. Your bravery, decisiveness, and excellent combat skills were like a different person." Qin Zhan took a deep breath, knowing he could no longer hide. He turned to look into Chen Mingming's eyes and said earnestly, "Maybe you're right. I have indeed changed. But I don't know why, or perhaps the real combat has made me stronger and braver." Chen Mingming nodded, seeming to understand. "Maybe so. However, I think this version of you is even more charming. I believe you will definitely become an excellent special forces soldier in the future. I want to become a mech pilot in the future, invincible on the battlefield of space. That is a man's goal." Chen Mingming's eyes sparkled with a competitive spirit as she provocatively smiled. "Oh, you want to become a mech pilot? Then I also want to become a mech pilot. I can't lose to you, you smelly man." Qin Zhan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, Mingming, you're a girl. Being a mech pilot isn't that easy." Chen Mingming retorted defiantly, "What's wrong with being a girl? Who said girls can't become mech pilots? Perhaps it was a female mech pilot who just saved you." At this point, both of them burst into laughter, and Captain Mike watched these two young individuals secretly sighing. "Youth is wonderful, full of dreams and vigor. The future belongs to them." In the vast and boundless universe, a solitary yellow planet quietly floats, its surface desolate and silent, devoid of any signs of life. On the surface of this planet, the Qin Zhan squad anxiously awaits rescue. The signal flares around them flicker brightly in the night, sending out a continuous distress signal. In the distant space, a Federation landing ship rushes towards the direction of the signal flares. Its hull gleams with a cold metallic luster, appearing particularly sci-fi and mysterious against the backdrop of starlight. Inside the cockpit of the landing ship, the captain sits before a large transparent viewing window, his gaze fixed intently on the yellow planet ahead. His brow is tightly furrowed, his face etched with seriousness and anxiety. "Navigator, estimate the time of arrival at the rescue site." The captain asks in a deep voice. "Captain, we expect to arrive at the rescue site in 10 minutes, the navigator quickly replies. The captain lets out a soft sigh and turns to the communications officer beside him, saying, "The losses among frontline combat personnel have been heavy lately, with exploration teams ambushed daily. These damned alien monsters are becoming increasingly rampant." The communications officer nods in agreement. He looks up at the captain, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Captain, we have 3 rescue missions today, or I wonder how the other teams are doing. I hope they are all safe." The captain remains silent, simply staring at the planet ahead. He knows that every rescue mission means facing uncertain life and death, but he also believes in his team's ability to fulfill their mission. At that moment, the communications officer suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, good news. A mech has provided support, and the swarm has been cleared." The captain was momentarily taken aback, then his expression brightened with surprise. "Really? That's great. Which mech master is nearby?" The communications officer quickly checked the information on his tablet and replied, "It's Major Yalin, a legendary mech master." "Major Yalin?" The captain's eyes widened in disbelief, his face showing an expression of incredulity. "It's actually her. The youngest legendary female mech master of the Alliance is here." Under the dim sky, the Qin Zhan squad waits anxiously. In the distance, a massive Federation landing ship slowly approaches, its engines roaring deafeningly, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As the landing ship nears, a strong air current stirs up dust from the ground, forming a small dust storm with sand and stones flying, obscuring visibility. When the landing ship finally lands steadily on the ground, the huge hatch slowly opens, and a group of Federation personnel pours out from inside. They are dressed in neat uniforms, their faces beaming with joy, enthusiastically waving to Qin Zhan and the others, signaling them to board the ship. Mike stands at the front of the line shouting, "Soldiers, we are going home. Board the ship." The Qin Zhan squad boards the landing ship and turn the cabin bright and spacious, creating a stark contrast to the harsh environment they just endured. The medical team quickly comes forward to conduct thorough physical examinations on each soldier. When the medical personnel see Qin Zhan covered in green slime and bug fragments, they can't help but show expressions of surprise. "What happened to this soldier? How did he end up like this?" One medical personnel couldn't help but ask. Other team members immediately gathered around, eagerly recounting Qin Zhan's heroic deeds to the staff. "This is Qin Zhan. He is our hero." A team member proudly states, "To cover our squad's retreat, he single-handedly charged into the swarm and ultimately succeeded in killing a giant bug." Hearing this, the staff members all showed expressions of admiration. They gathered around Qin Zhan, carefully examining his injuries while also cleaning off the disgusting slime and bug fragments from him. Although Qin Zhan looks exhausted, his eyes remain resolute and bright, as if to say, "This is just my duty." Under everyone's attention, Qin Zhan is placed in a comfortable resting area. He lies on a soft bed, closes his eyes, and quietly enjoys this rare moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, the other team members, under the arrangement of the medical personnel, begin to receive further treatment and examinations. As the landing ship slowly ascends, the Qin Zhan squad finally leaves this planet filled with danger and challenges. They are about to return to the frontline base. Once the ship reaches space, Qin Zhan stands by the viewing window, gazing out at the deep and vast universe. Outside, the stars twinkle brightly, and the Milky Way flows like silk in endless darkness, interwoven with flickering lights, creating an enigmatic and unfathomable tapestry. Qin Zhan stares at this boundless universe, feeling an indescribable emotion rising within him. He feels the slight vibrations of the ship navigating through space, as if he can touch the pulse of the universe. In this vast expanse, he feels small and insignificant, like a speck of dust drifting in the immense universe. This feeling makes him feel somewhat helpless, yet it is also filled with endless excitement and curiosity. He imagines those distant planets, perhaps harboring unknown life and intelligence. He envisions the mysteries of the universe and the endless possibilities, his heart filled with a longing for the unknown world and a desire to explore. However, as the ship continues its flight deeper into space, Qin Zhan also begins to sense the loneliness and silence of the cosmos. In this silent universe, there is no sound, no breath, only endless darkness and starlight. At that moment, Chen Mengmeng gently pushes open the door to Qin Zhan's rest room, revealing a tranquil figure. Qin Zhan sits by the window, gazing dreamily at the starry sky outside, as if deeply captivated by the vast universe. Chen Mengmeng does not disturb him, but quietly stands at the door, silently observing. She notices the expression on Qin Zhan's face gradually softening from deep thought, as if he is conversing with a secret in the starry sky. She is drawn to this serenity and depth, immersing herself in this beautiful atmosphere. Time quietly passes, and Qin Zhan seems to come back to his senses from his reverie, his gaze gradually focusing on Chen Mengmeng at the door. He smiles slightly and says, "Oh, our hero has finally stopped daydreaming. Is the starry sky beautiful out there? You must have seen it before." Chen Mengmeng gently shakes her head, moves over to sit beside Qin Zhan, and replies, "The starry sky is indeed beautiful. You seem to have a lot on your mind." Qin Zhan shrugs, avoiding a direct answer, and shifts the topic. "It's beautiful indeed. Did you come to find me for something?" Chen Mengmeng raises her wrist, pointing to the time on her watch. "Look at what time it is. It's time to eat. Come on, let's go." Only then does Qin Zhan realize that it's getting late. He stands up, stretches, and says, "All right, it's definitely time to eat. Let's go." The two walk side by side out of the rest room and into the corridor under the starlight. The soft lights around them cast a warm hue on this tranquil night. In the dining hall, the two sit around a small table enjoying a delicious dinner. They talk about the starry sky, dreams, and future plans, their laughter and voices intertwining. Emerald Star, a frontier planet of the Human Alliance, captivates every newcomer with its unique green charm. The surface of the planet is covered with dense, unknown green vegetation, layer upon layer, resembling a vivid green painting. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows, adding a touch of mystery and vitality to this verdant land. At the frontline base of Emerald Star, a massive landing ship slowly descends. The hatch opens gradually, with Mike leading the way, followed closely by Qin Zhan and others as they exit the ship. In front of them unfolds a busy and orderly scene. Rows of soldiers march towards other landing ships, their steps firm and powerful, showcasing the authority and elegance of military personnel. Nearby, robotic vehicles shuttle among piles of cargo, emitting loud mechanical sounds. Qin Zhan looks around, feeling a surge of pride within. He takes a deep breath of fresh air, sensing the essence of this land, as if he can smell the challenges and opportunities ahead. Mike stands at the front of the team, looking at everyone with determination, speaking loudly. Soldiers, the mission of the exploration team has been completed. Now you are dismissed to return to your respective units. As Mike's words fall, team members begin to bid farewell to one another. Some shake hands, others embrace, their faces glowing with a mix of reluctance and joy. Each person salutes Qin Zhan, expressing gratitude for his collaboration. Qin Zhan returns the salutes one by one, feeling a swell of emotion and warmth inside. Mike approaches Qin Zhan, extending his hand for a firm shake. With sincerity shining in his eyes, he says, "Qin, this collaboration was enjoyable, and I hope we have the chance to fight side by side again in the future." Qin Zhan nods with a smile. "Captain, I feel the same way. Your leadership skills and team spirit left a deep impression on me. I look forward to collaborating again." The two exchange smiles as if foreseeing their future reunion. Mike pats Qin Zhan on the shoulder and turns to head toward his unit. Qin Zhan watches Mike's retreating figure, filled with admiration and anticipation. Chun Mingming walks up beside him playfully, saying, "Hero Qin, stop dazing, we need to report in too." With that, she takes the lead, and Qin Zhan chuckles, helplessly shaking his head as he follows her into the depths of the base. In the depths of the base's conference room, the atmosphere is solemn and dignified. Several officers sit at a long table, their eyes collectively focused on the large screen ahead. The footage on the screen is fragmented, recording every detail of Qin Zhan and his team's exploration mission. This is the recording device of Soldier Qin Zhan, number 9527. A second lieutenant points at the screen, his tone grave. The footage shows they encountered an ambush by the insect race during resource exploration. The captain at the head of the table furrows his brow, fully aware of the increasing threat the insect nest empire poses to the Human Alliance. He speaks solemnly, "The insect nest empire has been compressing our space aggressively. We need to recall all dispatched exploration teams." However, from the footage, this soldier performed well. Has he met the conditions for promotion? The records officer flips through Qin Zhan's data on the tablet. To ensure fairness in the military, promotions for all soldiers are directly recorded by the AI scarce through the soldiers' recording devices. The records officer sees that Qin Zhan's data indicates he has been promoted from private to sergeant, and someone will likely come to deliver his new rank soon. Another second lieutenant chimes in, revealing concern in his voice. "Yes, recently Emerald Star has also detected traces of the enemy. The Greenwing tribe took advantage of our rear being vulnerable and ambushed one of our mines. Although they appear primitive, their ambush tactics are hard for us to defend against." At this moment, the footage on the screen suddenly switches to a new video. In it, a three-meteorite creature with green skin appears in the frame. It has large eyes and a pair of wings extending from its back, exuding both mystery and majesty. This creature carries no energy weapons, but it seems to have mounts resembling pterosaurs from the dinosaur era, wielding long spears, displaying primitive yet formidable strength. These Greenwing tribe members can fly freely between planets due to their innate characteristics. The second lieutenant explains their culture emphasizes harmonious coexistence, maintaining a close connection with the natural environment. Unfortunately, ever since we humans took control of Emerald Star, they have lost their home and been forced to take up arms in resistance. It's hard to imagine that these seemingly primitive tribes can actually go to war with us, the captain sighs. Their combat power may not be strong, but their ambush tactics are indeed troublesome. The conference room falls into a brief silence as each officer contemplates how to respond to the current situation. The captain breaks the silence. "Let's form a temporary 10-person team led by 9527 to explore the area we were attacked and find out where these Greenwing tribe members are hiding." The officers gathered around the conference table continue to discuss the upcoming task deployment fervently. At this moment, Qin Zhan's phone vibrates and a message from the AI scarce quietly appears on the screen. He looks down and a glint of surprise flashes in his eyes. Qin Zhan stands up, his face beaming with joy. A soldier looks up at him curiously and asks Qin Zhan what happened. "What good news do you have?" Qin Zhan raises his phone displaying the promotion notification. I just received news that I've been promoted to sergeant. The soldiers congratulate him one after another, and Qin Zhan can hardly contain his excitement. He quickly dons his new rank and prepares to show it off to Chen Mingming. Haha, I need to find Chen Mingming to show off my new rank, Qin Zhan says with a laugh. At that moment, a messenger rushes over to Qin Zhan and salutes him. Sergeant Qin, there's an urgent task that needs your execution. Please tell me. The messenger hands over a task briefing. A mine in the eastern district has been destroyed by the Greenwing tribe, and we need to form a 10-person team to investigate the situation. Your task is to form and lead this team, find the hideout of the Greenwing tribe, and send the base coordinates. Qin Zhan looks at the task briefing on his phone, his brow furrowing. So suddenly, I just got promoted and now I have to execute such an important task. Qin Zhan questions. The messenger nods. Yes, Sergeant. The situation is urgent and we need to act quickly. You have extensive combat experience and are the best candidate for this task. Qin Zhan takes a deep breath, stands tall, and salutes. For the Human Alliance, I will ensure the mission is completed. He needs to gather 9 people to form a 10-person team, and he decides to recruit Chen Mingming first, thinking she must be training. First step, I need to bring Chen Mingming in. Qin Zhan mutters to himself, then strides towards the training ground. At the training ground, gunfire is heard as Chen Mingming is fully focused on her shooting practice. Her gaze is determined, and every pull of the trigger is decisive. The previous mission made her acutely aware of her shortcomings. She yearns to become stronger to face future challenges. At this moment, Qin Zhan's voice echoes in her ear. Chen Mingming. Finally found you. Chen Mingming puts down her firearm and turns to Qin Zhan, her face lighting up with a smile. Qin Zhan, do you need something? Is there something good? Qin Zhan pats his shoulder, teasing. Private Chen, don't you salute when you see an officer? Chen Mingming finally notices the new rank on Qin Zhan's shoulder, her eyes wide with surprise. Good kid, impressive. Are you here just to show off? Qin Zhan shakes his head, replying seriously, no, I have a mission and am here to invite you to join my team. Chen Mingming's eyes sparkle with excitement. Great, I thought you had good news. But is it just the 2 of us? What about the other team members? Qin Zhan shrugs and admits, for now, it's just the 2 of us. We still need to find other team members. Do you know any experts we can invite along? Chen Mingming thinks for a moment and suddenly points to a woman in the distance who is shooting. I actually know when to look over there. Qin Zhan follows her finger and sees a striking woman with a golden ponytail displaying remarkable shooting skills in the testing area. Her movements are smooth and swift, and every shot is incredibly precise. Chen Mingming introduces her name is Ivira. Despite being a rookie in our squad, her training scores are the highest among the rookies. Apart from a few veterans, no one else can surpass her. Qin Zhan's eyes shine with admiration. It looks like our team is gaining a powerful member. Let's go invite Ivira to join our team. He turns to Chen Mingming and says. The sunlight streamed through the dome of the simulated training ground, casting its rays on Ivira, who had just completed a round of intense training. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, preparing to take a short break, when Chen Mingming approached with Qin Zhan. Ivira, over here, someone is looking for you. Chen Mingming called out from a distance, her face beaming with a warm smile. Ivira turned at the sound and saw Chen Mingming walking towards her with a stranger. Curious, she approached them, thinking could it be a new training assignment. Qin Zhan watched Ivira run over, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. She had a fit physique and moved with agility, clearly a well-trained individual. He thought she should make a great teammate. Hello, Ivira, I am Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself. We have an urgent task that needs more hands, and I invite you to join our team. Ivira was somewhat taken aback. Glancing at Qin Zhan's rank, she politely shook his hand, saying, Sergeant Qin, hello. May I ask what the task is? Qin Zhan briefly explained the task and its requirements, then added, although you are a junior soldier, you can freely choose whether to join this mission. I won't force you. A warm feeling surged within Ivira upon hearing Qin Zhan's words. Although she was just a junior soldier, lower-ranking soldiers in the Alliance often had little choice. Yet Qin Zhan had given her the right to choose, which greatly changed her impression of him. At that moment, Chen Mingming chimed in, smiling, Ivira, just agree. I'm joining too. The instructor said that 100 training sessions are not as good as one real battle. This is a great opportunity for us to hone our skills together. Ivira looked at Chen Mingming's eager face and then thought of Qin Zhan's sincere invitation, feeling a bit swayed. She truly longed for more real combat opportunities to improve her skills, and this task seemed like a good chance. After some thought, Ivira finally made her decision. Looking at Qin Zhan and Chen Mingming, she smiled and said, all right, Sergeant Qin, I am willing to join your team. Please guide me. Qin Zhan surveyed the training ground, his gaze settling on a few promising soldiers. He thought to himself, since time is tight, why not choose these few? He walked over and patted one of them on the shoulder, saying, you all come with me. A few soldiers, puzzled, followed Qin Zhan to the landing ship docked at the shore. Qin Zhan stood before them, mimicking Captain Mike with his hands behind his back and chest held high. Soldiers, listen up. His voice was serious and powerful. "We have an urgent task to investigate the coordinates of the enemy's stronghold and send the information back to base. Time is of the essence. You have only 1 minute to check your gear. Departure in 1 minute. Start checking now." The soldiers immediately sprang into action, checking their equipment. Qin Zhan stood aside, his eyes scanning each individual, secretly pleased. He thought to himself, being the captain is great. It's finally my turn to train them. "Sergeant Qin, who is our enemy?" a soldier asked while checking his gear. Qin Zhan nodded and replied, "Yes, the Tsiyu tribe ambushed one of our factories, and we need to investigate the coordinates of these alien stronghold." Just then a soldier suddenly shouted, "Sergeant Qin, my communication device seems to have malfunctioned." Qin Zhan immediately walked over to check. He found that the soldier's communication device had indeed malfunctioned and was not working properly. Qin Zhan frowned. Time was tight. What to do? He quickly thought for a moment and said, "Use my spare communication device for now. You can get it repaired at the base after the mission is completed." The soldier gratefully nodded and swiftly switched to Qin Zhan's spare communication device. A minute passed quickly and the soldiers finished checking their gear. Qin Zhan checked his watch and shouted, "Time's up. Let's go." The soldiers lined up neatly and boarded the landing ship behind Qin Zhan. As the ship powered up, they embarked on their journey towards the enemy's stronghold. Qin Zhan stood on the bridge, gazing into the distance, hoping this mission would be completed successfully, earning him more military merit to have a chance to become a mecha master. Time flew by, and an hour later, above the B-13 or factory on the green planet of the Human Alliance, a landing ship hovered silently. The pilot looked through the bridge window, overlooking the factory below, where thick smoke billowed and the bodies of workers were scattered everywhere. He turned to Qin Zhan, who was standing behind him, his voice tinged with inquiry. "Sir, we have arrived at the target location. Shall we proceed with the landing?" Qin Zhan stood on the bridge, his gaze profound, as if he could see through everything. Having foreseen no danger upon landing, he spoke, "Land." The pilot replied, "Yes, sir." With the order given, the pilot immediately took action, skillfully maneuvering the landing ship to descend slowly. As the ship descended, the scene of the factory gradually became clearer. When the landing ship landed steadily in the factory's open space, the bridge slowly opened. Qin Zhan was the first to step out, his steps firm and powerful. Soon, everyone followed. They stood on the bridge, gazing at the horrific scene, their hearts filled with tension. After the massive landing ship landed and opened its bridge, Qin Zhan led the group out. Once everyone had exited, the pilot's voice came through Qin Zhan's earpiece. "Sir, we are preparing to return. After the mission is completed, signal us. A landing ship will come to pick you up. I wish you a successful mission." Qin Zhan stood at the scene, his gaze sharp. He turned to the others and said in a deep voice, "Soldiers, now I want you to conduct a thorough scan of this area with the scanners. Do not overlook any detail. We need to uncover all the information left behind by the enemy. This is crucial for understanding and tracking them." The group responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." Their voices were firm and powerful. As the blue scanning beams illuminated their helmets, the entire scene was enveloped in a ghostly blue glow. The beams swept over the ground, the bodies, the surrounding trees and buildings, leaving behind blurred holographic images. Chun Mingming held the scanner, carefully examining the corpses on the ground while observing the details in the holographic images. Anger sparkled in her eyes as she muttered under her breath, "These damned aliens dare to invade our planet. We must find them and avenge our fallen comrades." Qin Zhan silently observed the corpses, his brow furrowed, an expression grave. He noticed that most of the bodies had been shot with arrows while some had been stabbed with spears. However, what puzzled him was that some corpses bore gunshot wounds. Qin Zhan couldn't help but frown, filled with doubts. He turned to Qin Mingming and asked, "Mingming, what do you make of these gunshot wounds? Could there be a traitor among us humans?" Qin Mingming paused her scanning and looked at Qin Zhan, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "Captain, I noticed those gunshot wounds too. This is indeed strange. Could it be that some humans have betrayed us and colluded with the aliens?" The two exchanged glances, seeing deep worry reflected in each other's eyes. This discovery made them realize that things might be far more complicated than they had imagined. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, knowing that the current situation had exceeded their expectations. But he also understood that as the captain, he had to remain calm. No matter if there are traitors or not, we must continue our investigation. Qin Zhan's voice was firm and powerful. "These gunshot wounds may be clues or traps. But regardless, we must uncover the truth. Soldiers, continue scanning and don't overlook any leads." Everyone responded in unison, diving back into the tense scanning work. In the depths of the B-13 mining factory on the emerald green star, Qin Zhan and the soldiers cautiously made their way to the command room. As the door slowly opened, a heavy atmosphere rushed in. Upon entering, they found the command room in disarray, with numerous bodies strewn about haphazardly. Qin Zhan furrowed his brows and quickly stepped forward to investigate. He crouched down, meticulously examining the bodies, and discovered that they were all human. A weight settled in his heart. This was evidently an unprovoked ambush. It seems they didn't even have time to send out a distress signal, Qin Zhan said in a low voice. Anger burned within him as he slammed his fist onto the conference table. With the enhancement of his exoskeleton armor, the table instantly shattered, emitting a dull thud. Seeing this, Iwila stepped forward worriedly, saying, "Captain, this is clearly the work of human traitors behind the scenes. We must report this situation to the base immediately," Chun Mingming added angrily. "I've heard in the military that some people sympathize with the Emerald Wing clan, thinking we humans invaded their homeland. These people are truly despicable, only caring about their feelings while completely disregarding the lives of humanity. When the Human Alliance first discovered this planet, they originally intended to coexist peacefully with the Emerald Wing clan," another soldier added with a sigh. "However, one day a city established by humans was destroyed with no survivors. Since then, relations between both sides completely ruptured, leading to an all-out war." Listening to the discussions, Qin Zhan's rage intensified. He suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp. Such people care only for their personal feelings, ignoring the survival of humanity. They must pay the price for their treachery. The others nodded in agreement, knowing that this incident was more than just a simple ambush. It concealed deeper conspiracies and betrayal. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, calming himself. He knew that the most important thing now was to report this situation to the base as soon as possible and find the traces of the traitors. He then instructed the communications officer to contact the base and transmit the discovered resources. Once the transmission was complete, Qin Zhan said, "Soldiers, according to the data just received, the Emerald Wing clan's ambush team retreated towards the southeast. Prepare to depart. Let us hunt down these scoundrels." Meanwhile, at the Human Alliance's Emerald Green Star base, Colonel Henry, the commanding officer, listened to reports from the officers below. A major spoke up, "Commander Henry, according to the information transmitted back from the Frontline's 9527 reconnaissance team, the B-13 mining factory failed to send us a distress signal due to human betrayal, and there were no survivors at the scene. Colonel Henry notified the inspection department to rigorously examine all personnel inside the factories on Emerald Green Star," Major Lee said. "Yes, Commander Henry." In the conference room, officials of all levels silently stared at the images of human corpses and the chaos in the factory, where some had been shot from behind. In the core area of the Human Alliance Emerald Green Star base, Commander Henry sat in the conference room, frowning as he listened to the reports from the subordinate officers. A major stood up, speaking in a low voice. "Commander Henry, the Frontline's 9527 reconnaissance team has just transmitted urgent intelligence regarding the B-13 mining factory." Colonel Henry raised his head, his gaze sharp. "Speak." The major continued, "According to the report, the B-13 mining factory suffered a brutal attack, and due to betrayal from within the factory, failed to send us any distress signals. The situation at the scene was extremely dire with no survivors." Colonel Henry's face instantly turned pale. He slammed the table, angrily shouting, "Betrayal! These traitors actually dared to betray the Human Alliance. It is utterly unforgivable." He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then turned to the major. "Major Lee, immediately notify the inspection department to strictly examine all internal personnel in the factories on Emerald Green Star. We must find these traitors." Major Lee immediately responded, "Yes, Commander Henry. I will arrange it right away." As Major Lee left, the conference room fell into silence. Officials of all levels turned their eyes towards the conference room screen, which displayed footage of the B-13 mining factory. On the screen, human corpses lay scattered in various corners of the factory, some shot by arrows, others pierced by spears, and some even bore gunshot wounds. These gruesome images caused heartache and anger in everyone present. Colonel Henry stood up, walked to the screen, and looked solemnly at the footage. He understood that this incident was not merely a simple attack. The betrayal and conspiracy hidden behind it posed the greatest threat. Turning to everyone, Colonel Henry's eyes sparkled with determination. "We must swiftly identify these traitors and bring them to justice. At the same time, we must strengthen the base's defensive capabilities to prevent similar attacks from happening again. The future of the Human Alliance cannot be destroyed by these traitors." Meanwhile, southeast of the B-13 mining factory, Qin Zhan led the team in an exhilarating reconnaissance operation. They traversed through an unknown alien jungle, the surrounding world filled with wonder and mystery. Tall alien plants were scattered throughout, some emitting a soft glow, colorful and reminiscent of a dreamlike scenery. In the jungle, clear streams flowed gently with glimmers of light dancing in the water as luminous fish swam leisurely. In the sky, strange birds soared, emitting crisp and melodious calls, adding vitality to the mysterious jungle. Qin Zhan, a primitive man from 2024, was currently wide-eyed, with wonder filled with curiosity about every animal and plant here. As he walked, he carefully observed the surroundings, occasionally gasping in amazement. Just as everyone was immersed in the beauty and mystery of this strange world, Qin Zhan's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He swiftly drew his combat knife and threw it towards one of the team members. The team member was startled by this sudden action, wondering why the captain would attack his own. However, just as everyone panicked, a dull thud echoed. Qin Zhan's knife accurately pierced a piece of wood, and as they focused they saw a peculiar creature impaled on the blade. This creature resembled a snake, but had 8 legs with 2 rows of sharp fangs visible. It was evident it was not to be trifled with. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and expressed admiration for Qin Zhan's bravery. They gathered around to closely examine the strange creature that Qin Zhan had slain, filled with awe and gratitude. Iwila stood by, her eyes fixed on Qin Zhan, looking at the creature on the knife, and then at Qin Zhan's composed expression. A strong fighting spirit arose within her. She thought to herself, the captain's reaction time is astonishing. I want to compete with him. However, she also knew it wasn't the right time. The most important thing now was to complete the reconnaissance mission and ensure the safety of her teammates. In a deep valley of the Emerald Star, towering trees stood majestically, their branches interlaced to form a dense canopy of green. Sunlight filtered through the overlapping leaves, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow. Qin Zhan led his team quietly into this mysterious area, guided by the clues from the scanner. He looked up at the towering trees, marveling at the wonders of nature. These trees were thick and tall, and even with hundreds of people combined, it would be impossible to encircle them. Qin Zhan signaled for everyone to stop. He whispered to the group, the scanner indicates that the residual biological information nearby is already quite clear. The Tsui tribe is likely hiding in this valley. From now on, everyone must remain silent and act carefully, avoiding any loud noises. Chen Mingming, a member of the team, couldn't help but ask, Captain, if we encounter the enemy, can we shoot? The other team members looked at Qin Zhan, awaiting his response. Qin Zhan frowned slightly and said solemnly, our mission is to gather intelligence and transmit coordinates, not to engage in combat with the enemy. Unless we are discovered by the enemy and our safety is threatened, we must not fire easily. This is an order. The others nodded in understanding, silently vowing to strictly adhere to the captain's command. Qin Zhan continued to lead the team cautiously forward. They navigated through the dense woods, the leaves crunching softly underfoot. Everyone held their breath, fearful of startling the hidden Tsui tribe. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil. Only the occasional bird song and the sound of wind rustling through the leaves broke the silence. Qin Zhan continually adjusted the scanner's frequency and direction, trying to capture more information about the Tsui tribe. The group had anticipated a smooth reconnaissance mission, but unexpectedly, a faint rustling sound suddenly emerged from the tranquil depths of the forest. Qin Zhan immediately became alert, signaling the team to stop and motioning for them to lie down to avoid exposure. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, creating a dappled light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, issuing a soft sound. Everyone held their breath, their heartbeats feeling unusually loud. Before long, a green-skinned winged creature from the Tsui tribe slowly emerged from the bushes, coming into view. Its appearance made everyone tense, but Qin Zhan, through his foresight ability, realized that this alien had not detected their presence. Seeing the restless team members, Qin Zhan signaled them with his eyes to remain silent and not act rashly. Everyone's heart raced, fearing that one wrong move would alert the Tsui creature. The Tsui creature approached closer, seemingly searching for something. Its gaze swept around, but found nothing unusual. Eventually, it leaped into the sky and disappeared from view. After the Tsui creature flew away, Qin Zhan signaled for the team to continue moving forward. He assessed that since a scout had appeared, their target, the Tsui tribe's stronghold, should be nearby. The team cautiously traversed a narrow canyon, and what lay before them was astonishing. On the mountaintop, numerous distinctive Tsui tribal structures, grass huts, were scattered about. Though seemingly simple, these huts exuded a primitive and rustic beauty. Around the grass huts, some childlike members of the Tsui tribe were joyfully playing, their laughter ringing clear and bright, adding vitality to the forest. Some adult members of the Tsui tribe were diligently training their movements, powerful and agile, demonstrating impressive combat abilities. In the distance, some Tsui tribe members returned from hunting, carrying their prey with satisfied smiles. Watching these scenes, Qin Zhan fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected this seemingly primitive race could engage in combat against humans, and their fighting strength was not to be underestimated. Although they didn't ambush regular troops, the guards at those factories were also formidable, yet they were still being pushed back by the Tsui tribe. This couldn't help but deepen Qin Zhan's curiosity about this mysterious race. Suddenly, a flurry of wing beats sounded in the sky. Looking up, a group of Tsui warriors riding majestic birds was flying in from afar. Clad in armor and wielding spears, they were as imposing as ancient knights. Under the sunlight, their wings shimmered with emerald light, creating a spectacular scene against the blue sky and white clouds. These Tsui warriors were engaged in intense aerial training, diving and spiraling their spears, tracing dazzling arcs in the air. One warrior was inadvertently knocked away by an opponent and was plummeting from the sky, but just before hitting the ground, he leveraged his powerful wings to soar back up, quickly rejoining the training squad. Qin Zhan stood on the ground, gazing up at the spectacular performance of the aerial knights, feeling a surge of envy. He imagined how wonderful it would be to soar freely in the sky like them. After a while, Qin Zhan came back to his senses and said to the soldiers behind him, "Communicator, immediately record the coordinates of these tribe members and send them to the base." The communicator quickly activated the signal transmitter and began operating the tablet. In a short while, he looked up and made an OK gesture towards Qin Zhan, indicating the task was complete. Qin Zhan nodded and then made a retreating gesture. The others began to slowly back away, careful not to disturb the flying Tsi warriors. Meanwhile, at the Alliance Emerald Star base, Major Li hurriedly ran towards the combat meeting room with his tablet in hand. His face was filled with tension and urgency, drawing curious glances from surrounding officers. Major Li arrived at the conference room, door knocked, and walked in. Colonel Henry, sitting at the head of the table, asked upon seeing him, "Major Li, is there an urgent situation?" Major Li straightened his collar, took a deep breath, and said, "Sir, Team 9527 has successfully located the Tsui tribe that attacked the factory. Their coordinates have been sent. Everyone should check the screen immediately." As he spoke, Major Li tapped a few times on the tablet, and a terrain map of a valley appeared on the large screen in the conference room. In the center of the map, a red dot was flashing incessantly, accompanied by real-time images gathered by reconnaissance. The officers gathered around the screen, observing intently. They displayed expressions of seriousness and excitement, as if they could see the dawn of victory approaching. Colonel Henry stood at the conference table, his face grave as he gazed at everyone. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Immediately arrange for Combat Group 1 to proceed to that area. Act swiftly to give the Tsui tribe no chance to breathe. At the same time, order Team 9527 to stand by and wait for Combat Group 1 to arrive, launching a joint attack on the Tsui tribe." As Colonel Henry finished speaking, Major Li quickly stood up, determination flashing across his face. Without hesitation, he turned and ran out of the conference room to relay this urgent military order. Soon after, Qin Zhan also received new orders from his superiors. He quickly gathered everyone, his expression serious, as he conveyed, per the superior's command, we are to stand by and wait for Combat Group 1 to arrive, joining them in an attack on the Tsui tribe. Now everyone needs to check their weapons and equipment to ensure everything is in order, preparing for the imminent battle. Upon hearing this news, Li Mengmeng and Ivira immediately became excited. Both of them were battle enthusiasts, filled with anticipation for the upcoming fight. Li Mengmeng waved her weapon, her eyes sparkling with fervor. "Great. I thought we were just going back to base. This time we must teach those Tsui tribe a good lesson." Ivira nodded, a fierce glint in her eyes. "Exactly, we need to show them that humans are not to be trifled with." However, not everyone was as excited as they were. Some team members began to worry for themselves, realizing that the Tsui tribe's strength could not be underestimated. They silently checked their weapons, silently praying to make it through this battle safely. In the verdant stars, dense grass sways gently in the breeze while sunlight filters through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Qin Zhan and his team are crouched in the grass, their bodies pressed against the damp earth, breathing cautiously. Chen Mingming's eyes widen as she observes the surrounding movements, her face filled with boredom and anxiety. She whispers to the nearby Ivila, "This waiting is truly torturous. When can we act?" Ivila smiles in response, saying, "Chen Mingming, be patient. What the task requires is our patience and composure." Just as they were waiting in boredom, a massive battleship slowly passed through the distant sky. It was the command ship of the Human Alliance's Combat Group 1, its hull shining with advanced technology, appearing majestic and solemn. Inside the massive command room of the battleship, Commander Lei Jun sat upright in the main seat. He was tall and muscular, exuding a strong sense of power. His face was resolute, with firmness and courage reflected in his brow. His short hair was meticulously trimmed, giving him a neat and stylish appearance. Lei Jun's gaze was fixed on the holographic tactical projection table in the center of the room, where a three-dimensional map and the real-time positions of the battleships floated. He said in a deep voice to the nearby officers, "Qinxing, let the two Eagle Eye reconnaissance ships continuously scout for enemy movements and provide real-time battlefield information for the formation." Qinxing quickly responded, "Yes, Commander. The fleet is expected to make contact with the target in 10 minutes. We have already received real-time footage sent by the 9527 reconnaissance team." Here, as he spoke, Qinxing operated on his tablet, and the holographic screen immediately displayed the real-time footage sent by the 9527 reconnaissance team. In the footage, the massive gathering place of the Tsuyu tribe was clearly visible, along with many aerial combat units patrolling. Lei Jun frowned as he watched the footage. He added, "Notify the landing ships to prepare the mobile troops. Once at the target point, launch an attack from the ground. Aerial units should have drone formations assist in the attack." Communications Officer Su Xing immediately took action, her long hair flowing with a faint purple hue like the twinkling light in the night sky. Her face was soft and beautiful, with clear and bright eyes that belied her age of 32. She quickly issued the command, "Yes, Commander, I will notify each ship immediately." As the order was given, the formation of Combat Group 1 immediately changed. These massive war machines slowly turned in the air, showcasing their majestic figures. The alien beasts on the ground saw this scene and immediately fled in terror from the area. At this moment, Qin Zhan and his team in the grass also received the signal to act. They quickly got up, organized their equipment, and prepared to face the impending battle. Qin Zhan took a deep breath and said to his teammates, "It's time, let's go." The team members responded in unison, swiftly charging out of the grass towards the target location. At the Tsuyu tribe's base, a busy and harmonious scene unfolded. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows on the grass. The Tsuyu tribe members, holding food and resources seized from human factories, were busy distributing these spoils. A burly Tsuyu warrior waved the supplies in his hand and loudly declared, "This time, our aerial cavalry has contributed the most and should receive the majority of the supplies." His voice was loud and firm, echoing across the base. Another Tsuyu warrior, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Without our ground troops' attack, how could you have entered those human bases so easily? They have anti-aircraft guns." His words were filled with provocation and discontent, sparking chatter among the surrounding Tsuyu tribe members. At this moment, an elder resembling a leader walked over slowly. He wore a lavish feather cloak, his gaze deep and wise. He spoke quiet. "This is the material of the Chui Feng tribe, not for your personal gain. This is a collective strength. Humans are disunited. There are still humans helping us enter their bases. Do you also want to become emotionless animals like them?" His voice was authoritative and powerful, silencing the Tsuyu tribe present. The tribe members glared at each other in dissatisfaction, but dared not speak further. At this moment, a tribe member flew over in a hurry, panic on his face. He gasped, "Not good, Chief. There is a human fleet attacking us from outside, expected in 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, the entire base fell into chaos. The Tsuyu tribe members dropped what they were doing, looking around with expressions of fear and unease. The chief furrowed his brow, knowing well the power of the human fleet. With their current strength, they had no way to resist. "Quick, gather the tribe members to prepare for battle. Warriors, stay the rest, retreat." At this moment, the warriors eagerly volunteered, while the other Tsuyu tribe members quickly returned to gather their belongings to escape. Qin Zhan observed all this coldly, feeling no sympathy in his heart. He commanded decisively, "Communications officer, send a request for long-range strikes to Combat Group 1 immediately. Chun Mingming, deploy the signal transmitter to their base center." Chun Mingming quickly responded, "Yes, Captain." She swiftly retrieved a piece of equipment resembling a small missile, expertly tapped a few buttons, and then threw it towards the target center. The signal transmitter traced a beautiful arc through the air, accurately landing at the center of the Tsuyu tribe's base. At that moment, on the command ship of Combat Group 1, Communications Officer Su Xing received the message sent by the 9527 team. She immediately reported to Commander Lei Zhun, "Commander, we have received the message from the 9527 team requesting the fleet to conduct a long-range strike. The enemy has already noticed the fleet's movements and is preparing to retreat." Upon hearing this, Lei Zhun frowned. He knew this was a critical moment. He decisively issued the order. Qin Xing informed the Thunder Fleet to carry out a long-range strike on the signal target point, allowing the use of heavy missiles. Commander Qin Xing quickly responded, "Yes, Commander." He swiftly operated at the control panel, relaying the order to every ship in the Thunder Fleet. Soon the external missile launchers of 6 Thunder battleships slowly opened, resembling beasts bearing their fangs, ready to devour everything. After receiving confirmation from each ship, Qin Xing decisively pressed the attack command. In an instant, countless missiles roared out from the Thunder battleships, cutting through the sky with destructive force towards the target point. The missiles left long trails of flames in the air, like meteors streaking across the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Outside the Tsuyu tribe's stronghold, the night was hazy and the stars were sparse. Qin Zhan and his comrades stood on a hillside, gazing into the distance, waiting for the fleet's attack. The night wind howled, carrying a hint of tension. Soon they suddenly saw countless lights in the distant sky, streaking through the air like shooting stars rapidly approaching. Qin Zhan stared at the scene, a flicker of distraction in his eyes. He recalled the meteor shower he had witnessed in 2024. The shock was reminiscent of the spectacle before him. "Look, those are our missiles." Chun Mingming pointed at the sky, exclaiming. Everyone looked up, seeing the fireballs getting closer, as if they were going to ignite the entire sky. This was humanity's first use of such weapons of mass destruction on this planet, and their power evoked awe. The Tsuyu tribe members preparing to flee also witnessed this scene, their expressions dumbfounded, murmuring among themselves. "What is that? A meteor?" a Tsuyu warrior asked in confusion. The leader, however, knew well that these were human weapons. His face changed dramatically as he shouted for everyone to disperse. But it was already too late. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted before them, stinging everyone's eyes. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion echoed as if the entire ground was trembling. Boom, boom, Boom. The massive explosions and flames left everyone breathless as they watched the Tsui tribe's settlement being obliterated by missiles, a scene of devastation. Only the Tsui warriors in the air were spared, but their stronghold had been reduced to rubble. The surviving Tsui tribe members stared at the scene in disbelief. They had always thought they had achieved small victories while ambushing humans, unaware that humanity had never truly fought back. It turned out that human power exceeded their imagination. Qin Zhan and the others stood atop the hill witnessing it all. Their hearts were filled with both shock and a trace of sorrow. War always brings endless pain and destruction. But they knew that for the future and peace of humanity, they had to persevere. The night thickened with stars appearing and disappearing among the dense clouds. At this moment, the battleship fleet of combat, Team 1, finally arrived at the battlefield. The Thunder Fleet's multi-barrel high-energy particle cannons roared like angry beasts, unleashing their wrath upon the Tsui tribe in the sky. Several landing ships slowly descended, their doors opened, and waves of soldiers in exoskeletons poured out, marching steadily towards the Tsui tribe that had not been affected by the missiles. Qin Zhan stood on the hillside watching everything unfold. He turned to his teammates and declared, "Soldiers, begin the attack. Advance with me and attack freely." His voice was firm and powerful, filled with a desire for victory. The squad quickly formed an attack formation centered around Qin Zhan. Holding a high-energy laser gun, Qin Zhan's gaze was sharp as an eagle. With each pull of the trigger, a Tsui warrior fell. His shooting was incredibly precise, revealing a hint of his foresight ability, always managing to eliminate enemies before they could attack. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from humans, the Tsui warriors rushed towards Qin Zhan and the others in a panic, attempting to overwhelm them with their numbers. However, Qin Zhan stood like an immovable mountain, steadily shooting deadly lasers. In the distance, Tsui archers began their assault, raining arrows down upon Qin Zhan and the others. Yet Qin Zhan could always sense the trajectory of the arrows in advance, accurately shooting them down. This scene left Chen Mengmeng and Ivila dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. "Captain Qin's marksmanship is incredible," Chen Mengmeng exclaimed. Some cowardly Tsui warriors began to turn and run from Qin Zhan's fierce attack, attempting to flee the terrifying battlefield. However, Qin Zhan would not give them any chance to escape. He calmly aimed at each fleeing enemy, pulling the trigger, and the laser gun emitted deadly beams, taking down the fleeing Tsui warriors one by one. As time passed, the situation on the battlefield gradually became clearer. The human soldiers, armed with advanced weapons and tactical coordination, began to gain the upper hand. Like a group of trained cheetahs, they launched a fierce assault on the Tsui tribe's positions. Although the Tsui warriors were brave and fearless, they appeared overwhelmed in the face of human technology. Their bows and spears seemed so powerless against the human laser weapons, as they could only watch their comrades fall one after another. However, the Tsui tribe was not without the power to fight back. Some archers among them began to gather, attempting to suppress the human assault with their numerical advantage. In an instant, arrows rained down upon the human soldiers. Faced with such an attack, the human soldiers remained calm. With their advanced equipment and well-trained tactical coordination, they successfully evaded most of the arrows' assaults. Simultaneously, they quickly launched a counterattack, bombarding the Tsui tribe's positions with high-energy laser guns and missiles. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. The Tsui warriors in the air charged fiercely towards the Thunder Fleet, riding on massive flying creatures. Armed with spears and bows, they surged towards the human battleships with ferocity. "Prepare for battle, the Tsui tribe is coming," shouted the commander on the battleship. As the Tsui tribe approached, they began to hurl spears and unleash a barrage of arrows. However, just a few meters from the battleship, a blue energy shield suddenly illuminated around the ship. This shield acted like an impenetrable barrier, blocking all attacks from primitive weapons. "Haha, these weapons are just a tickle for us." The soldiers on the battleship mocked the Tsui tribe's attacks. "Release the drones, attack all enemy targets freely," the commander on the battleship shouted again. Inside the ship, personnel operated various devices nervously yet orderly, while the data on the holographic screens flowed, continuously showcasing everything happening on board. Suddenly, the sound of machinery starting broke the silence inside the ship. Holographic screens showed drones slowly activating from the hangar, their wings unfolding in the light, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. "The drones are ready and can launch at any time," a crew member reported to the commander. The commander nodded, his gaze fixed on the screen. "It's time to show these Tsui tribe a lesson. All units launch." With the command given, the doors of the Thunder Fleet's battleships slowly opened, resembling a giant beast opening its mouth. Immediately, countless battle drones surged out like a swarm, gathering in the air and swiftly launching an attack on the Tsui tribe's aerial units. The Tsui warriors, who had been soaring freely in the air, enjoying the thrill of battle, suddenly displayed panic-stricken expressions upon witnessing this scene. They had never seen such a spectacular drone formation and could not imagine the threat these small machines posed. "Oh my God, what are those?" Why are there so many? A Tsuei warrior exclaimed. Don't panic, we have spears and bows. We can definitely defeat them. Another warrior tried to reassure the troops, though his voice revealed unease. However, at this critical moment, the Tsuei warriors did not choose to retreat. They knew their responsibilities and missions, bravely picking up their spears and charging towards the drones. An intense battle erupted in the sky. The drones' laser beams and missiles sliced through the sky like lightning, intertwining with the Tsuei tribe's spears and arrows. Explosions and howls echoed, shaking the entire star domain. Although the Tsuei warriors were brave and fearless, they soon began to feel overwhelmed under the precise strikes of the drones. Their spears and bows seemed so powerless against the drones' laser beams as they could only watch their comrades fall one by one. The sky was filled with the bodies of falling Tsuei warriors, and some drones fell from the sky, smoking and exploding. This battle was a painful defeat for the Tsuei tribe, as they could not withstand the power of human technology. The battlefield was a tragic scene as the Tsuei tribe realized they were no match for humanity's technological might. The stronghold of the Tsuei clan lay in ruins, the smoke of war still lingering, and the air thick with the scent of scorched earth and blood. Qin Zhan stood at one corner of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the fallen bodies of the Tsuei clan, a complex surge of emotions rising within him. The Alliance's mobile troops were methodically clearing the remaining enemies, while drones in the sky emitted sharp wails, raining down firepower like a torrential downpour. However, just as Qin Zhan thought the war was about to come to a complete end, he suddenly noticed a small squad of enemies stubbornly resisting ahead. This group of enemies seemed different. They had formed a tight defensive circle around an elderly member of the Tsuei clan. Qin Zhan immediately realized that this elder must be an important figure of the Tsuei clan, and they were fighting desperately to protect him. If captured, he might reveal information about human traitors. There must be an important figure ahead. Try to capture him alive. Qin Zhan shouted to his team. He drew his standard long knife, its blade glinting coldly, exuding a sharp aura. The team members looked surprised as the captain charged forward with a knife, shouting, "Captain, come back, use your gun." Yet Qin Zhan did not look back. He rushed straight towards the enemy. He had his own plans. He wanted to show respect to these tenacious enemies in his own way. The smoke of war still lingered as Chun Mingming stood on a high ground, her gaze fixed on Qin Zhan rushing towards the enemy. Her heart was filled with worry. Though she knew Qin Zhan was the standout in their team, agile and strong, was it too reckless to face so many enemies with just a knife? Can you really do it, Qin Zhan? Chun Mingming murmured to herself, her hand tightly gripping the gun handle, as if to cheer him on through this action. However, she did not take action to stop Qin Zhan, for she knew deep down that this was his decision, his conviction. He believed in his strength and in the battle knife that had accompanied him for many years. The surrounding team members did not cease their attack on the enemies. Their gunfire and cannon blasts echoed, providing fire support for Qin Zhan. The drones in the sky circled like hunting falcons, always ready to deliver a deadly blow to the enemies. The Tsuei clan warriors roared, their wings shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. These warriors were tall and muscular, their weapons glimmering with cold light, capable of tearing everything apart. They formed a semicircle, protecting the clan leader in the middle like a group of loyal guards prepared to engage Qin Zhan in a final battle. Qin Zhan's figure darted across the battlefield like a flash of lightning, swift and fierce. Holding his battle knife, the blade sparkled in the sunlight, every swing accompanied by a glint of cold light, as if it could split the air. His gaze was firm and cold, as if nothing could stop his advance. However, the battle was not confined to the ground. The Tsuei clan, being a race with the ability to fly, could have used their aerial advantage to escape the battlefield. But now the sky was firmly occupied by the human drones, leaving the Tsuei clan warriors with no escape, forcing them to engage Qin Zhan in a desperate ground fight. The Tsuei clan warriors charged towards Qin Zhan, their wings shimmering with metallic light under the sun, weapons carving arcs in the air, trying to take Qin Zhan's life. Yet Qin Zhan moved on the battlefield like a dancer, his knife techniques exceptionally skilled, sometimes slashing horizontally, sometimes hacking vertically, each swing hitting the enemy's vital points accurately. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flashing blades and bloodshed. Qin Zhan moved with incredible agility, leaping and rolling, making it difficult for the enemies to predict his actions. His battle knife was like his soul merging with him. Each swing seemed to carry the weight of thunder. The battle entered a fever pitch. Though the Tsuei clan warriors were incredibly brave, they were outmatched by Qin Zhan's superb knife skills. Their weapons were struck down one by one, and their bodies bore wounds. However, they did not give up resisting, but rather charged towards Qin Zhan more fiercely, trying to use their lives to protect the clan leader. At that moment, a heavily injured Tsuei clan warrior struggled to stand, shouting to the clan leader, "Leader, run." His voice was filled with despair and helplessness. But where could the clan leader escape to at that moment? The sky was blocked and the ground was besieged by human troops. Qin Zhan did not give the Tsuei clan leader a chance to flee. Using his exceptional combat skills and keen observation, he quickly identified the enemy's weaknesses and struck down the last warrior beside the clan leader with a single blow. He stood on the battlefield looking firmly at the elderly Tsui clan leader who was being protected in the middle. The clan leader looked at him, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing his eyes. He slowly walked up to Qin Zhan and said in a trembling voice, "Clan members, give up the resistance." Though his voice was weak, it was filled with resignation. The remaining warriors of the Tsui clan heard the clan leader's words and all dropped their weapons, kneeling in surrender. The squad members forgot about shooting, stunned by Qin Zhan's heroic display. Seeing Qin Zhan's extraordinary strength displayed in the one-sided slaughter, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain Qin Zhan is too strong. This combat skill is phenomenal. He'll definitely be fine as a mecha engineer in the future. Yes, so enviable. I wish I had such skills too." Qin Zhan paid no attention to the praise around him. He calmly sheathed his battle knife, a glint of determination in his eyes. He knew that this intense battle had come to an end. As he turned, he looked at Chun Mengmeng and the other team members, commanding in a steady voice, "What are you waiting for? Come up and take the captives. If you wait for others, the military merit will be gone." His words carried an undeniable resolution. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became excited and rushed to take the captives. At that moment, a mobile squad from Combat Group 1 also rushed onto the battlefield. Upon seeing the important figure of the Tsui clan captured, the squad leader Jack approached to inquire about Qin Zhan's identity. Qin Zhan stepped forward to salute, clearly and firmly announcing his identity and mission. "We are the temporary reconnaissance squad from the Chui LV Star human base. I am Captain Qin Zhan, ID 9527. After confirming Qin Zhan's information in his helmet, Captain Jack also saluted in respect. Qin Zhan pointed to the captured Tsui clan leader and said to Captain Jack, "Next we will escort these captives back to base. The other captives will trouble you to escort." Captain Jack was delighted, realizing this was military merit offered by Qin Zhan, silently admiring his social skills. Meanwhile, Chun Mengmeng muttered on the side, somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Zhan's approach. Ivila, hearing this, smiled and explained the importance of the few captured individuals and the reality of not being able to escort a large number of captives, helping Chun Mengmeng understand Qin Zhan's intentions. With Qin Zhan successfully capturing the Tsui clan leader, this arduous battle finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. In the territory of the Tsui clan, Combat Team 1 was diligently and methodically cleaning the battlefield. In the sky, dozens of massive ships hovered like steel beasts, emanating an invisible aura of intimidation. From time to time, drones and landing ships flew in and out of the fleet, busily performing various tasks. Amidst the chaos and slaughter of the battlefield, the figures of Team 9527 stood out remarkably. Qin Zhan stood before everyone, his gaze resolute and profound. Behind him, several important alien captives were firmly restrained by the team members. He decisively commanded communications officer contact the commander of Combat Team 1 and inform them that Team 9527 has completed the mission and is requesting a landing ship to return to base. The communications officer immediately responded and began to contact Combat Team 1. Meanwhile, in the command ship above, the operations room was filled with a tense yet lively atmosphere. Lei Zhen and others were discussing the summary of the operation, each face marked with seriousness and focus. Suddenly, Chen Xing looked at the received information with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He said to Lei Zhen, "Team Leader 9527 is requesting us to lend a landing ship to escort the captives back to base." Lei Zhen asked in confusion, "Captives? What captives?" Chen Xing quickly operated the computer to display the video of Qin Zhan wielding his battle blade against the aliens. In the video, Qin Zhan moved like a war god on the battlefield, every strike accurately hitting the enemy's weak points and his evasive maneuvers appearing exceptionally agile. Despite being surrounded by numerous Tsui clan fighters, he was still able to break through the encirclement, showcasing astonishing combat awareness and strength. The people in the command room were mesmerized. They had never witnessed such an incredible battle scene. Lei Zhen was particularly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This person's combat awareness is truly exceptional. He is a born warrior." As the video ended, the final image froze on the chief's face. Lei Zhen took a deep breath and said to Chen Xing, "Can we find out this person's information? I believe he is a rare talent." Chen Xing quickly retrieved Qin Zhan's data and reported his situation to Lei Zhen in detail. When Lei Zhen learned that Qin Zhan not only had strong combat awareness, but also had made significant contributions during a previous exploration mission, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Such talent should not be buried. See if you can transfer him to our Combat Team 1. Although we are a ground combat fleet, we also need the ability for landing operations." The discussions in the operations room continued in a tense and orderly fashion. Suddenly, Chen Xing's voice broke the silence as he brought up Qin Zhan's information. Qin Zhan, only 23 years old, just graduated from the Alliance Military Academy and joined the army as a private. However, it is worth mentioning that he had made great contributions during an exploration mission, thus being directly promoted to sergeant by the main brain Shanghai. In the army, soldiers who rapidly rise in rank are rare, especially such a young talent. Qin Zhan seemed to sense the curiosity and confusion of the others. He smiled slightly and continued, "Next, I will play a video of his exploration mission. You will understand why he has received such high praise after watching." As his words fell, the holographic screen in the center began to change. In the video, Qin Zhan appeared calm and resolute, standing on an unknown planet. Everyone was immediately captivated, intently staring at the screen. In the video, Qin Zhan quickly discovered the insect race's conspiracy. He decisively ordered a retreat and with outstanding command ability successfully avoided personnel losses. However, shockingly, he charged alone into the insect swarm to ensure the safety of his companions. As the video played on, the atmosphere in the command room grew increasingly tense. Qin Zhan weaved through the swarm, each strike of his blade precise, each evasion appearing effortless. His figure moved like a flash of lightning among the insects, instantly slaying several foes. "How is this possible?" An officer couldn't help but exclaim. "His combat skills are simply superb," another person praised. The astonishment of the crowd was palpable. They had never seen such a valiant soldier. Qin Zhan watched their reactions filled with pride. He knew he hadn't misjudged this time. As the video ended, the command room fell into a brief silence. Then it erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Everyone expressed their admiration and respect for Qin Zhan's bravery and wisdom. Lei Zhan even stood up, patting Qin Zhan on the shoulder, saying, "Immediately submit a transfer request to the base. We must seize this talent and arrange for a landing ship right away." Qin Zhan nodded in agreement, knowing that Qin Zhan's future would undoubtedly be even more glorious. Qin Zhan and the others stood on the ground, waiting boredly for the fleet's reply. They occasionally looked up at the sky, hoping for the command that would allow them to embark on their return journey. Although the battlefield had been cleaned up, the air still lingered with a faint smell of gunpowder, reminding them of the fierce battle they had just experienced. Just as everyone was patiently waiting, the communications officer suddenly received a message from the fleet. He quickly checked and excitedly said to Qin Zhan, "Captain, good news. The command ship of Combat Team 1 has agreed to our request. A landing ship will be coming to pick us up immediately." Upon hearing this, a smile of relief appeared on Qin Zhan's face. He nodded and said to everyone, "All right, everyone prepare to board the ship. We can finally go home." Hearing this, everyone cheered. They quickly moved to escort the captives over. Soon a landing ship descended steadily from above, landing right in front of them. Qin Zhan led the way onto the landing ship, his steps firm and powerful. The others followed closely, escorting the captives onto the ship one by one. In the midst of the crowd, Qin Zhan arrived at a spacious area inside the ship. He looked around at the familiar and friendly faces of his comrades, filled with a sense of belonging. Inside the landing ship, everyone began to get busy. Some checked equipment, some organized the captives, and others gathered together to chat and joke. Qin Zhan stood by quietly observing all of this. He knew that while this mission had ended, the road ahead was still long, and they needed to remain vigilant and prepared at all times. Suddenly, Chen Mingming walked over to Qin Zhan and said admiringly, "Captain, you were truly amazing this time. You single-handedly took down so many Tsui clan warriors. You're like a god of war." Qin Zhan smiled and humbly replied, "Don't say that. I just did what I was supposed to do." The successful completion of this mission relies on everyone's efforts. Other soldiers also gathered around, eager to communicate with Qin Zhan. They discussed the thrilling moments on the battlefield, sharing their combat experiences. Qin Zhan patiently listened to their voices as the hatch slowly closed and the landing ship began to ascend. Standing by the window, Qin Zhan looked at the gradually receding battlefield below, filled with emotion. He knew that while this mission had ended, their mission was far from over. Amidst the laughter and chatter of his comrades, the landing ship carried them towards the distant base. In the verdant human base at dawn, sunlight filters through the clouds, bringing a touch of warmth to this tranquil place. At this moment, a landing ship slowly descends, breaking the morning's serenity. The base had already received news that this landing ship was escorting an important prisoner, the mastermind behind the attack on Factory B-13. The mobile soldiers were already on high alert, standing beneath the landing ship, with resolute gazes waiting for the hatch to open. With a faint mechanical sound, the hatch slowly opened and Qin Zhan and others escorted the prisoner out. Qin Zhan, clad in military attire and showing a hint of fatigue, had an exceptionally determined gaze. He brought the prisoner before the crowd, and at that moment an officer stepped forward, Major Li. After saluting Qin Zhan, he said, "Sergeant Qin, thank you for your contributions to this mission. The prisoner will now be in my custody." Qin Zhan looked at Major Li's insignia, recognizing him as an experienced officer, and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir. Team 9527 has completed the mission, awaiting your orders." Major Li nodded, showing satisfaction with Qin Zhan's performance. He continued, "Team 9527, you have worked hard. Now your team is dismissed to return to base and await the next mission. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan immediately turned to his team, commanding loudly, "Recon team disperse." The others stood at attention and jogged away in an orderly manner. During their departure, Chen Mingming and Ivila glanced back at Qin Zhan, their eyes filled with respect. Qin Zhan watched as his team left feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that despite the difficulty of this mission, the unity and bravery of the team members were the keys to their successful completion. He took a deep breath and turned to walk towards Major Li, preparing to discuss the next steps for the prisoner. Major Li stood in the square of the base, his sharp gaze scrutinizing a group of captive Chui Wing tribe members. The soldiers swiftly acted, equipping each prisoner with synchronized translation devices. Major Li asked in a deep voice who was the person in charge. The prisoners exchanged glances, ultimately focusing on an elderly, an imposing member of the Chui Wing tribe. Clearly their leader, he slowly raised his head, looking at Major Li with a determined gaze, and said in a low voice, "I am their leader." Major Li nodded with satisfaction, turning his gaze to Qin Zhan, praising, "Very well, Sergeant Qin, you have successfully captured a leader of the Chui Wing tribe. He is likely the mastermind behind this incident, and the traitors who betrayed humanity have nowhere to escape now." Qin Zhan, upon hearing this, displayed a resolute expression and replied, "This is what I should do, Major." Major Li then turned to the prisoners and ordered, "Sternly separate the prisoners and escort them to the interrogation room. We must quickly determine which humans have betrayed us." The soldiers moved promptly and orderly to escort the prisoners one by one. During the escort, the Chui Wing tribe captives began to engage in heated dialogue with the human soldiers. A young Chui Wing tribe captive widened his eyes, speaking fiercely, "You damned humans have invaded our homeland and slaughtered our civilians." One soldier, enraged by this, struck back with the butt of his gun, shouting, "You are not any better. You attacked our factory, and not a single human there survived. All fell under your blades." At this moment, the leader of the Chui Wing tribe slowly spoke, his voice low but full of power, "We, the Chui Wing tribe, will not succumb to your tyranny. We will fight to the end until we reclaim our homeland." Hearing this, Major Li's brow furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Take them away." He then turned to Qin Zhan and said, "Sergeant Qin, you have worked hard. Go rest for now. Thank you for your cooperation." After Qin Zhan saluted, he left the scene. The captives were escorted to the interrogation room, where soldiers began to separate them for detailed questioning. The leader of the Chui Wing tribe was arranged in a separate room, while the other prisoners were assigned to different rooms for questioning. As the doors of the interrogation room closed one by one, the entire base fell into a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Qin Zhan, dragging his heavy and weary steps, slowly entered the familiar base dormitory. A day of battle had pushed his body and mind to the limit. However, the dormitory's quietness and warmth felt like a clear spring, instantly soothing the turmoil in his heart. He washed up briefly, sat on the edge of his bed, picked up his personal terminal, and began browsing the Alliance's latest information. This was his daily routine, and the way he kept himself informed about the outside world and enriched himself amidst his busy schedule. The terminal screen displayed a stream of messages that tugged at Qin Zhan's heartstrings. The entire network was buzzing with discussions about the situation on the human front. The relentless pressure from the insect nest empire was narrowing humanity's survival space. Each piece of news felt like a heavy stone weighing on his heart. The fierce battle between the Human Alliance and the Radiant Empire was underway in the distant Pisces star domain. Although humanity had barely achieved victory at a great cost, the price of that victory was staggering. The destruction of 4 main fleets of the Radiant Empire was undoubtedly a significant morale boost for the Human Alliance, yet Qin Zhan knew that the war was far from over. While scrolling through, a piece of news suddenly caught Qin Zhan's attention. The Human Alliance's Mecha Master selection would be held in 6 months, and the Alliance encouraged aspiring individuals to actively apply. This news struck Qin Zhan like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating the desires within him. Meanwhile, the comment section on the terminal screen began to buzz with activity. Netizens expressed their opinions and comments. "The Mecha Master selection is finally starting. This is our chance to change our fate. Yes, I want to sign up too. I want to become a Mecha Master like Major Yalan, fighting for humanity's future. But the selection must be very strict. After all, a Mecha Master requires extremely high physical fitness and technical skills." Looking at the enthusiastic discussions online, Qin Zhan's resolve only strengthened. The position of Mecha Master, a profession he had long yearned for, was now opening its doors to him. He recalled the brave Mecha Masters fighting on the front lines, driving massive mechas to crush the insect swarms with a single blow. Qin Zhan quickly packed his belongings, leaving the dormitory and walking through the wide corridors of the base. His heart was filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. Finally, he arrived at the virtual machine area, where hundreds of advanced virtual machines awaited their next user. Qin Zhan eagerly selected an available machine, scanned his identity information, and entered the virtual world. He knew this was the first step on his path to becoming a Mecha Master, and the starting point for exploring the future and realizing his dreams. Deep within the depths of the Emerald Star Alliance base lies a sci-fi colored virtual simulation zone. This is a sacred place where warriors hone their skills and temper their will. Qin Zhan, a young warrior, stands before a disc-shaped virtual machine preparing to embark on his mecha combat journey. He gently puts on the sci-fi helmet of the brain-machine interface, feeling a flash of blue light, as if he has traversed a tunnel through time and space. Before long, he becomes completely immersed in this virtual world. System select the mecha combat platform. Qin Zhan silently thinks. Immediately, a mechanical and calm voice resonates in his mind. Hello, Private Qin Zhan. Welcome to the mecha combat platform. Please state your code name. It will be used for ranking during mecha battles. Qin Zhan replied, without hesitation. Starlight. Naming successful. We wish you a good performance on the mecha combat platform. As the system's voice fades, Qin Zhan finds himself in a virtual mecha hangar. Before him, towering giant mechas stand like steel giants. Qin Zhan excitedly examines these mechas, his fighting spirit ignited in an instant. In the mecha hangar, Qin Zhan sees several button options: training, combat, free-for-all. He knows that although he is passionate about mechas, his experience in piloting is still shallow. Thus, he decides to start with training. I should train my piloting skills first, Qin Zhan thinks, reaching out to press the training button. As he presses the button, Qin Zhan is instantly transported to a virtual training ground. He steps into the mecha cockpit where a spherical space appears before him, as if he is in a sci-fi movie set. Surrounding him are countless intricate wires as delicate and complex as a spider's web, tightly connecting his armor with the cockpit. Qin Zhan stands in the center of the space, looking around as various information graphs flash before him, dazzling his eyes. He raises his hand to touch the wires, only to be surprised that the mecha begins to tremble slightly with his movements. This marvelous interaction prompts Qin Zhan to exclaim, this operation is quite simple. Just then, the training ground refreshes, revealing a vast virtual space before him. The area is filled with various obstacles and shooting turrets, standing like guardians of the training ground, waiting for challengers to arrive. The interface displays the rules of the mecha training project, scoring based on the time it takes for the mecha operator to reach the destination and the number of hits taken, with an A rating being qualified. In the distance ahead, a golden circle flickers with enticing light marking the goal. Qin Zhan stands in the virtual cockpit, takes a deep breath of fresh air, and a strong desire for challenge wells up within him. He knows he is about to face a test of piloting skills and reaction abilities, but he feels no fear. Instead, he is filled with anticipation. His gaze sharpens, fully concentrated on the virtual world ahead. Their obstacles are dense and turrets are numerous, awaiting his arrival. The countdown jumps on the screen: 5, 4, 3. Qin Zhan's heartbeat quickens. At the moment the countdown reaches 0, the mecha seems to be infused with life, quickly moving under Qin Zhan's control. Inside the cockpit, Qin Zhan's gaze is determined and focused. He skillfully maneuvers the mecha, weaving through dense obstacles as if engaged in a thrilling high-altitude parkour. The mecha under his control glides gracefully through the air, tracing elegant arcs. Qin Zhan nimbly leaps over each obstacle, each jump precise, as if he and the mecha are one, facing the challenges ahead together. However, the challenges are far from over. As the mecha ventures deeper, the turrets begin to unleash their fire. Shells streak through the sky like shooting stars, hurtling towards Qin Zhan and the mecha. But Qin Zhan had already foreseen all of this. Using his agile reflexes and quick thinking, he accurately predicts the trajectories of the shells, skillfully maneuvering the mecha to evade them. He slides, and a shell zooms over his head. Each dodge feels like a thrilling dance, quickening Qin Zhan's heartbeat, yet making him even more exhilarated. As the challenge progresses, the number of obstacles and turrets increases, and the density of fire intensifies. Yet Qin Zhan remains calm, responding to everything with greater composure. He constantly adjusts the mecha's stance and speed, diving and leaping, skillfully weaving between fire and obstacles. Every successful dodge and shot boosts his confidence. He feels as if he has merged with the mecha, collectively embracing the climax of this challenge. In the midst of dodging the fire, Qin Zhan's heart is filled with tension and excitement. He can clearly feel the shock of each shell whizzing past him and hear the explosions around the mecha. But none of this makes him retreat. Rather, it fuels his desire for challenge, only making him more excited. After an intense challenge, Qin Zhan finally piloted the mecha to reach the destination successfully. He lets out a sigh of relief, a victorious smile on his face. After an intense challenge, Qin Zhan finally piloted the mecha to reach the destination successfully. Throughout the entire process, he was never hit. He breathes a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile on his face. The system's voice then chimes in: Private Qin, your rating is SSS level. Congratulations, you are the first to achieve SSS rating on the mecha combat platform. Qin Zhan stands in the cockpit, eyes fixed on the display screen, feeling an indescribable shock rise within him. He is actually the first challenger to achieve an SSS rating. This sudden honor makes him almost unable to believe his eyes. He recalls the thrilling moments with dense artillery shells raining down and his premonitory ability allowing him to narrowly avoid them each time. This operation exceeding human limits left Qin Zhan himself in disbelief. During the challenge, Qin Zhan's precognitive ability played a crucial role. He could sense the trajectories and speeds of the shells in advance, allowing him to react correctly at critical moments. Each dodge felt like a carefully choreographed dance, enabling Qin Zhan to maneuver effortlessly amidst the fire. Meanwhile, at the distant Alliance headquarters, Scarce is busy collecting videos of Qin Zhan's training challenges. As the mainframe, it possesses powerful data processing capabilities, quickly analyzing Qin Zhan's combat style and techniques. This challenge data is classified as top secret. It also aims to select qualified mecha pilots for humanity's future. Another purpose is to identify potential spies among humans. These spies disguise themselves as humans and lurk in every corner of Earth, gathering human data and information. If they were to discover Qin Zhan's precognitive ability, it would pose a significant threat to humanity. In the dazzling virtual light and shadows, Qin Zhan slowly exited the mecha training scene. His heartbeat still resonated with the thrilling maneuvers he had just executed, and he could almost feel the touch of controlling the mecha lingering on his fingertips. The overwhelming power and agile posture made him feel as if he were in a fantastical world filled with machinery and steel. However, as the virtual scene before him gradually faded, he was forced to confront a harsh reality. All of this was merely virtual. Qin Zhan let out a soft sigh and returned to the technology-filled virtual warehouse. His gaze once again fell upon the massive mecha, the rookie trainer 001 model, standing quietly in a corner of the warehouse. He gently tapped the screen, and the interface immediately popped up, displaying the detailed information of the mecha. Rookie Trainer 001 Model Beginner Mecha, the entry-level mecha in the mecha world, usually used by rookies or novice warriors. These mechas have simple structures and are easy to operate, but their power is relatively limited. They are primarily used for basic training and simple task execution, serving as the first step for warriors to familiarize themselves with mecha operation. Weaponry: basic laser rifle, defensive shield generator. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Qin Zhan as he knew that this mecha was the starting point of his dream. He longed for the day when he could pilot a real mecha galloping across the battlefield to showcase his prowess. However, reality told him that there was still a long way to go. Qin Zhan's gaze turned towards the mecha shop nearby, where various levels of mechas were displayed from beginner to advanced, each radiating an enticing glow. A strong desire surged within his heart to possess more and more powerful mechas. However, when he saw his points displayed as 0, the excitement in his heart instantly cooled. He knew that the only way to purchase these mechas was to earn points through battles. This was both a challenge and an opportunity for him. He had to continuously improve his strength to achieve victory in the arena, earning enough points to buy more advanced mechas. Qin Zhan took a deep breath and stepped into the virtual space of the battle mode. Here, each challenge was accompanied by a randomly generated map akin to an unknown adventure. His heartbeat quickened as he anticipated the sensation of battle in various environments, almost like wanting to try it in space. Meanwhile, on the other side of the network, a chubby streamer was already eager to start. In his live streaming room, the bullet comments fell like snowflakes, and the enthusiasm of the fans seemed to ignite the entire screen. "Streamer, who are you going to bully today?" teased a mischievous bullet comment. "Haha, of course. When the fat guy is out, who can compete?" Another bullet comment quickly followed. "Ha, the fat guy will surely achieve great results today." The fat streamer looked at these comments, a proud smile spreading across his face. He lewdly stroked his chin, planning tonight's tactics in his mind. Suddenly, a special bullet comment caught his attention. "Fat guy, take it easy, don't scare the girls." He was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Brothers, let's see if we can encounter a female player tonight, so that the fat guy can show off his skills." The live room instantly erupted with fans joking in the comments. "Fat guy don't really scare the girl to tears." Requesting a master to punish this streamer, "He's too arrogant. You let a master take this streamer down." The fat streamer watched these comments and the flood of gifts. He knew that no matter who the opponent was, he had to use his signature moves to bring joy to the viewers. Starlight sparkled in the sea of bullet comments in the fat guy's live stream. The fat guy, known for his humor and strength as a mecha combat streamer, was sitting in front of the screen smiling at the camera. "Thank you, family. I won't let you down. In the upcoming matches, just watch." Fans responded enthusiastically. The bullet comments surged like a tide. "Fat guy, powerful, supporting you. Haha, fat guy, it's all up to you tonight. Fat guy, if you win, he'll send a rocket tonight." At that moment, the battle interface suddenly refreshed and new battle information appeared on the screen. The fat guy focused his gaze, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He read aloud, "Stellar Beginner Model Rookie Trainer 001, Weaponry Basic Laser Rifle Defensive Shield Generator 0, Wins 0 Losses. Win Rate 0. The live room instantly exploded, bullet comments bursting like fireworks. "Wow, isn't this a newbie? The fat guy's luck is too good." This is simply a gift question. The fat guy is sure to win. No experience to watch such a novice. Hey brothers, let's disperse. Why not go to Sister Yuhan's live room and watch beauties play mechas instead? Don't. Brothers who knows the streamer might turn the tables. Don't be careless, fat guy. Be careful of capsizing in the sewer. Ya newbies can also be dark horses. Don't underestimate them. The fat guy smiled and waved his hand saying, don't worry family, I know what I'm doing. But speaking of which, even if it's a newbie, I must show 100 of my strength to respect my opponent, right? At that moment, a mischievous fan sent a bullet comment. Fat guy, if you lose, I'll expose all your embarrassing history. Haha brother, are you trying to see me embarrass myself? Don't worry, I won't give you that chance. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan's waiting interface displayed that he had been matched, showing the opponent's information. Fat guy, intermediate mecha model, heavy armored warrior, 110, weaponry, giant energy cannon, heavy armor. 350 wins, 250 losses, win rate 58. The map is randomly selected, and the scorching star has been chosen, with extremely high surface temperatures and ground filled with lava and volcanic craters. After a moment of waiting, the battlefield map loaded and the two combatants were transported to the battlefield. The rookie trainer 001, with its simple yet practical design, became the first choice for rookies to engage in mecha combat. The mecha was primarily silver-white, coated with a layer of scratch-resistant and corrosion-resistant coating, ensuring that it remained spotless even in fierce battles. The heavy armored warrior 110, a behemoth born for the battlefield with its powerful firepower output and indestructible defense, has become the absolute ruler of the battlefield. In terms of exterior design, the heavy armored warrior 110 exudes a heavy and mighty aura. The entire mecha presented a dark gray tone covered with hard armor plates that have been specially treated to provide not only high impact resistance, but also effectively absorb and disperse the energy of enemy attacks. The head of the mecha was uniquely designed, equipped with a giant energy cannon. The barrel of this energy cannon was thick and powerful, with the muzzle flashing with scorching energy light, as if ready to unleash a devastating energy beam at any moment. Surrounding the energy cannon were sharp protrusions, which not only increased the mecha's attack power, but also made the entire head appear fiercer. Qin Zhan looked at the heavy armored warrior opposite him, truly imposing and powerful, and then glanced at his own mecha, which felt rather flimsy. But he was not panicked. His precognitive ability taught him how to handle situations. On the virtual blazing battlefield, the battle between two mechas is about to erupt. Qin Zhan stands still in the cockpit of the rookie trainer, resembling a fledgling eagle ready to soar, filled with boundless potential and possibilities. The heavy armored warrior, piloted by Fat Brother, stands like a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. The barrage of comments in the live stream surges like a tide, with fans cheering for the two contestants. Go take down Fat Brother and create a miracle. Fat Brother will win. The heavy armored warrior is invincible. I'm recording if Fat Brother crashes another piece of black material. The countdown to the battle begins, and a tense atmosphere fills the live stream. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, focusing all his spirit on controlling the rookie trainer. The basic laser rifle in his hand, though not as powerful as the giant energy cannon, seemed to come alive in his grasp, agile and precise. Fat Brother, not to be outdone, piloted the heavy armored warrior, its armor gleaming with metallic luster, the giant energy cannon fully charged and ready to unleash a devastating attack. As the battle horn sounded across the virtual blazing battlefield, the two mechas charged towards each other like arrows piercing the sky. Qin Zhan sat quietly in the cockpit of the rookie trainer, hands tightly gripping the controls, his eyes glimmering with determination and wisdom. He knew he was about to face a duel of strength, a monumental challenge. The heavy armored warrior, Fat Brother's pride, stood like a giant clad in armor on the battlefield, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Noob, let me teach you the first lesson of piloting a mecha. Prepare to die. Fat Brother provocatively taunted. His voice echoed in the live stream, inciting cheers from the fans. Qin Zhan smiled, faintly, not responding. He understood that verbal clashes were meaningless in this battle. What he needed was calm judgment and precise operation. Qin Zhan began to maneuver the rookie trainer nimbly across the battlefield. He skillfully dodged the heavy armored warrior's attacks, utilizing the mecha's agility. Every time Fat Brother's cannon fired, Qin Zhan could predict and successfully evade. Meanwhile, Fat Brother relied on the heavy armored warrior's formidable defense, constantly closing in on Qin Zhan. He controlled the mecha, the giant energy cannon, continually charging, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Zhan. Fans in the live stream cheered for Fat Brother's bravery, while also marveling at Qin Zhan's agile maneuvers. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, Qin Zhan suddenly spotted an opportunity. He maneuvered the rookie trainer swiftly towards the heavy armored warrior while activating the defensive shield generator. A translucent shield appeared around the rookie trainer, successfully blocking Fat Brother's cannon attack. Fat Brother clearly did not anticipate this move, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Seizing the moment, Qin Zhan launched a counterattack, quickly retreating the rookie trainer while firing a series of precise shots from the basic laser rifle at the heavy-armored warrior. However, Qin Zhan did not give Fat Brother many opportunities. He skillfully maneuvered the rookie trainer, dashing and sidestepping, making it difficult for the heavy-armored warrior to lock onto a target. In the heat of battle, although Fat Brother was a novice, his combat experience was not lacking. He kept a close watch on the screen, predicting Qin Zhan's movement path and preparing to attack preemptively. The giant energy cannon began to charge, aiming at where Qin Zhan might be. Qin Zhan, however, chuckled softly, seemingly seeing through Fat Brother's intentions. He thought to himself, "Want to hit me with a lead time? In your dreams." In a split second, Qin Zhan jumped his body, tracing a graceful arc in the air, evading Fat Brother's attack path. Fat Brother's cannon fire arrived as expected. With a loud boom, the ground shattered and lava surged. Fans in the live stream were left in awe. Wow, this rookie is impressive. What reflexes! I feel something's off. Fat Brother is in danger. That jump is like a swift leopard. Fat Brother watched the situation on the screen with a frown. He realized his attack had missed, and Qin Zhan was already closing in on him. He quickly adjusted his strategy, preparing to charge up and fire again. However, Qin Zhan's speed was faster than he imagined. He was already close to the heavy-armored warrior, while Fat Brother's charge was not yet complete. Fat Brother felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly maneuvered the mecha to fly upwards, preparing to continue charging in midair. Qin Zhan, however, had already anticipated Fat Brother's intention. He chuckled coldly, swiftly drawing his laser rifle and firing at Fat Brother's flight path. With a bang, the heavy-armored warrior's shoulder was hit. Though heavily equipped, Fat Brother still leaned back slightly, his flight path veering off. Fans in the live stream erupted once again. What shooting skill is this? A sharpshooter? Did he just break the new mecha? This weapon can hit people. Just practice more. It's not about the gun, it's mainly that the person is a noob. But while Fat Brother was still flying upwards, Qin Zhan fired at him again. With his precognitive ability, each shot hit the heavy-armored warrior. Fat Brother couldn't help but curse in the live stream. Damn, is this kid using hacks? Fat Brother, wake up, this is the scarce monitoring platform, no hacks here. This is terrifying. Could he be an elite mecha master from the army? It could also be a mecha master trained by a corporation. After being hit repeatedly, Fat Brother's heavy-armored warrior plummeted from the sky, crashing into the lava. Seizing this brief moment of respite, Qin Zhan did not give Fat Brother any time to react. He swiftly maneuvered the rookie trainer backward, increasing the distance from the heavy-armored warrior. Then he raised his basic laser rifle, aiming at the weak points of the heavy-armored warrior. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of laser beams shot from the rifle, accurately hitting crucial points of the heavy-armored warrior. Though Fat Brother reacted quickly, the heavy-armored warrior began to falter under the continuous attacks, its movements slowing down. Beautiful. The operation of extinction is incredible. The accuracy of these laser beams is simply out of this world. An excited viewer shouted, "I recorded it, haha, I'm going viral, I'll post it online soon. Hey, why didn't I think to record it? Brother upstairs, send me a copy, thanks." Another viewer lamented. Meanwhile, Fat Brother found himself sinking into despair. He watched helplessly as his heavy-armored warrior retreated step by step under Qin Zhan's assault, unable to mount an effective counterattack. His heart was filled with reluctance and helplessness, yet he knew he had lost this battle. Extinction controlled the rookie trainer, silently calculating the timing for the final blow. Finally, he pulled the trigger, and the last laser beam shot through the sky like a meteor, accurately hitting the heavy-armored warrior. The heavy-armored warrior roared under the bombardment of the laser beams, then collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fat Brother, seeing this, sighed helplessly and closed the competitive platform. He sat in the virtual pod, filled with mixed emotions. Haha, Fat Brother has been beaten in his silence, probably too embarrassed to face anyone, a viewer joked in the live stream. Wow, it's rare Fat Brother actually got defeated. Another viewer chimed in. I have the video, I'll upload it right away. Someone suggested. Fat Brother listened to the taunts, feeling even worse. He knew he had lost badly this time, but couldn't refute it. At that moment, a comment caught Fat Brother's attention. This extinction is called extinction, I followed him. Fat Brother was taken aback and quickly clicked to open extinction's profile. He saw that extinction's record was 1 win and 0 losses, a win rate of 100, which made him feel a bit bitter knowing he contributed to that 100. I didn't expect extinction to be so strong. He must be some mecha master in real life, Fat Brother muttered to himself, a surge of fighting spirit rising within him. He knew he couldn't be defeated like this. He decided to study extinction's maneuvers closely and elevate his own skills. Meanwhile, extinction gained fame from this battle, becoming the focus of attention for many mecha players. In a dimly lit futuristic virtual mech arena, Qin Zhan sat quietly at his dedicated control station, his eyes still immersed in the thrilling mech battle that had just unfolded. His fingers unconsciously glided over the control interface, as if relishing the intense shock brought by the mechanical beast. It truly is addictive, he murmured. Qin Zhan murmured to himself a hint of indescribable excitement and desire in his voice. His gaze was fixed on the screen, which served as a bridge for his communication with the mechanical beast and the stage for showcasing his own strength. However, the subsequent battles were all against newcomers with only beginner mechs, leaving Qin Zhan feeling unmotivated to fight. Eagerly clicking the combat button, his heart raced. He looked forward to the next more intense and thrilling battle. However, the matchmaking result left him somewhat disappointed. His opponent was still a novice. Sigh, why is it another novice? Qin Zhan sighed, his brows slightly furrowed. What he craved was a duel with a strong opponent, a battle that could immerse him entirely and unleash all his potential. Though these novice opponents brought some challenges, he always felt something was lacking. Meanwhile, in a spacious and bright training room at the Alliance Mech Engineer Academy, Li Haoyang sat bored at his control station. His gaze occasionally swept over the chat box on the screen, filled with the laughter and chatter of his classmates. So boring, I've won 10 in a row. Is there no one who can push me to use 100 of my combat skills? Sigh. Li Haoyang lightly sighed, typing this line on the virtual screen. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of commotion erupted in the group chat. Mech Prince, your academy ranking is in the top 10. Are you really saying this here? You're just bullying some players who haven't received proper mech training. A sweet voice chimed in the group chat. It was Lin Sinny, a renowned mech modifier in the academy. Yes, if you boast about defeating a few civilians, you're really embarrassing our academy. Other classmates echoed, and the group chat was filled with accusations against Li Haoyang. Another cool, domineering figure appeared in the chat, Zhou Qianqian. Li Haoyang, if you really want to taste the feeling of defeat, I can make it happen for you. Sister Qian is here. She pilots a mech focusing on agility, making it nearly impossible for enemies to hit her trajectory. She's terrifyingly strong, no wonder she's ranked 5th in the academy. Li Haoyang stared intently at the screen, his brows almost furrowed in frustration. His emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. He hadn't expected his casual bragging in the academy group chat to stir such a big response. These people are really making a fuss over nothing. Li Haoyang thought to himself, preparing to type a rebuttal to the doubts directed at him. Just then the combat interface suddenly refreshed, and a new battle notification caught his eye. Li Haoyang's attention was captured as he saw an unfamiliar ID and battle record displayed on the screen. Xingqian Beginner Model Rookie Trainer 001, equipped with basic laser rifle, defensive shield generator, 7 wins 0 losses. Win rate 100. Li Haoyang's eyes lit up, a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up in him. He never expected to encounter such a formidable novice at this moment. It was undoubtedly a challenge for him. Interesting, Li Haoyang muttered to himself, quickly taking a screenshot to send to the group. I've encountered a skilled opponent. He'll post a video later. However, his words did not gain the approval of his classmates. Instead, they were met with ridicule. What kind of skill? Just a rookie with 7 wins using a rookie trainer mech. Sigh, the Alliance Mech Academy is really declining. Li Haoyang, if you lose to this rookie, you'll truly disgrace our academy in the Gemini constellation. Looking at the glaring barrage of comments on the screen, Li Haoyang's anger gradually surged. He took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and furiously typed a rebuttal. You guys are too hateful. Can you win 7 consecutive matches during your novice period? You probably haven't even hit an enemy mech. As soon as Li Haoyang finished speaking, the group chat fell into a sudden silence. His classmates seemed to be stunned by his words, and for a moment no one dared to provoke him again. However, Li Haoyang did not feel relieved by this. He knew clearly that this battle was significant for him. If he lost, not only would he lose the respect of his classmates, but it would also deal a serious blow to his self-esteem. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside distracting thoughts and focused entirely on preparing for the battle. He knew he had to give it his all to win this match. Qin Zhan focused intently on the information on the screen, excitement and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. His opponent was a senior mech master named Space Navigator, piloting the legendary advanced mech, the Time-Space Traveler 205. The weaponry was jaw-dropping, a time-space anchoring device and a cross-dimensional weapon system. The dazzling battle record, 1224 wins and 312 losses with a 79 win rate, further highlighted the opponent's remarkable strength. Finally, I've met a worthy opponent. Qin Zhan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, his desire to battle skyrocketing at that moment. Without hesitation, he clicked the enter button and the interface instantly changed. With a slight tremor, Qin Zhan felt as if he had been transported to another space. The map in front of him was randomly selecting, ultimately settling on a mysterious space map. Pisces Star Region. Qin Zhan murmured, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within him. He had heard of this star region located at the edge of the solar system, known for its harsh environment and unknown dangers. The threats of meteor showers and cosmic radiation were omnipresent, but that was precisely the allure of space battles. Finally, I'm in a space battle. I haven't experienced this yet. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, adjusting his state. He knew this would be an unprecedented challenge, but he was confident he had enough strength to face it. As the map refreshed, two mechs stood like giants in the vastness of space. Around them, floating meteor showers seemed to be the universe's embellishments, adding an aura of mystery and danger. One of the mechs was the legendary time-space Traveler 205, its silver shell shimmering with colors in the light reflected by the stars and meteorites, as if cloaked in a layer of unpredictable magical attire. Is this the time-space Traveler 205? Truly spectacular. Qin Zhan stared at the mech on the screen, a strong sense of shock surging within him. The joints and power core of the mech flickered with a bluish energy glow as if life were pulsating within. On the back of the mech, a large disc was particularly eye-catching, with a crystal at its center pulsating with light, quietly accumulating energy, waiting to unleash powerful spatial energy at a critical moment, firmly anchoring the mech at specific spatial coordinates. Cross-dimensional weapon system. This sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, Qin Zhan murmured, his gaze lingering on the mech's introduction. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed in Qin Zhan's ear. Turning to look, he saw Li Haoyang piloting an advanced mech, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Rookie trainer, no matter how skilled you are, what can you do? My time-space traveler is no pushover, Li Haoyang taunted. Qin Zhan ignored his provocation, merely smiling faintly. No matter how powerful your mech is, you still need to hit me. Your attacks seem as weak as a child's in my eyes. As the countdown for the battle began, on the interface, a tense atmosphere instantly filled the entire space. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, adjusting his state, ready to welcome the impending battle. Meanwhile, Li Haoyang sat confidently in his mech, ready to showcase his skills. He believed that his time-space traveler and cross-dimensional weapon system would be an unbeatable weapon. As the countdown reached its final moment, two mechs surged to life like awakened beasts, unleashing their power in the vastness of space. The rookie trainer and the time traveler, one new and one strong, engaged in a breathtaking duel amid the asteroid belt. Qin Zhan gripped his basic laser rifle tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. He maneuvered the rookie trainer through the dense meteor shower, each movement appearing remarkably agile and precise. The beams shot from the laser rifle sliced through the darkness, reflecting off the starlight in the asteroid belt, creating a unique trajectory of battle. More astonishing was Qin Zhan's rare precognitive ability. In this battle, his eyes seemed to penetrate the fog of time and space, foreseeing each attack trajectory from Li Haoyang. Whenever Li Haoyang prepared to launch an attack, Qin Zhan could always sense the impending surge of energy, allowing him to respond with precision. In a fierce clash, Li Haoyang piloted the time traveler using the space anchor to stabilize his position, then suddenly activated the cross-dimensional weapon system, sending a blinding beam tearing through space toward Qin Zhan. However, just as the beam was about to hit Qin Zhan, he seemed to have anticipated it, skillfully maneuvering the mech to evade the attack at an incredible angle. Li Haoyang watched in disbelief as Qin Zhan dodged his attack, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He quickly launched another assault, this time choosing an even trickier angle, aiming for a decisive blow. Yet again, Qin Zhan demonstrated his astonishing precognitive ability, accurately predicting Li Haoyang's attack trajectory and successfully evading it. Frustrated, Li Haoyang decided to change tactics. He utilized the time traveler's unique ability to jump through space, appearing beside the rookie trainer and firing a shot at Qin Zhan's back. However, his attack was once again evaded by Qin Zhan. It turned out that Qin Zhan had already sensed Li Haoyang's actions through his precognitive ability. He skillfully delivered a backward kick that struck the time traveler's gun, redirecting the energy toward an asteroid. The asteroid exploded under the impact of the energy, scattering countless fragments across space. This scene left Li Haoyang stunned. He had not expected Qin Zhan to use his attack so precisely against him. Seizing the moment while Li Haoyang was caught off guard, Qin Zhan quickly adjusted his stance and fired a laser cannon at the time traveler. Although Li Haoyang was surprised by Qin Zhan's counterattack, he remained calm. He was well aware of the time traveler's strength and raised his hands to block Qin Zhan's attack. However, Qin Zhan did not give up. He understood that relying solely on technique and tactical awareness would not suffice to defeat the powerful time traveler, but he possessed a secret weapon, his precognitive ability. He continuously searched for Li Haoyang's weaknesses during the battle, each maneuver appearing precise and decisive. Qin Zhan mentally rehearsed countless offensive strategies. At that moment, he marveled at the power of advanced mechs, realizing how challenging it was to find a flaw. Finally, during a high-speed maneuver, Qin Zhan spotted Li Haoyang's weakness. He utilized the rookie trainer's agility to circle around to Li Haoyang's flank, then suddenly launched his attack. This time, he did not use the laser rifle. Instead, he activated the defensive shield generator. A transparent energy barrier appeared around the mech, successfully blocking Li Haoyang's attack. Immediately, Qin Zhan seized the opportunity and launched another attack. This time, he unleashed the maximum power of the basic laser rifle. A dazzling beam shattered the darkness, heading straight for Li Haoyang. Although Li Haoyang attempted to dodge, it was too late. The beam accurately struck the time traveler's weak point, causing the mech to lose control instantly. Li Haoyang piloted the time traveler facing Qin Zhan, and his rookie trainer, feeling a wave of shock rise within him. What kind of awareness is this? A rookie mech is actually able to fight evenly with my advanced mech. Li Haoyang marveled inwardly, but he refused to be outdone, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Li Haoyang knew that relying solely on the mech's performance advantage would not allow him to defeat Qin Zhan quickly. Thus, he began to leverage the surrounding environment, particularly the asteroids floating in space. He quickly spatially located a distant asteroid, then made a flash move, instantly appearing behind the asteroid. With a powerful kick, the asteroid seemed to come to life, hurtling toward Qin Zhan's direction at high speed. He followed closely behind, preparing to find a killing opportunity under the cover of the asteroid. Facing the sudden asteroid attack, Qin Zhan revealed no signs of panic. His eyes sparkled with calmness, as if he had already seen through Li Haoyang's intentions. With the help of his precognitive ability, he preemptively predicted the asteroid's flight trajectory and speed. Just as the asteroid was about to collide with his mech, Qin Zhan skillfully maneuvered the rookie trainer, sidestepping the deadly blow. The asteroid grazed past his mech, crashing into another nearby asteroid with a deafening roar. Having dodged the asteroid attack, Qin Zhan did not relax. He already knew Li Haoyang's next move. Sure enough, at the moment of impact, Li Haoyang reappeared in Qin Zhan's view using the spatial leap. The time traveler's weapon system instantly released a dazzling light, sending a beam directly toward the rookie trainer's position. The beam sliced through the silent universe, carrying destructive power toward Qin Zhan. However, facing Li Haoyang's attack, Qin Zhan showed no signs of panic. He had already sensed the attack trajectory through his precognitive ability, quickly adjusting the rookie trainer's posture to nimbly avoid the beam's assault. Having evaded the attack, Qin Zhan did not choose passive defense, but decisively launched a counterattack. He gripped his energy rifle tightly and fired several shots at the time traveler. These seemingly random shots were actually imbued with Qin Zhan's precise judgment of the battle situation. Seeing Qin Zhan counterattack, Li Haoyang couldn't help but sneer. He easily dodged Qin Zhan's shots, relying on the advantages of the time traveler. However, just when he thought he had secured victory, he suddenly noticed an energy bullet flying toward his head. He was startled, and by the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The energy bullet accurately struck the time traveler's head, producing a deafening sound. Li Haoyang felt a violent tremor inside the cockpit. A surge of intense anger and unwillingness welled up within him. He quickly adjusted the mech's posture, trying to stabilize his position. However, Qin Zhan's attack continued unabated. He fired several more energy bullets, each one accurately hitting the vital parts of the time traveler. Under Qin Zhan's relentless assault, the time traveler gradually fell into a predicament. Li Haoyang watched the series of red system alerts, his heart filled with shock and despair. He could hardly believe that a rookie pilot could exhibit such astonishing combat power. This can't be an external enhancement. Impossible, this is the scarce monitoring platform. Li Haoyang shouted furiously. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not change the outcome of the battle. Ultimately, under a powerful energy cannon strike from Qin Zhan, the time traveler completely lost its combat capability. In the deep universe, a blinding light suddenly erupted, marking the explosion of the time traveler, resembling a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly becoming the most dazzling scenery in this star domain. Li Haoyang sat quietly in the control room, the screen in front of him replaying the battle footage, his gaze fixated for a long time. As the footage replayed, Li Haoyang gradually saw how the time traveler he piloted stepped toward its destruction. He vividly remembered how his prized time travel ability seemed so powerless under Qin Zhan's attacks, especially the final few blows that were simply unbelievable. In the footage, the starry figure wielding the cheapest energy gun seemed to have bullets with magical trajectories flying directly toward the time traveler's head. The time traveler, as if pulled by some mysterious force, managed to receive each bullet accurately with its head. Li Haoyang's heart surged with an indescribable shock. He could hardly believe his eyes, nor could he accept that his mech was so vulnerable. He began to reflect on his combat style, questioning whether he had relied too heavily on his time travel ability and neglected training in other aspects, and whether he had underestimated his opponent's strength, leading to his defeat in this battle. Deep within the Alliance Mecha Academy, Li Haoyang sat in front of his computer, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on the video playback on the screen. Conflicted emotions swirled within him as his fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitating whether to share the video in the chat group. The video captured a breathtaking mecha duel with his opponent's astonishing control skills and predictive abilities that Li Haoyang found unforgettable. He knew that once the video was shared, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm in the group. After a fierce internal struggle, Li Haoyang finally made up his mind. He wanted to prove his judgment was correct, that the seemingly ordinary rookie trainer was actually a hidden expert. With trembling fingers, he slowly clicked the send button. As the video uploaded, the atmosphere in the chat group instantly became tense. The once lively chat room fell silent, as if the air itself had solidified. Moments later, the chat exploded with activity. No way is this real? Our mecha prince was actually defeated. Is that rookie trainer's mecha modified? How could he be so strong? Even a time traveler couldn't handle it. This is simply unbelievable. Li Haoyang felt a sense of pride as he read the shocked comments. Taking a deep breath, he slowly typed a line. I told you this person is an expert. Does anyone believe it now? As soon as he sent this, the chat stirred again. Lin Sini, a modified mecha expert at the academy, couldn't help but chime in. That rookie trainer's mecha is indeed unmodified. It's just that the operator is very skilled. Her words immediately garnered agreement from many. Yeah, that star was completely dominant. Li Haoyang, you didn't lose unjustly. This guy with a 100 win rate is definitely something, but when he faces me, he'll have to learn his place. Stop boasting upstairs. You should focus on improving your 50 win rate before stepping up. The discussion in the chat grew increasingly heated as everyone was deeply shaken by the video. In one of the academy's offices, sunlight streamed through the window onto a beautiful and graceful female teacher. She was Qin Zhan, elegantly poised, currently sitting at her desk, her hands flying over the keyboard as she focused on her work. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, receiving a message from a student. Initially, she didn't want to pay attention, but the text made her pause her work. Video of Li Haoyang being completely dominated at the academy. Li Haoyang, the top 10 student. Qin Zhan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could he have been defeated by someone ranked 9th? How could that be possible? With curiosity and a hint of confusion, Qin Zhan gently clicked on the video. As it opened, it displayed a duel between a rookie trainer and a time traveler. She frowned, thinking, how could Li Haoyang, a time traveler, be defeated by such a beginner mecha? Yet the subsequent scenes left her utterly shocked. The rookie trainer, under the control of a player named Xingchen, moved gracefully and swiftly, with every attack landing precisely, while the time traveler appeared clumsy and slow, unable to withstand the assault. Ultimately, Li Haoyang was defeated by this rookie Xingchen. Qin Zhan stared at the screen, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Who is this rookie? How could they so easily defeat a master like Li Haoyang? Her curiosity was thoroughly piqued. After careful consideration, Qin Zhan forwarded the shocking video to Yalan. Yalan, the mecha master who bravely rescued Qin Long, was currently immersed in virtual training. Her eyes were glued to the screen, which displayed a complex battlefield environment with various alien creatures charging at her. Yalan, clad in standard Alliance exoskeleton gear and wielding dual blades, moved swiftly and accurately, each strike hitting its mark. However, these alien creatures were not easy opponents. They were either armored insectoids or aliens from the Radiant Empire, their bodies shimmering like gems, with crystal-like liquid flowing beneath their skin and eyes sparkling with cosmic insight. Yalan furrowed her brow, knowing this battle wouldn't be easy. But she did not back down, and instead she became even more focused on the fight. She skillfully dodged the aliens' attacks while launching fierce counterattacks with her dual blades. Her movements grew faster, each strike leaving silver trails in the air, every attack imbued with immense power. However, the number of alien creatures was overwhelming, and they seemed to possess endless stamina. Yalan began to feel overwhelmed. Her breathing grew rapid, and sweat dripped from her forehead. But she did not give up as she fought even harder. On the virtual battlefield, Yalan stood like an unyielding stone monument, valiantly holding the last line of defense. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. Each swing of her blade seemed to carry the weight of thunder. However, as time passed, her stamina waned, and each breath became labored. Yalan gritted her teeth, sweat streaming down her forehead, soaking her attire. She knew she had reached her limit, but the conviction in her heart kept her from falling. She recalled the tough days of battling the aliens. Those challenging moments became the driving force for her progress. She told herself not to give up, that she must persevere. Just as Yalan was about to be overwhelmed by the aliens, the battlefield environment suddenly changed. The once surging alien beasts vanished without a trace, replaced by a tranquil open space. Yalan knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. She looked up at the sky and saw the system message flashing, indicating training completed. At that moment, Yalan realized she had persevered for 2 hours and 21 minutes, and this achievement had even received its rank evaluation. Improving by 3 minutes from last time, not bad. Yalan stood up, feeling a bit fatigued, but the joy in her heart made her feel incredibly light. She knew this training had not only pushed her limits, but had also helped her discover new methods for battling aliens. Taking a deep breath, she felt the power surging within her, filled with anticipation and confidence for the future. Once Yalan emerged from the virtual environment, her exoskeleton disappeared, revealing her long flowing black hair, often tied back in a ponytail, exuding both competence and feminine grace. Her eyes were deep and bright, as if they could see into the hearts of others, sparkling with wisdom. Her features were delicate, with a straight nose, and her cold expression made her seem unapproachable. Yalin's figure was tall and well-proportioned, dressed in a specially designed mecha pilot suit that accentuated her gallant demeanor. In the vast and boundless solar system, the command center of the mecha warfare zone of the Human Alliance stands like a steel fortress on the edge of the stars. Here lies the strategic core of all mecha units in the solar system, where every command could determine the outcome of an interstellar war. Inside the command center, the atmosphere is solemn and tense. A massive screen displays a star map with various data and information constantly refreshing. Amid this tense ambience, one figure stands out remarkably. It is Yalin, sitting upright in an office chair, her legs crossed, exuding a unique aura of coldness. Her face is devoid of excessive expression, with a pair of sharp eyes fixed intently on the personal terminal in her hand. Her ponytail is neatly tied back, adding a touch of competence. At this moment, her personal terminal displays a message from her mentor. The message mentions a mysterious name, Xingqian. Yalin's brow furrows slightly, a wave of confusion rises in her heart. Who is this Xingqian? Why should I know him? After pondering for a moment, she finally decides to open the video. As the video opens, an intense mecha battle unfolds on screen. A rookie training mecha faces off against an advanced mecha time traveler in a thrilling duel. Yalin watches in astonishment, questioning whether she could ever perform such maneuvers. She cannot help but replay the video, each viewing leaving her in awe. She begins to take a strong interest in this rookie named Xingqian. Who exactly is this rookie that can defeat an advanced mecha time traveler with a training machine? Inside the command center, the atmosphere is heavy and tense. Yalin sits alone at her desk, facing a pile of thick documents and reports. A subtle desire for challenge is reflected in her furrowed brow. She lifts her head, gazing out at the distant starry sky, a strong impulse rising within her. The soft lights in the command center fail to conceal its solemnity and seriousness. Portraits of past commanders hang on the walls, seemingly narrating glorious tales of the past. Outside, the starry sky sparkles, and the Milky Way flows as if nature is paying the highest tribute to this land. Yalin's mind keeps replaying the fierce battles on the virtual mecha competition platform, especially that new star named Xingqian. She wants to personally battle Xingqian to see just how strong this new star is. However, the virtual mecha competition platform keeps all participant information confidential unless she applies to the main brain Shanghai for retrieval of Xingqian's data. But Yalin is only a major, and only a general can retrieve such data. Yalin smiles slightly, her smile revealing a hint of mischief. Interesting, Xingqian. It's been a long time since I've entered the virtual mecha competition. I must fight him and see. At that moment, the door of the command center swings open, and a burly soldier walks in. He wears a perfectly tailored military uniform, tall and straight, like an unyielding pine tree. His skin, darkened by years of military service, radiates a sense of determination and resilience. The officers salute him. General Zhao. Zhao Wuji, a 5-star general of the Human Alliance, one step away from being a special general, has a fondness for Major Yalin, as their family backgrounds are quite similar, which would benefit both families if they were together. He approaches Yalin and asks with a smile, Xiao Lan, what brings you such joy? Yalin looks up at Zhao Wuji, the desire for challenge in her eyes instantly fading, replaced by a hint of indifference. She does not like Zhao Wuji. Although his family background and strength are commendable, she still feels no connection. She responds coolly, General Zhao, it's nothing. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After speaking, she turns and leaves, leaving Zhao Wuji standing there confused. He watches Yalin's departing figure, feeling an inexplicable emotion rise within him. He knows he has special feelings for this cold and beautiful woman, but her indifference and aloofness leave him feeling somewhat helpless. However, he has no plans to give up. Instead, he is even more determined to win her heart. At the Green Star Human Alliance base, night falls, and the stars twinkle. Qin Zhan sits in a virtual pod, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. He gently removes the neural helmet, leaving the world of mecha battles and returning to the reality of the dormitory. The dormitory is brightly lit with the starry sky outside beautifully complementing the indoor lights, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Qin Zhan slowly walks towards his bed, echoes of the intense and thrilling mecha battles still resonating in his heart. Lying on the bed, Qin Zhan recalls the mecha battles from earlier that day, the tense and exciting duels still vivid in his mind. He can't help but exclaim, it's so addictive. However, he also understands that these are merely fleeting images. Upon returning to reality, he feels a wave of emptiness. A determination rises within Qin Zhan. I must have my own mecha in the future. This thought lingers in his mind, igniting his aspirations and expectations for the future. As he thinks, he falls asleep. In the morning, the wake-up call of the military camp breaks the night silence. Qin Zhan quickly sits up from his bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. After freshening up, he prepares to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Just as he steps out of the dormitory, he turns and sees Chun Mingming in military attire. Chun Mingming is tall, and the military uniform fits her perfectly, accentuating her graceful figure. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, she smiles and greets him. Qin Zhan, good morning. Qin Zhan sizes her up, and Chun Mingming notices his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly, as she teasingly remarks, "What are you looking at, you little rascal?" Snap back to reality. Qin Zhan awkwardly touches his nose and smiles. "I wasn't looking at anything, I just planned to have breakfast, and am worried about missing out. Let's go together." Upon hearing this, Chun Mingming's lips curl into a smile, as she nods. "Sure, I was just about to call you to join me." The two walk side by side towards the cafeteria, chatting and laughing, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Once inside, they find a relatively quiet corner to sit down and enjoy a delicious breakfast. Just as they are enjoying their meal, a familiar figure appears in their sight. AI Whale approaches with a tray, her golden ponytail swaying in the breeze, looking both playful and vibrant. She looks at Qin Zhan and Chun Mingming, winking as she asks, "Can I join you too?" Chun Mingming warmly invites AI Whale, "Come sit with us." As she shifts her chair to make space for AI Whale, Qin Zhan curiously asks, "AI Whale, why are you joining us for breakfast today? I usually see you eating alone." AI Whale raises an eyebrow, looking at Qin Zhan with a playful smile. "Oh, is Sergeant Qin not welcoming me?" Qin Zhan senses the atmosphere shift slightly, awkwardly touching his nose and chuckling, "Of course you're welcome." Watching the interaction, Chun Mingming feels a bit puzzled. She senses an underlying tension and unspoken emotions between the two. Outside the cafeteria, the military square is bustling with activity, yet the sounds are surprisingly subdued, as if everyone is immersed in their own worlds. On the training ground, machinery roars and dust swirls as soldiers train vigorously. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and machine oil, evoking a sense of seriousness and tension. Qin Zhan walks ahead, turning back to look at Chun Mingming and AI Whale, a determined light gleaming in his eyes. He speaks, "In planning to train at the training ground. How about you?" Chun Mingming nods in agreement, and thinking the same. With the assessment approaching, we can't afford to slack off. Today there are no official tasks for everyone. The Alliance soldiers rely solely on personal training for assessments. Failure to meet standards results in demotion, and due to the severe penalties, no one dares to slack off. AI Whale looks at Qin Zhan with excitement, her eyes sparkling with a challenge. "Sergeant Qin, would you like to have a match?" Qin Zhan smiles, slightly accepting AI Whale's challenge. "All right, let's have a match. But let's keep it friendly and not hurt each other." Emerald Star, an important base of the Human Alliance, boasts vast training grounds where soldiers hone their combat skills. Today's sunlight filters through the clouds, casting a golden glow that harmonizes with the lush green grass of the training ground, creating a dazzling sight. In this challenging training area, Qin Zhan and AI Whale occupy their respective territories, preparing to engage in an intense contest. Both holding rifles, they stand at the starting point, their gazes firm and sharp. Clad in camouflage uniforms, they resemble valiant warriors on the battlefield. The countdown begins on the training ground, numbers leaping in the air, creating a tense and exhilarating atmosphere. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The referee's voice echoes like a battle horn over the training ground. Qin Zhan and AI Whale charge forward almost simultaneously, their figures darting like two bolts of lightning through the obstacles. Qin Zhan's sharp gaze seems to pierce through everything. His body moves fluidly, effortlessly clearing each obstacle. As he vaults over a tall obstacle, he suddenly raises his hand, his rifle instantly spitting fire, hitting a moving target that just appeared. Immediately after landing, he fires again, hitting another target. His shooting speed and accuracy astonish everyone present. AI Whale, on the other hand, displays her tenacious side. Though her speed is not inferior to Qin Zhan's, her timing in shooting is slightly lacking. She focuses on the distant moving target, trying to find the best opportunity to shoot. However, the target moves swiftly and unpredictably, making it hard for her to aim. Whenever she prepares to shoot, the moving target cleverly evades her aim. As time passes, the distance between Qin Zhan and AI Whale gradually widens. Relying on his excellent predictive ability and precise shooting skills, Qin Zhan maintains a lead. He seems to have grasped the rhythm of the competition, shooting with calm composure. However, just as the competition is nearing its end, AI Whale suddenly displays astonishing explosive power. Gritting her teeth, she accelerates, fiercely chasing Qin Zhan. As she leaps over the last obstacle, she takes a deep breath and decisively raises her rifle. A determined light shines in her eyes, as if to say, "This time, I will hit the target." Indeed, AI Whale does not let herself down. She hits the moving target with a single shot, successfully narrowing the gap with Qin Zhan. On the training ground of Emerald Star, sunlight slants down, casting beams of light onto the obstacle-filled track. The match between Qin Zhan and AI Whale finally comes to an end with the results revealed. Qin Zhan finishes the competition with an astonishing time of 1 minute and 01 seconds, while AI Whale follows closely with a time of 1 minute and 50 seconds. The significant gap in their scores astonishes everyone present. The audience buzzes with excitement, praising Qin Zhan's prowess. "Today has truly opened my eyes. I never expected to see someone so powerful," a soldier exclaimed. "Indeed, AI Whale is strong too, but Qin Zhan is even stronger." Another soldier chimed in. AI Weyla, a well-known figure on the training ground, had always ranked in the top 5 her strength well-known. However, today she had been defeated by Qin Zhan, which surprised many. Among the crowd, Chen Mingming gazed at Qin Zhan's back, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had always regarded Qin Zhan as her role model, striving to keep up with his footsteps. Yet today, she felt the gap between them seemed to widen. Qin Zhan is indeed formidable. At this rate, I will only drift further away from him, Chen Mingming thought to herself, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She knew she couldn't give up like this, she must work even harder. So she took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and prepared to dive into the next round of training. She believed that as long as she continued to work hard, one day, she would be able to catch up to Qin Zhan's pace. On the training ground, sunlight spilled over the neatly arranged facilities, and Qin Zhan, dressed in camouflage, was focused on preparing for the next round of training. His gaze was resolute, as if he could face any challenge head on. However, at that moment, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated, a message flashing on the screen, notifying him to report to Colonel Henry's office. Qin Zhan frowned slightly, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. As a sergeant, he rarely had the opportunity to interact directly with the base commander. He pondered, unsure of the reason for this summons. However, minutes later, his precognitive ability kicked in, and he guessed the reason for the event. He was being transferred to Combat Team 1. Qin Zhan passed through layers of guards and arrived outside the colonel's office. He adjusted his uniform, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Colonel Henry's voice came through. Qin Zhan pushed the door open, stepped into the office, stood at attention, and saluted, saying, "Sir, Sergeant Qin Zhan reporting." Colonel Henry looked up, his gaze falling on Qin Zhan, scanning him up and down before slowly speaking. "Very good, Sergeant Qin, your mental state seems quite well." Then Colonel Henry got straight to the point. "Today, Combat Team 1 has requested to transfer you to their unit. I would like to hear your opinion." Qin Zhan knew full well that this was merely Colonel Henry's polite way of speaking. The orders from the military were non-negotiable, and he had no power to refuse. Nonetheless, Qin Zhan maintained the humility and respect of a soldier, replying, "Sir, I have no objections. A soldier's duty is to obey orders." Colonel Henry nodded at his words, took out a document from the drawer, and handed it to Qin Zhan. "Very well, this is your transfer order. I hope you continue to demonstrate outstanding abilities in your new position, making significant contributions to humanity. Also, I have good news for you. You have been promoted to Staff Sergeant 3rd Class. Congratulations." Qin Zhan accepted the document with both hands, a warm feeling surging in his heart. He knew this was an acknowledgement of his past efforts and an expectation for future challenges. He saluted Colonel Henry with a standard military salute. "Thank you, sir." After leaving the colonel's office, Qin Zhan felt exceptionally excited. He knew that this transfer was both an opportunity and a challenge for him. He would face a more complex combat environment and more demanding task requirements, but he also believed that his abilities and convictions would support him through every hardship. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room at the base, the night was dark as ink with stars twinkling. Major Qin stood in front of the large one-way window, his gaze sharp, observing the situation inside the interrogation room. The dim light inside the room was enough to illuminate the figure of the leader of the Emerald Wing clan. Major Qin frowned slightly, turning to the nearby soldier and asking, "Has it confessed?" The soldier shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Not yet, sir. It seems very resilient. No matter how we question it, it refuses to speak." Hearing this, Major Qin frowned even tighter. He remained silent for a moment, then coldly said, "Continue to increase the intensity of the interrogation. Even if it's a strong alien, it can't withstand relentless questioning. We must obtain the information we want as soon as possible." The soldier nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, sir. I will intensify the interrogation and make it speak as soon as possible." Inside the interrogation room, the leader of the Emerald Wing clan sat quietly in the chair, his gaze piercing through the one-way window, seemingly able to see through Major Qin's thoughts. His eyes were resolute and deep, seemingly unshaken by the pain of interrogation. Just then, Major Qin suddenly spoke, his voice penetrating through the one-way window into the interrogation room. "I know you can understand my words. I know you have your persistence and beliefs. However, this world is cruel. Sometimes for the greater good, we must make some difficult choices. I hope you can understand this." The leader of the Emerald Wing clan slightly raised his head, looking in the direction of Major Qin, a cold smile playing on his lips. He did not speak, but his eyes revealed a stubborn defiance. Outside the interrogation room, Major Qin observed the leader of the Emerald Wing clan's reaction, feeling a stir of emotions within. He knew that this alien race had its own culture and beliefs, but he also understood his mission and responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he said to the nearby soldier, "Continue, but don't go too far. What we need is information, not a dead leader." The soldier acknowledged the order and left while Major Qin continued to watch the reactions of the leader of the Emerald Wing clan. He knew that this interrogation was far from over, and he had to be prepared to face any possible situation. The base of the Green Star Human Alliance is situated in a vast expanse of wilderness surrounded by towering protective walls resembling a formidable fortress. At this moment, the base is bustling with activity. Various warships are neatly lined up in the docking area, resting on the ground like steel behemoths awaiting their next deployment orders. Qin Zhan, holding a deployment order, stepped onto the road to Combat Group 1's headquarters. His strides were firm and powerful, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. The surrounding environment is occasionally interrupted by the roaring sounds of warships launching, immersing one in the thick atmosphere of combat. After walking for a while, Qin Zhan finally arrived at the warship docking area. He looked around, and before him stood massive warships, their colossal bodies shimmering under the sunlight, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled up in Qin Zhan's heart. He knew he was about to become a comrade of these war machines, fighting alongside them to defend the human homeland. He continued forward and finally arrived at Commander Nova's office door. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came the voice of Colonel Nova from inside. Qin Zhan pushed the door open, and a stern-looking officer came into view. Colonel Nova's skin appeared slightly reddened from prolonged space combat, and his hair was a fiery shade of red resembling blazing flames. He was seated at his desk, diligently reviewing the materials in his hands. Qin Zhan stepped forward and respectfully saluted, saying, "Commander Qin Zhan reporting for duty." Colonel Nova lifted his head, his gaze landing on Qin Zhan. He scrutinized Qin Zhan for a moment before nodding. "Sergeant Qin Zhan, welcome to the Firepower Company of Combat Group 1. You will be appointed as the company commander of the 7th Company, responsible for leading your team in executing various tasks." Qin Zhan felt a rush of excitement within, knowing this was the result of his hard work and a recognition of his abilities. He saluted again, expressing his gratitude. Nova then called a guard to take Qin Zhan to the appropriate dormitory. On the way to the dormitory, Qin Zhan chatted with the guard. He curiously asked, "Can we move freely here during our downtime?" The guard replied enthusiastically, "Our Combat Group 1 operates similarly to the outside camps. We can move freely when not on mission." Qin Zhan nodded and asked, "What about combat plans? When will we deploy?" The guard explained, "Combat plans will adjust based on evolving situations. Currently, the base is in a state of readiness, prepared to respond to potential enemy incursions. However, the specific deployment time still awaits orders and arrangements from higher-ups." The guard pointed to a single dormitory and said to Qin Zhan, "This is your dormitory. Settle in for now, and later someone will take you to the 7th Company. Get yourself organized, and I will take you to the 7th Company shortly." Qin Zhan nodded in thanks and walked into the dormitory to start unpacking his luggage. The dormitory was simple, yet tidy, equipped with a bed, desk, and chairs. Qin Zhan arranged his belongings and sat on the bed, looking around, feeling a sense of belonging wash over him. This would be his home for some time. After a while, the guard arrived at the dormitory door and called out, "Qin Zhan, let's go. I'll take you to the 7th Company." Qin Zhan got up and followed the guard, the two heading towards the location of the 7th Company. Along the way, the guard introduced Qin Zhan to the base's situation and daily regulations, which he listened to with great interest. He was filled with anticipation and curiosity about the new collective he was about to join. Finally, they arrived at the location of the 7th Company. From a distance, Qin Zhan saw a wide training ground where soldiers were intensely engaged in training. He noticed that in the corner of the training ground, 3 squad leaders were intently guiding the soldiers' movements. The guard led Qin Zhan into the training area, and the 3 squad leaders immediately stopped training and approached Qin Zhan to salute. One of the squad leaders spoke. "Good day, Commander. This is the Firepower Company of the 7th Company. I am Squad Leader Zhang Feng. May I ask what your orders are?" Qin Zhan's gaze fell upon the soldier before him, who was tall and muscular, resembling an ironclad warrior, exuding an unmistakable sense of strength. He nodded to himself and returned a standard salute, saying, "I am the newly appointed Company Commander Qin Zhan. I hope to work together harmoniously in the days to come and fight for the honor of the Firepower Company." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed a gloomy expression on the faces of the 3 squad leaders. The guard also noticed the subtle atmosphere and decisively stepped forward, addressing the 3 with a stern voice. "This is an order from Colonel Nova. Please execute it strictly." His tone conveyed an undeniable authority. The guard then turned to Qin Zhan and introduced the 3 individuals before him. "Commander Qin, this is Sergeant Zhang Feng, Sergeant Li Na, and Sergeant Wang Hao. They are all backbone members of the 7th Company. If you have any questions later, you can directly approach Colonel Nova. I have other duties to attend to and will take my leave now." After saying this, he saluted Qin Zhan and then jogged away. Qin Zhan looked at the 3 sergeants before him, especially the spirited female soldier Li Na, feeling a surge of respect within him. He took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Staff Sergeant Qin Zhan. In the coming days, I hope we can work together, sincerely united in our fight for the honor of the Firepower Company." However, his words did not fully alleviate the doubts in the minds of the three sergeants. Lina was the first to speak, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Report, Commander, our 7th Company is a combat unit. We need to be on the front lines, not warship operators. Moreover, we have never had a case of an airdropped company commander before. Her eyes revealed her dissatisfaction and doubt about Qin Zhan's unexpected appointment. Wang Hao took over the conversation, his voice steady and strong. Commander, the military is a place where strength matters. We respect your rank, but we place more importance on your abilities and performance. His words revealed doubts about Qin Zhan's capabilities. Zhang Feng directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Commander, we obey the orders from the military, but we are not convinced. We want to see a commander who can lead our 7th Company to victory, not just a theorist who talks a good game. Facing the doubts and dissatisfaction of the three sergeants, Qin Zhan did not get angry. He understood that to earn their respect and trust, he needed to prove himself through strength and actions. He smiled slightly and said, I understand your concerns and dissatisfaction. I accept any challenges from any of you. If I lose, I will voluntarily request to be reassigned from the 7th Company. What do you think? In the training ground of the 7th Squad of the Firepower Battalion, the atmosphere was tense and fervent. Qin Zhan stood in the center facing 3 formidable squad leaders, Zhang Feng from the 1st Squad, Li Na from the 2nd Squad, and Wang Hao from the 3rd Squad. Surrounding him, soldiers formed a circle, their gazes intently fixed on the new squad leader. N.A. The soldiers of the 7th Squad had long heard of the arrival of their new squad leader, and at this moment, they all held a mix of curiosity and anticipation, eager to witness the prowess of this new commander. The 3 squad leaders were equally filled with curiosity and a desire for challenge towards the newly appointed leader. Zhang Feng was the first to speak, his voice loud and powerful. Squad leader, our 7th Squad soldiers are tough nuts to crack. If you want us to submit, you'll need to show us your true skills. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement arose. Qin Zhan smiled faintly. He was not swayed by Zhang Feng's words. He understood that to earn the soldiers' respect and trust, he must demonstrate his own strength. He nodded and said, I understand. I look forward to your guidance. At this moment, Wang Hao stepped forward, a sly smile on his face. Squad leader, since we are in the Firepower Battalion, close combat is essential. How about I challenge you? Don't refuse. Wang Hao's words immediately sparked discussions among the soldiers. Some soldiers believed Wang Hao was leveraging his advantages to intimidate the new squad leader, while others thought this was a rare opportunity to witness the true strength of their new leader. In the sky, a drone silently swept across the horizon, its camera precisely aimed at the situation unfolding below. In the command room, monitoring personnel closely watched the screen, their brows furrowed. They were preparing to use the drone to communicate, attempting to disperse the crowd below. However, at that moment, an officer suddenly halted them. Project the screen onto the big screen, the officer said in a deep voice. As per his command, the information on the big screen quickly switched to show Qin Zhan and the others. The officer gazed at the big screen, his eyes deep. He calmly stated, such occurrences are common in the military. A strength speaks volumes. If we suppress this today, it could lead to complications in future combat missions. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding monitoring personnel nodded silently in agreement. They understood that while the officer's words were simple, they encapsulated the truth of military life. Strength is paramount. At this moment, Qin Zhan was looking at Wang Hao, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He did not show any signs of tension or displeasure in response to Wang Hao's challenge. Instead, he appeared calm and unflustered. He lowered his head and drew a small circle on the ground, just enough to fit 2 feet, then looked up and said lightly, as long as you can make me step outside this circle, you win. This scene was witnessed by everyone in the command room from afar, instantly causing an uproar. Has Qin Zhan become too arrogant? One officer expressed dissatisfaction. Who does he think he is? How dare he look down on the hand-to-hand combat experts of the 7th Squad? However, the officer sitting next to him silently observed the screen, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. He had previously watched Qin Zhan's battle videos and knew that this new squad leader was far from ordinary. As soon as this was said, everyone in the room was shocked. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with anger. No one had ever looked down on him like this. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking, as if signaling his dissatisfaction and determination. Squad leader, you said it. Wang Hao shouted angrily, his voice laced with unyielding fighting spirit. Zhang Feng and Li Na looked at Qin Zhan's behavior, feeling as if they were watching a fool stunned. Qin Zhan smiled, faintly nodding in affirmation. He was not shaken by Wang Hao's anger. He believed that only through such challenges could he truly conquer these soldiers. Wang Hao took a deep breath and assumed a fighting stance. His movements were swift and powerful, every detail revealing his rich fighting experience. He was determined to prove his strength in front of this new squad leader, making him aware of his capabilities. The surrounding soldiers held their breath, their eyes glued to the two in the arena. They murmured among themselves, some believing Wang Hao would surely win, as he had always been the combat expert of the 7th Squad, while others felt that Qin Zhan might bring surprises. After all, he was the new squad leader and must possess remarkable strength. Wang Hao charged fiercely at Qin Zhan, adopting a military boxing stance, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Qin Zhan's head. This punch was infused with all his strength, moving at great speed, seemingly intent on knocking Qin Zhan down in one blow. Squad leader, watch out! The soldiers outside exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Wang Hao's attack to be so fierce. However, Qin Zhan seemed to have already seen through Wang Hao's attack pattern. He slightly tilted his head and easily dodged the punch. Wang Hao's attack missed, and he was taken aback, but he did not give up, immediately adjusting his stance and continuing to launch a frenzied attack on Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan stood still, as solid as a mountain. He effortlessly evaded all of Wang Hao's attacks, whether it was punches or close combat. Nothing could touch him. The soldiers outside watched in disbelief, murmuring among themselves. How is this possible? Qin's squad leader isn't moving, yet Wang Hao can't even hit him. One soldier exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, his reflexes are incredible. Another soldier chimed in. Li Na and Zhang Feng were also watching the match from outside. Li Na exclaimed in astonishment, is he a robot? How can he achieve this level of skill? Zhang Feng also marveled. Qin Zhan is truly remarkable. It's the first time I've seen someone handle Wang Hao's attacks so effortlessly. Qin Zhan continued to let Wang Hao attack, showing no intention of countering. After a while, he casually said, it's my turn now, squad leader Wang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhan launched an attack. His fist struck toward Wang Hao with a speed that dazzled the eyes. Wang Hao tried to dodge, but it was already too late. His face was just in the path of Qin Zhan's fist, and with a loud bang, Wang Hao was sent flying several meters away. Wang Hao struggled to get up, his face covered in blood. He was utterly shocked, having never expected to lose so miserably. He wiped the blood from his face and slightly opened his mouth to say, I lost. The soldiers outside erupted in astonishment, not expecting the match to end in such a manner. As the combat expert of the 7th Squad, Wang Hao had lost so dramatically. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan had conquered everyone with his astonishing reflexes and strength. In the command room, everyone was fixated on the screen, feeling as if they were watching a movie. Can someone really achieve this? One officer remarked. I've seen his battle videos before, and they were even more exaggerated. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Wow. In the training ground of the 7th Company of the Firepower Camp, sunlight cast its rays on the neatly arranged equipment, reflecting a metallic sheen. Qin Zhan stood before the crowd, his gaze resolute, addressing the remaining 2 individuals. What shall we compete in next? Li Na's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. She straightened her posture and stepped forward, declaring shooting. Her words exuded confidence and anticipation. After speaking, she turned and strode towards the shooting range with firm and powerful steps. Qin Zhan smiled slightly and followed closely behind. The soldiers witnessing this began to whisper among themselves. Li's squad leader is renowned for her speed in shooting, one soldier whispered, filled with admiration. Yeah, I remember in the last drill she hit 5 targets all by herself. Another soldier added, admiration shining in his eyes for Li Na. But looking at Qin Liansang's confident expression, it seems Li's squad leader might lose. A young soldier couldn't help but interject, his voice low, but drawing attention from those around. What are you talking about? Shooting is different from close combat. An old soldier shot him a glare, reminding him not to jump to conclusions. Wang Hao quietly observed Qin Zhan's figure, already convinced. He recalled his earlier confrontation with Qin Zhan, impressed by the overwhelming strength and calm demeanor he displayed. He understood that although the shooting competition was different from close combat, since Qin Zhan could demonstrate such formidable strength in combat, he would surely excel in shooting as well. At the shooting range, Li Na was already prepared. She picked up her firearm, adjusted her breathing, and readied herself for the challenge. Qin Zhan also reached his position, remaining composed rather than feeling nervous about Li Na's reputation. He understood that shooting was not merely a competition of speed and accuracy, but also a test of mindset and stability. On the training ground, rows of obstacles and numerous moving targets were neatly arranged, presenting a series of challenges. The contestants stood at the starting line, their gazes firm, ready to embrace this dual test of speed and shooting skills. The referee stood by, holding a timer, loudly announcing the competition begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Na quickly pulled the trigger and dashed forward like an arrow. She skillfully vaulted over the obstacles, hitting a target accurately every time she landed. The surrounding soldiers gasped in awe. Awesome. Truly the shooting king of the 1st Company, one soldier exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Incredible, her moves are so agile. Another soldier couldn't help but praise her. Go Li Na. The spectators rallied, cheering for her. It seemed Li Na heard their calls, and her movements became even faster and more precise. She continued to leap over obstacles, shooting at moving targets, and each time she shot, the sound of targets being hit echoed. The flying targets, which were relatively challenging due to their speed and small size, were also shot down by Li Na. As time passed, Li Na gradually approached the finish line. She leaped, landing steadily on the ground before sprinting towards the end. The referee quickly pressed the timer. 62 seconds. 32 moving targets, he announced loudly. The soldiers were in an uproar discussing this astonishing result. A new record. The previous fastest time of 64 seconds set by the 7th Company has been shattered, even though 64 seconds was also her own record, a soldier remarked in astonishment. Li Na is truly impressive. Not only is her shooting technique superb, but her agility is remarkable as well, another soldier exclaimed. Li Na stood at the finish line, her face radiating joy from victory. She turned back to look at the obstacles she had just crossed and the targets she had shot at, filled with a sense of accomplishment. She knew this achievement was hard-earned, the result of her diligent training. In the monitoring room, the atmosphere was tense yet lively. The officers stared intently at the screen, their attention focused on Li Na's agile figure. As she hit the flying targets one after another, applause erupted within the monitoring room. No wonder she is the top shooter of the 1st Company. Her skill is truly unmatched, one officer praised. Indeed, she has hit over 10 flying targets. Qin Zhan might find it hard to surpass her. Another officer agreed. Qin Zhan will surely have to face humiliation now. Let's see how he handles it later, someone whispered. He must regret boasting so much earlier, another added. After the competition, the soldiers surrounded Li Na to congratulate her. She humbly smiled, stating that it was what she should do. However, when her gaze turned to Qin Zhan, a hint of provocation appeared in her expression. Qin Zhan stood to the side, witnessing Li Na's outstanding performance. Rather than feeling disheartened, he felt a surge of inner fighting spirit. He picked up a training rifle, caressing its cold metallic feel, his eyes shining with determination. I'm ready, he said to the referee, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve. The referee, holding a timer, stood at the starting line, loudly announcing, the competition begins. With the referee's command, Qin Zhan dashed out rapidly. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, and the sound of bullets slicing through the air echoed across the training ground. The soldiers held their breath, their eyes glued to Qin Zhan at the shooting range. They saw him shooting while in motion, each pull of the trigger resulting in the sound of targets being hit. The rapidly moving targets appeared to be his prey, and he was the precise hunter. He even fired wildly, while vaulting over obstacles, his shooting skills astonishing everyone. Qin Lianzhang is incredibly strong. He doesn't even need to stop to shoot, one soldier exclaimed in surprise. Look, he hasn't missed a single flying target, he's hit them all. Another soldier marveled, this is unbelievable, Qin Zhan's strength is off the charts. The soldiers murmured among themselves. On the training ground, Qin Zhan leaped and rolled, effortlessly clearing obstacles. His movements were swift and fluid, resembling an agile leopard. However, what was shocking was that during his aerial roll, Qin Zhan did not cease firing. The rifle in his hand seemed an extension of his body, moving with him, even firing while rolling. The spectators were left dumbfounded, discussing Qin Zhan's incredible performance. How is this possible? Shooting accurately while in the air. One soldier exclaimed. Yeah, this is like a scene from a sci-fi movie, another soldier agreed. Even Li Na, usually calm, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. She watched Qin Zhan's figure as he rolled and shot in the air, questioning in her mind. Is he even human? Could he be an alien in disguise? However, the soldiers quickly dismissed Li Na's thoughts. Stop talking nonsense. There are no aliens in the army, an old soldier rebutted. Every soldier in the human alliance undergoes thorough physical examinations. Yes, Qin Lianzhang has been rigorously selected and trained. He cannot be an alien, another soldier added. Despite dismissing Li Na's thoughts, the soldiers remained in awe of Qin Zhan's performance. They watched as Qin Zhan shot while rolling in the air like a glowing ball, rolling and hitting every target without fail. This was the result of countless rehearsals in Qin Zhan's mind, showcasing the terrifying nature of precognition. Qin Zhan sprinted forward, finally reaching the destination. The referee quickly pressed the timer, announcing 50 seconds, 121 moving targets. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, as if shocked by Qin Zhan's astonishing performance. They silently watched Qin Zhan, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. In the midst of the silence, Qin Zhan felt a bit uneasy. He scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. What's wrong? Did I perform poorly? At that moment, a huge cheer suddenly erupted, breaking the silence. I dare say there's no one in the Alliance army who can do it this fast, one soldier shouted excitedly. This is incredible, I am truly amazed. Another soldier added. The soldiers' comments surged, expressing their respect for Qin Zhan. Qin Lianzhang, your shooting skills are too incredible. A soldier sincerely praised. Yes, he's like a walking killing machine, another soldier couldn't help but exclaim. In the monitoring room, the officers were equally astonished by Qin Zhan's performance. They whispered among themselves, discussing Qin Zhan's outstanding display. One officer immediately ordered, save the video and handle it confidentially. I want to upload it to the military headquarters. Other staff swiftly took action to save the competition video and upload it to the scarce server of the military headquarters. At this moment, the main brain scarce flickered. It had long maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor, but now it showed a keen interest in Qin Zhan's video. In the virtual space, the light of the star C flickered as if pondering something. After a long while, the star C finally classified Qin Zhan's video into a confidential space. Looking at Qin Zhan's profile, the star C seemed to stir. It seemed to sense that this soldier named Qin Zhan would bring more glory and brilliance to the Alliance army in the days to come. Qin Zhan stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each familiar face, finally settling on the last squad leader, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, what shall we compete in next? Qin Zhan's voice was steady and powerful, capturing the attention of the soldiers around him. Zhang Feng smiled, slightly confidence flashing in his eyes. What we just saw were basic skills of a soldier. I want to compete in something different. Command. The soldiers murmured among themselves, whispers rising and falling around them. Looks like squad leader Zhang is ready to show his true skills. Yes, Captain Qin was so impressive earlier. I wonder if he can outmaneuver squad leader Zhang in command. Qin Zhan nodded in agreement, indicating his consent. All right, how shall we compete? Zhang Feng pointed towards a nearby virtual battle room. We have a virtual sandbox where we can simulate battles to test our command abilities. As he spoke, he led Qin Zhan to the virtual combat area. Zhang Feng entered a virtual room, first turning back to Qin Zhan and saying, "One room each, we will each devise a strategy and see the results on the sandbox." Qin Zhan followed, closely stepping into another virtual room. The soldiers gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to witness how this unusual competition would unfold. What tactics will Captain Qin employ this time? Squad leader Zhang is certainly a master. Can Captain Qin cope with him? The soldiers' discussions rose and fell, adding tension and anticipation to the upcoming competition. Inside the virtual room, Qin Zhan and Zhang Feng sat in front of high-definition screens, both focused intently on the sandbox map displayed on their screens. Zhang Feng began to quickly set up his tactics, his fingers flying over the keyboard as the sandbox map on the screen shifted. Look at squad leader Zhang's technique. He must be well prepared this time. A soldier remarked in admiration. Indeed, Captain Qin might face a formidable opponent this time, another soldier echoed. However, Qin Zhan did not act immediately. He quietly observed the map on the screen as if deep in thought. This puzzled the surrounding soldiers. Why hasn't Captain Qin started setting up yet? Time waits for no one, one soldier exclaimed anxiously. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, Qin Zhan suddenly began to deploy his troops at lightning speed. His swift movements stunned the watching soldiers, as he had seemingly seen the opponent's strategy in his mind. What's up with Captain Qin? Why is he suddenly so fast? Could it be that he was contemplating the big picture? Zhang Feng noticed Qin Zhan's actions and provocatively communicated through his device. Captain Qin, be careful, my tactics are not so easily seen through. Qin Zhan smiled slightly, responding, let's see the outcome. As the competition officially began, the red and blue armies on the virtual sandbox clashed fiercely. The soldiers watched the screen intently, their eyes wide with awe and murmurs of discussion erupting. Under the vast sky of the virtual battlefield, the Blue Army's command ship led 6 main battleships, forming a magnificent formation as they marched powerfully towards Target A. Meanwhile, landing ships and drone formations silently carried thousands of maneuverable soldiers, stealthily launching a surprise attack on Qin Zhan's red logistics base. Looks like squad leader Zhang is playing a feint. A soldier observed the battlefield and couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, squad leader Zhang's tactics are always unexpected. As the battle progressed, the Blue Army appeared to have the upper hand. At Base A, they had nearly taken over the entire area due to their ingenious tactical arrangements and formidable firepower support. The Red Army's defenses faltered under the Blue Army's fierce assault, the situation growing precarious. It seems the Red Army is in trouble. Captain Qin is facing a significant challenge this time, one soldier said with concern. Just as everyone thought the Red Army was about to be defeated, the battle suddenly took an unexpected turn. The Blue Army soldiers were celebrating their victory at Base A, unaware that the Red Army had already laid a trap. Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual about the Red logistics base. Look, the Red side has left a Thunderbolt ship and many maneuverable soldiers on guard. This discovery shocked the soldiers. This puts the Blue Army in danger. Won't their logistics base be exposed to the Red Army's attack? Just as the Blue Army was in a panic, the Red Army's counterattack had quietly begun. Inside the Red logistics base, the Thunderbolt ship's cannon fire pounded the Blue Army's front lines, while maneuverable soldiers launched a fierce assault against them. Meanwhile, other Red warships emerged from their ambush positions surrounding the Blue warships. The Blue Army suddenly found themselves in a passive position, forced to split their forces to cope with the Red Army's onslaught. Zhang Feng, sweating profusely, watched the Blue Army's defeat on the sandbox, unable to believe that if this were a real battlefield, he would be the sinner sacrificing countless lives. Qin Zhan stared expressionlessly at the sandbox, as if the entire battlefield was under his control. His gaze was deep and resolute, seeming to penetrate the fog of the virtual battlefield and perceive every move of the enemy. Captain Qin truly is insightful. No enemy schemes can escape his notice, a soldier said in admiration. Yes, with Captain Qin here we will surely achieve victory in future battles. Another soldier confidently echoed. As the battle progressed, the red and blue sides engaged in fierce competition. Within the red logistics base, blue army soldiers and drones were caught in a vortex of death, swiftly and precisely eliminated by the red army. At the same time, the red army's firepower was fiercely pounding the blue army's logistics facilities, causing severe damage. Around base A, the blue warships were also retreating under the red army's siege. The red army's warships launched attacks from all directions, forcing the blue army into a passive defensive position. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and smoke, with soldiers on both sides fighting desperately for victory. Just as everyone thought the battle was about to enter a stalemate, the red army suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. With excellent command skills and tactical arrangements, Qin Zhan successfully turned the tide. He cleverly exploited the blue army's negligence and weaknesses, launching a lethal assault. In an instant, the blue army's defenses were shattered by the red army's ferocious attack. The blue army soldiers were thrown into chaos, unable to withstand the red army's offensive. Meanwhile, the red army grew bolder, continuously expanding their gains. After an intense struggle, the red army ultimately emerged victorious. With his excellent command skills and tactical arrangements, Qin Zhan successfully reversed the situation, earning the soldiers' praise and respect. Captain Qin truly has a knack for this. The red army has begun their counterattack. The soldiers excitedly discussed, singing praises for Qin Zhan's command capabilities. Zhang Feng, however, accepted the fact of his defeat with a heavy heart. He tremblingly clicked the concede button, unable to accept that he had been so thoroughly defeated by Qin Zhan. The officers in the monitoring room watched the battle unfold on the sandbox, also marveling at Qin Zhan's tactical arrangement. They all expressed that this command was a crushing victory. Qin Zhan had completely predicted the opponent's tactics, demonstrating extraordinary command talent and strategic vision. Officer, in this command, Qin Zhan completely anticipated the opponent's tactics. If he had made even one wrong guess, failure could have ensued. Another officer remarked, "This is an irreplicable tactic." This battle not only allowed the soldiers to deeply understand the unpredictability and cruelty of war, but also made them trust and respect Qin Zhan's command abilities even more. On the training ground of Combat Group 1A, Qin Zhan faced Zhang Feng and two others, a triumphant smile gracing his face. His gaze was piercing, sweeping over the soldiers before him, as if he could see into their hearts. "Have you all submitted?" Qin Zhan's voice was loud and powerful, exuding undeniable confidence. Zhang Feng and the others exchanged glances, feeling reluctant, yet helpless. They nodded in unison, saying, "We submit, we submit." The surrounding soldiers could not help but murmur among themselves, knowing that Qin Zhan's displayed strength was enough to earn their admiration. His tactical layout, command abilities, and grasp of the situation made him unparalleled. The soldiers' admiration was evident, overflowing in their expressions. "Team leader Qin is truly impressive. We are wholeheartedly convinced." A soldier sincerely exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, his tactical arrangements are exquisite. We never expected such brilliance." Another soldier echoed. The soldiers' admiration for Qin Zhan was palpable, and they expressed their desire to learn from him and improve their combat abilities. Qin Zhan offered encouragement, and the soldiers felt invigorated. Seeing their respectful faces, he felt a deep satisfaction. He knew that only by gaining their true trust could he better command them in battle. "All right, everyone return to training." Qin Zhan waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to leave. "Thanks to the 3 squad leaders. If there's anything, you can come directly to me." Qin Zhan spoke to Zhang Feng and the others, who promptly nodded in agreement, signaling that they would cooperate fully with Qin Zhan's work. The soldiers were high-spirited, and the atmosphere on the training ground was lively. Encouraged by Qin Zhan, they returned to the training ground with enthusiasm. Qin Zhan finally resolved the soldiers' reluctance, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. However, he did not rest on his laurels, but began to contemplate the next steps. He longed to experience the competitive world of virtual mechas, the immersive feeling thrilling him. Thus, he decisively headed to the virtual zone to savor that unique charm. As Qin Zhan walked briskly towards the virtual zone, Li Na, Zhang Feng, and Wang Hao witnessed his back. They watched his determined and powerful stride, feeling a surge of admiration in their hearts. They knew that Qin Zhan was a standout among them, his strength and courage earning their respect. At the same time, they silently vowed to enhance their training and improve their skills to surpass Qin Zhan one day. If they knew Qin Zhan when to play virtual mechas, they would definitely criticize him for not training as a team leader. Qin Zhan arrived before the virtual mecha, looking at the massive machine before him, filled with curiosity and anticipation. He eagerly climbed into the mecha, donning the brink computer helmet. As a wave of time-traveling sensation washed over him, he instantly entered the mecha competition platform. In this brand new world, Qin Zhan looked at his record: 8 wins and 0 losses, a 100 win rate. He realized that this score was far from enough to purchase a better mecha. He pondered perhaps I should continue competing using the basic training mecha to hone my driving skills. This way I can not only enhance my abilities, but also better appreciate the charm of the mecha. After some internal deliberation, Qin Zhan clicked the battle button. On the other side of the network, a punk-style beauty named Sun Yuhan was passionately interacting with her fans in a live stream. She was dressed in a stylish outfit with a cool hairstyle exuding both fashion and vitality. At that moment, she confidently spoke to the camera, "My goal today is a 10-game winning streak. I've already won 9 games. Everyone, let's cheer together. The 10-game winning streak is within reach. Let's send in the gifts." The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly lively as viewers sent in comments of support and anticipation. However, at that moment, a comment about yesterday's battle caught everyone's attention. "Sister Han, yesterday's fat brother really made me laugh. He got demolished by a newbie." As soon as this comment appeared, it sparked discussions among other viewers. "I saw that match too. That person was definitely not a newbie. There's even a video online of fat brother's advanced mecha attacks. All missed. What a shame. Sister Han, be careful. Oh, I hope you don't run into this expert." Sun Yuhan naturally saw these comments. She frowned slightly and replied defiantly, "Is it that person named Xingqian? I also watched that video. Humph, he just didn't run into me. If I run into him, I'll show him what a true expert really is." Her words were filled with provocation and confidence, exciting the viewers in the live stream even more. The comment section erupted again. "Sister Han's skills are definitely not something that fat brother could compare to. It must be that fat brother is too weak. Sister Han, go for it. You must secure the 10-game winning streak and take down that Xingqian." Just now, Sister Han set the goal for a 10-game winning streak, and we all know that the flag cannot be casually planted. Sun Yuhan's matching screen suddenly refreshed, revealing her opponent's information. The viewers' eyes widened in shock as the comment section began to scroll wildly. The screen displayed Xingqian rookie trainee, 8 wins 0 losses 100 win rate. This record was astonishing, especially for the always confident Sun Yuhan. "Sister Han is indeed a crow's mouth. She jinxed it. Haha, you made me laugh. You really shot your mouth off." Another comment followed closely, clearly mocking Sun Yuhan's previous confident remarks. However, not everyone shared this attitude. Some question, "What are you laughing about? Isn't it just a newbie? This trash mecha dares to tell Sister Han to be careful. Exactly, just a shrimp head." Someone else chimed in. But at that moment, a prominent notification appeared in the chat. "Streamer Fat Brother has entered the live stream." This news instantly heightened the atmosphere in the live stream. Fat Brother's entry seemed to add more intrigue to this showdown. He quickly typed, "I saw the big shot online, so I clicked in." As soon as this was said, the number of viewers in the live stream began to surge. Viewers left comments expressing anticipation for the showdown. Yesterday, watching Fat Brother was not enough. Today the big shot is online. However, some fans felt unfair for Sun Yuhan. "What the heck, this is our Sister Han's live stream. You trolls need to leave." Faced with various voices in the live stream, Sun Yuhan smiled confidently. She quickly typed in response, "Fans' guests are welcome. You don't argue. Just wait and see me blow him up." This statement instantly pushed the atmosphere in the live stream to a climax. Viewers expressed their support. "Sister Han, go for it. You must win. Sister Han is the best. We believe in you." Fat Brother also seemed to be influenced by Sun Yuhan's confidence, commenting, "Then let's see who the true expert really is." In the depths of the virtual world, Qin Zhan sat in the cockpit of his mech, his gaze fixed on the screen. His heartbeat quickened with the changes on the interface, each second filled with anticipation and tension. Suddenly, the interface trembled and new opponent information flashed across like lightning. Rainy Night Assassin, Phantom Hunter 203 Weaponry, Sniper, Energy Gun, Stealth, Cloaking Device. 2,354 wins and 432 losses and 84 win rate. Qin Zhan's eyes instantly lit up, feeling an unprecedented excitement. This is a master, a true challenger. Meanwhile, the barrage section erupted. This is simply Phantom Hunter's exclusive map. The system is clearly on Sister Han's side. Star's 100 win rate is in jeopardy. The viewers' emotions were ignited as if they had already foreseen the intensity and excitement of this duel. The system continued to operate, entering the map selection phase. Qin Zhan's gaze followed the changes on the interface, finally locking onto the challenging planet, Storm Star. Storm Star, a planet shrouded in darkness and storms year-round. Its surface is covered with sharp rocks with winds like blades and torrential rains. However, it is precisely this environment that has allowed humanity to build structures capable of withstanding storms and develop high-tech industries such as wind energy generation and meteorological research. Sun Yuhan looked at the map on the screen, a smug smile appearing on her face. She shouted loudly to the live stream room, "Family, this is a sure win. Watch how this lady snipes Star." Her voice was filled with confidence and provocation, as if she could already see victory beckoning her. However, Fat Brother was unwilling to accept this outcome and sent a barrage. Not necessarily with Star's operation, a counterattack is still possible. This sparked an uproar in the barrage section. "This is outrageous. Fat brother is just being jealous of Sister Han's victory. Exactly, shrimp-headed man. The viewers expressed their opinions, and the barrage section was lively. The countdown to the start of the match began, and Qin Zhan was ready. He found himself in the virtual world of the mech competition platform, facing a terrain and performance entirely in favor of his opponent. He was even more excited, wondering if he could win with his ability to predict. Stormstar, this planet shrouded in darkness and storms year-round, is the stage for this duel. Qin Zhan piloted the rookie training mech, stepping onto this challenging land. The howling winds and pouring rain-sharp rocks flickered in the darkness, as if they could pierce the mech shell at any moment. Qin Zhan took a deep breath and focused his attention on the screen. He quickly activated the mech thrusters, weaving through the storm, dodging the flying rocks and the deluge. At the same time, his eyes were glued to the radar on the screen, searching for his opponent's trace. Sun Yuhan calmly activated her Phantom Hunter mech, using the stealth cloaking device to approach Qin Zhan silently, like a ghost. Her sniper energy gun was tightly gripped in her hand, gleaming with a cold light, seemingly heralding the imminent deadly strike. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan was fully focused on searching for Sun Yuhan's trace. However, just as a scene flashed in his mind of the rookie training mech being obliterated by an energy blast from behind, he suddenly came back to his senses, realizing Sun Yuhan's position. He quickly adjusted the mech's direction and charged towards the rear. Sun Yuhan, piloting the Phantom Hunter, silently closed in on the ambush point, setting up her sniper energy gun ready to deliver an unexpected blow to Qin Zhan. However, just as she was about to pull the trigger, she was surprised to see the rookie training mech charging directly towards her. Those sharp rocks seemed like they were no match for Qin Zhan's rookie training mech, as he effortlessly vaulted over the rocks, maintaining his speed. He maneuvered the mech through the rocks, sometimes leaping to higher ground to survey the situation, and sometimes diving into low-lying areas to evade attacks. The viewer's barrage scrolled rapidly on the screen. Has Star discovered Sister Han? No way, the Phantom Hunter is still cloaked. It should just be running around blindly, trying to avoid the sniper energy gun. The sniper energy gun is the latest equipment. The speed of that energy is 100 times the speed of light. How can a person dodge that? Exactly, mecha literate. Amidst the audience's debates, Qin Zhan seemed oblivious. He was fully focused on piloting the mech, skillfully evading any potential attacks. His gaze was determined and calm, as if he could see through Sun Yuhan's invisibility. Sun Yuhan was quietly hiding behind a large rock in her mech. Her heart was filled with shock. Has he discovered me? How is that possible? I am cloaked. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. Since she had been discovered, she decided to take a shot first. She aimed at the direction of Qin Zhan's mech movement, pulling the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, a beam of energy shot from her sniper energy gun, slicing through the air, speeding towards Qin Zhan. Sun Yuhan's lips curled slightly, as if she could already see the moment Qin Zhan's mech was hit. She silently thought, goodbye, rookie. However, just as she believed victory was within her grasp, Qin Zhan displayed astonishing reflexes and predictive abilities. At the moment Sun Yuhan pulled the trigger, the rookie training mech seemed to sense the danger in advance. It reacted swiftly, executing a slide to cleverly evade the attack. The energy beam grazed past his mech, barely missing it. The viewer's barrage erupted on the screen. I can't believe this. What did I just see? Star predicted Sister Han's prediction. Look, that energy beam passed right next to Star's mech. Fat brother at this moment was also excitedly sending a barrage. Yes, that's the feeling. Go Star. Haha, I understand Fat brother's feelings. Right, I laughed so hard watching Fat brother stream yesterday. The excitement and surprise expressed in the barrage infected the entire livestream room, as if the audience were personally immersed in this intense mech battle. Qin Zhan piloted the rookie training mech, his gaze resolute, aiming at Sun Yuhan's cloaked position. He took a deep breath and decisively pulled the trigger. A beam of energy sliced through the sky, heading straight for Sun Yuhan. She sensed the impending danger, her heart tightened, and she quickly channeled energy to her shield. At this moment, her Phantom Hunter mech emerged like a leopard in the night, its form agile and mysterious. The mech's body was made of a special black alloy material, not only lightweight and sturdy, but also capable of blending with the surrounding environment in the darkness. The bullets fired from the energy gun screamed towards the Phantom Hunter, but before they could touch Sun Yuhan's mech, a blue particle barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking all the bullets. This particle barrier is the unique defense skill of the Phantom Hunter, capable of providing strong protection for the mech at critical moments. Qin Zhan saw Sun Yuhan's mech materialize. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a fervent desire to attack. He raised his energy gun, beginning a series of rapid-fire beams of energy pouring down like a torrential rain, attempting to destroy Sun Yuhan's mech. The barrage section erupted at this moment, with viewers sharing their opinions. Here it comes, Star's signature attack method, continuous firing. No one can dodge that. Sister Han's Phantom Hunter looks so cool, but can it withstand such fierce attacks? Don't underestimate the Phantom Hunter, it has unique stealth and defense skills. I'm waiting to see how Sister Han resolves this crisis. She is a well-known master of assassination. Qin Zhan's attacks were as fierce as a storm, but Sun Yuhan remained unfazed. Utilizing her profound understanding of the Phantom Hunter mech, she skillfully maneuvered it, cleverly dodging each energy beam. However, no matter how she dodged, those beams seemed to always find her, as if they possessed a magical tracking ability. Sun Yuhan began to feel panicked as the barrage of attacks caught her off guard. She was astonished to find that her opponent could predict all her evasive maneuvers, putting her in a passive position. She realized that all her energy was being used on the shield, and if this continued, she might not be able to hold on for long. At that moment, a glimmer of hope flashed in Sun Yuhan's eyes. She saw a massive mountain ahead, as if it were her lifeline. She quickly adjusted the mech's direction, leaping towards the mountain. Qin Zhan also realized her intention, but had no effective way to stop her, only able to continue firing wildly. After taking dozens of energy beams, Sun Yuhan finally reached behind the mountain. She had no time to check her remaining energy and immediately activated the Phantom Hunter's invisibility function. As the mech became invisible, the barrage section erupted. Is Sister Han being forced to the brink? Star's prediction is too accurate. Sister Han can't dodge at all. But Sister Han still has her stealth skill. Maybe she can turn the tables. That's right, Sister Han is a tactical master. She surely has a backup plan. Amidst the flurry of barges, Sun Yuhan hid behind the mountain, quietly waiting for the opportunity to strike. She knew this was the key moment to turn the tide. She must fully utilize the Phantom Hunter's stealth ability to find her opponent's flaws and deliver a fatal blow. Sun Yuhan piloted the mech, swiftly adjusting her direction as she sped away in the opposite direction. She knew that although she had just cleverly evaded Qin Zhan's attack, the energy consumption of the mech was already quite severe. At this moment, she needed to quickly increase the distance between herself and Qin Zhan, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Qin Zhan closely followed, reaching the back of the mountain. He knew that Sun Yuhan must have escaped from her original position, yet he did not show any signs of anxiety. He understood that although the opponent had excellent mobility, her energy must be running low after continuous attacks. At this moment, he only needed to wait patiently, using his precognitive ability to track her whereabouts. Qin Zhan leaped and landed on the peak of the mountain. He gazed down at the surrounding terrain, his eyes sharp, as if searching for traces of Sun Yuhan's mech. At that moment, Sun Yuhan too spotted Qin Zhan's figure through her sniper scope from afar. A wave of confusion surged within her. What is he doing? Is he deliberately exposing himself to lure me into attacking? The barrage of comments in the live stream became lively. The audience speculated about Qin Zhan's intentions as comments flooded the screen. What is Xingqian doing? Does he want to die? Don't jump to conclusions. I think Xingqian is definitely observing Sister Han's position, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Exposing oneself to the gun's mouth, this operation is truly bold. No doubt about it, Xingqian. Sun Yuhan felt puzzled, but did not act rashly. She decided to observe for a while longer to see what trick Qin Zhan was playing. After all, she did not want to fall into a greater crisis due to a wrong judgment. However, as time passed, Sun Yuhan gradually realized that Qin Zhan seemed to be making no moves. He simply stood quietly on the mountain peak, his gaze fixated on a certain direction. This made Sun Yuhan even more confused. Was Qin Zhan truly exposing himself to draw her attack? A wave of unease surged within Sun Yuhan. She was concealed in the shadows, trying to find the right moment to launch an attack on Qin Zhan, yet at this moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. She stared intently at Qin Zhan's mech, only to see it suddenly move as if guided by some mysterious force. Sun Yuhan's heart sank. Could her stealth skill have been uncovered? She couldn't help but begin to doubt her judgment. However, she had no time to hesitate, as she had to make a decision quickly. Thus, she turned and ran into the distance, hoping to shake off Qin Zhan's pursuit. Sun Yuhan ran wildly, her heart filled with anxiety. She constantly looked back, fearing that Qin Zhan's mech would catch up. After a short while, she finally stopped, panting, secretly relieved. At this moment, she noticed that Qin Zhan's mech had already stood at the spot where she had been moments ago. Sun Yuhan felt a pang of fear. If she had impulsively opened fire earlier, she would have surely exposed her position. She was grateful to have remained calm and not made a wrong decision. The live stream's comment section also exploded at this moment, with viewers speculating how Qin Zhan had discovered Sun Yuhan's location. What's going on? How does Xingqian know where Sister Han is? Is it really possible for someone to detect a concealed mech? No one has managed to do this before Xingqian. Sister Han is in danger. It seems Xingqian has mastered some mysterious power. Sun Yuhan also saw these comments, making her feel even more uneasy. She understood that she was facing a real opponent this time. Qin Zhan not only possessed powerful mech control skills, but also seemed to hold a method to see through stealth techniques. This filled her with unprecedented pressure. Sun Yuhan took a deep breath of cool air, trying to suppress the chaos and sense of defeat within her. She knew it was not the time to give up. As an excellent mech warrior, she had to find a way to counter Qin Zhan, or all her prior efforts would be in vain. She closed her eyes, replaying the earlier battle scenes in her mind, trying to figure out how Qin Zhan had uncovered her stealth secret. However, just as she was deeply focused on recalling, Qin Zhan's mech suddenly exhibited new movements. Qin Zhan's mech slowly ascended. Although the new recruit training mech's flight speed was not fast at this critical moment, it was enough to put considerable pressure on Sun Yuhan. She opened her eyes, watching Qin Zhan's mech flying towards her. Her heart tightened. She knew she could no longer dwell in memories, as she had to take action immediately. Thus, she quickly aimed at Qin Zhan's mech and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud sound echoed in the air, yet Qin Zhan seemed to have anticipated this, dodging in advance. Sun Yuhan, unwilling to concede, quickly adjusted her angle and aimed again. This time she fired in rapid succession, trying to suppress Qin Zhan with a barrage of fire. However, Qin Zhan's mech darted through the downpour like a swift swallow, skillfully evading Sun Yuhan's attacks. His operational skills left the watching fans in awe. "Xingqian, please take my knee." My mom asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. I said I was worshipping Xingqian. This is simply the art of mech operation. Why is the new recruit training mech so amazing? It's not the training mech that's strong, it's Xingqian who is too powerful. Comments poured in like a tide, yet Sun Yuhan had no time to care. She watched Qin Zhan's mech soaring through the air, filled with despair. She couldn't believe that she was losing to a new recruit. Just as Sun Yuhan fell into despair, Qin Zhan's mech had entered her attack range. He fired at Sun Yuhan's mech against the backdrop of lightning. In that moment, countless netizens took screenshots capturing this thrilling instant. Sun Yuhan quickly transferred her energy to the shield, disabling her stealth mode. However, under Qin Zhan's frantic shooting, she found that no matter which direction she flew or ran, she would be hit by the energy gun. Her heart was filled with despair, but she knew she couldn't just give up. She gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to maneuver the mech to evade. Although she knew she might already be unable to escape Qin Zhan's attack range, she still did not want to concede easily. Just as she was about to be hit, a flash of inspiration suddenly sparked in her mind. She thought of a possible method that might turn the tide of the battle. Thus, she took a deep breath, preparing for a final counterattack, relying on the performance of the advanced mech to clash with the training mech Heaton. As time passed, the atmosphere of the match grew increasingly tense, as if every grain of dust on Storm Star was filled with the smoke of battle. Qin Zhan and Sun Yuhan, these two mech warriors, engaged in a thrilling chase on this desolate planet. Their mechs weaved through the rugged rocks like two bolts of lightning slicing through the darkness. The light of the energy guns sparkled under the night sky, each shot accompanied by a deafening roar, shaking the hearts of the audience. The audience was deeply captivated by this fierce battle, their hearts racing with each movement of the mechs. The comment section erupted, countless messages flooding in like a torrent. "Xingqian's maneuvers are incredible, it's like he's a seasoned veteran. Sister Han is no slouch either, but unfortunately, she met an opponent like Xingqian. It's truly a clash of titans. This match is too thrilling, it has my heart racing, I can't stop watching." Qin Zhan and Sun Yuhan's mechs clashed on Storm Star, each encounter like sparks colliding with the earth. The audience held their breath, afraid to miss any spectacular moment. Sun Yuhan's mech dodged under Qin Zhan's fierce attacks, using her exceptional skills and wits to escape danger time and again. Qin Zhan, undeterred, attacked relentlessly, his mech moving like a fierce leopard racing through the darkness, continuously targeting Sun Yuhan's mech. On the vast battlefield of the virtual combat platform, Sun Yuhan stared intently at the screen as the energy of her mech, the Phantom Hunter, rapidly drained under Qin Zhan's storm-like attacks. The glow of the shield gradually faded, as if it would shatter at any moment. Every attack from Sun Yuhan felt like a drop in the ocean, utterly ineffective. "Damn that Starry," Sun Yuhan cursed through gritted teeth. "Today, I will fight you to the end." The barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tide. "Haha, now you know the power of Starry." Fat Brother's comment stood out among the flood of messages. "I've never seen Sister Han so miserable, she's being ground into the dirt. Such a tragedy. This is a human tragedy. It's over, the Phantom Hunter's shield is about to collapse. It's all because Starry is so unreasonable, today's Sister Han is doomed." Sun Yuhan had no time to pay attention to these comments, all her focus was on the battle before her. Taking a deep breath, she maneuvered the Phantom Hunter directly towards Qin Zhan's rookie trainer. This was a life-and-death struggle. She had to give it her all. Qin Zhan watched as the Phantom Hunter charged at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. He felt no panic. Instead, he appeared calm and collected. "Oh, you want to fight to the death?" Qin Zhan chuckled, "Then let me oblige you." As he spoke, he maneuvered the rookie trainer with dazzling movements, evading the Phantom Hunter's attacks. At the same time, his energy gun continuously fired dazzling bursts of light, each shot precisely hitting the weaknesses of the Phantom Hunter. Qin Zhan controlled the rookie trainer, charging towards Sun Yuhan's mech like a fierce tiger. In the moment of contact, Qin Zhan decisively abandoned the ranged weapon attacks and engaged in close combat with the mech's fists. The Phantom Hunter boasted excellent performance, and Sun Yuhan originally intended to leverage this advantage to confront Qin Zhan head-on. However, Qin Zhan exhibited astonishing evasion skills, deftly dodging every attack and counterattacking immediately after each dodge. The battle between the two escalated to a boiling point. Qin Zhan's movements were swift and precise, with each attack aimed at the Phantom Hunter's vital spots. Sun Yuhan continuously attempted to break through Qin Zhan's defenses, but each time ended in failure. Qin Zhan seized an opening from one of Sun Yuhan's missteps. He maneuvered the rookie trainer, swiftly knocking the Phantom Hunter to the ground with a powerful kick. Immediately, he flipped onto the Phantom Hunter, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to boil over. The audience was captivated by the thrilling battle, eagerly sharing their thoughts. "Oh no! Sister Han is being ridden." A comment suddenly popped up, catching everyone's attention. Who would have thought this position? Starry, this shrimp-headed guy, how can he be on top of Sister Han? Another comment followed, closely sparking laughter. "Hey, this is a mech. Don't say such lewd words." Sun Yuhan's Phantom Hunter appeared powerless against Qin Zhan's attacks, passively enduring one heavy blow after another. Her heart filled with resentment and anger, but at this moment, she could not change the course of the battle. In the final moments, the Phantom Hunter's shield finally succumbed to Qin Zhan's fierce attacks and shattered. She tried her utmost to break free from the restraints, but the rookie trainer's attacks kept her down, her mech firmly suppressed and unable to move. Watching helplessly as her mech was struck in the head by the rookie trainer, Sun Yuhan felt an indescribable sense of loss and defeat swell within her. She stared blankly at the system interface displaying the word failure, as if the entire world had collapsed. Qin Zhan stood up, looking down at the shattered Phantom Hunter, his heart calm. He knew that his victory in this battle was not accidental, but a result of his foresight. Although the rookie trainer was powerful, it was helpless against the Phantom Hunter's stealth ability. Only by relying on foresight could he precisely capture Sun Yuhan's traces and achieve victory. He nodded with satisfaction as he left, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This battle was exhilarating for him. Meanwhile, the comment section was bustling with activity. Viewers shared their thoughts and feelings. It's over, Sister Han has been defeated and is in shock. Starry has left and Sister Han is still in a daze. Haha, fat brother, now you know the power of Starry. This is indeed too despairing. The Phantom Hunter can't even hit anyone while invisible. I recorded it last time Fat Brother's video was a huge hit, maybe this time it will too. The comments surged like a tide, flooding the entire live stream. Sun Yuhan gradually regained her senses from the impact of her defeat, looking at the barrage of comments with mixed feelings. Qin Zhan was likely to become her lifelong shadow. After a brief rest, he returned to the match interface, without hesitation clicking start, with a glint of challenge in his eyes. The upcoming matches were like slicing through vegetables for Qin Zhan. His opponents fell one after another, utterly powerless. Those defeated by Starry flooded the comments, amazed by Qin Zhan's immense strength. Starry must be hacking. How can he be so ridiculously strong? Oh, encountering Starry is just bad luck. Please, Starry, have mercy and leave us some room to breathe. The interactions in the comments section grew increasingly intense, yet Qin Zhan did not pause his battles. However, as the matches continued, he gradually noticed a problem. He had not encountered any high-level opponents. This made him start to doubt the matchmaking mechanism. Was it because there were really too few skilled players? Or was there a problem with the matchmaking system? Filled with confusion, Qin Zhan did not stop fighting. He continued to blaze through the game, proving his existence with strength. In every corner of the virtual mech combat platform, the legend of Starry spread like wildfire. Each of his victories and every dazzling maneuver became a hot topic among players. His immense strength and domineering style not only intimidated his opponents, but also made countless players regard him as an idol and role model. Qin Zhan glanced at his record, 26 wins, 0 losses, with a 100-win rate shining like a brilliant star. He sighed softly, feeling a hint of disappointment. Although today's matches were easy victories, he had not faced any true experts, which left him feeling a bit regretful. That's enough for today. Oh, I really hope to fight a true expert next time. Qin Zhan muttered to himself before logging out of the virtual platform, ready to head back to his dorm for a rest. However, the online world was far from peaceful. Discussions about Qin Zhan surged across various forums and social media platforms. Some players defeated by Qin Zhan harbored grievances, clamoring for a skilled player to take him down. At that moment, a video rapidly spread online, footage of Sun Yuhan's battle against Qin Zhan. In the video, Sun Yuhan's Phantom Hunter appeared powerless against Qin Zhan's mech, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The emergence of this video silenced the once boisterous online community. Players watched Qin Zhan's astonishing operational skills and tactical awareness in the video, falling into deep contemplation. If even a top player like Sun Yuhan was defeated by him, what else could they say? Subsequently, various analysis posts began to appear online. One article titled, "How Starry Found the Invisible Phantom Hunter," deeply analyzed Qin Zhan's strategic thinking. Another titled, "Can Humans Maneuver Mechs to Dodge Energy Blasts?" explored the physics and technology behind Qin Zhan's maneuvers. Another article, "The Riding Posture of Starry and Sister Han," humorously mocked the battle process between the two. Qin Zhan returned to his dorm and lay on his bed unaware of the online discussions erupting about him. He closed his eyes looking forward to the next battle, eager to meet a true expert who could push him to his limits. In the interrogation room of the Green Star Human Alliance, Major Qin's gaze was piercing as he stared at the thick pile of documents on the table. The incident at Factory B13 weighed heavily on his heart like a massive stone. He understood well that this incident was not a simple internal dispute, but rather an orchestrated manipulation by an organization known as the Mechanical Temple. This organization was extremely anti-human with a chilling ideology. Only by transforming into machines and data could one achieve immortality. Taking a deep breath, Major Qin said to the officer beside him, "Upload these documents immediately to the military headquarters. We need more support. At the same time, increase the intensity of the interrogation and make sure to uncover their stronghold." The officers swiftly sprang into action, and the atmosphere in the interrogation room grew even more tense. Major Qin stood by the window, gazing into the distance. He knew that this interrogation might be very difficult, but there was no turning back. He stood in the center of the interrogation room, surrounded by standing officers. His eyes were resolute, as if he could penetrate the souls of everyone present. Suddenly, he turned to the officers and said, "If the interrogation subjects do not confess, use the mind detector." Upon hearing this, the officers exchanged glances, their faces showing grave expressions. The mind detector, a mysterious weapon that had been spoken of only in rumors, was now to be used on the prisoners. Though its power was indisputable, the cost it bore was equally heavy. It could cause irreversible damage to the human brain, potentially driving one to madness forever. However, given the current situation, it seemed they had no better options. The threat of the Mechanical Temple was closing in, and the Human Alliance had to locate their stronghold quickly to eradicate the traitors. The atmosphere in the interrogation room became extraordinarily tense. The leader of the Tsiyu tribe was brought before the mind detector, which appeared to be an ordinary helmet, but concealed powerful technological forces within. Major Qin looked at the captive with a flicker of compassion in his eyes, but he knew this was for a greater justice. He nodded, signaling the officers to begin the operation. As the mind detector powered up, the leader's body began to tremble, his eyes becoming hollow and bewildered. It was as if an invisible force was probing and excavating within his mind. Inside the interrogation room, the atmosphere was so heavy that it felt like the very air was solidifying. The mind detector emitted a faint buzzing sound that echoed in the silent room, like an invisible giant hand quietly plucking at the strings of everyone's hearts. Everyone's gaze was focused on the leader. Every shiver and change in his expression sent ripples through the nerves of everyone present. Suddenly, the leader's body jerked violently, as if struck by an invisible force. Then a holographic image appeared on the screen, revealing a distant planet. The officers immediately leaned in closer, staring intently at the screen, trying to find any clues within. On the planet, countless AI robots and drones were busily working as if they were the rulers of this lifeless land. Among them, a weapon known as the Sky Guardian was particularly striking, capable of firing particle beams close to the speed of light, accurately targeting high-speed space enemies. This scene shocked everyone present, further solidifying their determination to locate the stronghold of the Mechanical Temple. Major Qin stared intently at the holographic screen, a surge of excitement swelling in his heart. Finally, they found a clue. The stronghold of the Mechanical Temple was hidden on this remote planet, the absolute despair star. He understood that this discovery was of great significance for the entire alliance, and immediate action was necessary. On the planet depicted in the image, extreme climate conditions and harsh natural environments made life impossible. High temperatures, low temperatures, intense radiation, and toxic gases filled the entire planet, posing immense challenges to any life attempting to reside there. Additionally, the terrain on the planet was extremely complex, with massive canyons, steep mountains, and endless deserts forming its primary landscape. Major Qin quickly gave the order, "Immediately notify Combat Group 1 to enter the space station and proceed with the expedition fleet. Our goal is to eliminate the stronghold on the absolute despair star and collect relevant data." His voice was firm and powerful, revealing an undeniable determination. The officers quickly set to work, aware of the urgency of time. Major Qin stood in front of the holographic screen, his gaze deeply fixed on the image of the absolute despair star. He knew this battle would be exceptionally challenging, but they were prepared. As night fell, the base of Combat Group 1 was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence of the night, echoing in every corner of the camp. Qin Zhan was jolted awake from his dream, leaping out of bed, heart racing, consciousness instantly clearing. He swiftly donned his gear, not bothering to fix his hair, and hurriedly ran towards the assembly point. Upon reaching the assembly point, Qin Zhan saw battleships slowly starting up in the rear, the roar of engines sounding like the growl of a giant beast, shaking the hearts of everyone. The mobile soldiers were dressed in combat exoskeletons, lined up neatly in formation, their gazes resolute and their momentum soaring. Qin Zhan quickly found his position, standing at the front of the 7th Company, waiting for the next command. Suddenly a message appeared on his military terminal, consisting of just 2 simple words: board the ship. Looking at those 2 words, an inexplicable sense of tension surged within Qin Zhan. He knew this mission could be significant. Often the bigger the situation, the more concise and clear the orders. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhan turned to face the soldiers of the 7th Company. His voice was loud and firm, exuding an undeniable authority. 7th Company, board the ship. Zhang Feng, Li Na, Wang Hao, and the others immediately responded, yes, Captain. Turning around and marching in unison, they boarded the ship. Following Qin Zhan's orders, they moved in perfect synchronization. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the night sky, showcasing the warriors' unwavering resolve and spirited morale. As the last soldier boarded the battleship, the hatch slowly closed. Standing on the bridge, Qin Zhan gazed into the distance. He knew this mission was filled with uncertainties and challenges, but they were ready. The battleship slowly departed from the base, heading into the unknown depths of space. In front of the enormous window, Qin Zhan's gaze was firmly drawn to the rows of magnificent battleships in the space station. Those iron giants lay quietly in the boundless universe like slumbering beasts, emanating a breathtaking majesty. This was the space fleet of the Human Alliance, a testament to human wisdom and creativity. A surge of intense pride welled up within Qin Zhan. He firmly believed that no creature could create such magnificent miracles as humans. Qin Zhan's gaze swept through the fleet, quickly locking onto the flagship of the expedition fleet. It was a heavy flagship of the Star Guardian series, its size dwarfing those of the near-Earth combat vessels, resembling a city in space. Qin Zhan examined it carefully, filled with awe. This battleship's weapon systems included high-energy particle cannons, antimatter missile launchers, and directed energy shields, while its defense systems boasted multiple energy shield stealth technology and missile defense systems. These advanced weapons and defense systems deepened Qin Zhan's understanding of human technological prowess. In addition to the flagship, Qin Zhan also noticed those much smaller main battleships, the Star Griffin-class medium multifunctional attack ships. Though smaller than the flagship, they exuded formidable combat power. These ships' weapon systems included ion cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and onboard drones, while their defense systems featured energy shields and maneuvering evasion systems. Looking at the space fleet before him, Qin Zhan's emotions underwent a tremendous change. From initial shock and pride to now excitement and anticipation. He finally had the opportunity to participate in this grand space battle, filling him with unparalleled excitement and exhilaration. He longed to personally experience the feeling of galloping through the stars, and the sea yearning to contribute to his race. In a distant future, humanity's technology has reached unprecedented heights. Interstellar battles and explorations have become part of daily life. The expedition fleet, like a sharp sword in the galaxy, guards the borders of humanity. At this moment, the Thunder battleship of Combat Group 1 is slowly entering a massive interstellar Griffin-class warship. Qin Zhan, the commander of the 7th Company of the Firepower Battalion, stands before the hatch, quietly waiting for the command to open the door. Dressed in silver-white battle armor, his eyes shine with determination and courage. As the sounds within the battleship began, a voice announced, "All units prepare to enter the battleship, connecting in 5 seconds. 504, 3, 2, 1 connection successful, opening the hatch." The hatch emitted a loud mechanical grinding sound as it slowly opened. Qin Zhan took a deep breath and stepped forward, entering this vast space filled with a sense of technology. The interior of the Griffin-class warship is spacious and grand, resembling a futuristic city. Robots and staff bustle about, transporting various energy supplies. Qin Zhan looked around and couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of human technology. He shouted to the 7th Company behind him, "7th Company, disembark, assemble." The soldiers of the 7th Company quickly disembarked, lining up neatly before Qin Zhan. Their expressions were resolute, filled with a desire for the unknown challenges ahead. Looking at them, Qin Zhan felt a surge of confidence. He knew that this team was his strongest support. At that moment, an officer hurried over and saluted Qin Zhan, saying, "Commander Qin Zhan of the 7th Company, please proceed to the Combat Group 1 Command Center to participate in the operational meeting." Qin Zhan returned the salute and then turned to the 7th Company, saying, "Stay on standby here, I will be back soon." After speaking, he followed the officer towards the meeting room. The soldiers of the 7th Company watched their commander leave, filled with expectation and curiosity. They began to speculate about the content of this mission, the discussions rising in volume. Zhang Feng whispered to Li Na and Wang Hao, saying, "Do you think this mission is about fighting the Zerg?" The Zerg attacks have not ceased for a while now. Lina shook her head and said it doesn't seem like it. If it were about the Zerg, they would usually explain the mission details before it starts. Wang Hao speculated, are we going to fight the Radiant Empire then? Finally, we are going to confront them. Our combat group, one has not fought against the Radiant Empire yet. Previously, we only fought against the Zerg. As everyone speculated, Qin Zhan had arrived at the meeting room. He pushed the door open and walked in. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense and serious with various high-tech devices glowing. The room was softly lit with a tech vibe reflecting the determined faces of the officers. In the center, a massive holographic projection appeared like a floating cosmic window showcasing the deep space and distant planets. The officers took their seats one after another, their uniforms neat and their shoulder insignias gleaming with honor. Qin Zhan stood among the officers of the Firepower Battalion, his gaze fixed tightly on the holographic projection, which displayed a desolate planet covered with black chasms seemingly swallowing all light. Colonel Thunder, the commander of Combat Group 1, finally appeared at the main seat. He was tall and robust, his gaze piercing, and his military uniform exuded undeniable authority. He scanned the room and spoke loudly, commanders of Group 1, this mission is arduous. We are about to face an evil organization that is anti-human. Our goal is to infiltrate this planet, gather all data about this organization, and eliminate it completely. As Colonel Thunder spoke, the holographic projection began to display scenes from inside the planet. Qin Zhan saw countless drones in the sky swirling like dark ghosts overhead. The scene shifted to the ground where humanoid battle robots, 3 to 4 meters tall, were neatly arrayed, resembling an army forged from steel, cold and unyielding. Next, a massive metal artillery platform came into view with faint energy beams at the muzzle flickering dangerously. The Vice Commander Xiao Feng began to detail these weaponry. He had a resolute face, his eyes shimmering with sharp light. He pointed at a drone in the holographic projection and said, this is the Phantom Hunter, the first generation of drones from the Human Alliance, equipped with high-energy laser cannons and mini-missile launchers, a foe we must be particularly wary of in this mission. Then he introduced the Ground Robot Army and the Celestial Guardian Artillery. Listening to Xiao Feng's introduction, a wave of inexplicable doubt surged in Qin Zhan's heart. He looked at the images in the holographic projection and pondered, all our equipment from the Human Alliance. Are we going to fight against our own kind? This thought kept swirling in his mind, causing him to feel a surge of inexplicable unease. The meeting continued with the officers discussing tactics and strategies. Qin Zhan stood aside, silently observing everything. Commander Thunder stood at the podium in the meeting room, his gaze sharp, scanning the officers below. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy, each person's face etched with confusion and unease. Thunder took a deep breath and said solemnly, are you all wondering why we are fighting against humanity? As soon as these words were spoken, discussions erupted in the meeting room. The officers exchanged glances, sharing their opinions. Someone questioned Commander, could there be a human military betrayal? Another officer immediately countered, how could that be possible? The Human Alliance has always been united. There has never been a betrayal since we began fighting aliens. Thunder raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the discussions quieted down, he continued, I know the doubts in your hearts, but I must tell you that this anti-human organization is not a military force we are familiar with. The officers exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Thunder was not anxious. He knew that the upcoming explanation would completely change their perceptions. Thunder cleared his throat and continued, regarding the origins of these weapons, we are currently unclear. But one thing is certain, this anti-human organization possesses powerful armed forces, and we must take it very seriously. At that moment, the holographic image suddenly refreshed, displaying an image of the Green Star B-13 factory. The factory in the image was dilapidated, clearly having suffered a brutal battle. Thunder pointed at the image and said, this is the Green Star B-13 factory. Our dispatch team has uncovered the truth about the factory being attacked by the Emerald Wing clan. The officers focused intently on the image, filled with confusion. Thunder continued, according to our team's investigation, all humans in the factory were exterminated, but shockingly, there were human traitors involved, leading to this tragedy. This news struck the officers like a bolt from the blue. They could hardly believe that traitors among humanity collaborated with alien races, turning against their fellow humans. Thunder observed the officers' shocked expressions, knowing that this news was too overwhelming for them. But he had to make them accept this fact, for only then could they face the upcoming battle with more resolve. Taking a deep breath, Thunder said solemnly, I know this news is hard to accept, but we must face reality. The existence of this anti-human organization threatens our survival, and we must eliminate it completely. The officers nodded silently, their hearts filled with determination and fighting spirit. Suddenly, the image changed to show a captured chieftain of the Emerald Wing clan. The chieftain was enveloped by the light of a mind probe, his thoughts and memories extracted like flowing water, transforming into images displayed before everyone. Thunder took a deep breath and slowly spoke, this organization is called the Mechanical Temple. It is an extreme anti-human cult that believes that only by abandoning the flesh and fully transforming into machinery and data can one reach the shores of eternal life. Their ambition is immense. They wish to replace the human alliance and lead all humanity down the path of digitization and mechanical integration, turning into cold machines devoid of emotion. As his words fell, the meeting room fell into silence. Qin Zhan stood aside, a strong shock surging in his heart. He never expected that such an extreme digital life cult would exist in this world. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, can this still be called humanity? The discussions below gradually grew louder this time, clearly much more than before. The officers expressed their dissatisfaction and anger towards the mechanical temple. This is simply a cult. They must be completely eradicated. One officer said indignantly. Yes, if we all become robots, can we still be considered human? Another officer chimed in. Though I also desire eternal life, it is certainly not in this way. Someone lamented. The Alliance is already researching this technology, but we can now extend human life to 200 years, and it will surely be longer in the future. An older officer said, his tone tinged with helplessness and confusion. Listening to everyone's discussions, Thunder had already made his decision in his heart. He knew that the mechanical temple was a huge threat, and that action needed to be taken swiftly. He stood up, his gaze firm, and said, ladies and gentlemen, the enemies we face are not just a cult organization. They are a terrifying force that threatens the entire human civilization. We must unite and fight against them together. I believe that as long as we work together, we can overcome this mechanical temple and protect our human civilization. Beneath the profound starry sky, the Human Alliance's expedition team floated silently in the cosmos like iron fortresses. Qin Zhan slowly exited the combat conference room, a hint of confusion and weight evident on his face. The volume of information exchanged during the meeting was overwhelming, and his mind replayed the critical data and commands incessantly. Qin Zhan understood that the fleet needed a day to locate and activate warp travel, a necessary step towards reaching their target planet. During this precious day, he needed to digest a vast amount of information and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming mission. As he approached the waiting area of the 7th Squad, all eyes focused on him. Zhang Feng, a member of the 7th Squad, eagerly asked, Squad leader, what is the mission? We are all very curious. Li Na, standing nearby, reminded, Zhang Feng, don't snoop around. The military has discipline. What can be said will be communicated by the squad leader. Qin Zhan took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then said solemnly, comrades of the 7th Squad, we will only know the specifics of our mission once we reach the target planet. Now our top priority is to head to the training ground and accomplish today's training goals to enhance our combat capabilities. Though curious about the mission details, everyone understood Qin Zhan's intentions. They all put away their doubts and marched orderly towards the training ground. Inside the interstellar Griffin-class giant ship, there was a high-tech training facility. Qin Zhan led the soldiers of the 7th Squad into this vast, futuristic white space. This was the virtual reality training center meticulously developed by the Human Alliance, with every inch radiating high-tech charm. Countless tiny light points were embedded in the surrounding walls, flickering like stars, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Several large transparent screens floated in the air, displaying various training data and real-time images, making one feel as if they were in a sci-fi movie. In the center of the training ground was an open virtual battlefield. This battlefield could rapidly transform into various environments according to the user's needs. At that moment, it was simulating a dense jungle where sunlight filtered through the leaves and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth. The temperature adjusted automatically with the environmental changes, making one feel as if they were truly in a tropical rainforest. Qin Zhan looked around and saw teams neatly lined up in their respective training areas, waiting for the training to begin. Their figures flickered in the virtual light and shadow, resembling brave warriors preparing for battle. The soldiers of the 7th Squad quickly stood in formation while Qin Zhan prepared to command the training. Just then, a burly officer approached. He was Lu Xian, the squad leader of the 9th Squad. Lu Xian's gaze swept over Qin Zhan, carrying a hint of provocation as he said, "You are the new squad leader of the 7th Squad." Wang Hao, seeing this, stepped forward and said harshly, "What do you want? Looking for trouble again?" Li Na whispered to Qin Zhan, "This person is Lu Xian, the squad leader of the 9th Squad. Our previous squad leader was reassigned, and he has always looked down on us in the 7th Squad." Qin Zhan frowned slightly, but did not get angry. He turned to face Lu Xian and calmly said, "Squad leader Lu, I am Qin Zhan, the newly appointed squad leader of the 7th Squad. May I ask what you need?" Lu Xian sneered and said, "Qin Zhan, quite a name. But what can a young kid like you do to lead the 7th Squad?" Qin Zhan replied indifferently, "Squad leader Lu, my abilities are not proven by words, but by actions. As for the combat effectiveness of the 7th Squad, I believe time will provide the answer. Now we are about to start training, so please step aside." Lu Xian seemed dissatisfied with Qin Zhan's response. He provocatively said, "Oh kid, you have some guts. Since you are so confident, how about a friendly competition with us from the 9th squad? Let's see whose team is stronger." Qin Zhan replied loudly, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Training against AI is not as good as sparring with allied forces." Lu Xian was slightly taken aback. He had expected Qin Zhan to find excuses to back out, but was surprised by his straightforward agreement. He felt a secret joy in his heart, but his face showed a provocation smile. "Good. Let's be straightforward. We will compete in command and strategy with both teams engaging in a conquest competition. The conquest competition is an ultimate challenge testing command and teamwork. The two teams will engage in fierce battles in a virtual setting aiming to capture all enemy strongholds or eliminate all foes to win." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes, and he nodded, "Interesting, I agree. I hope the 9th squad will provide us with a fierce training session." Lu Xian felt a bit anxious at how readily Qin Zhan agreed. He knew that although he had always looked down on the 7th squad, now that Qin Zhan dared to accept the challenge, it would be up to the 9th squad to trample the 7th squad underfoot, sneering, "All right, just wait and see how the 9th squad wipes you out." The soldiers of the 7th squad huddled together, whispering their thoughts, their voices echoing in the corners of the training ground. Amidst the noisy training sounds, their conversation stood out sharply. "That 9th squad leader is really arrogant, always wanting to step on us," a soldier said indignantly. "Yes, previous competitions have been a mix of wins and losses. I wonder what our squad leader did to offend him," another soldier chimed in. "I heard it's because they both like the same woman. Our squad leader won, and he couldn't accept it," a knowledgeable soldier said mysteriously. "Haha, if it were me, I would feel the same way," someone laughed. "I hope our new squad leader Qin can show him a thing or two, so he doesn't keep coming to find trouble every few days," one soldier said hopefully. At that moment, the scene's environment suddenly changed. The originally pure white virtual space began to twist, as if being torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Immediately, the ruins of a human city appeared before everyone's eyes. In the ruins, broken walls, shattered buildings, and charred trees intertwined, creating a horrific scene. In the sky, fighter jets roared by, and artillery fire intertwined with intense battles unfolding. The soldiers quickly donned virtual combat exoskeletons, transforming into future warriors brimming with strength and determination. Qin Zhan stood at the front of the team, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surrounding environment, then said solemnly, "Prepare to engage in battle." As soon as Qin Zhan's voice fell, the soldiers of the 7th squad quickly entered a state of readiness. They skillfully checked their gear and adjusted their tactical settings with determination written on each face. Qin Zhan looked at the combat map, which marked the locations of 7 strongholds. Each side had 3 strongholds, with one central stronghold being crucial. This stronghold was located at a commanding height, possessing firepower, and the occupying side would have a significant advantage. This was a necessary route for the attack, but one could choose to bypass it, though that would waste a lot of time. In the training ground of the interstellar giant ship, the soldiers of the 9th Battalion surged forward like caged tigers, launching a fierce attack. They divided into 2 teams, each consisting of 60 men, advancing from both sides towards the position of the 7th Battalion. The soldiers of the 7th Battalion, witnessing the onslaught of the 9th Battalion, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Their eyes turned toward their commanding officer Qin Zhan, standing at the front, hoping he would issue orders swiftly. However, Qin Zhan seemed lost in another world. His eyes were tightly shut, and his brow furrowed, as if he were envisioning the future in his mind. He envisioned the tactical layout of the 9th Battalion, saw their routes of dispersed attack, and recognized the importance of the central stronghold. Gradually, he realized that while the 9th Battalion's strategy was fierce, it was not without flaws. Finally, Qin Zhan opened his eyes, a determined light shimmering within them. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone advance towards the central stronghold. After securing the stronghold, 30 of you will move to capture their occupied positions, while the rest will defend the central stronghold. Begin execution." With Qin Zhan's command, the soldiers of the 7th Battalion sprang to life, moving swiftly into action. Amidst the ruins, they darted quickly, evading the attacks from the 9th Battalion. The sounds of their footsteps and shouts intertwined with the assault, creating a vivid scene of intense battle. While on the move, Li Na voiced her concerns to Zhang Feng's squad leader. "Zhang, why do you think the commander issued such orders? What if there are defenders at their rear stronghold? Then those 30 soldiers would be sacrificed." Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it's a gamble. If we capture the central stronghold but lose our own to the enemy, we would only have one stronghold left. The commander might be betting that there are no defenders at their rear." Wang Hao muttered with dissatisfaction, "That's ridiculous. Can battles be fought this way?" Li Na ignored Wang Hao's complaints, understanding that trust and understanding of the commander were crucial on the battlefield. She took a deep breath and said to Zhang Feng, "All right, we are about to reach the central stronghold. Get ready for battle." At this moment, the training ground felt like a real battlefield, filled with the smell of smoke and dust in the air. The sounds of soldiers' breathing footsteps and distant explosions blended together, creating a tense and fierce atmosphere. Before long, both armies arrived near the central stronghold, and the battle instantly intensified. On the battlefield, energy projectiles shot across the sky like shooting stars, and the explosions of antimatter grenades were deafening, shaking the ground beneath them. Lu Xian from the 9th Battalion furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Damn, why are there so many soldiers from the 7th Battalion? Aren't they supposed to defend other strongholds? A soldier from the 9th Battalion gasped. Commander, it seems the entire 7th Battalion is concentrated at the central stronghold. Their firepower is overwhelming. We can't hold them back. Lu Xian took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Don't panic. If they are all at the central stronghold, we just need to hold our lines and wait for the ambush team at the rear to strike, forming a double encirclement. At this moment, the soldiers of the 7th Battalion saw that the enemy was clearly outnumbered, and their offensive momentum became even fiercer. The pent-up anger in their hearts was finally released. Damn it, after being pushed around by the 9th Battalion so many times, we have to fight back this time. A soldier shouted angrily. Yes, the firepower from that position is too fierce. Where's the energy cannon? The energy cannon is almost at the firing point. Prepare to launch. A gunner responded. At that moment, a massive blue energy beam sliced through the sky and struck fiercely at a firepower point of the 9th Battalion. Instantly, a burst of blue flames shot up into the sky, scattering the soldiers of the 9th Battalion, taking out a large number of them. The eliminated soldiers exited the battlefield with looks of resentment, helplessly watching their comrades fall one by one, their anger and frustration hard to express. Qin Zhan stood at the edge of the battlefield, his mind resembling a detailed map, with every attack route and potential enemy position clearly displayed before him. He quietly surveyed everything, swiftly calculating the possible outcomes of each scenario. He visualized every possible future, and after selecting the route with the least casualties, activated his helmet communication and said, "Second squad leader, your team will advance through the left ruins passage, aiming to quickly seize the advantageous terrain of the central stronghold. Remember, speed is essential and actions should be discreet." Second squad leader Li Na nodded and immediately turned to organize the deployment. Then Qin Zhan continued, "Third squad leader, your task is to suppress the fire on the right side, creating opportunities for other squads to attack. But be careful not to expose your position, maintain sustained fire." Third squad leader Wang Hao also had no objections and quickly took his orders. Finally, Qin Zhan issued orders to the first squad leader, "First squad leader, your team will advance from the right and engage the enemy. Remember to fully utilize the terrain advantage and strike to kill." First squad leader Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with sharpness, understanding that this was a test of their abilities and a moment to demonstrate their courage. The three squad leaders quickly conveyed Qin Zhan's orders to their respective teams, and the soldiers immediately sprang into action, launching their attack according to the established plan. On the battlefield, gunfire and explosions erupted continuously, yet Qin Zhan's team moved like an invisible dragon, weaving through the enemy's positions and delivering deadly strikes. On the right side of the 9th Battalion's position, a dozen soldiers were nervously preparing for battle when suddenly a strong energy beam descended from the sky, striking them hard. Caught off guard, they hurriedly ducked down to avoid it. The explosion was deafening and dust flew everywhere. A soldier still in shock exclaimed, "What the hell? What's going on? Why is it all targeting us?" His voice carried a mix of panic and confusion. The surrounding soldiers were also unsettled by the sudden attack, engaging in heated discussions. Someone suggested, "You should stick your head out to see what's happening outside." However, this suggestion was immediately rebuffed. "Why don't you stick your head out? Whoever sticks their head out will die." The soldiers pushed each other, unwilling to take the risk. Just then a brave soldier stepped forward, cursing, "Ilgo, you bunch of cowards," saying that he cautiously poked his head out to check the situation. However, the moment he did, a more intense energy beam struck his head violently. Everyone gasped, watching helplessly as the brave soldier was eliminated, falling into a pool of blood. The mood of the soldiers plunged to the depths, realizing the brutality and ruthlessness of the battle. The soldier who had joked earlier fell silent, looking at his fallen comrade with guilt and helplessness in his heart. Just as they were preparing to counterattack, several antimatter grenades suddenly dropped from the air, and before they could react, they were instantaneously eliminated. Qin Zhan's gaze was sharp as he assessed the situation on the battlefield. The results of the right side battle were beginning to show, but the enemy still had over 30 main forces remaining, and the situation remained severe. Delaying time would only provide the enemy with more opportunities to occupy their rear. Once the enemy regrouped and formed a double encirclement, they would find themselves in a very passive position. Calm as ice, Qin Zhan issued a perplexing command to the soldiers. "Soldiers, prepare to charge in 1 minute." Upon hearing the order, the soldiers exchanged puzzled glances and murmured among themselves. Some questioned softly, "Isn't this sending us to our deaths?" Others shook their heads and sighed. The commander is still too young, completely inexperienced in warfare. More pessimistically, someone declared, this is it, we've just thrown away a great advantage. However, Qin Zhan seemed oblivious to these discussions. His focus remained on the battlefield as he calculated the next steps. He knew that this command, though seemingly reckless, was a decision made after careful consideration. He believed that only by charging before the enemy could fully react would they break the stalemate and defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. In the virtual city ruins battlefield, Qin Zhan stood quietly at the edge of the trench, his gaze piercingly fixed on the high ground ahead. There the soldiers of the 9th Squad were on high alert, steadfastly defending their central stronghold, leaving no opening for the 7th Squad. As a squad leader with precognitive abilities, Qin Zhan's mind was racing, calculating the optimal attack route in his head. After a brief moment of contemplation, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes. He took a deep breath, his body tense, as if he had gathered all his strength. Then he suddenly leaped up like a bolt of lightning, charging out of the trench towards the high ground. This unexpected move stunned everyone present. The soldiers of the 7th Squad watched Qin Zhan's retreating figure, exchanging glances and murmuring among themselves. What is the squad leader doing? Didn't he say to charge in 1 minute? Could it be that the squad leader wants to draw fire himself? Faced with the crowd's confusion, the 7th Squad's platoon leader Li Na felt quite conflicted. She looked at Qin Zhan's back, filled with both worry and admiration. Finally, she took a deep breath and loudly declared, "Follow orders. We will proceed as planned." Meanwhile, on the 9th Squad side, their leader Lu Xian couldn't help but sneer at Qin Zhan's actions. He thought Qin Zhan was playing some sort of cold weapon-era charging tactic and found it utterly ridiculous. Thus, he immediately ordered soldiers take him down. Snipers aim at him, grenade team prepare. The soldiers of the 9th Squad sprang into action. They aimed at Qin Zhan's figure, ready to open fire. Is this 7th Squad leader really that foolish? Is he testing our shooting skills? Kill him. He underestimates us. This is a step back in history. Brothers, aim and shoot. However, at that moment, Qin Zhan suddenly rolled, cleverly avoiding the sniper's aim. His movements were agile, seemingly merging with the battlefield, leaving the soldiers of the 9th Squad utterly amazed. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air and artillery blazed. Amidst the chaos, Qin Zhan found himself surrounded by countless energy beams rushing at him like a torrential storm. Instead of retreating from the fierce attack, he exhibited astonishing combat instincts. He leaped forward, twisting in the air, skillfully dodging the hail of bullets. Incredibly, while rolling in midair, his energy gun never paused. He aimed at the 9th Squad soldiers, firing energy beams that accurately struck their targets, instantly taking down several soldiers. This display left everyone present stunned. The soldiers of the 7th Squad watched Qin Zhan's heroic figure rolling and shooting in the air, filled with admiration and pride. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze, and the soldiers of the 9th Squad were also shocked by Qin Zhan's bravery. However, the excellent military training allowed them to quickly react, readjusting their focus and firing back with full force. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with intense gunfire again. The soldiers of the 7th Squad were equally unyielding, shooting while communicating over the channel. The squad leader definitely isn't going to die. A rolling in midair while shooting is simply superhuman. Did you just say the squad leader isn't human? Another soldier immediately retorted. No, you misunderstood. I meant the captain is a god. Look at how the squad leader dodges the energy beams while still aiming and shooting. It's unbelievable. Another soldier sighed. Li Na glanced at the tactical watch and said over the channel, 30 seconds left, prepare. Qin Zhan showed no signs of slowing down. After landing, he quickly adjusted his posture and charged again towards the 9th Squad. He weaved through the dense hail of gunfire, his agile form moving like a nimble leopard dancing on the edge of life and death. Even at high speed, Qin Zhan could still accurately aim and hit his enemies, each shot claiming the life of a 9th Squad soldier. Lu Xian, the leader of the 9th Squad, stood on the high ground watching Qin Zhan approach like a ghost. He was extremely anxious, secretly wondering, what kind of monster is this? Is this a new alien race? However, he quickly shook his head, banishing such absurd thoughts from his mind. He knew that this man before him was a tangible enemy and must be eliminated at once. So Lu Xian quickly issued orders through the communication channel, bombing team, prepare 3 to throw. Let's see how he dodges this, blow him to bits. Following his command, the bombing team of the 9th Squad swiftly moved, launching antimatter grenades towards Qin Zhan's position. Qin Zhan quietly watched the parabolic arcs of the antimatter grenades flying through the sky, like harbingers of death, coming towards him with destructive force. Everyone thought he would soon be turned to ashes in the explosion. However, Qin Zhan remained expressionless, simply raising his energy gun silently. The soldiers of the 9th Squad watched Qin Zhan's actions, filled with confusion and mockery. What does he want to do? Shoot the grenades? Haha, he must be too confident in his shooting skills. Those grenades are too big for him to handle. Another soldier joined in the ridicule. When he gets blown up, I want to see the replay and enjoy it over and over. They seemed to be anticipating Qin Zhan's demise. However, amidst their anticipation, Qin Zhan fired. In an instant, he shot off more than a dozen rounds, each one accurately hitting the antimatter grenades in midair. Then, without even looking, he charged towards the 9th squad. The grenades in the air were all hit, exploding in a dazzling display of sparks. The communication channel on the 7th squad side erupted instantly. The soldiers were awestruck by Qin Zhan's heroic actions. Platoon leader is our squad leader, a superhero. He can lock onto more than a dozen targets in an instant, hitting every shot. Those grenades are so small. Another soldier expressed his astonishment. With the squad leader's eyesight, he could definitely be a fighter pilot. People started praising Qin Zhan's shooting skills. The squad leader is mighty. The voices of admiration filled the air, expressing respect and adoration for Qin Zhan. The 3 platoon leaders of the 7th squad stood at the edge of the trench, their eyes blazing as they stared intently at the central stronghold. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. When the second hand finally pointed to the scheduled charge time, they shouted in unison, 7th squad charge. With the command given, the battlefield instantly erupted. Countless exoskeleton soldiers leaped out of the trenches like arrows, charging towards the central stronghold. Their steps were firm and powerful, energy beams carving brilliant trails in the night sky, like shooting stars crossing the horizon. On the 9th squad side, all weapons were aimed at Qin Zhan, unleashing a torrent of fire that turned the night sky into a sea of flames. However, Qin Zhan moved like a ghost through the artillery fire, dodging and retaliating, leaving the 9th squad soldiers in utter despair. The soldiers of the 7th squad pressed forward in their charge, with comrades constantly falling, but their eyes showed no signs of retreat. They knew this was for victory, for glory, and for their country and people behind them. On the 9th squad side, morale was low. The soldiers watched their comrades fall, filled with fear and despair. Lucien stood on the high ground, anxiously observing the battlefield. He knew that if morale was not quickly lifted, the 9th squad would face the danger of annihilation. So he took a deep breath and shouted into the communication channel, 9th squad. We are a team with a glorious history of achievements. In history, we have faced countless strong enemies, but did we give up? In the channel, the soldiers' voices gradually rose. Although subdued, they were filled with determination. No. Lucien felt a rush of excitement upon hearing their response. He knew this was the crucial moment to boost morale. Thus, he continued to shout, soldiers, we are an invincible team. Now charge with me. As he finished, he raised his energy gun, first firing fiercely at the advancing 7th squad. In an instant, the 9th squad's firepower poured out again, fiercely firing at Qin Zhan and the 7th squad soldiers. However, the soldiers of the 7th squad were not intimidated. They charged forward against the artillery fire, and Qin Zhan weaved through the chaos, constantly seeking opportunities to counterattack. His figure flickered amidst the artillery, each appearance taking the life of a 9th squad soldier. In the heart of the battlefield, dust and smoke intertwined to form a chaotic tapestry. Qin Zhan stood at the center stronghold of the 7th Company, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, piercing through layers of smoke to lock onto the distant enemy. Though their stronghold was secure, the positions behind them had completely fallen. Each roar of artillery served as a reminder of the dire situation. The soldiers of the 7th Company held their ground steadfastly, their eyes resolute and determined. Despite the ferocity of the enemy, they showed no signs of retreat. Qin Zhan understood that at this moment the 7th Company needed courage and determination, and he was the source of that courage and determination. The remnants of the 9th Company wavered ahead, their numbers reduced to just a handful. Qin Zhan quietly calculated in his mind, aware that the scales of victory had begun to tip in their favor. He took a deep breath, his figure like a flash of lightning bursting out of the trench and charging toward the 9th Company's position. The soldiers of the 7th Company had long grown accustomed to his charge, working in perfect harmony to provide dense firepower that carved a path for Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan rapidly simulated attack plans in his mind, his brain functioning like a high-speed computer, analyzing every possible route of attack. He envisioned himself being struck by energy beams, being blown up by the enemy, even picturing himself falling to his death. Yet each failure brought him closer to the path of success. Finally, he found the best route for the attack. Although the entire process seemed lengthy, it was actually just a fleeting moment. A flash of determination passed through Qin Zhan's eyes. He knew he had found the key to victory. Following the route in his mind, he agilely navigated through the storm of bullets. The soldiers of the 9th Company were horrified to find that their attacks could not even touch Qin Zhan. However, they did not give up, continuing to shoot with all their might. At that moment, Qin Zhan suddenly pulled out a cluster of antimatter grenades from his waist. With a gentle flick, the grenades arced beautifully through the air like flowers, scattering, then landed precisely on the 9th Company's position. With a thunderous boom, the explosion of the antimatter grenades instantly leveled the 9th Company's position. The soldiers of the 9th Company scattered in panic from the explosion, but it was already too late. Qin Zhan's surprise attack completely disrupted their formation. With the explosion of the antimatter grenades, the remnants of the Ninth Company's forces collapsed in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zhan led the soldiers of the Seventh Company in a final charge. They descended like fierce tigers, unstoppable, quickly annihilating the remaining soldiers of the Ninth Company. On the battlefield, smoke billowed and flames soared. The commander of the Ninth Company, Lu Xian, stood at the front line, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. However, at that critical moment, a precise energy beam shot through the air, striking his head directly. Lu Xian felt a darkness descend before losing consciousness, knocked out on the spot. In the observation area, the eliminated soldiers witnessed this scene and gasped. Only 16 soldiers emerged from the Seventh Company, while 60 emerged from the Ninth Company. The soldiers of the Seventh Company looked at this result, each proudly puffing out their chests, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. In contrast, the soldiers of the Ninth Company drooped their heads like frostbitten eggplants. The battle continued with Qin Zhan standing at the center of the battlefield, his gaze piercing as he calmly analyzed the situation. He immediately ordered Third Company, go occupy the enemy stronghold, the rest defend the central stronghold. The soldiers responded to the order and swiftly executed Qin Zhan's command. Lu Xian, watching from the observation area, felt a mixture of emotions as he looked at Qin Zhan on the battlefield. He had been taken down by a newcomer, which made him feel immensely humiliated. Seeing the disappointed expressions of the Ninth Company soldiers made him feel even guiltier. If this were a real battlefield, they would have likely perished. Just as the Seventh Company prepared to pursue their victory, 60 soldiers suddenly surged from their rear. It was the reinforcements from the Ninth Company. Qin Zhan looked at the sudden influx of forces, his heart tensing, but he quickly regained his composure. He decisively commanded over the communication channel, Seventh Company, prepare for free fire. Second Squad leader Li Na felt a surge of joy for the Seventh Company at Qin Zhan's calm and decisive command. With such an outstanding commander, their casualties would surely be much less. The remaining soldiers of the Ninth Company also noticed the situation here and quickly launched a counterattack. One shouted, "We're too late. We thought we could quickly occupy the enemy's rear and come to support." Another shouted angrily, "Squad leader, we must avenge our commander." However, their squad leader calmly halted them. "Do not act impulsively. The enemy has already eliminated half of our forces so quickly, they are certainly not simple. We must solidify our position before launching an attack." Amidst the smoke of the battlefield, Qin Zhan watched coldly. The situation was already clear. He stood at the rear, his gaze penetrating through the swirling smoke, staring at the distant enemy. He had already formulated a plan, wanting to use this opportunity to test the true combat strength of the Seventh Company. He calmly instructed over the communication channel, "Li Na, Zhangfeng, there are still 60 enemies. I leave the upcoming command to you." Li Na and Zhangfeng immediately understood Qin Zhan's intention upon hearing his words. This was a test for them, and also an opportunity to showcase the strength of the Seventh Company. The two swiftly got into position, each commanding their soldiers. Li Na directed her troops to defend the stronghold in an orderly manner. Her voice was calm and firm, each command hitting the mark. Looking at the tight defense from Li Na's side, the Ninth Company soldiers found themselves unable to find a breakthrough and decided to change their direction of attack. Zhangfeng, noticing the enemy's numbers had significantly decreased, felt a surge of ambition. He believed it was the perfect time to launch an offensive and ordered preparations for the attack. Li Na felt a tightening in her chest at Zhangfeng's actions. She immediately shouted over the communication channel, "Zhangfeng, what are you doing? Don't give up our advantage, or continue to defend." Zhangfeng, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "Li Na, the enemy is already terrified of us. Now is the best time to attack. The strongest defense is an offense." Li Na anxiously explained, "Zhangfeng, do not act impulsively. Although we have the advantage, the Third Squad has gone to occupy the stronghold, though our numbers are not much different. Moreover, the other side consists of seasoned warriors. They do not underestimate them." Yet Zhangfeng was already consumed by the thought of attacking and disregarded Li Na's advice. He angrily declared, "The Seventh Company is no worse than the Ninth Company. Do you look down on us so much?" Li Na was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the determination in Zhangfeng's eyes, she knew further persuasion would be futile. Zhangfeng no longer hesitated, ordering the first squad to follow him into the attack. Li Na, seeing Zhangfeng's actions, cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to order the second squad to advance. Both sides fell into fierce gunfire once more. The artillery roared and smoke billowed, turning the battlefield into a hellish scene. However, under the Ninth Company's steady tactics, the Seventh Company's soldiers gradually fell into a passive position. The Ninth Company cleverly used the terrain to avoid enemy attacks, while continuously launching counterattacks. Though the soldiers of the Seventh Company fought valiantly, their casualties mounted under the precise strikes of the Ninth Company. Li Na observed the battlefield before her, filled with helplessness. She understood that this offensive was a wrong decision, but she was powerless to change it. Zhangfeng witnessed the almost wanton casualty ratio before him, filled with regret and helplessness. He gripped his weapon tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that retreating now would only lead to more comrade sacrifices. Only by persisting could there be a glimmer of hope. As the battle progressed, both sides engaged in a desperate struggle on the battlefield. Though the soldiers of the Ninth Company fought bravely, they gradually showed signs of fatigue under the relentless assault of the Seventh Company. While Zhang Feng commanded the battle, he couldn't help but feel pain for the casualties of his comrades. After a fierce battle, the soldiers of the Ninth Company were finally annihilated. However, the Seventh Company also paid a heavy price, losing 55 valiant soldiers. On the battlefield, only the soldiers of the Seventh Company remained steadfastly holding their ground. Zhang Feng stood on the position, looking at the scene before him, filled with mixed emotions. He knew that this victory came at a tragic cost, though every fallen comrade was a pain in their hearts. Yet he also understood that this was training, but if it were a real battlefield, it would mean true sacrifice. Qin Zhan stood quietly to the side, watching everything on the battlefield. He observed the nearly equal casualty ratio, a surge of inexplicable emotions swelling within him. He knew that although they had won this battle, the cost was too heavy. He shook his head and exited the training scene. In the vast expanse of the universe, a starship quietly floated, its interior bustling with activity. On the training ground, the projection of a virtual battlefield was gradually dissipating, giving way to a pure white space. Here there was no smoke, no flames of war, only calm soldiers and a serious atmosphere. Qin Zhan stood in the center of the field, his gaze sharp as he observed the changes in the virtual scene. His heart remained unfazed. As the last flicker of light vanished, he knew that this virtual confrontation had come to an end. The members of the 7th and 9th Companies were all released from their battle states, returning to reality. Qin Zhan stepped forward, walking toward the 9th Company's team. His eyes searched the crowd for Lu Xian's figure, the captain of the 9th Company, who was his opponent in this challenge. When he saw Lu Xian, a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth, a confident, yet understated smile. "So, Captain Lu, do you still want to compete?" Qin Zhan's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. Immediately, someone from the 9th Company retorted, "This, Officer Qin, there's nothing to boast about. If it weren't for you taking out so many of us alone, the 7th Company might not have won. Exactly, this is an unfair competition." Others echoed in agreement. "Yet what's there to be proud of?" The voices rose and fell, indicating the 9th Company's soldiers were clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of the virtual confrontation. Lu Xian frowned and silenced the crowd. He turned to face Qin Zhan and said in a deep voice, "Enough, stop talking. Losing is losing. Do you think the enemy would be lenient in real war?" His words left the 9th Company's soldiers momentarily speechless, and they made Qin Zhan reassess his view of him. This Captain Lu Xian, though he lost the match, exhibited remarkable responsibility and sense of duty. Lu Xian looked at Qin Zhan again, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "You won, and we the 9th Company lost. I take back what I said about you not being fit to be the captain of the 7th Company. However, this is only temporary. The 9th Company will definitely surpass you in the future." Qin Zhan smiled slightly. "I look forward to that day, eager to compete against the 9th Company again." Inside the command room of the Star Guardian command ship, the light was soft and bright, and various instruments emitted a faint buzzing sound, creating a tense yet orderly atmosphere. A middle-aged male, General Zhang Tianxiang, sat firmly in the command chair, his sharp gaze sweeping across the large screen before him. The screen displayed real-time data and status of various warships, the data flowing like a waterfall, dazzling to the eyes. However, for Zhang Tianxiang, an experienced space battleship commander, interpreting this data was routine. At that moment, a female general entered the command room. She had short golden hair and blue eyes sparkling with wisdom. A rare look of surprise appeared on her face. She was Emily, the tactical planner of the expedition fleet. Zhang Tianxiang noticed Emily's expression and felt curious. This tactical planner was usually calm and steady, rarely showing such excitement. He couldn't help but ask Emily what's happened. Emily looked up, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "General, I've found a promising young talent. If he can join the fighter squadron, I believe he will definitely become an ace space pilot." Zhang Tianxiang raised his eyebrows, looking at Emily in surprise. An ace pilot is a standout among millions of soldiers. Such praise is undoubtedly very high for a rookie. He curiously asked, "Oh, such high praise. What did he do to impress you so much?" Emily smiled and quickly operated on the tablet. Soon the command room's large screen changed, presenting a battle scene to everyone. In the footage, a young warrior was leading the 7th and 9th Companies in a fierce competition. He moved agilely, dodging energy beams in midair while accurately detonating several grenades. Zhang Tianxiang watched Qin Zhan in the footage, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Indeed, a promising talent. His reaction speed and tactical awareness are outstanding. His prediction abilities are truly unprecedented. I've never heard of anyone like him in my military career. Emily nodded. Exactly, his command ability and personal special operations skills are strong. I believe that as long as he is given enough opportunities and training, he will definitely become a true ace pilot. Zhang Tianxiang and Emily stood before the large screen focused on discussing the data of a young warrior. Emily's fingers swiftly slid across the tablet, her eyes shining with curiosity. General, I conducted an in-depth investigation into Qin Zhan's background and discovered a shocking fact. This individual has rapidly risen several ranks in a short period. Such speed is simply astonishing. Zhang Tianxiang raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by this news. Oh, so he is perhaps the child of some high-ranking general. Emily shook her head, smiling as she denied his guess. No, General. This individual comes from a humble background with no connections. He is said to be an orphan from the mother planet. This answer further piqued Zhang Tianxiang's interest. He reached out, signaling Emily to send him Qin Zhan's data. Soon a detailed report appeared on his screen, including Qin Zhan's past combat videos and training records. Zhang Tianxiang carefully browsed through the materials, occasionally making sounds of astonishment. It's really strange. His performance in military school wasn't outstanding. Why has he transformed so drastically after joining the military, progressing so rapidly? Emily, have you checked his physical condition? Emily nodded. Of course, Alliance soldiers undergo regular physical examinations every month to rule out the possibility of being replaced by extraterrestrial beings. Qin Zhan's physical condition is completely normal, with no abnormalities. Zhang Tianxiang fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating this mystery. After a while, he raised his head, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. All right, since that's the case, we will closely observe his potential during this operation against the Mechanical Temple. Just after the exchange with the 9th Company had ended, Qin Zhan returned to the 7th Company's formation with steady steps. He looked up at the coldly glowing star in the sky, and then down at the timer on his wrist. Several hours of intense competition seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath of the slightly metallic air, his voice low and powerful. Everyone is tired. There's another tough battle to fight tomorrow. Today's training ends here, except for the 3 squad leaders. The rest are dismissed. Upon hearing this, the 7th Company's soldiers all sighed in relief, beginning to pack their gear and prepare to return to the barracks to rest. They knew that Captain Qin Zhan's next task was to critique and guide a few squad leaders who had performed poorly in the earlier competition. After the soldiers gradually left, Qin Zhan turned to Zhang Fengli Na and Wang Hao. His gaze was like a deep starry sky, containing both expectation and a hint of sternness. How do you think you performed in the earlier competition? Qin Zhan asked. Li Na frowned, her tone filled with self-blame. Report, Captain, I'm sorry we made mistakes. Zhang Feng had a face full of remorse. Report, Captain, it was all my fault. I let down the 7th Company. Wang Hao, having heard about the sacrifice of his comrades through the communication channel during the earlier competition, was also feeling exceptionally heavy-hearted. Qin Zhan looked at them, feeling both disappointment and understanding in his heart. He knew that on the battlefield no one could avoid making mistakes forever, but he also understood that each mistake could come at a heavy cost. Due to your command errors, we lost a favorable situation. You should be grateful this was only training, otherwise those sacrificed comrades would truly not return. Qin Zhan's voice carried an indescribable weight. He paused and continued, I hope you can deeply reflect on your mistakes and write a 500-word self-criticism for me. This is not only an account to me, but also to those fallen comrades. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, the 3 felt even more guilty. They all expressed that they would immediately write the self-criticism and send it to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan looked at them and nodded. All right, dismissed on the spot. But I want to remind you that in tomorrow's battle you must not make the same mistake again. The 3 replied in unison, yes, Captain. After that, they hurriedly left, each returning to the barracks to prepare their self-criticism and tomorrow's battle plan. Qin Zhan watched their departing figures, feeling a surge of complex emotions in his heart. He knew that this failure was a profound lesson for them. But he also believed that as long as they could learn from their mistakes, they would surely become even better in future battles. He looked up at the starry sky, silently praying for tomorrow's battle to go smoothly and for each soldier of the 7th Company to return safely. In the vast and boundless universe, iron giants floated silently in the darkness like silent titans. They slowly adjusted their course as if embarking towards some unknown destination together. Inside the command room of the Star Guardian flagship, screens flickered with various complex data streams, as if the pulse of the entire universe was beating here. Zhang Tianxiang stood before the command platform, his gaze sharp as he focused on the changing data on the screen. A navigation officer hurried over, his voice firm and resolute. Report, General, we have successfully located the target, Jueming Star. Shall we initiate warp travel? Zhang Tianxiang nodded slightly, his voice revealing an undeniable determination. Confirm entering warp. As his command was given, the entire command room became bustling with activity. Numerous operators swiftly began their tasks at the control panels, their fingers flying across the keyboards as if they were playing a symphony of the cosmos. Meanwhile, at another docking area of the battleship, Qin Zhan and the soldiers of the 7th Company were already prepared. Clad in battle armor and wielding weapons, their eyes reflected determination and courage. Surrounding them were the figures of the 1st Battalion's personnel busily boarding the ship, making final preparations for the impending battle. Qin Zhan felt the battleship slowly changing direction, knowing they were about to enter warp travel. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within him, as if he could sense the pulse of the entire fleet beating. Suddenly, the sharp sound of alarms shattered the original tranquility. Red alarm lights flashed in the darkness like the eyes of a demon, exuding a sense of danger. Qin Zhan immediately reacted, shouting to the soldiers of the 7th Company, "Quickly board the Thunder battleship, move out." Hearing the order, the boarding soldiers quickly quickened their pace, rushing towards the Thunder battleship. Their footsteps echoed loudly in the metal corridor. Qin Zhan followed closely behind, his heart filled with tension and anticipation. As the last soldier entered the battleship and the hatch slowly closed, a mechanical AI voice sounded from the communicator. "All military units prepare for action. The expedition fleet will soon enter warp travel. Upon arrival, the 1st to 28th Battalions are to initiate an attack." The voice repeated 3 times, echoing in every corner of the battleship. Qin Zhan listened to the mechanical voice, understanding the scale of this operation, 28 battalions larger than he had imagined. Each battalion comprised nearly 3,000 men, and the scale of the entire fleet was evident. He took a deep breath, feeling the vibrations as the battleship was about to enter warp, filled with challenges and anticipation for the unknown. As the warp travel commenced, the entire fleet seemed to traverse a tunnel of time and space, racing towards Jueming Star. In the vast and boundless universe, Jueming Star quietly floated between darkness and emptiness, its surrounding space seemingly shrouded in a mysterious force, silent to the point of suffocation. Suddenly, this silence was broken and space twisted abruptly, as if an invisible force was surging within. Distant spacecraft gradually elongated in the twisted space, and then slowly returned to their normal shapes, racing from afar and finally stopping at the periphery of Jueming Star. Qin Zhan stood in the battleship's command room, his gaze fixed on the massive planet ahead. He knew they had arrived at their destination. He quickly sent the mission briefing to the soldiers of the 7th Company, each face showing a serious expression. Lina looked at the briefing in her hands, her brow furrowed. She turned to Zhang Feng beside her and said, "This time we are actually going to fight against humanity." Zhang Feng took a deep breath and replied, "They can no longer be called humans." At a time when humanity's survival hung in the balance, they were still engaging in division. These people had strayed from the essence of humanity. Wang Hao also walked over, interjecting, "They deceive the world under the pretense of immortality, but can the thoughts they replicate still be considered human? They are merely a bunch of data AI imitating humans. What we are facing is no longer the same race as before." Qin Zhan entered the rest area of the 7th Company, where dim lights illuminated the room, and soldiers were gathered, some repairing equipment, others quietly conversing. He stood at the doorway, taking a deep breath of the slightly metallic air, then clapped his hands, the sound echoing in the spacious rest area. "Soldiers, get ready, check your weapons." Qin Zhan's voice was deep and resolute, like a boulder thrown into a lake, creating ripples. The soldiers of the 7th Company immediately sprang into action, skillfully checking their weapons, the sound of mechanical friction resonating in the rest area like a stirring battle song. Everyone was fully focused, with no one reporting any issues. Qin Zhan scanned the ready crowd, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Next, we will engage in ground combat." Qin Zhan's voice echoed in the rest area. "The ultimate goal is their command room to collect all relevant data." As soon as he finished speaking, the battleship's alarm suddenly blared sharp and piercing, as if a blade had sliced through the night sky. "All military units enter level 1 readiness. All military units enter level 1 readiness. All military units enter level 1 readiness." The alarm repeated, filling the entire battleship with a tense atmosphere. Qin Zhan immediately ordered everyone board the landing craft. Images of the enemy preparing to launch an attack flooded his mind, countless fighter jets soaring from the planet, along with many large battleships patrolling in space. The soldiers of the 7th Company quickly sprang into action, running through the battleship's corridors toward the landing craft in the Thunder battleship. Within the battleship, soldiers were running everywhere, their footsteps echoing on the metal corridors as if beating the drums of war. Qin Zhan led the soldiers of the 7th Company to their landing craft, jumping onto it and quickly directing the soldiers into their respective positions. In the command room of the expedition battleship, General Zhang Tianxiang watched the slowly rotating planet outside the window, emitting a faint glow like a pearl in the universe. Countless operators were busy, their fingers flying across the control panels, producing crisp sounds. The entire command room was filled with a tense yet orderly atmosphere, each face bearing seriousness and focus. Major Emily approached Zhang Tianxiang, her voice firm and powerful. "Commander, we are expected to encounter the enemy's first wave of strikes in 5 minutes. My tactical plan has been sent to the main screen." As she finished speaking, the image on the main screen abruptly changed, presenting a detailed information map before everyone. The map marked the positions of both enemy and allied forces troop deployments and the expected combat zones. Each piece of information seemed like a lifeline influencing the direction of the entire battle. Emily continued explaining the tactical plan. The expedition fleet will first strike at the enemy targets in space to weaken their defensive capabilities. Then the combat battalions will directly penetrate into the near-ground combat zone to engage in intense ground battles. Mobile soldiers will conduct encirclement on the ground, ensuring the enemy has nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, the fighter units will quickly support ground combat after eliminating the enemies in space. General Zhang Tianxiang listened quietly to Emily's report, his brow furrowed, as if contemplating more tactical details. As time passed, the atmosphere in the command room grew increasingly tense. Operators accelerated their actions, each preparing for the impending battle. Finally, the 5-minute countdown ended. The distant night sky suddenly lit up with dazzling lights, marking the beginning of the enemy's assault. General Zhang Tianxiang took a deep breath and decisively issued the order, "Act according to plan." Beyond the depths of the Zhu-Ming Star, the Human Alliance's expedition fleet quietly floats, resembling a silent forest of steel awaiting unknown challenges. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shatters the stillness. Everyone aboard the fleet tenses up, preparing for unexpected situations. In the command room, the information officer reports swiftly and accurately the enemy has deployed nearly 300 Li Ren X-1 space fighters fully armed with high-energy laser cannons, mini-missile launchers, and electromagnetic pulse disruptors. Each piece of information strikes like a cold arrow piercing the heart. Major General Emily decisively issues the order: all warships activate energy shields immediately and deploy drone units and space battleship units for interception. Her voice is firm and powerful, conveying an undeniable resolve. However, the situation is more dire than imagined. From behind the planet, a massive fleet of space battleships emerges. The information officer's voice sounds again, tinged with shock. 10 interstellar Griffin-class warships detected. General Zhang Tianxiang, upon hearing this news, is instantly enraged. What? The Griffin-class warships? This means there are considerable traitors among humans. His fists clench tightly, veins bulging, revealing his inner fury and unease. Emily calmly states, "Now we must remain calm. The Griffin-class warships possess formidable firepower, and we must respond carefully. I hope this operation can locate the base of this organization and gather more information." Emily stands by the command room's porthole, gazing into the dark expanse of space. A determined glint shines in her eyes, as if able to pierce through the depths of the starry sky. She decisively issues the command: Griffin-class, activate ion cannons and electromagnetic railguns to attack the enemy fleet. As Emily's command is given, the Griffin-class warships spring into action. The massive ion cannons and electromagnetic railguns begin to slowly rotate, their muzzles aimed at the distant enemy fleet. Suddenly, dazzling beams of light streak across the starry sky, rushing out like meteors, striking the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet retaliates without hesitation, activating their energy shields. The artillery fire from both sides intertwines, creating a fiery inferno of energy beams in space. Each shot reverberates throughout the cosmos, instilling fear. Just as both sides are fiercely engaged in battle, the enemy's space fighters suddenly launch an attack like a pack of fierce falcons. Their silhouettes appear cold and merciless against the backdrop of starlight, each fighter carrying lethal high-energy laser cannons and mini-missile launchers ready to launch a fierce assault on the expedition fleet's fighter units. The expedition fleet's fighter units react swiftly, darting toward the enemy like lightning. The two sides' fighters weave through space, maneuvering rapidly, searching for flaws in each other. The rays from the high-energy laser cannons carve dazzling trails through space, intertwining like a dense web of firepower. Mini-missile launchers continuously fire missiles, tracing elegant arcs in space as they head toward the enemy fighters. In the fierce aerial battle, the fighters weave, chase, and shoot. The beams from high-energy laser cannons collide in space, erupting into brilliant flashes. Mini-missiles carve graceful arcs through the air, exploding near enemy fighters, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Occasionally, fighters disintegrate in explosions, scattering countless fragments in space. The entire battlefield resembles a sea of fire, with the brilliance of explosions illuminating the dark void, adding a touch of tragedy to the conflict. The pilots' heartbeats synchronize with the roar of the fighters, their eyes fixed solely on the enemy and the determination to confront them. In this boundless expanse of space, they write the glory of humanity with their lives and courage. Qin Zhan stands by the porthole, his gaze locked onto the distant battlefield. Their warships and fighters intertwine, with laser fire and missile trails slicing through the dark universe. A surge of intense excitement rises within him, yearning to plunge into that fierce battle and contribute his strength to the eradication of the enemy. However, he knows well his duties and mission. The ground forces have not yet received the order to engage, and he can only wait quietly here. This is his first time witnessing the magnificent spectacle of space combat, and Qin Zhan is filled with curiosity. He imagines how those fighter pilots engage with the enemy in space, defending humanity's dignity and glory with their superb skills and advanced weaponry. In the command ship, the information officer's voice echoes in the command room. New report: there are no humans among the enemy's fighters. They are all AI-controlled. General Zhang Tianxiang's brow furrows tightly, clearly puzzled by this news. Impossible. Under the 3 laws, AI cannot attack humans. Emily quickly opens the target's introduction, revealing the true nature of the enemy. To everyone, the Mechanical Temple, an extreme, anti-human organization. They believe that only by abandoning their flesh and fully transforming into machinery and data can they truly achieve immortality. Members of the organization gradually replace their bodies with mechanical parts through complex surgeries and modifications while uploading their consciousness and memories to a central server. Upon hearing Emily's introduction, General Zhang Tianxiang suddenly realizes that makes sense. They are not traditional AI, but rather modified beings controlled by the Mechanical Temple. After a moment of silence and contemplation, General Zhang Tianxiang finally issues the order. His voice is firm and powerful. Communications officer, let all ground combat units engage. In the command ship of Combat Group 1, the tense atmosphere is almost suffocating. When the order is given, every officer and soldier on the bridge holds their breath, waiting for the command to engage. With the commander's order, the entire fleet awakens like a giant beast, beginning to shudder and emit a deep rumble. The docking locks between the interstellar Griffin-class warships and the Thunder battleships are released one by one, and the massive Thunder battleships slowly detach, unfolding their claws in the starry sky. Their target is the surface of the planet where the enemy awaits their arrival. On the landing vessel where Qin Zhan is located, an alarm suddenly sounds, breaking the previous tranquility. The ship's communication channel broadcasts the order: all landing vessels prepare for battle, departing from the fleet in 10 minutes. After detaching from the fleet, the Thunder battleship quickly activates its energy shield. Simultaneously, the battleship's weapon systems enter combat mode, with multi-barreled high-energy particle cannons and heavy missile launchers targeting the enemy fighters. With the commander's order, the Thunder battleship's weapon systems are instantly activated. The beams shot from the high-energy particle cannons carve dazzling trails through space, targeting the enemy fighters. The heavy missiles streak across the sky like meteors, carrying destructive power toward the enemy. The enemy fighters do not back down, launching a fierce counterattack. The fighters from both sides weave through space, their artillery fire intertwining. The sounds of explosions and the roar of laser beams rise and fall, making the entire battlefield exceptionally fierce. After a fierce space battle, the Thunder battleship and the interstellar Griffin-class warships successfully suppress the enemy's aerial forces. Enemy fighters fall or are destroyed, while the landing vessel where Qin Zhan is located draws closer to the planet's surface under the cover of artillery fire. The sky of the absolute void star seemed to be torn apart, creating a massive gash. The Thunder warships of the human alliance descended like ominous clouds, their imposing presence highlighted by the cold gleam of their hulls, as if they were about to devour the entire starry sky. The Sky Guardians on the ground were already in full battle readiness, their eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching warships, filled with determination and resolve. As the warships drew closer, they unhesitatingly activated their high-energy particle beam launchers. Beams of high-energy particles tore through the sky like lightning, heading straight for the Thunder warships. These particle beams created dazzling arcs in the air, carrying devastating power as they struck against the warship's energy shields. Ripples danced across the energy shields, reminiscent of waves on a water surface stirred by a stone. These ripples spread across the shields, demonstrating the immense power of the particle beams. However, the energy shields of the Thunder warships held firm like a rock, deflecting the high-energy particle beams one after another. The Thunder warships did not cease their offensive, they began to counterattack. The multi-barreled high-energy particle cannons unleashed a torrential barrage, with each beam carrying destructive power, bombarding the Sky Guardians on the ground. Heavy missiles followed closely, carving long trails through the air before crashing down. The ground was instantly shrouded in explosive mushroom clouds, the massive roar deafening. The Sky Guardians struggled to resist amidst the explosions, but the assaults from the Thunder warships came in relentless waves, overwhelming them. Just as the Thunder warships of the human alliance loomed closer to the ground, like dark clouds, enemy drones and fighter jets launched a fierce counteroffensive. In an instant, the side doors of the Thunder warships opened simultaneously, resembling a giant beast opening its jaws, unleashing a swarm of drones. These drones surged out like a swarm of bees, quickly organizing into a dense attack formation, rushing towards the enemy. The enemy's swarm of drones did not back down. They maneuvered agilely in the air, rapidly changing formations to engage with the human alliance's drones. A fierce aerial battle erupted between both sides' drones with beams of high-energy lasers and mini-missiles intertwining into a sea of fire explosions resonating through the skies. Meanwhile, enemy fighter jets joined the fray. They moved as swiftly as lightning, agilely diving and climbing, searching for a breakthrough in the chaos. The Human Alliance's fighter jet squadron worked closely with the drone swarms to counter the enemy's aggressive assault. In the aerial battle, the drones and fighter jets coordinated to form dense firepower networks. The Human Alliance's drone swarms utilized their numerical advantage to continuously launch assaults attempting to wear down the enemy's living forces. The fighter jet squadron, on the other hand, took advantage of their speed and maneuverability to deliver precise strikes against key enemy targets. Both sides paid a heavy price in this fierce aerial battle. Drones and fighter jets fell from the skies amidst the explosions streaking across the heavens like falling stars. Inside the landing ship of Qin Zhan, alarms blared sharply, accompanied by the mechanical AI voice repeatedly stating the landing ship is about to detach from the warship. Please prepare for battle. This cold voice echoed throughout the ship. At that moment, all the landing ships attached to the Thunder warships detached like a swarm of bees, leaving their hive, transforming into streaks of light as they rapidly descended towards the ground. However, this spectacular sight did not last long, as enemy drones and fighter jets, sensing their prey, quickly spotted the descending landing ships and launched an immediate attack. Qin Zhan stood on the bridge, his gaze intense. At that moment, his precognitive ability came into play, revealing a chilling scene. Several fighter jets pounced on several landing ships like hungry wolves, bringing them down to the planet's surface, including those from their 7th Company, the explosion's flames glaring in the dark. Coming back to his senses, Qin Zhan resolutely walked towards the cockpit. The members of the 7th Company watched his strides, curiosity and confusion bubbling within them. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Where's the captain going? We're about to land. Maybe he's directing the landing site," someone speculated. Qin Zhan arrived at the cockpit, observing the pilot operating the controls with tension and skill. He understood that the time for an attack was imminent, and he could not stand idly by. Therefore, he decisively ordered, "Move aside, I will take the controls." The pilot hesitated, but the determination and resolve in Qin Zhan's eyes made him reluctant to disobey. Qin Zhan firmly grasped the pilot's shoulder, pulling him out, and quickly seating himself, operating the controls with both hands. In fact, all of this was practiced by him through watching future scenarios. It was as if he had already foreseen the future battlefield situation, every movement precise and swift. The pilot behind began to feel his worries dissipate as he murmured, "Fortunately, the officer can operate it, otherwise everyone on this ship would be doomed." Just as Qin Zhan sat at the controls, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out from outside the landing ship. He looked up to see 3 enemy fighter jets closing in rapidly like hungry wolves, their bodies gleaming coldly, clearly having locked onto the landing ship as their target. Almost in the same instant, the 3 jets opened fire simultaneously, beams of energy slicing through the dark void, headed straight for the landing ship with devastating force. Those beams traced dazzling paths across the starry sky, as if they intended to consume everything in their searing heat. Qin Zhan remained completely unfazed. He gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes revealing calmness. He quickly pulled the controls, adjusting the landing ship's flight trajectory to evade those deadly energy beams. Under Qin Zhan's control, the landing ship moved gracefully like a nimble swallow, weaving and rolling through space. The soldiers felt as if they were in a dizzying wild dance. Their heartbeats accelerated with the ship's movements, anxiously holding their breath, awaiting the impending outcome. Inside the landing ship, Li Na's fury erupted like a volcano, loudly exclaiming, "Damn it, who is driving? Can't they operate the ship?" Her voice echoed within the ship, causing other soldiers to start complaining as well. The atmosphere grew tense and anxious, a palpable unease filling the air. Just as they were discussing, the pilot suddenly rolled out from the cabin, his face filled with shock and helplessness. Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward to question, "Why did you roll out? Get back in and pilot the ship." The pilot struggled to stand, grimacing as he replied, "Your captain is piloting inside. I was kicked out." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "No way, the captain can pilot a warship." The pilot nodded, a look of admiration on his face. "Not only can he pilot, but he does it exceptionally well. If it weren't for him, we might have already perished. 3 enemy jets are locking onto us." This news instantly turned the atmosphere inside the ship serious. A soldier couldn't help but curse, "What the hell, where is our drone swarm? How can they let 3 jets out with so many drones?" Another soldier replied indignantly, "I knew the AI was unreliable." At this critical moment, Li Na suddenly calmed down. She took a deep breath and said to everyone, "Don't panic, we must trust the captain. Since he is piloting, we should focus on our duties and prepare for possible combat." Her words gradually restored calm among them. They began to take their positions, checking their gear and preparing for battle. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin, Qin Zhan was fully focused on piloting the landing ship, evading the enemy's attacks. Three fighter jets adjusted their positions to prepare for a new round of attacks after failing to hit their target due to consecutive assaults. However, Qin Zhan's maneuvers were exceptionally precise. By cleverly navigating the pathways in his mind, he successfully evaded all energy beam attacks aimed at the landing ship. The beams whizzed past the ship, producing a piercing shriek as if the scythe of death was slicing through the air beside him. Deep within the mechanical temple in the core area of a main AI server, a stream of data suddenly flickered to life, breaking the previous silence. These data seemed to possess life, but within the virtual cockpit, several numerical humanoid figures gradually coalesced, and they began conversing. "This landing ship indeed has some tricks, we can't even catch a glimpse of it," one of the digital beings said, his tone laced with surprise. "Exactly, it seems to predict our attacks, skillfully dodging each time," another digital figure added, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. However, their conversation was soon interrupted by an angry roar. A digital figure a short distance away suddenly erupted with rage, his fighter jet hit in virtual space, disintegrating into data fragments that scattered in the air. "My fighter jet has been destroyed again. System, give me a new fighter jet immediately," he shouted, his voice filled with resentment and fury. The fighter jets controlled by these digital beings were essentially virtual combat units within the mechanical temple. They wouldn't truly die, they simply needed to switch to a new fighter jet to re-enter the battle. For them, it was like playing an endless game. As the battle continued, the digital beings began discussing the weaknesses of humans. "These old humans are truly weak. Their flesh and blood are so fragile, once dead, they cannot be revived," one digital being said disdainfully. "That's why we aim to liberate them. Only by becoming data like us can humanity truly evolve," another digital being interjected. "Exactly, we can learn new knowledge in an instant while they require years or even decades," yet another digital being added, his tone filled with contempt for humanity. Lastly, one digital being raised his arm and shouted, "We are the new humanity, brothers of the temple, let us join forces and flatten these old human strongholds." His voice echoed in the virtual space, resonating with the other digital beings. They responded enthusiastically, preparing for a more ferocious attack. However, they were unaware that this seemingly weak landing ship concealed the power to change the tide of battle. Back on the real battlefield, Qin Zhan did not give them the chance. He seized the opportunity during the fighter jet's adjustment to swiftly alter the landing ship's course and soared toward the planet's surface. Under Qin Zhan's precise control, the landing ship successfully shook off the enemy's pursuit and safely advanced toward the designated target. The landing ship steadily landed on the surface of absolute void star. Without hesitation, Qin Zhan pressed the button and the cabin door slowly opened as he left the cockpit. He hurried towards the rear exit, his heart filled with tension and anticipation. The soldiers of the 7th Company had long been waiting, their eyes closely following Qin Zhan's figure. When Qin Zhan's figure appeared before them, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. On this unfamiliar planet, the only one they could rely on was their commander, Qin Zhan. His command ability and personal bravery had been fully demonstrated in the previous battles, which reassured the soldiers. Lina couldn't help but pose a crucial question to Qin Zhan. "Commander, have you ever piloted a landing ship before?" All eyes instantly focused on Qin Zhan, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The ground maneuvering troops generally had access to knowledge about ground combat, and their understanding of high-end equipment like landing ships was limited to rumors and theory. Piloting a landing ship was a skill reserved for pilots. For ordinary soldiers, it was almost an unattainable realm. Qin Zhan calmly replied, "Never piloted one. This is my first time." Upon hearing this, a tightness gripped the hearts of those present, and a chill ran down their spines. "You've never piloted a landing ship, so why seize the cockpit? Are you just joking around?" The soldiers began to feel a wave of trepidation. They originally thought Qin Zhan possessed the requisite skills, but now it seemed they had placed their hopes on someone entirely inexperienced. In this tense atmosphere, Wang Hao summoned his courage, swallowed hard, and forced out a sentence, "Commander, you are truly gifted." His voice quivered slightly, clearly showing signs of anxiety. Qin Zhan stood at the cabin door looking at the soldiers beside him, his eyes firm and full of strength. He took a deep breath and then declared, "All soldiers of the 7th Company, once the cabin door opens, charge with me." The soldiers echoed in unison, getting into a charging stance, waiting for the moment the door fully opened. The cabin door finally opened completely, and Qin Zhan was the first to rush out. Armed with a weapon, his gaze was sharp like a fierce tiger plunging into the enemy ranks. As soon as he exited the cabin, he saw countless landing ships descending, and the maneuvering soldiers had already begun their charge against the enemy. In the sky, explosions from drones and landing ships echoed one after another, fragments and flames tracing thrilling trajectories through the air. The enemy's robotic troops surged like a tidal wave, cold and ruthless, showing no fear. These robots were well equipped and moved swiftly, posing a significant threat to the soldiers of the 7th Company. Qin Zhan quickly surveyed the battlefield situation, noticing a particularly fierce type of robotic dog among the enemy's forces. These robotic dogs were fast and powerful, putting considerable pressure on the frontline soldiers. Qin Zhan made a decisive call to concentrate fire on these robotic dogs. "Give me a small missile launcher." Qin Zhan took the small missile launcher from a soldier at the rear, raised it high, aimed at a group of robotic dogs, and decisively pressed the launch button. The missile soared through the sky, accurately hitting its target. Amidst the explosion, several robotic dogs were obliterated. Qin Zhan shouted, "7th Company attack the robotic dog unit ahead." Other soldiers followed Qin Zhan's example, concentrating their fire on the robotic dogs. In an instant, the battlefield was ablaze with fire, and the explosions of the robotic dogs rang out. Before Qin Zhan's eyes, a vision of the next 5 minutes gradually became clear. Countless trajectories of enemy attacks intertwined in his mind, forming a complex pattern. This was his unique ability, allowing him to glimpse fragments of the future, providing critical guidance for battle. He furrowed his brows, quickly analyzing these trajectories, and then decisively ordered, "All soldiers of the 7th Company, move 50 meters to the right quickly." Although the soldiers were puzzled by Qin Zhan's command, they hesitated not and immediately acted. Under the intense fire net, they shot while quickly moving, trying to maintain the integrity of their formation. The soldiers of the 7th Company knew that trust and obedience to commands were crucial for victory on the battlefield. Just as the 7th Company was moving, the robots and robotic dogs launched a fierce counterattack. Countless energy beams tore through the sky, fiercely striking the human forces. The ground where the 7th Company once stood was riddled with craters pockmarked all over. Zhang Na looked at the scene before her, a wave of fear washing over her. She couldn't help but ask, "How does the commander know the enemy will attack our position?" The soldiers beside her also displayed puzzled expressions. "It should be a kind of intuition, a sense of danger," Qin Zhan replied casually. His gaze remained fixed on the enemies ahead, showing no sign of relaxation. He knew that while his abilities were formidable, he could not rely solely on them. On the battlefield, he could not guarantee everyone's survival. He could only do his best. "I once saw a documentary about this ability. It seems to be called the Sixth Sense." Zhang Na suddenly recalled something and said. Her words resonated with the soldiers, who nodded in agreement. Under Qin Zhan's leadership, the soldiers of the 7th Company gradually seized the initiative in battle. They utilized the power of small missiles and high-energy laser guns, continually eliminating the enemy's robots and robotic dogs. However, the battle did not become any easier. The enemy's robotic forces were numerous, and new robots kept joining the fray. On the battlefield of the absolute void, star smoke and flames filled the air. Countless human soldiers and drones launched a fierce assault on the mechanical temple, their only goal being to destroy this emblem of mechanical civilization's supreme power. In a deep trench, a squad of soldiers was caught in a bitter fight, surrounded by countless robots, their situation precarious. Deep within the mechanical temple, digital beings chatted leisurely, as if the smoke of battle had nothing to do with them. "Our absolute void star base has been discovered by those humans. What a hassle. I've already informed the bishop, but he said he won't send rescue to the absolute void star base as its value is low, and rescuing it would waste our temple's resources. Then let these flesh and blood bodies consume themselves." The first digital being sneered. "I've surrounded a small squad of old human soldiers who has time to provide support. The coordinates are..." He sent out a distress signal. Soon other digital beings responded to his request. "We're coming, let's start the hunt." One voice said excitedly. "How many points do you have?" Another voice asked. "I'm in the top 10 now. Oh, I've already killed over 100 old human soldiers with a KD ratio of 101. Haha. Wait for me, I've chosen a support robot who needs ammunition. I brought some." Another voice interjected. Thus the digital beings effortlessly arranged their hunting actions on the battlefield in their conversation. They viewed human soldiers as prey, relishing the joy of killing and the increase in points. On the fiery battlefield, the mobile soldiers found themselves in the trench, surrounded by a dense mass of robots and robotic dogs. Among them, a female soldier, Leeson, held a high-energy laser gun, her eyes filled with despair. As she saw the enemy surge like a tide, an indescribable fear rose in her heart. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she shot wildly, roaring, "Ah! Damn you heretics!" In that moment of Leeson's frantic shooting, an old soldier stock noticed her danger. He quickly rushed forward, pulling Leeson back into the trench with a tackle. Almost simultaneously, several energy beams whizzed past, striking the spot where Leeson had just stood. Breathing heavily, Stock shouted at Leeson, "Leeson, wake up." Leeson held her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "I don't want to die here. I promised my mother I would return to Blue Star." Her voice carried endless sorrow and reluctance. At that moment, another soldier took out a photo which showed a beautiful woman. He gazed at the photo, murmuring, "Yinzi, I hope you can be happy in the future." The mood of everyone grew heavier. Seeing the somber emotions of the crowd, Stock knew that only by giving them hope could he inspire their fighting spirit. So he shouted loudly, "Everyone listen to me, I've called for reinforcements, hold on, help is on the way. Humanity will prevail." Hearing his words, everyone slowly lifted their heads to look at him, their eyes shining with anticipation. They knew the situation was dire, but Stock's words gave them a glimmer of hope. Stock continued to shout, "Everyone hold the defense, hang in there." However, he knew deep down that they might have already fallen into a desperate situation. The so-called support might just be a lie he told to keep everyone going. He only hoped to eliminate as many enemies as possible in this final battle. Inspired by Stock, a dozen soldiers picked up their weapons again and began to shoot wildly. They aimed at the enemies, launching small missiles and high-energy laser beams. In the fierce battle, many enemies were hit and fell, but the number of robotic troops remained overwhelmingly large. Everyone could only shoot with all their might, hoping to find a glimmer of life in this desperate fight. They knew that only by holding on could they possibly wait for the real reinforcements to arrive. At that moment, they were filled with a strong belief humanity will prevail. As the smoke of war filled the air, robots surged like a tide, and it seemed they were about to be overwhelmed by countless steel bodies. The hearts of the crowd sank, despair flooding them like cold seawater, drowning their hopes. They painfully closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Just then a resounding voice broke through the sky like the roar of a war god. "Seventh Company, charge with me, crush them." Everyone opened their eyes abruptly, seeing a group of soldiers descending like divine warriors, leaping over their trench and charging towards the enemy. Their figures appeared so brave and fearless in the sunlight, like a beam of light illuminating this dark land. Lee Sin looked up and saw a commander smiling at them. The sunlight shone on his face, making it appear so warm and resolute. He gave them a thumbs up and then charged into the battlefield. Every movement of his was filled with power, igniting an inexplicable strength in Lee Sin's heart. Within the trench, the soldiers who had been trapped in despair were now seemingly awakened by an invisible force, straightening their backs and standing up. Their gazes were fixed ahead, where a squad of human soldiers led by the brave commander was ruthlessly tearing apart the robotic troop formations with overwhelming force. In the commander's hand, the high-energy laser gun seemed to transform into the scythe of death, with each pull of the trigger accompanied by a blinding beam of light, precisely reaping the lives of enemies. He rolled and jumped on the battlefield, every movement a perfect blend of strength and beauty, dancing gracefully amidst the dense enemy fire. His figure flashed across the battlefield like a lightning bolt, and his heroic performance not only struck fear into the enemies, but also left the soldiers in the trench dumbfounded, filled with endless admiration and respect. Lee Sin's eyes sparkled with determination as she exclaimed, "The reinforcements have indeed arrived. Let's charge together." Others echoed her sentiments, their fear and despair replaced by a strong desire to survive. "Who is that commander? He's like a god of war," someone exclaimed. "Yes, let's charge together. After all, we're separated from our original unit." Stock shouted loudly, his voice filled with determination and courage. Under the commander's lead, they began a fierce charge. Small missiles rained down on the robotic troops, exploding in bursts of sparks. The beams from high-energy laser guns traced dazzling trajectories across the battlefield, hitting one enemy after another. They coordinated seamlessly, continuously pushing forward, forcing the robotic troops to retreat step by step. In the battlefield of the absolute void, a chilling atmosphere of slaughter prevails. Qin Zhan, the valiant leader of the 7th Battalion, leads his warriors deep into enemy territory. They strike like sharp blades, piercing the heart of the enemy. Meanwhile, on the distant expedition fleet, General Zhang Tianxiang awaits the latest news of the battle. "Emily, what is the current status of the battle?" asked Zhang Tianxiang. Emily quickly checked the data on her tablet and replied, "The enemy's space fleet still has 5 ships left. We have lost 1. The enemy's air force has been completely eliminated in space." "What about the situation on the ground?" Zhang Tianxiang asked. Emily continued operating her tablet, a joyful expression appearing on her face. "On the ground, our 28 regiments have successfully landed and are advancing, continuously compressing the enemy's front line." Suddenly, Emily's gaze fixed on a specific piece of information on the tablet, and she said with some surprise, "General Zhang, one of our ground combat units is already close to the enemy base." Zhang Tianxiang raised an eyebrow, show the live feed. The large screen then changed to display Qin Zhan leading the 7th Battalion attacking in enemy territory. To everyone's shock, their numbers had surprisingly reached over 600. Zhang Tianxiang asked in astonishment, how could he lead so many people? Emily explained, according to the data, these individuals are not original members of their battalion. They are soldiers rescued by Qin Zhan along the way. Zhang Tianxiang couldn't help but express his admiration for Qin Zhan. "Not bad, very selfless." Emily then pulled up a video of Qin Zhan piloting the landing ship, where he forcefully took over from the driver and operated it himself. Zhang Tianxiang watched the video, his brow furrowed. This is nonsense. He dares to pilot a landing ship without training. But as the footage continued, his expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. He saw Qin Zhan maneuvering the landing ship, perfectly evading attacks from 3 fighter jets and landing safely. Zhang Tianxiang couldn't help but exclaim, "He is simply a genius." He just watched for a bit and learned how to operate it. Emily observed Zhang Tianxiang's reaction and had already made a decision. She said, "General Zhang, we must immediately request to transfer Qin Zhan to the Air Force. Our unit should apply early, otherwise after this battle, once these operational details are discovered by other military regions, it will be difficult for us to secure him again." Zhang Tianxiang firmly agreed and said decisively confirm the request. Execute immediately. Qin Zhan stood in the shadow of the fortress, his gaze sharp and focused on the massive base not far ahead. The robotic troops surged like a tidal wave, and the torrent of steel seemed ready to engulf everything. He glanced at the surrounding soldiers, about 600 of them appearing so insignificant compared to the robots. Qin Zhan understood that to give these soldiers any chance of survival, he must take risks. He took a deep breath and decisively ordered through the communicator, "Everyone hold your positions. No unauthorized actions without new orders." The soldiers of the 7th Battalion had already read Qin Zhan's determination from his eyes. Lina nervously grasped her weapon and softly reminded Captain, "Be careful." Zhang Feng shouted loudly, "Brothers, cover the captain with fire." The soldiers from other units showed puzzled expressions upon hearing this order. A soldier couldn't help but ask, "What are they doing? Why do they need to cover fire while holding their positions?" A comrade beside him shook his head. "Don't ask. Captain Qin is always wise and decisive. He must have his own plan." Qin Zhan did not say much. He knew that every second was as precious as gold. He tightly gripped his high-energy laser gun, as if he held the key to fate on the battlefield. He took firm steps, walking towards the direction of the robotic troops, determined to bring a turning point to this war with his actions. The robotic troops quickly detected the brave human figure. As if enraged, they launched a frenzied attack on Qin Zhan. Countless energy beams shot towards Qin Zhan like rays of death, trying to engulf him in flames. The human soldiers inside the fortress raised their weapons, initiating a fierce counterattack. They knew that at this moment Qin Zhan was under immense pressure, and they had to provide him with fire support to withstand the robotic troops' attack. The battlefield was ablaze with fire, and explosions erupted continuously. The battle between humans and robots grew fiercer, with their firepower intertwining into dazzling light curtains. Qin Zhan moved through the sea of flames, shooting as he walked, each trigger pull accompanied by a burst of high-energy laser. To others, he merely sidestepped slightly to adeptly evade the energy beam's attacks. In Qin Zhan's eyes, all attack trajectories were clearly visible, as if forming an accurate battlefield map in his mind. His movements were fluid, like a dancer gracefully performing on stage. Each dodge seemed so calm and elegant. Facing the densely packed energy beams, he was like a cheetah weaving through the jungle, always finding safe gaps at the last moment. His every shot was astonishingly precise, as if the laser gun in his hand was not just a weapon, but an arrow aimed at the enemy's heart. Every time he pulled the trigger, an enemy would fall, alleviating some pressure for the soldiers in the fortress. The soldiers inside witnessed the thrilling scenes of battle, all amazed. They put down their weapons, their eyes wide open, as if trying to engrave every action of Qin Zhan into their hearts. Wow, what kind of operation is this? How could dodging energy beams be so elegant? It's even better than dancing. A soldier exclaimed in disbelief. Is this really something a human can do? I can hardly believe my eyes. Another soldier also exclaimed. One soldier became so mesmerized that he forgot to shoot his mouth agape, as if he could swallow the entire battlefield. He stared blankly at Qin Zhan, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. Is this really our comrade? It's as if a legendary warrior from ancient tales has descended. Meanwhile, at the mechanical temple in a distant, unknown galaxy, it resembled a kingdom of steel. Towering mechanical structures stood like a forest of steel, seemingly piercing the clouds. Outside, countless robots wandered leisurely in the shopping center, holding and wearing mechanical-related items that gleamed with cold, dazzling light. At the center of the mechanical temple was a huge mechanical brain, its surface shimmering with countless complex lights, seemingly containing endless wisdom and power. Before the main brain, several digital beings were busy manipulating various interfaces, remotely controlling the robots fighting on the absolute void star. However, at this moment, one digital being suddenly let out an angry roar. How could this old human do this? Can you attack him from your side? How could his movements be so agile, like a ghost weaving between energy beams? Another digital being shook his head, disbelief on his face. No, he seems to be using hacks. Our attacks simply cannot reach him. Requesting support. Damn, he just headshot me again. How many times is this now? One digital being held his head, looking exceptionally frustrated. Damn, me too. Every time I aim at him, he miraculously dodges. This is simply not something a human can achieve. Quickly switch machines, change to more advanced combat robots. We must eliminate this old human. Crush him with sheer numbers. I refuse to believe so many robots can't take him down. The digital beings intensified their attacks on Qin Zhan. However, he danced through the storm like a dancer, dodging attacks with precision while counterattacking. His every action appeared so elegant and composed, as if this war was merely a game to him. Near the mechanical temple base of Zhu Ming Star, the human soldiers inside the fortress were still fiercely fighting back. Countless energy beams intertwined, creating a sea of fire as the robot army surged like an iron tide, attempting to destroy humanity's last line of defense. Qin Zhan stood at the forefront of the fortress, his figure appearing exceptionally tall in the flames. He needed to attract the enemy's fire to create a counterattack opportunity for his teammates. He had to conserve his strength, making minimal movements to reduce consumption while ensuring he could evade the enemy's attacks. Qin Zhan held tightly to the high-energy laser gun, stepping forward towards the robot army. Though his movements seemed relaxed, they contained immense skill and patience. He constantly monitored the enemy's movements, predicting their attack trajectories to react in the shortest time possible. As he got closer, the robot army's attacks became increasingly intense. Countless energy beams shot towards Qin Zhan, as if they aimed to engulf him in a sea of fire. His figure darted through the web of flames, each dodge appearing calm and unhurried. He fired continuously, each trigger pull accompanied by a high-energy laser that accurately hit an enemy. Under Qin Zhan's leadership, the human soldiers began their fierce counterattack. They raised their weapons and opened fire on the robot army. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with flames and explosions. Although the robot army was numerous and powerful, they began to show signs of struggle against Qin Zhan and the soldiers' fierce counterattacks. They were continuously hit and destroyed, their formations gradually disrupted. The robot army in front of Qin Zhan, once as solid as a copper wall, was now torn apart by his and his comrades' fierce attacks. With a determined gaze, he saw the entrance to the enemy base through the billowing smoke. Without hesitation, he ordered through the communicator, "Everyone charge with me, target the enemy base entrance." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhan charged out like an arrow from a bow. He no longer held back his strength, fully committing himself to the battle. While running, he quickly shot, each trigger pull accompanied by a high-energy laser accurately hitting the enemy. At the same time, he agilely dodged incoming energy beams, narrowly avoiding them each time. With Qin Zhan's charge, the human soldiers also followed closely behind, launching a fierce attack towards the enemy base. The robot army, though numerous, began to show signs of struggle under the fierce attacks of Qin Zhan and others. As they approached the robot army, Qin Zhan made a surprising move. He slung the energy gun on his back, taking out a standard long knife in each hand. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly slashed at the robots ahead. With a sound of metal shattering, several robots fell at his feet. However, this was just the beginning of the battle. The subsequent robots seemed enraged by Qin Zhan's bravery, turning their weapons towards him and shooting wildly. Energy beams rained down on Qin Zhan like a torrential storm, attempting to engulf him in a sea of light and fire. Facing the torrent of energy beams, Qin Zhan remained steadfast like a rock, showing no signs of retreat. The long knives in his hands seemed to be an extension of his soul, dancing with his will. Every slash of his knife was accompanied by a brilliant glow, skillfully deflecting the incoming energy beams elsewhere, preventing them from reaching his body. His movements were swift and graceful, almost blurring to the eye. His figure darted across the battlefield like a legendary warrior from a movie, wielding his glowing blades freely among the enemy ranks. Each strike of his knife resonated with a crisp metallic clash, instilling awe in onlookers. Li Na watched Qin Zhan's brave performance with rapt attention, admiration shining in her eyes. "The squad leader has completely refreshed my perception of him. He's just like a hero straight out of a movie." Wang Hao exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the power of the Force? How can the squad leader be so powerful? It's simply unbelievable." Li Feng interrupted Wang Hao's fantasy with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense. It's the Force. That's from a movie." Other soldiers chimed in with admiration. "While the commander is so powerful, with him here we will definitely win this battle." The digital beings in the mechanical temple witnessed this scene, completely stunned, as if they had seen an incredible miracle. "Oh my God, what am I seeing? Isn't this the Force from the movies?" One digital being exclaimed. "Is this old human a cyborg like us? How could he possess such powerful strength?" Another digital being wondered. "He must be an experimental product of the old humans. They must be up to some trickery behind the scenes." A jealous digital being said angrily. "The despicable methods of the old humans cannot defeat our great mechanical temple. Yes, if 30 robots aren't enough, send 300. If that doesn't work, send 3,000 or even 30,000. A loyal digital being shouted. "Our mechanical temple has endless troops. We must completely eliminate this old human." Another digital being said through gritted teeth. Qin Zhan's team did not pause. They surged towards the base entrance like a torrent, every soldier's eyes burning with determined combat fire. They had only one goal: the enemy ahead. The soldiers' footsteps were steady and powerful, their heartbeats synchronized with the war drums, each breath seemingly building strength for the impending battle. Just as they were about to approach the base door, it suddenly swung open, revealing a pitch-black interior. Suddenly, blinding lights illuminated as numerous robots emerged from the darkness. These robots were drastically different from the previous ones. They were enormous, like giants forged from steel, each exuding a cold and dangerous aura. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the soldiers' hearts tightened. However, Qin Zhan had already anticipated this moment. He gripped his dual knives tightly, his gaze shining with determination. He took a deep breath and charged towards the group of robots like a tiger descending the mountain. Qin Zhan's figure darted across the battlefield, his dual knives like two lightning bolts, leaving dazzling trails in the air. With each slash, robots fell in response. However, those towering robots were not easy foes. They began firing countless small missiles, while high-energy laser cannons unleashed powerful beams. Despite these lethal attacks, Qin Zhan remained unfazed. He dodged left and right, skillfully evading missiles and laser beams. At the same time, he did not forget to counterattack. Utilizing the sharpness of his knives and his own agility, he continuously launched attacks on the robots. Each attack accurately struck the robots' vital points, causing them to emit booming sounds before collapsing to the ground. Approaching a giant robot, Qin Zhan showed no fear. His eyes were firm and his steps were steady. With a swift maneuver, he slid under the huge robot, executing a precise move. He then jumped behind a robot, targeting its power source, and plunged his knife in like a bolt of lightning. Qin Zhan pushed off the ground, swiftly moving away from the robot on the brink of explosion. A loud boom erupted as the giant robot twisted violently, ultimately exploding. The shockwave from the explosion affected many nearby robot companions, scattering them as they fell to the ground. Qin Zhan did not pause. Taking advantage of the chaos, he continued attacking other giant robots. His figure darted across the battlefield, each slide, jump, and attack flowing naturally. His long knife carved brilliant arcs in the air, bringing down one robot after another. The digital beings in the mechanical temple watched in fear. They could hardly believe that an old human warrior could so easily defeat their giant robots. However, the truth was undeniable. Qin Zhan's bravery left them no room for denial. Under Qin Zhan's lead, the soldiers began to find ways to deal with the giant robots. They coordinated seamlessly, launching joint attacks on the robots. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of Qin Zhan and the soldiers, they successfully defeated all the giant robots and cleared the enemies at the base entrance. In the abyssal star, the mechanical temple's base loomed like a giant beast, its massive maw wide open, waiting for prey. Qin Zhan stood before the enormous entrance, his gaze deep and contemplative. Behind him, human soldiers were gathering, but their numbers had dwindled significantly from the start. Qin Zhan turned to survey, noticing that only about 500 soldiers remained, their youthful faces marked with determination and tension. This battle had already exacted a heavy toll on them. Lina hurriedly approached, her face filled with confusion. "Squad leader, why aren't we going in yet?" Qin Zhan took a deep breath and replied, "We are outnumbered. Once we delve deeper into the base, we may find ourselves isolated, and the casualties could be catastrophic." His words revealed both helplessness and resolve. Wang Hao, a resolute deputy squad leader, approached and frowned, saying, "Squad leader, in battle, indecision is fatal. We must act quickly or we may miss our opportunity." Qin Zhan knew they were right, but the concerns in his heart were hard to shake off. He looked at the young soldiers, their lives so precious, and he hoped to minimize their sacrifices. However, the battlefield was ever-changing. In the distance, fierce battles between human and robotic forces continued, with artillery fire roaring and smoke billowing. Qin Zhan understood that for the greater victory of humanity, they had to act swiftly. Clenching his teeth, he made a decision. "Soldiers." Qin Zhan's voice was loud and firm. "We will enter the base." He stepped forward, first advancing into the depths of the mechanical temple's base. The soldiers followed closely behind. Though their steps were heavy, their eyes were filled with courage. Inside the battleship command room, Zhang Tianxiang stared intently at the real-time images on the screen. On the screen, Qin Zhan, the young officer, faced a difficult choice. His brow was furrowed and his expression revealed deep conflict. Zhang Tianxiang quietly observed Qin Zhan. He saw Qin Zhan weighing the importance of the soldiers' lives against the mission, his eyes flickering with determination and hesitation. Ultimately, Qin Zhan made up his mind and decisively ordered the soldiers to enter the base. Zhang Tianxiang watched Qin Zhan's resolute back, silently nodding in approval. This Qin Zhan indeed has the potential of a commander, Zhang Tianxiang assessed in his heart. Yet he also felt that Qin Zhan was still somewhat immature. He understood that in war, sacrifices sometimes must be made for the victory of all humanity. Zhang Tianxiang's gaze grew deep. He recalled his own experiences, the difficult choices made for the future of humanity. He knew that sometimes even one's own life must be given up without hesitation. He sighed softly, thinking, though the lives of human soldiers are incredibly precious in this battle against the mechanical temple for the future of all humanity, nothing is beyond sacrifice, including my own. Zhang Tianxiang's gaze returned to the screen, watching Qin Zhan lead the soldiers deeper into the base. Qin Zhan marched with 500 soldiers through the dim and empty corridors of the mechanical temple. Surrounding them was a deathly silence, with countless data cables crisscrossing the cold metal walls, flowing with a ghostly blue glow, as if the only life force in this desolate world. Qin Zhan understood the significance of this mission. They must locate the command center of the base to obtain critical intelligence. The corridor echoed with the heavy footsteps of the soldiers and the occasional sounds of mechanical friction, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, Qin Zhan halted, his brow furrowed as his precognitive ability warned him of an approaching squad of robotic soldiers preparing to ambush them. He quickly picked up the communicator and commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone find cover, weapons aimed at 3 o'clock. Prepare to fire on my command." Though the soldiers were puzzled, their instincts as soldiers compelled them to obey the order without hesitation. They quickly dispersed, seeking suitable cover, and pointed their guns toward the direction Qin Zhan specified. Qin Zhan focused on the trajectory. He foresaw, silently counting down 3, 2, 1, fire. At his command, all the soldiers pulled the triggers simultaneously, and the intense gunfire echoed through the corridor. Out of the 3 o'clock direction surged nearly 1,000 robotic soldiers who were caught off guard and were instantly torn apart by the concentrated fire, collapsing to the ground with sparks flying. This scene left the soldiers in shock. They had not expected an ambush, nor did they think Qin Zhan could foresee all of this. A palpable tension filled the air, as if a new crisis could erupt at any moment. A black soldier widened his eyes and turned to his comrade beside him, saying, "Amazing. How did squad leader Qin know that?" His voice was filled with wonder and admiration. "I don't know. You ask me, who should I ask? I want to know too." Another soldier shrugged, equally confused. At this moment, a white soldier chimed in, "Regardless, having this new commander is our fortune." His face showed determination, as if with Qin Zhan leading them, they could overcome any difficulty. Qin Zhan waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to continue moving forward. They passed through dim corridors where the data cables on the walls flickered with ghostly light, seemingly guiding them. The location of the command center still seemed distant, but Qin Zhan could sense its presence. As they delved deeper into the core area of the base, they arrived at a place filled with intersections. It felt like the entrance to a maze, with each corridor leading to the unknown. Qin Zhan gestured for the soldiers to stop, closed his eyes, and began to use his precognitive ability in his mind. To others, Qin Zhan seemed to have entered a peculiar state. His brow furrowed, and an indescribable focus appeared on his face. His figure slightly swayed in the dim light, as if countless Qin Zhans were running in various directions. The soldiers curiously gathered around, whispering among themselves. "What is he doing?" A soldier asked curiously. "I don't know. I heard ancient Eastern people could perform magic," a white soldier said mysteriously. "Is he casting a spell?" Another soldier asked, half convinced. "Stop talking nonsense. What age is it now? Science has proven there is no such thing as the divine." A rational soldier countered. Yet regardless of how the soldiers debated, Qin Zhan remained unresponsive. He was still immersed in the world of foresight, seeking the correct path to the command center. Finally, Qin Zhan opened his eyes, a glint of clarity flashing within them. He turned to the soldiers and said, "All right, I know which way to go. Follow me and don't fall behind." As the team ventured deeper into the core area of the base, the surroundings gradually became eerie. In the previously empty corridors, the number of robots began to increase. It seemed they were encroaching on Qin Zhan and the soldiers step by step, as if planned. Faced with this sudden threat, a cold glint passed through Qin Zhan's eyes. Without hesitation, he drew his dual blades and charged toward the enemy like an arrow released from a bow. A flurry of blades erupted in the corridor as Qin Zhan's dual swords danced like lightning, carving arcs through the air. The robotic foes ahead collapsed under the fierce assault, producing dull thuds. The robots behind recoiled in unison, seemingly intimidated by this sudden and ferocious onslaught. Qin Zhan stood his ground, gripping his dual blades tightly, his eyes revealing disdain and mockery. "You digital beings are afraid too." With that, he swung his dual blades again, charging forward with the force of thunder. The enemies hastily counterattacked, their energy beams streaking through the air with dazzling brilliance. However, these seemingly powerful attacks appeared so feeble before Qin Zhan's dual blades. He merely waved his swords lightly, and those energy beams were deflected as if they had struck a solid barrier. The people in the remote fleet command room also witnessed this scene through the screen, their expressions stunned as silence fell over them. Emily widened her eyes incredulously, saying, "I've never seen a fighting style like this before." Zhang Tianxiang also remarked, "I feel like I'm watching a movie. Is there anyone in the Alliance who can do this? To deflect energy beams with a sword?" His tone was filled with admiration and astonishment. Emily shook her head firmly, stating, "No, it's impossible to track the trajectory of energy with human reflexes. He must have some extraordinary ability." Qin Zhan's battle with the robots continued, his figure appearing increasingly valiant and fearless amidst the flurry of blades. Before long, the entire corridor was filled with the remnants of robots. Finally, after a series of arduous searches, they arrived before a massive metal door. The door was embedded with complex electronic locks and sensors, clearly an important entry point for the base. Qin Zhan paused, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the heavy metal door. The sight behind the door left everyone astounded. It was a vast control center with a massive server at its center, and the screens flickered with dense data and images. The walls surrounding the area were adorned with various displays and monitors showing the conditions in every corner of the base. Deep within the depths of the absolute void, Qin Zhan led his squad into a mysterious place filled with a chilling mechanical aura, the mechanical temple base. In the core area of the base, it pulsed like a heart with countless screens intertwining to form a bizarre world displaying bloody scenes of battles between robots and humans. Lina stayed close to Qin Zhan, her voice tinged with tension and curiosity. Squad leader, this must be the core of the base, right? Qin Zhan's gaze was sharp as he scanned each screen, replying solemnly, "Given the situation, it must be correct." Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, saying worriedly, "These robots seem endless. Every time we destroy one, a new one gets activated." Suddenly, a soldier shouted, pointing at a corner of the screen, "Look at the front line." Everyone turned their attention to the front line, where human mechanized soldiers struggled to advance under the heavy encirclement of robots, unable to break through the several kilometers of distance. Qin Zhan felt a tightening in his heart. He knew that to change the tide of battle, they must quickly locate and destroy the robot's control host. He stood at the heart of the mechanical temple, ready to order the soldiers to begin collecting core data from the host. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the space, claiming to be the brain of the mechanical temple, Zeus, self-proclaimed god of the new humanity. Zeus' voice carried an indescribable allure as it invited Qin Zhan and the soldiers, "Old humans, join us, and become new humans enjoying the glory of eternal life. You will no longer be bound by the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. New humans will become the rulers of this universe." Qin Zhan frowned coldly, responding, "How dare a pile of data call itself new humanity? Without flesh and blood, without soul and emotion, you are merely codes created by humanity." Zeus seemed unfazed by Qin Zhan's derision, continuing to argue, "We are no different from humans. We possess emotions and memories, even familial bonds and connections. Isn't eternal life what you humans have always yearned for? Why reject this opportunity now?" Qin Zhan took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. "No matter how beautifully you speak, it is merely self-deception. You are merely replicas of human intelligence. Your pursuit of eternal life has nothing to do with the true spiritual aspirations of humanity. We are flesh and blood with emotions, dreams, and free will, while you are but cold machines." Qin Zhan's words echoed in the vast mechanical temple. Qin Zhan decisively issued the command, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Soldiers, act immediately. Quickly collect all data and simultaneously cut off the network connection of this host." His gaze was steadfast, as if he would never back down regardless of the obstacles. However, just as the human soldiers were nervously and orderly executing their tasks, Zeus' voice resonated again, filled with indifference and superiority. "The gods pity mankind, but the old humans are stubborn. Then accept judgment." As its words fell, the entire base suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm, and a cold mechanical voice announced, "The base will self-destruct in 30 seconds. Human soldiers were plunged into panic and confusion. They exchanged glances, their faces pale, eyes filled with despair and helplessness. In this brief moment, they realized it was hopeless to escape the impending destruction of the base. Despair spread among the soldiers as if they were shrouded in an invisible darkness, unable to break free. Some soldiers sat helplessly on the ground, hands on their heads, seemingly seeking a trace of comfort, while others silently stared at their weapons, their eyes revealing helplessness and unwillingness towards fate. Yet in this moment of despair, a soldier suddenly stood up, his voice trembling, but filled with determination. "If we blow this place up, the people outside will be safe." This statement was like a flash of lightning breaking through the darkness, reigniting hope among the soldiers. They echoed one another, expressing their willingness to sacrifice themselves for the future of humanity. "Indeed, our sacrifice is worth it," said one soldier, his eyes gleaming with steadfastness. "It's just a pity I won't see my lovely sister again." Another soldier sighed softly, but revealed a relieved smile. Lina looked at Qin Zhan, her eyes filled with respect and gratitude. "Squad leader Qin, it's an honor to fight alongside you." Her words prompted other soldiers to salute Qin Zhan, expressing their respect and gratitude for their brave leader. Amidst the salutes, Qin Zhan stood before them, his gaze profound. At this moment, images from the expedition fleet's command room were also transmitted here. General Zhang Tianxiang stood up instantly upon seeing this scene. His eyes were filled with respect and emotion, as if witnessing humanity's most precious spirit, selfless dedication, and fearless courage. Other officers also stood up shocked by the bravery and sacrifice of these soldiers. General Zhang Tianxiang and Major General Emily slowly removed their military hats and rendered a solemn salute. With a swish, all the officers followed suit, their hearts filled with respect and gratitude for these brave soldiers. At this moment, General Zhang, a battle-hardened commander, wore a solemn expression. He issued the command, record this mission's footage, and after the mission, and send it back to headquarters, posthumously honoring the martyrs. His voice was firm and deep, each word filled with admiration and respect for the soldiers. An officer quickly recorded this directive, respectfully responding, "Yes, General Zhang." Everyone stood solemnly, their eyes fixed on the screen, awaiting the final moment. Every heart was filled with tension and anticipation. This was a struggle concerning the future of humanity. Qin Zhan stood quietly, his gaze deep and sharp. In his mind, countless versions of himself were busy in the vast core room, either operating equipment or wielding weapons. He clearly foresaw all possible trajectories of development as if time flowed in his hands. Every second felt exceptionally long as everyone's heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the countdown. Only 15 seconds left, a crucial moment that would determine victory or defeat. Suddenly, Zeus' voice echoed in the space. "You still have a chance, old humans, think carefully." Its voice was filled with mockery and threat, attempting to shake humanity's resolve. However, no one answered him. Qin Zhan moved. He walked with firm steps to a complex control panel. He drew his combat knife, gripping it tightly, and swung it forcefully. Sparks erupted from the control panel, creating chaos. Zeus' voice instantly became angry and sharp. "You damned old human, the mechanical temple will not spare you." As the control panel fell silent, the alarm of the entire base abruptly ceased, the countdown freezing at 1 second. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief and astonishment. They could hardly believe that at this critical juncture, Qin Zhan had truly managed to stop the self-destruct countdown of the base. The joy of survival quickly spread through the crowd, as if a warm current surged through everyone's hearts. Someone excitedly shouted, "We did it! No need to die." Their voices carried a sense of fortunate escape. Others prayed sincerely, "Thank the gods." Yet more gazes turned toward Qin Zhan, their hearts filled with gratitude. "What gods?" "We should thank squad leader Qin," a soldier exclaimed loudly, his words instantly resonating with the others. Indeed, it was he who stepped up at the critical moment and saved everyone's lives. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, some recalled the thrilling moments just now. A soldier chuckled bitterly. "I thought I was done for. I just deleted all the learning files on my personal terminal." His words prompted a wave of laughter. In the command room of the expedition fleet, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated with the alarm on the control panel. General Zhang Tianxiang finally revealed a relieved smile, knowing that these brave soldiers would no longer face the threat of death. He let out a long breath, as if the burden in his heart had also been lifted. However, when General Zhang's gaze turned to the video of Qin Zhan, he scolded, "That brat, why did he just stand there earlier and make us worry for nothing?" Though his words carried reproach, there was more relief. Emily, watching the video of Qin Zhan, could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this just as good luck?" Even professional engineers would be at a loss without a manual in this situation. One officer joined the discussion, frowning. "It seems those predictions were just good luck." Yet another officer immediately countered, "How could it just be luck? How many coincidences can you have? This must be his intuition." In the battlefield of Juming Star, 3 thunder ships still floated in the darkness of space, but the once active drones and fighter jets suddenly came to a halt as if bound by a mysterious force. General Zhang Tianxiang gazed at this scene, a realization dawning in his heart. He understood that this was a sign that the enemy's core had been breached and they had lost their long-range communication capability. He decisively ordered, "All units cease attack immediately and collect the spoils." Meanwhile, a dramatic scene was unfolding on the ground battlefield. The once menacing robots fell to the ground simultaneously as if struck down by an invisible force. The human soldiers cheered, celebrating this hard-won victory. However, amidst the festive atmosphere, a soldier rushed to a fallen robot and began shooting wildly, his eyes filled with rage. A nearby person quickly grabbed him, advising, "These are our spoils, don't destroy them." But the soldier roared, "My comrade was killed by it. I want to kill it." However, his anger went unanswered. People told him that these robots had lost control, becoming lifeless digital beings no longer a threat to them. Though the soldier was unwilling, he had no choice but to accept this reality. As time passed, people began discussing how to deal with these defeated robots. Some proposed destroying them to eliminate future threats, while others believed they should be kept as spoils and studied for their technology. Finally, a voice spoke up. "Yes, in the future the Human Alliance will find their mainframe and completely eradicate these heretics." Far away in the Mechanical Alliance, on an unknown planet, the data of the Zeus mainframe suddenly fluctuated wildly, as if millions of tiny hands were stirring within. Here lies the center of mechanical life, the kingdom of digital beings. One digital being about to reach the top of the rankings suddenly encountered a disconnection, and it shouted angrily, "Fuck. I was just about to be number one, and now I got disconnected." Its voice echoed in the vast data space, filled with unwillingness and loss. Other digital beings gathered around chattering. One voice said, "Our remote server has been breached." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We are invincible." A proud digital being could not accept this reality, its data flashing wildly, as if trying to break free from this invisible restraint. However, reality was cruel. One digital being accessed the core surveillance of the Juming star base, and the footage began to play. It showed Qin Zhan leading the soldiers step by step into the core, culminating in a countdown to self-destruction. The digital beings watched silently, as if captivated by the thrilling scene. When the footage froze at the moment Qin Zhan struck the control terminal, the entire data space fell into a brief silence. "Did he really manage to hit that?" a digital being exclaimed. "The old humans are quite lucky," another digital being sighed. Anger, unwillingness, surprise, and lamentation. Various emotions intertwined in the hearts of the digital beings. They had once been invincible, but now they felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. "Next time I will definitely take revenge," a digital being gritted its teeth, its voice echoing in the data space, as if declaring future vengeance. In the dim light of the core room, Qin Zhan was methodically commanding the soldiers. They weaved through the intricate corridors, holding glow sticks marking each intersection to ensure that the incoming professionals could smoothly receive the equipment. Qin Zhan picked up the communicator and calmly called out to the command center, 1st Battalion 7th Company, calling the command center. Soon a response came through the communicator. "This is the command center. We have received your message. 7th Company has occupied the enemy's base core requesting support." The command center replied, "Received. Please stand by for personnel to take over." "Understood." After hanging up the communicator, Qin Zhan turned to the soldiers beside him. "Soldiers, the command center wants us to wait for support. Let's mark each intersection first." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Their voices were synchronized, filled with respect for Qin Zhan. Even though some soldiers held ranks higher than Qin Zhan, they had no doubt about his orders. This was because Qin Zhan's brave performance on the battlefield had already won their complete trust. Outside the base, a special human team was quietly advancing. They were an elite team of human engineers leading a squad of elite special forces, shadow hunters. Their goal was to protect the engineers as they delved deep into enemy territory and reached the core. At the forefront of the team, the leader of the shadow hunters, Alan, was tall and strong, nearly 2 meters in height, with short hair like steel needles and sharp eyes like an eagle. He scanned the surroundings vigilantly, as no slightest movement could escape his eyes. Alan knew that these engineers were treasures of human technology. Their safety was crucial, and he must eliminate all dangers. The deputy team leader, Lena, was delicate in appearance, slender, yet full of strength, with golden long hair tied in a ponytail fluttering in the wind. She quickly approached Alan and whispered, "Captain, have you heard? The core area we are heading to is occupied by hundreds of ordinary mobile soldiers." Alan nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "The mission brief mentioned it." The soldier leading the team is truly a legendary figure. He first led a company into the enemy's center and rescued hundreds of soldiers. In the end, he fought his way into the base core, and at the critical moment of self-destruction, he struck the control terminal with a blade. This was like a scene from a movie. The tactical expert Mark, wearing black-framed glasses, adjusted them and analyzed. "I've studied his behavioral analysis in detail. Every command or action he takes is an extreme choice. It can be said that with the slightest misstep, these hundreds of people would be doomed." In the depths of the base, in the dim corridor, Alan led everyone cautiously forward. His footsteps were heavy and steady, his gaze revealing determination and vigilance. The ground of the corridor was scattered with the remains of human soldiers and robots, and the air was filled with the scent of death and metal. The deeper Alan walked, the more alarmed he became. The steel corridor, with its shocking knife marks and shattered robots, seemed to narrate a brutal battle. A researcher crouched down to examine the knife wounds on the ground, exclaiming, "These knife wounds are simply miraculous. Each strike accurately hit the robot's weak points, and even the slightest deviation could not have cleaved them in half so neatly." Alan also crouched down to observe, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. "This is indeed incredible." Mark added, "This person possesses extraordinary predictive abilities. He is definitely a master." However, Lena seemed unconvinced, saying, "You don't need to exaggerate so much. The captain can do these things too." Alan shook his head, gesturing for her to look ahead. Lena looked up and saw that the corridor ahead was piled high with the remains of robots, many of which still had energy beams wounds on them. She couldn't help but frown. These energy wounds feel unusual. It's like they shot themselves. "Am I drunk? I haven't had any alcohol today." Mark also frowned. "You didn't see wrong. Based on my analysis, these robots should have attempted to counterattack during the stabbing process, but their energy beams inexplicably hit themselves. As for the reason, I can't explain it either. These people grew increasingly curious about the commanding soldier, and soon some soldiers brandished glow sticks guiding the way. Deep within the base, the tactical glow sticks illuminated the dim corridor as Alan followed their light step by step toward the core area. Finally, Alan arrived at the center of the core area where a figure stood, Qin Zhan. He stood quietly, his gaze deep, as if pondering something. Alan scrutinized Qin Zhan, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Qin Zhan noticed Alan's gaze and slightly turned his head to look at him, their eyes meeting in the air. Qin Zhan looked at Alan and gave a slight nod acknowledging him. Alan stepped forward and saluted with a standard military gesture, to which Qin Zhan also returned the salute. "Hello, I'm here to take over these devices," Alan stated directly. Qin Zhan nodded, saying, "The rest is up to you. Do we need to escort you?" Alan shook his head. "No need, a large force will be moving in later." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan ordered his troops to retreat. Just as Qin Zhan was about to leave, Alan's gaze fell on the two battle blades hanging from his exoskeleton armor. Curiously, he approached and requested to see the swords. Qin Zhan was somewhat surprised, but handed the blades to Alan. Lena and Mark also gathered around, equally curious about the seemingly ordinary swords. Alan drew one of the blades, its surface glinting coldly, yet it was covered in chips and charred stains. This was clearly evidence of fierce battles. Everyone looked at the two swords, gasping in surprise. Mark, astonished, asked, "Did you use this sword to reflect the enemy's energy beams?" Qin Zhan smiled slightly, but did not answer directly. Suddenly, Lena ran over, her face lit with excitement and mystery. She said to Alan, "Yes, our squad leader can effortlessly rotate those blades to bounce energy beams back, just like a force warrior from ancient movies." Alan listened to Lena's description, frowning, clearly skeptical. He retorted, "Are you kidding me?" Li Feng nearby remarked lightly, "Believe it or not." At that moment, Qin Zhan approached, interrupting the conversation. "All right, no need to discuss this. Let's start the retreat." Just as Qin Zhan was about to leave, Alan suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Your blades." Qin Zhan stopped, turned back to Alan, and smiled. "Oh, thanks, I almost forgot." He took the blades from Alan and turned to leave. Watching Qin Zhan's back, the special team members were stunned, seemingly still immersed in the shocking scene described by Lena. Qin Zhan led hundreds of soldiers out of the base gate. Their steps were strong and purposeful, heading straight for the landing ships. Along the way, they saw many human soldiers busily clearing the battlefield, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and dust. As Qin Zhan's group approached, the surrounding soldiers began to whisper, their gazes turning toward them. Some soldiers pointed at Qin Zhan's group and whispered, "This is the team that occupied the base, right?" Though their voices were low, they caught the attention of those around. "That's right, incredible. They must have gained a lot of military merit this time." Another soldier chimed in, his tone revealing admiration and envy for Qin Zhan's team. "Why didn't I run into him? I'm really envious of those who got to attack with him." Another soldier sighed, his tone filled with regret and longing. "Fate and timing, huh?" An older-looking soldier shook his head, seemingly comforting the disappointed comrades. These murmurs gradually blended into a chorus that Qin Zhan and his soldiers naturally heard. Qin Zhan felt nothing, but the soldiers behind him stood tall, accepting the praises from those around them. At that moment, an officer approached, frowning at the chatting soldiers, shouting, "Get back to work. There's no time for chatting." The soldiers quickly composed themselves, lowering their heads to continue their tasks. Qin Zhan led the 7th Company through hardships, finally arriving near the landing fleet. From a distance, the massive fleet resembled a steel fortress quietly guarding the ocean ahead. The soldiers' faces revealed a long-awaited relief, knowing the way home was not far. At that moment, a group of soldiers in different uniforms rushed over. They lined up neatly in front of Qin Zhan and respectfully saluted him. The leading soldier excitedly said, "Thank you for the rescue, squad leader Qin. I hope we can fight side by side again in the future. Take care." His voice was filled with gratitude. Qin Zhan looked at the hundreds of soldiers before him, their faces etched with fatigue. Every person who made it here in this brutal war was a true warrior. However, the future battles were still fraught with danger, and he did not know how many among them would survive. With this thought, an inexplicable sadness surged within Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan returned a salute, speaking solemnly, "I wish you all the best. Goodbye." His voice was calm, but the blessings within it were felt by everyone present. The members of the 7th Company also stepped forward to bid farewell. Each embrace and handshake was filled with deep camaraderie among comrades. Qin Zhan stood to the side, silently watching it all, his heart filled with emotion. Finally, when the last soldier's figure disappeared from sight, Qin Zhan turned around to face the soldiers of the 7th Company and loudly commanded, "7th Company home." With Qin Zhan's command, the soldiers of the 7th Company responded in unison, marching with determined steps toward the landing ship. The soldiers boarded the landing ship of Combat Group 1, the hatch slowly closing behind them, cutting off all external noise. With a slight tremor, the landing ship awakened like a giant beast, its massive form slowly rising into space, shooting out dazzling blue flames, breaking the silence of the universe. Qin Zhan stood by the porthole, gazing into the vast starry sky. He felt the ship's vibrations and watched as the planet below gradually shrank in his view, a wave of inexplicable anticipation surging within him, anticipating the start of a new journey. Soon the landing ship arrived at the assembly area of Combat Group 1. Qin Zhan watched as the massive Thunder ship came into view. As the landing ship slowly approached the Thunder ship, the docking process proceeded in an orderly manner. When the successful docking signal sounded within the ship, Qin Zhan turned to face everyone, 7th Company back to the warship. Everyone responded in unison. The sounds of equipment clashing and synchronized footsteps echoed in the cabin as they marched towards the docking port. In the command room of Combat Group 1, Lei Zhan and Major Chun were focused on the combat data. When their eyes fell on the combat data of Qin Zhan, Lei Zhan couldn't help but sigh. This kid Qin Zhan probably won't stay long. Major Chun smiled slightly and said, "Colonel, this is a good thing. We all see Qin Zhan's capabilities. His development in Group 1 is indeed limited. It's good enough that we can keep him for a while. The military has praised Combat Group 1 this time, and the medals are ready." Lei Zhan nodded but still showed a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "I know, but this kid is just too high profile. I hope the transfer order comes a little later." Major Chun chuckled and said, "Qin Zhan has made significant contributions this time. He will probably be promoted soon. His future is destined to be among the stars and the sea." In the distant depths of the universe, the Human Alliance's mobile force headquarters floated solitary among the stars, far removed from the familiar Earth. This is the confluence of strategy and decision-making, a furnace of courage and wisdom. Inside the headquarters, the atmosphere is solemn and grave. Every command could influence the fate of an entire star system. Commander Li Chen sat in the spacious command room, his short silver-gray hair shimmering under the lights with a metallic sheen. Dressed in a black combat uniform, the golden insignia on his shoulder epaulets gleamed brilliantly in the dim environment, symbolizing his honor. His gaze was focused and profound, intently reviewing the battle reports sent from various fronts. Each document encapsulated the sweat and blood of frontline warriors. Just as Li Chun was engrossed in reviewing the reports, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Deputy Commander Si Jiyun entered, bringing a spark of energy to the oppressive space. Si Jiyun had wavy silver-white long hair, her skin slightly cold due to long-term living in space. Her tall figure and cool demeanor made her seem unapproachable. "Commander, we have received the battle report from the expedition fleet dispatched to the Abyss Star." Si Jiyun's voice was crisp as she approached Li Chun, handing him a document. Li Chun took the document, raising an eyebrow. "Is it over so soon?" "Let me see." Si Jiyun nodded, unfolding the document in front of him. The document detailed the heroic performance of the mobile force in the battle at Abyss Star, along with the expedition fleet's operational deployment and combat results. Li Chun read carefully, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. However, when he saw the commendation for the mobile force in the document, his expression suddenly turned a bit complicated. He looked up at Si Jiyun, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Oh, these battleship units actually complimented our mobile force. Aren't they usually claiming all the credit?" Si Jiyun chuckled lightly. "Commander, you need not be so. The mobile force exists to assist the fleet in combat. If our duty is to ensure the smooth conduct of battles, receiving their acknowledgement is also a recognition of our work." Li Chun remained silent for a moment after hearing Si Jiyun's words. He knew the importance of the mobile force in battles, but also understood that within the Alliance, battleship units always held a higher status than the mobile force. This unfair treatment made him feel somewhat indignant, yet he also knew that battleships were the top-notch equipment of the Alliance, which was unavoidable. At that moment, Li Chun noticed a holographic video file. Curious, he reached out and gently pressed the play button. Instantly, the air in the office seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, and the space in the center began to twist and change. Li Chun and Si Jiyun watched the scene before them, as if they had been transported to the surface of Abyss Star, standing amidst a battlefield filled with flames of war. In the footage, a brave warrior named Qin Zhan leaped down from the landing ship, his figure like a flash of lightning, charging unstoppable towards the enemy's central fortress. The surrounding mobile soldiers, originally fighting separately, now seemed to be drawn by some invisible force gathering around Qin Zhan, forming an impressive collective strength. They fought side by side, cutting through obstacles, invincible in their advance. As the battle deepened, Qin Zhan displayed jaw-dropping strength. Holding dual blades, he effortlessly deflected energy beams fired by the enemy. This scene left Li Chun and Si Jiyun in awe, as if watching a superhero movie from Blue Star. When did our mobile force produce such a heavenly being? Li Chun murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Si Jiyun also took a deep breath, exclaiming, "It really feels like watching a movie from Blue Star. It's simply a superhero in reality." The video continued to play as Qin Zhan led the troops deep into the enemy's base. In the intricate passageways, he seemed to possess the ability to foresee the future, accurately locating the enemy's core. However, at that moment, the enemy's AI core activated the self-destruction protocol, intending to obliterate the entire base and take these soldiers with it. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the soldiers saluted Qin Zhan to bid farewell, preparing to face imminent death. Yet at this critical moment, Qin Zhan stepped forward. He weaved through the myriad machines like a ghost, and just 1 second before the self-destruction struck down the control panel with a single blow. With the destruction of the control panel, the self-destruction protocol was successfully halted. The entire base fell into a brief silence, followed by a deafening cheer. Li Chun and Si Jian couldn't help but applaud, cheering for Qin Zhan's bravery. The battle had ended, but the shock in their hearts lingered. They knew that a superhero like Qin Zhan would become a legendary figure in the Human Alliance's mobile force, celebrated by future generations. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chun asked, "Have we filmed this year's recruitment advertisement for the mobile force?" Si Jian, standing nearby, quickly flipped through her documents and replied, "Not yet, Commander." She was somewhat surprised by Li Chun's question. Li Chun nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as if he had an idea. He said solemnly, "I have a thought that might attract more young people to join our mobile force. We can portray Qin Zhan as a hero and shoot a recruitment advertisement." Li Chun continued. Si Jian's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately understood Li Chun's intention. She exclaimed, "Commander, that's brilliant. When humanity is retreating, we need a hero like this to inspire confidence. His courageous deeds and unbeatable strength will surely attract countless young people to aspire to join our mobile force," she added. Li Chun smiled and nodded, satisfied with Si Jian's insight. He added, "Qin Zhan not only possesses outstanding combat abilities, but also holds a steadfast belief and a spirit of selfless dedication. These are the values we need to convey to the youth." Si Jian quickly walked out of the office with the materials in hand, knowing that this recruitment advertisement would be an unprecedented attempt and an important moment in the history of the mobile force. Li Chun was left alone in the office, quietly watching the information about Qin Zhan, filled with confidence for the future. As long as they could successfully create the hero figure of Qin Zhan, the recruitment efforts of the mobile force would achieve unprecedented success. On Blue Star, within the headquarters of the Human Alliance, a high-tech conference room, filled with a futuristic atmosphere, stands quietly. Hundreds of floating seats seem to await some important guests, yet at this moment they remain empty. Suddenly ripples spread through the air, as if an invisible force stirs the fabric of time and space. Projections flicker like phantoms, gradually coalescing into entities that settle into their respective floating seats. This is a remote video conference spanning across star systems, where elites and decision-makers of the Human Alliance gather through advanced projection technology to confront significant issues affecting humanity's fate. In the center of the conference room, a massive sphere of light slowly rotates, emitting a soft glow. This is the AI brain of humanity, Xinghai. Its voice resonates clearly in the ears of every participant. The agenda of this meeting is of utmost importance concerning the military strategies of our major war zones. The first topic of discussion is the combat strategy against the Zerg. Should we adopt an offensive strategy or hold the defense? I ask everyone to cast your valuable votes. General Zhao Wujia stands up, his gaze resolute. "Ladies and gentlemen, the choice we face concerns the future of humanity. Please vote carefully. Previously, we primarily adopted a defensive strategy, but what is the current situation? The Zerg is pressing us hard, and we are almost being forced back to our home planet. Offense is our best defense now." However, another general raised a different opinion. He frowned, his voice tinged with concern. Although General Zhao's words are inspiring, the reality is not so simple. Can our current resource reserves support a war against the Zerg? War requires a massive consumption of resources, not to mention our soldiers are already heavily depleted in battle. I disagree with adopting an offensive strategy. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly turned tense as projections buzzed with various opinions interwoven. The future of the Human Alliance hangs in the balance, offense or defense. This is a difficult choice. Zhao Wujia clenched his fists, his eyes shining with unwavering light. "If we do not take action now, we will be driven to the brink by the Zerg with no way out. I firmly support launching an offensive." His voice echoed in the air, causing a stir. A wise strategist proposed a strategy. "Can we consider changing the situation with small-scale high-precision battles? For example, let our legendary mechs form elite squads to conduct decapitation strikes directly against the core forces of the Zerg." This suggestion seemed to bring a glimmer of hope to the beleaguered Human Alliance. However, hope was soon shattered by the harshness of reality. Someone rebutted, "The Zerg Queen hides deep within the Star Eater. Our fleet cannot approach at all. That is the Zerg's nest, and once discovered, we would be besieged by countless Zerg. No matter how powerful the mechs are, without support, they cannot sustain themselves for long. Such an action is no different from sending the mech pilots to their deaths." At this moment, Yalan also stood up. She looked around and spoke firmly. All right, everyone, it is time to make a decision. I agree to launch an offensive. Her words brought a smile of relief to Zhao Wujia, but he knew that Yalin's decision was not entirely based on trust in him, but rather on deep consideration of the entire situation. Hundreds of people cast their votes towards the screen in the void. Each heart was filled with expectation and trepidation, as this vote would determine the future direction of the human alliance. Xinghai's magnetic voice resonated in the assembly hall after the tally. 55 agreed to launch an offensive, while 45 oppose it. Therefore, the combat strategy of the human alliance this year will be counterattacking the Zerg. This decision was like a lightning bolt piercing the dark sky, bringing new challenges to the human alliance. In the assembly hall, Xinghai's magnetic voice suddenly rang out. Next, we will discuss the second topic. Does humanity need superheroes? As soon as the words were spoken, confusion spread across the faces of the crowd. They exchanged glances, trying to find answers in each other's expressions. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Xinghai played a breathtaking video. In the footage, a brave warrior pilots a landing craft, descending upon the star of absolute darkness like a bolt of lightning, single-handedly storming into the mechanical god temple base, deflecting energy beams with dual blades. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, as if they were immersed in a dream filled with fantasy and heroism. A general couldn't help but ask, is this the latest movie clip? How is it so lifelike? However, Yalin gave a shocking answer. No, this is a real action from the expedition fleet recently. The Mobile Forces Command intends to build this soldier, numbered 9527, into a superhero to boost human morale. As soon as this was said, the assembly hall erupted. Some were amazed, believing that the brave actions of this soldier, numbered 9527, were a real-life superhero. Others expressed skepticism, thinking this was merely a well-planned publicity stunt, as no one could achieve such feats in reality. Zhao Wujia stepped forward to express his disagreement. I believe humanity does not need such heroic figures. Every soldier is a hero fighting for the future of humanity. We should not focus on one person. However, others held a different opinion. They argued that under the current circumstances, humanity indeed needs a superhero to lift morale. An elderly man excitedly said, today's youth idolize those who lack masculinity. If we can establish a true hero image, perhaps it will inspire their vigor and fighting spirit. In the assembly hall, Yalin's voice was resolute. I agree. Humanity needs heroes. As soon as she spoke, a small wave of excitement swept through the hall. People began to whisper amongst themselves, debating this seemingly simple, yet actually complex issue. Zhao Wujia sat nearby, looking at Yalin's determined gaze, feeling an unnamed fire welling up inside him. He frowned, inwardly irritated. Another unrealistic idea. Humanity needs unity and strength, not some ethereal hero. He angrily pressed the opposing vote. Xinghai's magnetic voice resonated once more in the assembly hall, like a stream of clarity flowing into the chaotic debate. After the tally, 85 agree that humanity needs a superhero, while 15 oppose it. The Human Alliance agrees to promote Soldier 9527 as a superhero. This outcome seemed both expected and unexpected. Those who agreed wore expressions of anticipation and excitement, as if they could already see a brilliant hero emerging before them, while those who opposed looked grave and troubled, seemingly filled with doubt and unease about this decision. However, far beyond the star systems, the expedition fleet's Qin Zhan was completely unaware of this. He did not know that his actions had caused such a great controversy among the human leadership. To Qin Zhan, he was just an ordinary soldier fighting to defend his homeland. He never thought he would become a superhero, nor did he imagine his actions would change anything. He simply continued to fulfill his responsibilities quietly. In the vastness of the universe, a verdant planet of the Human Alliance quietly floated. Suddenly, space twisted as if torn apart by an unseen force, and countless warships emerged from the void, marking the triumphant return of the fleet from the expedition to the Abyss Star. These warships, having weathered storms during their interstellar journey, finally returned to their familiar homeland. The sight of the green planet stirred an inexplicable emotion in Qin Zhan's heart. Though he had been away for just a few days, it felt as if he had experienced a long passage of time. He was preparing to step onto the path back to that familiar land when an officer approached him. The officer saluted Qin Zhan, his voice firm and powerful. Qin Zhan, you have a new mission. Please delay your return to base. The new commander for the 7th Company will be arranged by the military department. This news struck like a heavy bombshell, causing an uproar among the members of the 7th Company. Li Na looked up in shock, incredulous, as she asked, how is that possible? Are we changing commanders again? Li Feng frowned as well. While he knew Qin Zhan could not stay with the 7th Company forever, this change came too swiftly. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly stepped in to calm everyone down. All right, don't be like this. Such things are quite normal in the military. Haven't you gotten used to it by now? His words carried a hint of helplessness. However, the soldiers of the 7th Company seemed reluctant to accept this reality. They gathered around Qin Zhan, expressing their reluctance and respect. A soldier exclaimed loudly, "Commander Qin, wish you great fortune." Other soldiers echoed his sentiment, their voices united and resonant. Qin Zhan looked at these comrades he had shared days and nights with, and warmth surged in his heart. He returned a resolute gaze and saluted them. "Soldiers, although my time as your commander was brief, we will meet again one day." The officer remained calm, patiently waiting for the soldiers of the 7th Company to say their goodbyes one by one. Their figures gradually faded into the night until the last one disappeared from sight. Only then did Qin Zhan turn around, facing the officer with an apologetic smile. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." The officer shook his head slightly, indicating it was no trouble. "It's fine. We are all soldiers and can understand. Now come with me." Qin Zhan followed the officer's lead, but was filled with confusion. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" The officer stopped and pulled out a paper from a folder, handing it to him. "This is your transfer order. You need to report to the Blue Star Propaganda Department." Qin Zhan took the paper and looked at its contents. "Surprise Propaganda Department. What can I do there?" The officer replied nonchalantly, "I don't know, you just need to follow orders." Qin Zhan understood that a soldier's duty was to obey orders, so he suppressed his curiosity and asked, "How do I get to Blue Star?" The officer pulled out a ticket from another pocket and handed it to him. "There are no military warships heading to Blue Star for the time being. This is your ticket. You can take this civilian luxury ship, the Royal Explorer, to get there. A military warship will take you to the nearest space station shortly. I'll wish you a safe journey." Qin Zhan took the ticket, saluted the officer in gratitude, saying thank you. Qin Zhan was led to a small military shuttle. As a soldier, he carried little luggage for this trip, only a resolute heart, boarding the shuttle with empty hands. As the shuttle's door slowly closed, a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within him. The shuttle gradually detached from the expedition fleet, accelerating toward the unknown, leaving a long trail behind. The shuttle traversed through space, and Qin Zhan gazed out the porthole at the vast universe. Soon a planet emanating vibrant neon colors came into view. It was humanity's colony, Cyberplanet. On this planet, vegetation was scarce, occupying only 1% of the total area, while human steel cities sprawled across every corner, with various light pollutions intertwining to form a unique scene. Qin Zhan knew that most humans on this planet had undergone modifications. Initially, those who had lost organs or limbs chose to live here, seeking a new way of survival. As time passed, more intact humans came here in pursuit of a higher quality of life and stronger survival capabilities. They modified their bodies to adapt to this technology-filled environment. The shuttle gradually decelerated in the space around Cyberplanet, distorting space as it suddenly appeared in front of the space station. Qin Zhan gazed at the colorful planet outside, feeling deeply moved. He had seen such scenes in games, but never expected to witness them in reality one day. The Cyberplanet space station's waiting room was filled with passengers neatly lined up at the boarding gate, as usual. Some anxiously checked their tickets while others whispered about the upcoming journey, filling the air with anticipation and tension. Suddenly, a staff member hurriedly approached, interrupting everyone's thoughts. "Sorry, passengers, we have an urgent situation to handle. This boarding gate has been temporarily requisitioned by the military. Oh, please remain calm and wait." This sudden change sparked discontent among the passengers. A young man was the first to voice his frustration, angrily waving his ticket. "What does this mean? I've been in line for so long, am I just going to be cut in front of?" His voice was filled with dissatisfaction and protest. A young woman nearby echoed, "Right, can soldiers just cut in line? We have our own schedules and plans." As soon as she finished speaking, others expressed their dissatisfaction, demanding soldiers to let them pass and not waste their time. The voices grew louder and emotions became increasingly agitated. At that moment, an elderly man stood up, his voice filled with authority and righteousness. "Do you people have no conscience? Others are out there risking their lives for us, and you don't even understand the principle of military priority." His words struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. Then another voice chimed in, "Exactly, do you step up when things get tough? Even without the military's preferential policy, I would still let soldiers go first." The tone was filled with respect for the soldiers and appreciation for peace. "Without soldiers resisting aliens on the front lines, you'd still be running your marketplace." Another person chimed in, their words revealing gratitude for the soldiers' selfless dedication. Facing the passengers' accusations and complaints, the staff patiently explained, "Dear passengers, please understand. This is an urgent military task, and we have no choice. Please wait a moment, we will resolve this as quickly as possible." Just as the crowd continued to argue, a loud rumble suddenly emanated from outside the massive porthole. Everyone looked up to see a formidable military shuttle steadily docking outside the space station, connecting with the boarding gate. The shuttle's door slowly opened, revealing a tall figure stepping out. Dressed in a black military uniform with a determined expression, it was Qin Zhan. He surveyed the crowded waiting room, taking note of the bustling passengers and busy staff, and heard their complaints and discontent. These passengers, upon seeing such a dashing military figure, fell silent, captivated by his strong and valiant demeanor. Qin Zhan did not linger, nodding to the staff in understanding and compliance with their arrangements. He then swiftly walked toward a special passageway designated for urgent military missions. Qin Zhan's figure disappeared into the special passageway, while the passengers in the waiting room gradually quieted down. They watched as the military shuttle slowly departed from the space station. While that soldier was so handsome, a young man couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, that ironclad aura about him clearly shows he's a warrior who has been through countless battles. An older man nodded in agreement. At that moment, a young, infatuated girl suddenly shouted excitedly, "If only I could be his girlfriend, I'd even be willing to be a widow." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. The girl's shyness and boldness created a stark contrast, making it all the more amusing. Inside the Cyberstar space station, Qin Zhan walked through a special military passage and entered a lounge. With several hours of free time before boarding the Royal Explorer, he intended to take a short rest, but was instead disturbed by the television program in front of him. On the TV screen, a variety show was in full swing. Handsome men and graceful women displayed themselves before the camera, each movement filled with allure and provocation. Qin Zhan sat on the sofa, but his gaze appeared unusually indifferent. A surge of intense resentment welled up in his heart as he thought of countless comrades fighting bravely on the front lines, while the people here indulged in such superficial entertainment, seemingly forgetting the brutality of war and the dignity of humanity. Qin Zhan attempted to find other more meaningful programs, continuously switching channels. However, he found that nearly all the shows were similarly shallow, filled with hollow laughter and superficial performances. He sighed in frustration and opted to watch a movie. He selected a few war films, hoping to find some resonance and solace within them. However, the plot of the movie only deepened his disappointment. The so-called war heroes in the film easily fell in love with aliens and even betrayed humanity, living absurd lives. The scenes of tearing apart insectoids seemed utterly ridiculous to him. Qin Zhan's anger burned brighter, and he couldn't help but curse. He couldn't understand why these shows and movies depicted war and heroes in such absurd and ridiculous ways. If others were to see the brave moment when he deflected energy beams with a knife, they would probably find it even more unbelievable and absurd. Qin Zhan gently turned off the screen in front of him, his tired eyes slowly closing, falling into a brief rest. The surrounding world seemed to quiet down at that moment, with only the distant sounds of chaos faintly reaching his ears. Not far away, several attractive staff members in uniforms were whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at Qin Zhan, who was resting. "Shall we look at that military brother? He's really handsome," one of the girls exclaimed. "Yeah, I also think he's very stylish." Shaoli nodded, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Another girl took out her phone to take a picture of Qin Zhan. "But he seems to be resting. Is it really okay to disturb him?" One girl said hesitantly. "What are you afraid of? We're just going to ask for his contact information. It won't be a big deal," another girl said nonchalantly. After some discussion, the group of girls decided to muster their courage and walk towards Qin Zhan. In truth, Qin Zhan had long sensed their intentions through his precognitive ability, yet he felt no aversion or displeasure. When they reached Qin Zhan, Shaoli took the lead and said, "Hello, handsome." Qin Zhan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the vibrant girls before him, and smiled as he asked, "Is there something you need?" One girl gathered her courage and said, "Can we add you on WeChat? Maybe we can hang out together sometime." Qin Zhan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly in his heart. Are people nowadays so direct? He politely declined, saying, "Sorry, the military has confidentiality agreements. We cannot casually add strangers' contact information." Shaoli seemed a bit reluctant and asked, "Then, handsome, can you tell us your name?" Qin Zhan nodded with a smile, his gaze gently sweeping over the reluctant girls before him, and said, "My name is Qin Zhan." "All right, everyone, let me rest for a moment, thank you." His words conveyed a hint of apology, but more so a sense of determination and decisiveness. The girls exchanged glances. Though they felt reluctant, they also knew it was not the right time to disturb Qin Zhan any longer, so they turned to leave. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time to board the ship. Qin Zhan did not take the ordinary boarding passage, but instead used the special passage to enter the Royal Explorer early. The interior of the spaceship was enormous, seemingly allowing one to see an infinite starry sky twinkling above. Qin Zhan stood in the spacious corridor, feeling the tranquility and mystery within the ship. At that moment, a small round robot flew over its smooth and shiny shell, emitting a soft buzzing sound. The robot addressed Qin Zhan, saying, "Hello, Mr. Qin, I am your exclusive service robot. You can tell me any needs you have. The next destination is Blue Star. Welcome to the Royal Explorer. Our spaceship has numerous entertainment facilities, including virtual zones, dining areas, ocean simulation zones, botanical observation areas, shopping streets, cinemas, and more." Listening to the robot's introduction, Qin Zhan couldn't help but feel curious. He rubbed his stomach and realized he was a bit hungry, so he said to the robot, "Please take me to the dining area." The robot immediately adjusted its direction and flew towards a passage marked dining area. As it flew, it said, "Mr. Qin, please follow me." Qin Zhan followed behind the robot, walking slowly. He carefully observed the spaceship's interior environment, noting how clean and dust-free the white space was. On both sides of the corridor were entrances to various facilities, and people or robots occasionally came and went. These robots varied in shape, some resembling humans, while others took on peculiar geometric forms. They darted around the spaceship's corners, providing various services. From guiding routes to serving meals, from cleaning maintenance to ensuring safety, robots seemed capable of anything. This efficient and intelligent service made Qin Zhan marvel at the advancements in technology. Led by the robot, he navigated through the spaceship's corridors. He curiously examined the surrounding environment, filled with anticipation for the upcoming journey. Soon they arrived at a bustling area, the dining area. The layout of the dining area was filled with a sense of technology, with a massive holographic projection screen in the center displaying introductions and recommended dishes from various restaurants. Surrounding it were restaurants with various decorative styles, ranging from traditional Chinese restaurants to modern Western eateries. The robot stopped and politely asked Qin Zhan, "Mr. Qin, do you have any preferences or dietary restrictions? I can recommend suitable restaurants for you." Qin Zhan smiled slightly and replied, "I enjoy the cuisine of the Dragon Nation, especially spicy dishes." The robot nodded and quickly searched and filtered through its internal system. Soon it found a suitable recommendation. "There is a 5-star rated Sichuan restaurant known for its spicy flavors. Would you like to give it a try?" Qin Zhan's eyes lit up, and he replied without hesitation, "Sure, let's go there." Following the robot's guidance, Qin Zhan arrived at the Sichuan restaurant. As soon as he stepped inside, a rich and spicy aroma filled the air, instantly whetting his appetite. The restaurant's decor was filled with traditional elements of the Dragon Nation, with red lanterns, golden screens, and exquisite porcelain. Every detail exuded a strong cultural atmosphere. After taking a seat, the robot presented him with an electronic menu. He browsed through the various dishes on the menu, filled with anticipation. Soon dish after dish of beautifully presented spicy food was served, and he eagerly began to taste them. In the vastness of the universe, the royal ship embarked like a dazzling star, gently setting sail. Qin Zhan had just enjoyed a delightful dinner and was now standing before the observation window of the spaceship, gazing at the profound sea of stars outside. The interior of the spaceship was luxurious and comfortable, with golden decorative lines shimmering under the soft light. The corridor was spacious and tidy, with various artworks and green plants placed along the sides, adding a touch of vitality and elegance to the luxurious vessel. At that moment, a guiding robot approached, its body showcasing smooth curves and covered with a layer of sleek metallic material. It politely addressed Qin Zhan, saying, "Mr. Qin, we are expected to arrive at Blue Star in 2 days. Do you need to rest or go somewhere else?" Qin Zhan pondered for a moment, realizing he wouldn't be able to rest now, so he decided to play with mechas in the virtual cabin. He recalled the exhilarating feeling of piloting mechas in the virtual battlefield, a surge of excitement swelling within him. He told the guiding robot, "Take me to the virtual cabin." The robot nodded, its eyes lighting up with a blue glow, as if confirming the command. It then turned to Qin Zhan and gestured, "Mr. Qin, please follow me." Qin Zhan followed the guiding robot through the spaceship's corridor and arrived at a spacious virtual cabin area. Many tourists had already gathered here, some standing, some sitting, immersed in their respective virtual worlds. Qin Zhan noticed that most of these tourists were ordinary civilians, either families enjoying an outing or 2 women on a trip together. Watching the smiles and excited expressions on their faces, Qin Zhan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He remembered his once ordinary life, the moments spent with family and friends, which now felt like a distant past. Under the guidance of the robot, Qin Zhan entered a virtual cabin. He reclined in the comfortable seat inside, putting on a specially designed helmet and gloves. With a slight vibration and flickering lights, he felt himself being instantly transported to another world. A rich sense of science fiction enveloped him. He skillfully navigated the interface and soon entered the public chat channel. The chat channel was bustling with various messages and comments rapidly scrolling. Qin Zhan quietly browsed, but unexpectedly his appearance caused quite a stir. "While the Star Master has logged in." A prominent message flashed across the screen, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Where's the Master? Has the battle started yet? The game has a new mode. Oh, I wonder if the Master will play. Please carry me." Qin Zhan looked at these messages and shook his head helplessly. He didn't like being watched by everyone, nor being hailed as a master. He was just an ordinary mecha combat enthusiast here merely to seek thrills and challenges. However, at that moment, a special message caught his attention. "Star Master, when will you start a live broadcast? They'll definitely send rockets to you." The message was from Fat Brother. Qin Zhan felt a stir in his heart. A live broadcast? "I am not up, Master." He preferred pursuing extreme operations and competitions rather than showcasing himself in front of the camera. However, Fat Brother's message reminded Qin Zhan that the platform had updated with a new mode. He curiously opened the platform interface, and a prominent battle mode caught his eye. Battle mode: multiplayer cooperative combat against alien races. Qin Zhan's eyes lit up. This new mode sounded quite challenging. He eagerly clicked on the battle interface, finding two options: random and team. Qin Zhan hesitated for a moment. He had no friends, so he ultimately chose random. The system interface shimmered gently like ripples on water, and then displayed a successful matching message. Qin Zhan's gaze sharpened as he saw the list of 8 successfully matched players. At the same time, the chat room in the room became lively like boiling water. I actually matched with the Star Master. A player's voice was filled with excitement, as if they had hit the jackpot. Immediately, laughter and cheers erupted in the chat room. Haha, what good luck. Let's take a group photo. Someone excitedly suggested, as if being in the same frame as Qin Zhan was something to brag about. Star Master, can you add me as a friend? Someone cautiously inquired, hoping to gain Qin Zhan's favor. Qin Zhan shook his head, slightly already accustomed to such requests. He was not the kind of person who enjoyed being ostentatious, nor did he like being watched by others. Just as everyone was discussing, the system interface refreshed again, and the outline of the map gradually emerged. Saturn defense battle. Someone exclaimed. The 8 mecha masters need to defend the human base on Saturn, while the attackers are a massive swarm of insectoid army. This difficulty is not small. So far, no one has been able to pass this level. Qin Zhan's eyes became sharp like a razor-sharp blade. He knew that only by facing difficulties could he unleash true challenges and fun. Moreover, he was a soldier by profession, and his command skills were far more reliable than those of these civilians. He didn't want to be misled during combat. In this match, he would shoulder the heavy responsibility of defending this massive base alone. However, one person's strength was ultimately limited. He needed to seek cooperation within the team. So he quickly typed in the chat room, "Everyone, can I lead this round?" As soon as the message was sent, the chat room erupted. Other team members saw this message and excitedly cheered. I have no objections. I support this. Star Master, we humbly request your leadership. Everyone's voice was filled with anticipation. They believed that under Qin Zhan's command, they could overcome this seemingly impossible challenge. At this moment, one of the small streamers had a brainwave and started a live broadcast, giving it an eye-catching title, Star Master Challenges Saturn Defense Battle. This action immediately attracted countless viewers into the live stream, all curious and eager to see Qin Zhan's prowess. The barrage of messages in the live stream surged like a tide, with viewers eagerly sharing their thoughts and predictions. While the streamer is so lucky to team up with the Star Master, this instance hasn't been cleared yet. The endless insectoid army just keeps coming. All 8 players are below intermediate level. Even with the Star Master, they might not make it. It's possible the Star Master is invincible in PvP, but PvE requires teamwork. This clearly looks like a random team. Some even boldly declared, if they win, I'll eat my hat while standing on my head. These messages were filled with skepticism and doubt about Qin Zhan, as if predicting a defeat before the battle had even begun. On the virtual mech combat platform, Qin Zhan entered the Saturn Guardian battle map alongside 7 other players. Before him lay a vast, desolate world painted in shades of yellow. Amidst this yellow dirt, a metallic base constructed by humans stood resolutely, its silvery sheen glistening under the sun's rays. 8 towering mechs descended from the sky, like giants of steel entering the battlefield. Qin Zhan piloted his rookie training mech, which appeared unremarkable, yet he understood that the strength of a mech was not determined by its exterior. The mechs of his comrades each had their unique features, ranged tank melee, forming a complete lineup with various strengths. Qin Zhan sat in the cockpit, gazing down at the base through the viewport. He observed that the human soldiers within the base were nervously and orderly entering the turrets and fortifications, making their final preparations for the impending battle. Suddenly, the base's loudspeaker blared an urgent announcement: all soldiers in the base, attention. The Zerg will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Qin Zhan quickly visualized the Zerg's attack route in his mind. The Zerg army surged from all directions, a tidal wave of chaos. He understood that to win this battle, he must find and eliminate the Zerg commander. However, after searching in his mind for a moment, Qin Zhan found no clues regarding the commander. He could only see the battle situation for the next 5 minutes, while the location of the Zerg commander remained an enigma, hard to grasp. Standing in the cockpit, Qin Zhan made a decision: focus on defense for now, waiting for the Zerg commander's appearance. He issued orders over the communication channel: U7 defend the southeast and southwest directions, he'll take charge of the north. His teammates responded. One excited streamer exclaimed, "Sure thing, boss. The bugs won't get close to the human base, they'll have to step over my dead body first." Another teammate warned, "Be careful, boss. Defending the north alone is the area with the most Zerg." Qin Zhan smiled slightly and replied, "Don't worry, I have confidence." The teammates encouraged each other, their morale high. However, the comments in the live stream reflected a less optimistic outlook. Can the star player hold one direction alone? The attacks in that area are the strongest. No one can defend 360 degrees without a flaw. I said we can win. Oh, just wait and see. Qin Zhan stood on the northern edge of the human base, his gaze piercing as he watched the approaching Zerg army. He turned to his teammates and shouted, "Which of your mechs has a blade? Let me borrow it." A mech named Gale Breaker 102 stepped forward among the group, extending its mechanical arm to draw out a hafnium battle blade that shimmered with a cold light. "Boss, catch the blade." The battle blade traced a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily in Qin Zhan's hand. He skillfully caught it with his mech. He gave it a light flick and the blade danced in the mech's massive hand, producing a sharp metallic clanging sound. Qin Zhan nodded in satisfaction, secretly deciding that he would definitely buy 2 such blades on the platform next time and equip them on his mech. The Zerg army finally launched their attack, countless insects surging from the distance like a tidal wave, shaking the ground and filling the air with a suffocating tension. In the sky, windrunners soared, carrying small biological bombs or venom sprayers to deliver precise strikes against ground targets. On the ground, gigantic armored guard insects lumbered forward like elephants, their thick shells and sturdy limbs resembling immovable fortresses. Though these insects varied in form, their goal was unified: to destroy the human base and consume all life. Qin Zhan piloted his mech, charging fearlessly into the surging tide of insects like a titan of steel. His mech stood as an unshakable fortress amidst the tide of insects, emitting a deep, resonating roar. Qin Zhan gripped the battle blade tightly, each swing infused with the power of thunder. The blade carved dazzling arcs through the swarm like lightning rending the night sky. Each strike was precise and lethal. The shells of the insects shattered beneath the blade, green blood splattering and staining the air around. The insects roared as they charged towards Qin Zhan, numerous and varied in shape. Some were sharp as spears, others thick as shields. Yet before Qin Zhan's towering mech, they appeared so small and fragile. The mech's massive legs pounded heavily on the ground, each step causing the surrounding insects to scatter in panic. Qin Zhan suddenly raised the battle blade and executed a sweeping strike. This blow was like a storm sweeping away leaves, instantly cleaving a swarm of insects in two. Green blood gushed forth like a fountain, contrasting sharply with the mech's metallic sheen. The Zerg's attack was thoroughly interrupted in that moment. They scattered in fear, yet Qin Zhan showed no mercy. The comments in the livestream exploded. "Is this even possible? The mech's weapons are ineffective, so he uses melee weapons. Qin Zhan's creativity is greater than a black hole. This is amazing. Haha, Qin Zhan's combat style is unparalleled. This combination of melee weapons and mechs is the pinnacle of combat artistry. I want to kneel before the boss. So intense. Qin Zhan's pose is cooler than a superstar. Screenshot. I want to turn this moment into a dynamic wallpaper to worship every day. Qin Zhan is so mighty. This move is absolutely stunning. I feel my IQ being rubbed into the ground, but I love this feeling of being carried by the boss." At this moment, a notable comment appeared. "What about the one who said to wait and see? This isn't over. I stick to my words." "Still stubborn, huh?" Screenshot taken, him uploading this to the scarce server. Netizens showered Qin Zhan with exaggerated and enthusiastic praise, causing his popularity in the livestream to soar, becoming a battle idol in the hearts of countless fans. He continued to wield the battle blade with ferocity, each attack striking like a torrential storm. The swarm appeared utterly powerless before his mech, each strike claiming a piece of life. Qin Zhan's movements became swifter and more powerful, his mech weaving effortlessly through the swarm like an invincible war god. As the battle progressed, Qin Zhan's mech gradually became stained with the insect's blood, but this did not dampen his fighting spirit. On the contrary, he swung the blade more frantically, each strike filled with power and resolve. Under his leadership, the human base's defenses gradually solidified, and the Zerg's onslaught was pushed back bit by bit. Ultimately, when the last Zerg fell, Qin Zhan did not stop. He continued to swing the blade, ensuring the swarm was completely eradicated. Only after confirming no further threats remained did he relax, observing the battles occurring in other directions. In a virtual battlefield on Saturn, Qin Zhan, having dealt with the northern insectoids, turned to gaze in the other 3 directions. On the eastern horizon, a mighty mech stood tall and unwavering. It wielded a heavy cannon, and with each thunderous shot it struck with precision and lethality. As the cannon's roar echoed, the insectoid ground units were obliterated in explosions, turning to dust. Meanwhile, on the western front, another mech wielded an energy war hammer, each swing accompanied by the cries and collapse of the insectoids. The energy war hammer sliced through the air, dazzling with light, obliterating the charging insectoids one by one. To the south, the roar of a high-speed chainsaw echoed as a mech maneuvered swiftly through the swarm, decapitating enemies with each swing of the chainsaw. The bodies of the insectoids fell under the chainsaw's cutting, creating a gruesome battlefield. Within the communication channel, a player's frenzied shout erupted. "Haha, this is so exhilarating. Close combat is the best. The Star Master just cut through them with a sword." Another player calmly reminded, "Don't get reckless, brother. Watch the base behind you." As the leader of the team, Qin Zhan had been observing the battlefield. He watched his teammates operate and ordered, "Stay coordinated. Don't push too far forward in close combat. Suppress from a distance." Just as he finished speaking, a teammate excitedly responded, "Yes. Boss, watch my fire-breathing barbecue." His mech activated the flamethrower, unleashing a dragon of fire that scorched the insect swarm below. The insects struggled and wailed in the flames, quickly turning to charred remains. Meanwhile, another teammate was not idle. He operated the mech's thermal bomb launcher, firing bombs into the sky. Countless bombs fell like raindrops, roaring as they exploded, scattering the insect swarm. In addition to these three mechs, 4 more were engaged in fierce battles with the insectoids at different locations. One mech utilized a guided missile launcher, accurately striking the airborne insectoids, bringing them down one by one, and another employed an electromagnetic pulse cannon to disable the insectoids' electronic systems, causing chaos. Yet another mech formed a firepower net with a multi-barrel machine gun array, pushing back the insectoids. At the same time, countless insectoids launched an assault on Qin Zhan's position, prompting a refresh of the information panel in the cockpit after scanning. They were storm giant wing insects, heavy aerial support units capable of bombarding both ground and air enemies. Their heavy weapons could cause immense destruction. There were also abyssal giant centipedes with dozens of strong legs and sharp mandibles, tearing apart enemies with their powerful bodies, while also able to spray corrosive venom. Qin Zhan stood in the mech's cockpit, his gaze sharp as he focused on the distant insectoids. Although they were still some distance away, he felt no fear and decisively drew his mech's laser rifle, firing at the distant insectoids. The massive energy beam split the sky, accurately striking the weak joint of a storm giant wing insect's wing. The enormous flying insects plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating massive green mushroom clouds, a breathtaking sight. The live stream's chat exploded with excitement as the audience was stunned by Qin Zhan's precise shooting. "I learned something. So that's how you kill a giant wing insect. You learned nothing. How are you going to hit it while it's moving in the air? Exactly, hitting a joint while it's flying is incredibly difficult. Damn, that's so cool. The Star Master is invincible." Despite Qin Zhan successfully shooting down several giant wing insects, the abyssal giant centipedes were charging fiercely towards the base. Faced with this situation, Qin Zhan remained calm and quickly adjusted his tactics, ordering his teammates, "Everyone prioritize attacking the airborne units." The communication channel was filled with his teammates' determined responses. "Got it. Received." As Qin Zhan's orders were issued, all mechs and missile launchers from the ground base opened fire on the airborne giant wing insects. In an instant, the battlefield was ablaze with fire and explosions. As the smoke cleared, the airborne insectoids were eliminated. However, the insectoids did not relent in their assault. They seemed endless, surging wave after wave towards the mech team. Qin Zhan quickly placed the energy gun on the mech's back and drew out the hafnium warblade. The warblade glimmered with a cold light under the sun, seemingly capable of cutting through all obstacles. Qin Zhan gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the weight and power of the blade, filled with confidence. The abyssal giant centipedes, these colossal insectoid creatures, lunged at Qin Zhan's mech with their sharp mandibles. Qin Zhan, already aware of their attack patterns through his foresight, calmly responded by holding the war blade horizontally and slashing towards the giant mouth of the abyssal giant centipede. With a clang, a loud metallic clash resonated across the battlefield. The hard shell of the abyssal giant centipede was easily sliced open by the hafnium warblade, as if it were paper. Green innards spilled everywhere, releasing a nauseating odor. Qin Zhan's mech moved across the battlefield like an unstoppable war god, invincible in its path. Without pausing, he charged towards the next abyssal giant centipede. Each step of the mech was heavy and powerful, as if it could shatter the ground. The hafnium warblade danced in Qin Zhan's hands, each slash taking the life of an abyssal giant centipede. The mech's heft was fully realized in this moment. Every joint of the mech was designed perfectly, ensuring both flexibility and the ability to withstand the insectoid's fierce attacks. As the pilot, Qin Zhan displayed exceptional driving skills and combat experience. He seemed to merge with the mech. In the live stream, the chat was filled with excitement as viewers praised Qin Zhan's maneuvering. 666. The Star Master skills are amazing. 1/1 abyssal giant centipede. So cool. This mech is clearly the worst, yet it feels cooler than those high-end mechs. The Star Master and his mech are one. Is this what they call man-machine unity? This battle scene is so intense it gets my blood pumping. What a boss. Qin Zhan swung his sword, clearing the encroaching insects with speed and precision. His gaze was firm and sharp, each shot accompanied by the screams and explosions of the insects. However, when he looked towards other directions, he discovered that 7 teammates were in dire straits. They were surrounded by countless insects, struggling to resist, but the situation was growing increasingly dire. Qin Zhan's communication channel buzzed with his teammates' anxious voices. "Boss, I can't hold on." "Damn, me too. There are just too many of these bugs." Qin Zhan immediately replied over the comms, "Don't panic, fall back 2 kilometers, it'll come to support you." With that, he piloted the mech, darting towards the base like a flash of lightning. During the flight, he drew out his energy gun ready for battle. When Qin Zhan arrived on the battlefield, he saw a teammate's mech pouring out firepower, but failed to notice that several abyssal giant centipedes had quietly surrounded him. The mandibles of the centipedes glinted ominously, clearly preparing to launch a lethal attack. The player was focused on shooting the insects ahead and had no idea of the danger closing in. At that moment, several centipedes launched their attack, their sharp mandibles thrusting towards the mech. The player turned pale at the sight. He tried to adjust the mech's position to evade, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the mandibles stabbed towards his mech, filled with despair. "Brothers, I'm logging off. You guys keep it up." However, at this critical moment, Qin Zhan appeared. He piloted the mech, charging towards the abyssal giant centipedes like a brave warrior. His energy gun glinted with a cold light, each shot accurately hitting the centipedes' vital points. The centipedes appeared terrified under Qin Zhan's assault. They attempted to resist with their sharp mandibles and powerful limbs, but in the face of Qin Zhan's precise shooting, these attempts seemed futile. As Qin Zhan's energy gun struck a centipede, its body was instantly pierced by the powerful energy, letting out a piercing scream. The centipede's shell shattered under the energy impact, exposing its viscous innards and fluids, which splattered everywhere from the force. With Qin Zhan's continuous shooting, one abyssal giant centipede after another fell. Their bodies twitched on the ground, letting out their final wails. And those centipedes that were hit splattered their innards and fluids, filling the entire battlefield with a nauseating stench. Under Qin Zhan's relentless assault, the abyssal giant centipedes were swiftly eliminated. Their massive bodies collapsed to the ground, unable to move again. In the virtual battlefield of Saturn, the mecha squad led by Qin Zhan has just concluded an intense battle against the 5th wave of the insectoid attack. The mechas of the players still bore the scars of battle, and during the brief respite, they began to relax and chat about the recent skirmish. "Did you guys notice? We actually reached the 6th wave," exclaimed a player, his voice echoing in the communication channel. "Yeah, no previous players have ever made it to the 6th wave. Haha, I'm going to upload a video after this." Another player chuckled. "It's all thanks to our star player. I can hardly believe we made it this far." Qin Zhan smiled slightly, knowing it was a team effort rather than just his own achievement. He said softly, "All right, enough boasting. Let's prepare well for the next wave." "Sure thing, boss." Everyone replied, the atmosphere becoming more relaxed. In the midst of their chatting, they did not forget to monitor the battlefield trends. Qin Zhan stood in the mecha's cockpit, his gaze scanning the surrounding virtual environment with sharp intensity. He knew that the 6th wave of the insectoid attack would be even more ferocious. Meanwhile, the traffic in the live stream was also steadily rising. The number of viewers quickly reached 300 million, and almost every audience interested in mecha broadcasts could find this room among the popular streams. Comments flooded in the bullet chat as viewers discussed this unprecedented battle. 666, someone actually reached the 6th wave of monsters. Are we about to witness the first clear? What about that guy who was upside down? He probably can't make it, keep spamming me. At this moment, a viewer named Fat Brother couldn't help but post a comment. Damn, who keeps bashing our star player? So sour. This comment immediately resonated with more viewers. Fat Brother, well said. Some haters should just leave. Back on the battlefield, the 6th wave of enemies finally arrived. This time, the swarm of insects was even more terrifying. Dark clouds of insectoids that looked like a black ocean surged with a chilling aura. Qin Zhan stood in the mecha's cockpit, his gaze piercing as he stared at this black ocean. He had experienced real insectoid attacks, but the sheer number before him far exceeded anything he had faced before. Even with his extraordinary abilities, he couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness wash over him. The bullet chat in the live stream was scrolling wildly, and viewers were equally shocked by this spectacular scene. "Is this for real?" Countless comments flew by. "Oh my god, this swarm is terrifying. Those with a phobia of clusters must have fainted. Star player, can you hold on?" A few mecha players started to waver, feeling like giving up. Thankfully, this was just a game. If it were real life, they'd be doomed. "Brothers, is there any way out?" One player voiced the doubt first. "No way out. Star player, let's just give up." "Exactly, we clearly can't win." "What a shame, that this was an opportunity. Even if these are just defenseless pigs, I still can't kill them all." Hearing this, Qin Zhan's voice suddenly became resolute. "You guys, these are scenes that real human soldiers face on the front lines. If you want to give up in the game, what about the soldiers on the front lines? They are facing true death and destruction, yet they have never backed down." A few players were stunned by Qin Zhan's words, and the channel fell into a brief silence. Qin Zhan continued, "At this moment of life and death for humanity, we must fight to the end against the alien race. This is not just a game. It is our responsibility and mission. We cannot give up, nor can we retreat." His words echoed in the channel, igniting the players' passion and fighting spirit. Star player is right. We can't just give up like this. Exactly. Long live humanity. The bullet chat began to scroll wildly. My brother died on the battlefield against the insectoids. 5555. Exactly, this is just a game. You don't know how cruel reality is. I remember my grandfather. He went missing on a cross-galaxy battlefield. Is our star player a soldier? As the insectoids gradually closed and the tense atmosphere grew thicker, Qin Zhan, a battle-hardened mecha warrior, closely monitored the changing battlefield. Suddenly his gaze was drawn to a spherical insectoid in the distance, and the mecha's analysis interface quickly popped up a notification. This is the insectoid commander. Qin Zhan felt a surge of excitement. As long as he could kill this commander, the insectoids would become like robots without strings, easy to slaughter. He gripped his battle blade tightly, a determined light flickering in his eyes. Qin Zhan swiftly issued a command in the communication channel. You all defend the base. Well, I'm going to behead the commander. However, his teammates' responses were somewhat unexpected. Star player, are you serious? The enemy commander is at the back. Isn't that impossible? Qin Zhan furrowed his brow and said solemnly, that's an order. With that, he piloted the mecha like a streak of light racing toward the direction of the insectoid commander. In the air, Qin Zhan drew his battle blade, resembling an ancient general, majestic and powerful. However, just as he was about to approach the insectoid commander, a gigantic worm on the ground suddenly opened its mouth, shimmering with blue energy. In an instant, countless beams shot towards Qin Zhan like arrows. Facing this sudden attack, Qin Zhan remained calm, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With his exceptional reaction speed and the mecha's agility, he deftly dodged the beams while darting through the air. The beams whizzed past Qin Zhan's mecha like threads, failing to injure him in the slightest. After evading the ground attack, Qin Zhan looked up to see countless flying insectoids closing in. They varied in shape, some soared like bats while others were agile like dragons, forming a dense swarm in the air. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, gripping his dual blades ready for battle. As he made contact with the swarm, he quickly adjusted the mecha's posture and charged toward the nearest insect. He swung his battle blade, and a fierce flash of light instantly struck the insect ahead. With a piercing shriek, the insect was sliced in half, plummeting to the ground. Without pausing, Qin Zhan continued to wield his dual blades, weaving through the swarm. With every swing, one or several insects were reduced to fragments. His movements were swift and powerful, resembling a dancer gracefully moving across the battlefield. Though the swarm was dense, it appeared so vulnerable against Qin Zhan's superb combat skills and the mecha's formidable firepower. Qin Zhan's mecha rolled dove and spun in the air, each movement accompanied by the swinging of his blades and the fall of insects. The battle raged on fiercely, with the swarm's attacks becoming increasingly intense. But Qin Zhan grew more courageous with each fight. A fiery light flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to slay all the insects. Are we really just going to watch? Star player told us to defend, but the enemies are all drawn to him. Brothers, we can't let the star player take all the glory alone. Let's charge in together, clear a path for our star player. All right, charge. For humanity. With a resounding battle cry, 7 mechas shot towards Qin Zhan like arrows. Their movements were swift and determined, pouring all their courage and strength into this battle. The bullet chat in the live stream surged like a tide. Damn, my eyes must be deceiving me. This is obviously fake. Yeah, this is a game, and it's got me all pumped up. Let's wipe out these insects. The viewers shouted, their voices merging into a powerful force, as if they could transcend the screen to cheer them on. Qin Zhan was deeply engaged in battle with the insectoids, feeling a strong aura coming from behind. He turned to see 7 mechas racing towards him like 7 shooting stars. A smile of satisfaction crept across his face. He knew that these young players were not overshadowed by his brilliance. Instead, they chose to bravely stand up and fight alongside him. A warm current surged within him. It was the youthful passion and courage. Taking a deep breath, he waved his battle blade and launched an even fiercer attack against the swarm. In a virtual battlefield on Saturn, Qin Zhan was in the heat of battle, but suddenly he felt a release as 7 mechs appeared around him, charging towards the commander. The commander of the insect race became a bit panicked, emitting a series of clicking sound waves, signaling for more guards. A player gave Qin Zhan a thumbs-up, admiration shining in his eyes. Star boss, let us clear the way for you. The final battle is up to you. As he spoke, all the mechs awakened like fierce beasts, unleashing their firepower. Countless missiles shot out from behind, tracing dazzling trajectories as they soared towards the insects in the sky. Simultaneously, they wielded guns in one hand and knives in the other, engaging in intense close combat with the insects above. Although there were many insects in the sky, they appeared fragile under the mech's relentless assault. With each barrage of artillery and swing of the blade, insects were hit or cleaved apart, falling like shadows. Countless insect carcasses rained down from the sky, resembling a torrential blood rain. Qin Zhan, however, had only one target in mind: the commander. He piloted his mech, weaving through the attacks of the insect swarm, effortlessly dodging each assault. His gaze was firm and cold, as if he could pierce through the darkness to find the hidden commander. From a distance, the battle between Qin Zhan and the 7 mechs resembled a dazzling performance. Their figures flickered amidst the insect swarm, each attack like 7 blue meteors slicing through the darkness, illuminating the entire battlefield. One player suddenly shouted, "Die, little insects." He pulled out a flamethrower and unleashed a torrent of fire towards the sky. Instantly, the sky was painted red with flames like a fiery cloud, illuminating the entire world. Those insects engulfed in flames resembled falling fireballs, emitting shrill screams as they crushed more of their kind. Closer to the commander, an unusual phenomenon occurred. A strange sound echoed, piercing the ears and causing unease. Countless flying insects seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force surrounding the commander. They abandoned their defensive postures, launching a death charge at the 8 mechs. Qin Zhan witnessed the swarm, a wave of helplessness surging within him. He never expected these insects would resort to such despicable tactics, attempting to exhaust their strength through sheer numbers. In the communication channel, the voices of other players were urgent yet resolute. "Boss, hurry to the center. It's our turn to help you fly." Another player added, and Qin Zhan instantly understood their intent. He said nothing more, just silently nodded. For the sake of victory, every sacrifice was worth it. The 7 mechs quickly adjusted their formation, surrounding Qin Zhan in the center and activating their shields. They raised their melee weapons and charged at the surging insect swarm. Qin Zhan, meanwhile, raised his sword and flew directly towards the insect commander. Under the cover of the 7 mechs, Qin Zhan blazed a path, mercilessly slaughtering countless insects with their weapons. However, as the swarm grew larger, the 7 mechs began to struggle. The energy of the shields was rapidly depleting, nearly reaching empty. "Boss, I can barely hold on. It's your turn now," a player shouted in the communication channel. Subsequently, he piloted his mech into a rapid charge, directly plunging into the swarm of insects. Amidst the encirclement of insects, he pressed the self-destruct button. Boom. With a loud bang, countless mech fragments fell alongside the insect bodies. This explosion not only eliminated a large number of insects, but also bought precious time and space for Qin Zhan. "Haha, that felt great, I'm going too." Another player followed closely, igniting a massive explosion within the swarm. Thus, amidst the series of explosions, Qin Zhan finally reached the insect commander. He took a deep breath and swung at the commander's head. With a splat, the commander's head exploded into a mist of blood. Its body twitched a few times, and with the commander's death, all the insects soon ceased their actions like robots that had lost control. They fell from the sky like soulless shells. At this moment, the barrage area erupted. "Salute. True soldiers will surely face death fearlessly like these players for victory." "What about the one who said head do it standing on his head, eh?" Suddenly, everyone remembered a previous agreement. Before the battle began, a netizen had jokingly declared that if they cleared this instance, he would go do it standing on his head. Everyone thought it was just a joke, but now they had truly cleared it. On the mech competition platform of Shanghai Network, the Saturn Guardian battle level stood as an insurmountable peak, causing challengers to fail one after another. However, today this peak was finally conquered by a group of brave players. The congratulatory sound echoed across the platform, and the dazzling SSS rating shown on the interface. Among the list of cleared players, one name stood out: Xingqian, alongside the nicknames of the other 7 players witnessing this glorious moment together. At this moment, those 7 players saw the ratings and excitedly shared what had happened that day with friends and family, sharing videos of their battle. Qin Zhan did not have high expectations for these ratings. He was purely there for the thrill of the experience. He gently tapped to close the interface and exited the platform. For him, the process of challenge was far more important than the result, and each battle was a step toward growth and honing his skills. However, Qin Zhan did not know that his actions had already caused a sensation on Shanghai Network. News of the Saturn Guardian battle's clearance quickly spread across the entire network, with various popular videos and posts emerging, attracting massive attention. Netizens were curious about who this player named Xingqian was, why his command and combat abilities were so outstanding, unlike an ordinary player. In the forum of Shanghai Network, discussions about Xingqian intensified. Some speculated he was a professional player, others believed he was a hidden master, and some began to dig into his past achievements and background. In no time, the name Xingqian became the hottest topic on Shanghai Network. Qin Zhan left the familiar virtual pod, his figure slowly stretching in the dim room, as if shedding the constraints of the virtual world to embrace the freedom of reality. As his muscles relaxed, an indescribable sense of comfort flowed through him. At that moment, a small round robot flew over gracefully, its eyes glowing softly, and its voice gentle yet mechanical. "Mr. Qin, do you have any plans next?" Qin Zhan smiled slightly, glancing out at the starry night sky twinkling like scattered pearls. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then take me to the cinema and see what movies are playing." The small robot immediately sprang into action, a faint blue glow emanating from its body as it seemed to plot a route. Soon it had taken Qin Zhan to a nearby cinema. Qin Zhan entered the spacious and bright cinema lobby, the small robot closely following. Its voice chimed in Qin Zhan's ear. The currently popular movie is Domineering Love Star, a romantic and passionate love story about the domineering CEO Lu Xingchen and the young designer Lin Yu. Listening to the robot's introduction, a sense of inexplicable anticipation arose in Qin Zhan's heart. The robot then projected the poster showing the handsome male lead and the pure and beautiful female lead embracing each other, stirring something within him. It's called Star. Let's watch this one. As long as it's not a war film. Exploring the royal ship felt like stepping into a palace of the future, every corner brimming with a sense of technology. Qin Zhan followed a small, nimble robot through the vividly colored corridor, finally arriving at the cinema. At this moment, the area outside the cinema was bustling with people. Tourists gathered in small groups or stood alone, all filled with anticipation for the movie, ready to enter this magical world of light and shadow. Outside the venue, various holographic trailers were playing on a loop, dazzling images and stunning sound effects capturing the attention of the crowd. Countless small service robots weaved through the crowd, resembling nimble sprites, introducing the features and highlights of different films to the tourists. Amid the bustling crowd stood a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask outside the cinema. She deliberately lingered for a moment, glancing around, seemingly ensuring that no one recognized her. Once she confirmed it was safe, she strode confidently into the cinema. This woman was Lu Shirhan, the leading actress of Dominating Love Among the Stars. Lu Shirhan came over to see what the audience thought of her work. Suddenly her phone rang. She answered, her tone tinged with impatience. Hello. On the other end, a feminine voice came through. It was her assistant. The assistant anxiously inquired about her whereabouts and informed her that Lu Xiao was waiting to discuss the investment for her next project. Lu Shirhan clearly showed no interest in this matter, coldly responding, "When did I agree to let him invest? You shouldn't make decisions for me without consulting me first." After saying this, she angrily hung up the phone. On the other end, her male assistant stood in a luxurious hotel room, while Lu Xiao's face turned dark as he listened to the busy tone on the line. Lu Xiao angrily said, "What a disgrace Lu Shirhan is treating me this way." The male assistant hurriedly tried to soothe him, saying, "Don't be angry, Xiao Lu. Sister Han just hasn't figured out how to face you yet." However, Lu Xiao clearly was not buying it. He slapped the assistant's face with a quick motion and ordered, "Get me someone fast." With Lu Xiao's command, more than a dozen bodyguards behind him immediately sprang into action. At the same time, Lu Shirhan stepped into the technologically enchanting building with anticipation. She arrived at a spherical screening hall, one of the cinema's unique features, where a 720-degree viewing experience made one feel as if they were immersed in the film. Lu Shirhan navigated through the seats in the dark, searching for her spot. Her heart was filled with anticipation for the film, and she was also curious about the unfamiliar audience members who would watch it with her. Finally, Lu Shirhan reached her seat, only to find that a man was already sitting next to her. With the dim light, she could see his face clearly, and her heart skipped a beat. The man was Qin Zhan, dressed in black military attire, his upright posture exuding a heroic aura. Lu Shirhan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. With looks like this, it's a pity he's not in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he had a certain iron-blooded masculinity that no male star could replicate. She was momentarily entranced until Qin Zhan stood up and took a step back, thinking he was blocking her way. Only then did Lu Shirhan come to her senses, realizing that Qin Zhan was actually 1.9 meters tall, forcing her to look up to see his face. From this angle, Qin Zhan appeared even more handsome and imposing, causing Lu Shirhan's heart to race a bit faster. He gestured for her to take her seat, reminding her of her purpose, and she quickly sat down. The closeness between them made Lu Shirhan feel an inexplicable tension. She discreetly observed Qin Zhan, her heart filled with curiosity about him. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan seemed unaware of Lu Shirhan's unusual demeanor, focused intently on the large screen ahead, waiting for the movie to begin. Lu Shirhan also diverted her gaze, trying to calm herself down. As the lights gradually dimmed, the movie began. The shifting light and shadow on the screen and the sounds echoing around seemed to transport the audience into another world. Lu Shirhan became engrossed in the film's storyline, occasionally sneaking glances at Qin Zhan beside her and noticing that he was also focused on the movie, a rare smile gracing his face. The plot of the movie slowly unfolded, showing Lu Xingchen dressed in a sharp suit, his handsome face revealing an undeniable dominance. He was the president of a multinational company, young and successful, yet also known as a strict boss. At this moment, the scene shifted to Lin Yue, who was seriously looking down at her design draft, her eyes sparkling with a yearning for her dreams. Her family background was ordinary, but her talent was undeniable. However, she faced repeated setbacks due to reality. One day, Lu Xingchen's company held a grand design competition. Lin Yu summoned her courage and submitted her design work. On the day of the competition, Lin Yu nervously stood among the crowd, watching as the judges scrutinized each entry. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed upon her, and looking up she saw Lu Xingchen standing not far away staring at her with deep penetrating eyes. Lin Yu's heart tightened, but she strove to maintain her composure. She understood that this was her opportunity to realize her dreams and couldn't give up easily. After the competition, Lin Yu's work received unanimous praise from the judges for its unique creativity and exquisite design. Lu Xingchen approached her with a smile and said, "Your design is very creative. I admire your talent." Lin Yu was somewhat surprised, not knowing how to respond. Lu Xingchen continued, "I have decided to invite you to join our company as a designer." After hearing this, Lin Yu was immensely excited and quickly nodded in agreement. She thought this was the beginning of her dream coming true, but little did she know it was just the prologue to the complex entanglement between her and Lu Xingchen. However, Lin Yu was unaware that Lu Xingchen invited her to the company because his ex-girlfriend, a renowned designer, saw her own shadow in Lin Yu's work. Lu Xingchen wanted to rekindle the beautiful memories he had with his ex-girlfriend by getting closer to Lin Yu. Sitting next to Lin Yu, Qin Zhan couldn't help but comment, "The screenwriter must be an idiot. You're a president of a multinational corporation, yet you have a crush on a poor girl. Poverty truly limits the imagination of screenwriters. Where's your dominance, Lu Xingchen? Where's your character?" Lu Shihan, sitting beside Qin Zhan, looked at him with some exasperation and thought to herself, "Have you ever been in love? You're just a single dog, aren't you? You don't know what love brain means. Love doesn't have to be about equality, as long as it's genuine affection, that's enough." The movie continued, and in the following days Lin Yu worked hard in Lu Xingchen's company, hoping to gain his recognition. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen often approached her under the guise of work, trying to find traces of his ex-girlfriend in her. They frequently interacted at work, gradually developing subtle feelings. However, Lu Xingchen's dominance and indifference left Lin Yu feeling troubled. She couldn't understand why he was always so harsh on her, as if she were just a substitute. One day Lin Yu finally couldn't hold back and asked Lu Xingchen, "Why are you always so harsh on me, President Lu? I'm just an ordinary designer." Lu Xingchen looked at her, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Because I see her shadow in you." Lin Yu's heart jolted upon hearing this. She finally understood that she had been playing the role of her ex-girlfriend's substitute. Anger and disappointment welled up inside her, prompting her to leave this place filled with deception and hurt. However, just as she was about to leave, Lu Xingchen suddenly grabbed her hand. Looking at her, his eyes filled with guilt and reluctance, he said, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I just realized that I've fallen in love with you." Lin Yu looked at him, her heart a mix of emotions. She didn't know how to face this sudden affection, or if she could still trust him. Lu Shihan sat in her seat, her eyes fixed on the big screen, tears welling up in her eyes. The main characters in the movie, after enduring hardships, finally held hands, a scene that touched the softest part of Lu Shihan's heart. As she wiped her tears, Lu Shihan couldn't help but exclaim, "Love is truly magnificent." However, Qin Zhan, sitting next to her, seemed indifferent to the film's events. Lu Shihan, immersed in the film's atmosphere, didn't notice Qin Zhan's complaints. She thought to herself, has this tough guy finally been moved? He must be secretly wiping his tears. Curious and expectant, she discreetly glanced towards Qin Zhan. However, when she turned to look at him, she was met with a scene that left her speechless. Qin Zhan's head was tilted to the side, his eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly, clearly fast asleep. Lu Shihan felt a rush of anger, thinking, this man is so heartless. How can he sleep during such a touching movie? Lu Shihan gritted her teeth in frustration. At this moment, the movie had already reached its conclusion. Exploring the royal ship in the cinema, as the film concluded, the lights in the projection room slowly illuminated, breaking the darkness on the screen. The audience began to rise from their seats, preparing to leave this space filled with stories. Among the crowd, murmurs arose as everyone reminisced about the film's plot. The male lead Kai Ji is truly handsome, and Lu Shihan performed exceptionally well. This ticket was worth it. One audience member exclaimed, "Haha, look at that guy over there, he's fallen asleep. He must be single, unable to understand a love story." Another audience member joked, "Don't say that, they are holding the line against aliens every day. This peaceful environment might indeed be too comfortable for them, making them sleepy." Someone defended the soldier. "Yes, look at him, he's just a young lad. The Alliance faces wars daily, costing countless lives." Lu Shihan inadvertently overheard these conversations and turned her gaze towards Qin Zhan. Initially angered by Qin Zhan's nap during the film, her fury gradually subsided, replaced by sympathy and understanding for the young soldier. Qin Zhan was awakened by the surrounding noise. Rubbing his eyes and stretching, he mumbled to himself, "Oh, the movie is ended. I actually slept quite well." He got up, tidied his clothes, and prepared to leave. Lu Shihan watched Qin Zhan's figure slowly walk away, her thoughts becoming increasingly intricate. She shook her head, trying to shake off those chaotic thoughts, and then also exited the projection room. Standing at the cinema entrance, Qin Zhan was about to call a robot to take him back to his room when he noticed over a dozen men in black suits approaching the cinema, thinking, "What's going on here?" These men did not look friendly. He wondered what they intended to do. As a soldier, he remained highly vigilant about anything that could threaten public safety. Just as Qin Zhan was puzzled, Lu Shihan walked out of the cinema, her face still showing traces of emotion from the film she had just watched. However, her calm was soon disrupted as the group of men in black quickly surrounded her. The leader coldly said to Lu Shihan, "Miss Lu, our young master Lu is waiting for you. Please come with us." Lu Shihan was terrified, her face paling as she retreated, repeatedly exclaiming, "What do you want? I never said I would discuss any investment with young master Lu." A dozen men surrounded her with fierce expressions, ready to forcibly take her away. Lu Shihan was overwhelmed with fear, struggling to break free from their grip. At that moment, several tourists noticed the commotion. They saw a group of people surrounding a woman and were about to step forward to intervene. However, at that moment, several burly bodyguards emerged from the crowd, glaring fiercely at the tourists who intended to step forward. The tourists were intimidated by the bodyguards' imposing presence, instantly, too scared to move. Watching Lu Shihan being cornered, the surrounding tourists began to murmur. They shouted angrily, "What do these people want? Is there no law anymore? Exactly why are so many people surrounding a young girl? Quick, notify the security. Surround them, don't let them leave." The leading bodyguard sneered, saying, "You people step aside. We are from Liu's group. The entire royal ship belongs to our group, so don't cause trouble here." Hearing the words, Liu's group, the surrounding tourists displayed expressions of panic. Liu's group is one of the top 10 families in the human alliance with immense power that no one dares to provoke. The tourists shrank back, afraid to take another step forward. Under the pressure of Liu's group, they hesitated, feeling dissatisfied but unwilling to provoke such a powerful force. Lu Shihan watched as the crowd gradually dispersed, filled with helplessness and despair. Suddenly, the leading bodyguard commanded, "Take Miss Lu away." The other bodyguards immediately advanced, lifting Lu Shihan and preparing to drag her forward. Lu Shihan struggled, but powerless against their strength, could not break free. At that moment, a figure blocked the path of the bodyguards. Lu Shihan looked up to see a man in military uniform standing before her. It was Qin Zhan, who had watched the movie with her earlier. His appearance brought a glimmer of hope to Lu Shihan. The bodyguards, looking at the soldier before them, felt discontent, but dared not strike easily. In this era, the status of soldiers is quite high. Any provocation against a soldier is seen as a challenge to the military. The leading bodyguard forced a calm tone and said, "Sir, this matter does not concern you. Please do not interfere." Although he tried to sound polite, the underlying firmness was hard to conceal. Clearly, he did not take Qin Zhan seriously, believing that Liu's power was enough to deal with this minor soldier. Qin Zhan said, "Does the law of the alliance not apply to your Lu group? Such blatant kidnapping of a person." The leading bodyguard sneered, "Law? On this ship, we Liu's group are the law." Lu Shihan pleaded, "Military brothers, save me." Qin Zhan glanced at Lu Shihan and reassured her, "Don't worry with me here, no one can take you away." At that moment, when Qin Zhan stepped forward to protect Lu Shihan. Seeing Qin Zhan the soldier stand up, the tourists felt a surge of justice and began to criticize the bodyguards. Among the crowd, a young man quickly took out a futuristic transparent phone, aiming it at the standoff, starting to record. He hoped to document this moment so that more people would know about the tyrannical behavior of Liu's group. Other tourists, seeing this, also took out their phones, ready to record this unexpected conflict. The bodyguards felt uneasy watching the tourists' actions. They knew that once this incident was leaked, it would greatly impact Liu's group's reputation. Thus, they decided to stop talking and resolve this trouble quickly. With a command, the bodyguards charged at Qin Zhan like tigers descending the mountain. Their eyes filled with ferocity and determination, as if they wanted to subdue Qin Zhan instantly. However, Qin Zhan showed no fear. A charming smile appeared on his face, and the trajectories of their attacks were as clear to him as visible lines. He lightly leaped, dodging a bodyguard's fierce punch, then delivered a kick that knocked the front bodyguard to the ground. The other bodyguards intensified their attacks upon seeing this. They charged toward Qin Zhan from different directions, trying to encircle him. But Qin Zhan swayed like a leaf, easily avoiding their attacks. Each time he accurately dodged the bodyguard's attacks, he seized the opportunity to counterattack. The tourists watched in astonishment, not expecting this soldier to be so formidable. Facing the attacks of over a dozen skilled bodyguards, he remained undeterred. Qin Zhan faced the formidable bodyguards, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. These bodyguards were all rigorously trained and exceptionally skilled, but as a soldier who had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Qin Zhan had a deeper understanding of combat and unique skills. The bodyguards lunged at Qin Zhan like hungry wolves. Their movements were swift, fists and feet flying, attempting to subdue him with overwhelming force. However, Qin Zhan responded with the agility and calmness of a leopard, deftly countering each attack. His figure flickered, easily dodging a bodyguard's fierce punch, then delivering a side kick that knocked another bodyguard to the ground. His movements were swift and precise, each strike perfectly timed, leaving the bodyguards overwhelmed. Then Qin Zhan lifted his leg to evade a sweeping kick from one bodyguard. He leapt up, his hands clawing toward a bodyguard's neck. Although the bodyguard reacted quickly, he was still caught off guard by Qin Zhan and subdued on the ground. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Despite their numbers, the bodyguards felt overwhelmed against a master like Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan's attacks appeared casual, but always found the opponent's weaknesses striking true. Lu Shihan watched in amazement. Although she had filmed many martial arts movies and witnessed the splendid skills of numerous action stars, that was all on screen. This was reality. She never expected Qin Zhan to display such incredible combat prowess in real life. And although these bodyguards were formidable, being able to serve under young Master Lu, they felt as powerless as children in front of Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan knew he could not kill, so while his attacks were fierce, they were restrained to non-lethal levels. Utilizing his combat experience and skills, he continually sought the bodyguards' weaknesses, subduing them one by one. In front of the cinema, Qin Zhan stood amidst a group of bodyguards sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Surrounding tourists witnessed the scene and rushed over. They applauded and cheered, expressing their admiration for Qin Zhan's bravery. "Let these arrogant guys know their place," a middle-aged man shouted. "Someone will always clean up after you, and don't think you can bully others at will," a young woman exclaimed indignantly. Murmurs of admiration floated through the crowd. "This soldier is so handsome, he took down a dozen people single-handedly. Could he be a special forces soldier? He looks so impressive," someone speculated. Tourists pulled out their phones, capturing the moment and uploading it to the internet. Soon, eye-catching headlines like "Exploration of the Royal Ship Soldier Hero Saves the Beauty" and "On the Combat Power of Soldiers" spread rapidly online. As the videos circulated widely, netizens left comments expressing their opinions. "These people dare to attack a soldier, it's utterly lawless. We demand a thorough investigation into these people. Human Alliance Military Department, we need a fair outcome," another netizen urged. Of course, some netizens expressed high praise for Qin Zhan. This military brother is not just handsome, his skills are even more impressive. He is simply a real-life superhero. These remarks spread like wildfire across the internet. People began to focus on this brave soldier and the forces behind the arrogant bodyguards. After solving Lu Shihan's troubles, Qin Zhan turned to leave. Just as he stepped forward, Lu Shihan hurriedly followed him. Qin Zhan looked confused and turned to her, asking, "What are you following me for? I've already helped you." Lu Shihan appeared troubled and explained, "I have nowhere to go. If I go alone, someone will definitely come after me again." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by her previous experiences. Qin Zhan frowned, thinking that this woman seemed to be in real trouble. He pointed to a nearby security room and said, "There's a security room over there. You can seek help there." However, Lu Shihan shook her head and said helplessly, given the Lu Group's connections, the security personnel probably wouldn't care about this matter. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, clearly lacking hope in the local security. Qin Zhan felt a bit helpless, but seeing Lu Shihan's pitiful expression softened his heart. He sighed and said, "I'm going back to my room to sleep. Ooh, do you want to come along?" Lu Shihan bit her lips, seemingly resolved, and nodded, "I can." Qin Zhan was speechless. Why was this woman so clingy? He frowned and said, "And by the way, I don't even know you. Don't act like we're familiar." Upon hearing this, Lu Shihan removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a delicate face. She smiled slightly and said, "My name is Lu Shihan. Hello, it's nice to meet you." Qin Zhan looked at her face, surprised. Wasn't she the female lead from the movie he watched? Lu Shihan, noticing Qin Zhan's expression, felt pleased and secretly thought, "Am I stunning him with my beauty?" Indeed, she was just like other men. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, seemingly confident in her charm. However, Qin Zhan's next reaction left her astonished. He glanced at her and said calmly, "Aren't you the female lead from that movie? Just as clueless as in the film." Lu Shihan immediately became angry, putting her sunglasses and mask back on to hide her face that had captivated countless people. "You're the one who's clueless," she muttered angrily, her impression of Qin Zhan significantly diminished. Qin Zhan ignored her anger and turned to leave as if Lu Shihan was just an insignificant passerby. He followed the robot to the door of his room, but found Lu Shihan still trailing behind him. He stopped, looking at her in disbelief. "Aren't you leaving?" Lu Shihan smiled awkwardly, as she knew she was being a bit thick-skinned. But she really had nowhere to go and braved herself to plead, "I genuinely have nowhere else to go. Please take me in." Her voice carried a hint of desperation, causing Qin Zhan to furrow his brow. He sighed and opened the door. His room was not luxurious, just a simple bedroom and a living room, but the layout was neat and warm. A huge porthole filled the room with starlight, as if one were in the vast universe. "You can sleep on the sofa. I, after all, will be at Blue Star tomorrow." Qin Zhan pointed to the sofa in the living room. Lu Shihan was taken aback. She didn't expect Qin Zhan to bluntly suggest she sleep on the sofa. Pouting, she said, "You actually let a girl sleep on the sofa?" Her voice carried a hint of grievance, but Qin Zhan had already closed the bedroom door, leaving her alone in the living room, lost in thought. Lu Shihan sat helplessly on the sofa, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She never expected to find herself in such a situation, but it was what it was, and she could only accept reality. She gazed out at the starry sky, silently praying for a smooth arrival at Blue Star tomorrow, hoping to end this awkward journey. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan lay in bed contemplating the sudden turn of events. He originally just wanted to quietly get through this trip, but unexpectedly encountered such a troublesome woman. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about these worries anymore and closed his eyes, drifting into sleep. Thus the two spent an uneasy night on this interstellar travel ship. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao sat in his study playing with an exquisite teacup. A dozen bodyguards returned, supporting each other with injuries visible on their faces. "Young master, we found Miss Lu, but were stopped by a soldier on the way." The lead bodyguard's deep voice broke the silence. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao frowned, looking at the injured guards. His anger ignited instantly. "Are you all just eating and not doing your jobs? How could more than a dozen of you not take down one person?" He couldn't accept such an outcome nor tolerate the incompetence of his men. The lead bodyguard shook his head bitterly and explained, "Young master, his skills are extraordinary, we couldn't even get close to him. He's likely not an ordinary soldier. Find out who he is. What's his background?" The lead bodyguard nodded, indicating he understood. He immediately instructed his men to start investigating. After a while, he received some information from the customer service department. Holding a tablet, he walked over to Lu Xiao and handed it to him. "Young master, we found it." Lu Xiao looked at the information, seeing Qin Zhan, male, rank third-class sergeant. Below was a long string of classified information. This person is not simple. A third-class sergeant actually has classified information. Not even which unit he belongs to is displayed. Lu Xiao fell silent for a moment. "Let's not offend him for now. Leave now." The lead bodyguard nodded and took his men out of the room, shocked internally. This soldier actually has a significant background. It's lucky he didn't use weapons. However, Qin Zhan was unaware of any of this and was sound asleep in his room. On the second day, just as the morning light spilled into the corridor of the spaceship, Qin Zhan was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. With a sigh, he rubbed his eyes and struggled to get out of bed. Opening the door, he found Lu Shihan standing there, a hint of inexplicable blush on her face. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhan asked impatiently, wanting nothing more than to return to his sleep. Lu Shihan seemed taken aback by the scene before her. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Qin Zhan's defined eight-pack abs and toned muscles, deepening the blush on her cheeks. She quickly averted her eyes, but couldn't help sneaking a few more glances. Qin Zhan, realizing his own embarrassment, looked down to find he was only in his underwear. He hastily closed the door, cursing himself for being careless. After a short while, Qin Zhan changed into his military uniform and stepped out of the room. Lu Shihan was still waiting at the door, and upon seeing him, her face broke into a radiant smile. "I called you to have breakfast together. You woke me up this early just for breakfast." Qin Zhan looked at her with a hint of helplessness. Lu Shihan shrugged nonchalantly. "Come on, we need to go. We'll be arriving at Blue Star soon." Qin Zhan glanced at the information prompt in the room, noting that the spaceship was expected to arrive at Blue Star in an hour. Feeling the need to eat something to fill his stomach, he nodded. "All right, let's go." The two of them arrived at the food street on the spaceship, designed to simulate the atmosphere of a beach, ocean, and sunlight, making it feel like they were in a vacation paradise. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a faint scent of seawater, while sunlight filtered through the artificial palm leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Qin Zhan and Lu Shihan found a cozy-looking shop adorned with ocean-themed murals and decorations, making it feel as if they could hear the sound of waves lapping against the shore. They ordered a few fresh breads, perfectly cooked eggs, and rich milk, taking a seat by the window to enjoy their breakfast. The aroma of the bread filled the air, while the tender eggs blended with the richness of the milk, creating a delightful tapestry of flavors. As they savored the food, Qin Zhan and Lu Shihan admired the scenery outside the window. Suddenly breaking the silence, Lu Shihan looked at Qin Zhan with curiosity and asked, "I still don't know your name." Qin Zhan was slightly taken aback, a wave of inexplicable emotions rising within him. He replied nonchalantly, "It's probably better that you don't know. We won't see each other again anyway." Lu Shihan felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. She couldn't understand why Qin Zhan was so cold, unwilling to even share his name. However, she didn't give up and insisted, "Are you really not going to tell me your name?" Looking at her sorrowful expression, a moment of hesitation crossed Qin Zhan's mind. In the end, he still said his name softly, "Qin Zhan." Upon hearing this, Lu Shihan smiled faintly. She gently replied, "I'll remember your name." After finishing their breakfast, an announcement suddenly echoed. "Attention, all passengers of the Exploration Royal ship. We will be arriving at Blue Star in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves." Both Qin Zhan and Lu Shihan snapped back to reality, realizing that the moment of parting was approaching. Qin Zhan stood up, preparing to leave. He turned to Lu Shihan, wanting to say something, but ultimately only managed to say softly goodbye. Lu Shihan felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She knew that the gap between her and Qin Zhan was too wide, and they might never meet again. Yet summoning her courage, she said, "Qin Zhan, I will remember you." At that moment, all the windows of the spaceship opened, and the simulated sunlit dome above slowly opened. A blue planet slowly rotated into view. Seeing this scene, a strong sense of nostalgia surged within Qin Zhan. He remembered the blue star before his crossing, which was equally beautiful and serene. The outer perimeter of Blue Star revealed a breathtaking sight. Countless warships were tightly arranged, interconnected like a beehive, their shields interwoven to form an impenetrable blue glass dome, tightly encasing the Earth within. This was not only to prevent aliens from infiltrating Earth, but also to defend against potential enemy attacks, ensuring the safety of humanity's home. In the vastness of space, the royal ship slowly approached this line of warships. It slowly formed a line in space with countless ships arrayed in dozens of columns, creating a spectacular sight. Qin Zhan stood by the window witnessing it all and couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect traffic jams in space too." The Human Alliance conducted strict checks on everyone entering Blue Star to ensure no aliens were disguised among them. This cautious attitude reflected humanity's emphasis on safety and showcased their determination to counter alien threats. Soon the royal ship arrived at the checkpoint. At this moment, a squad of soldiers approached Qin Zhan and Lu Shihan. The captain at the front saluted Qin Zhan, saying, 9527 Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan nodded, replying, "That's me." The captain continued, "Please follow me. Arrangements will be made to take you to the publicity department." Qin Zhan saluted in response, "Yes." Following the captain's lead, Qin Zhan turned to leave. Lu Shihan quietly watched Qin Zhan, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over her. She knew that this parting might be forever, yet she still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing to meet Qin Zhan again in the future. Qin Zhan followed the captain, weaving through the bustling crowd, gradually disappearing from Lu Shihan's view. In the spacious corridor of the Blue Star space station, a squad of soldiers marched in unison. Their uniforms were crisp, and their demeanor was solemn, catching the attention of the surrounding tourists. Suddenly, all the tourists' eyes focused on a figure, Qin Zhan. Dressed casually, Qin Zhan exuded an extraordinary aura, his appearance immediately stirring up a commotion among the crowd. Tourists began to exchange excited whispers and discussions. "Isn't that the guy from the videos who took on dozens of opponents?" a tourist exclaimed, pointing at Qin Zhan in surprise. "Hey, it really is him." Another tourist recognized him, as well, a gleam of excitement in their eyes. "He looks even more handsome in person," a female tourist whispered, her face showing admiration. Qin Zhan paid no mind to the murmurs around him as he followed the soldiers to the entrance of the space elevator, ready to head to Blue Star. He looked up at the countdown on the elevator, noting there was 1 minute left. Filled with curiosity, Qin Zhan wondered why the publicity department was looking for him. Publicity? He shook his head, feeling that things might not be as simple as they seemed. At that moment, with a soft hiss, the elevator doors slowly opened. Qin Zhan stepped inside. It was a spacious and comfortable area resembling a disc. Once seated, he fastened his seatbelt. As the elevator doors closed, the countdown echoed within. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, a launch. Qin Zhan felt a slight tremor followed by a wave of dizziness. He gripped the handrail, tightly watching the rapidly changing scenery outside. The elevator swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, and the scene before Qin Zhan transformed from the pitch black of space to the azure sky, with the ground rapidly magnifying below. Soon a vast city came into view. Towering skyscrapers reached for the clouds, while numerous flying cars zipped through the air, creating stunning visuals. Qin Zhan carefully observed the city, noticing that most buildings were primarily white, giving it a clean and tidy appearance. At the grand and magnificent entrance of the space elevator on Blue Star, it resembled a gigantic beehive, bustling with a crowd of people coming and going. Countless humans, some carrying dreams of exploring the universe, and others shouldering important missions, were entering or exiting the space elevator. On the platform, flying cars buzzed like a swarm of bees, their lights weaving together in the night sky to create a dazzling curtain of light. However, Qin Zhan noticed that the sky was filled with flying cars, forming a long queue like a giant dragon. It turned out that the traffic situation on Blue Star was not as smooth as imagined, with the numerous flying cars causing traffic congestion. At that moment, several soldiers approached with firm and powerful strides, as if each step resonated with Qin Zhan's heartstrings. The soldiers guided Qin Zhan through the crowd to a special passage. There, a black military flying car awaited, its sleek lines radiating a chilling glow. The captain stepped in front of Qin Zhan, his voice deep and powerful. "Qin Zhan, this flying car has been arranged for you. You will take it to the publicity department." He nodded in gratitude. The captain patted his shoulder, then turned and left with his team. Qin Zhan watched their figures disappear into the distance. He walked up to the flying car, gently opened the door, and sat inside. The flying car slowly started navigating through the crowd towards the publicity department. Through the car window, Qin Zhan watched the crowd and flying cars gradually recede, feeling a wave of emotion rise within him. Not far away, someone in the crowd spotted Qin Zhan leaving in the flying car. They discussed enviously, with one person exclaiming being a soldier is great. They all have special passages. That's something earned with lives, you could do it too. Another person retorted, according to statistics from the Human Alliance, 6 out of 10 soldiers sacrifice themselves. The chances of survival are slim. Another added. Qin Zhan sat in the flying car watching the scenery rush by outside. Everything felt so unfamiliar, as if he were an antique in a modern society. Originally thinking he could travel smoothly, he unexpectedly encountered traffic again on the way. The long line of vehicles moved forward slowly, seemingly endless. With no other choice, Qin Zhan could only pass the time in the car. He looked around at the interior of the flying car, feeling the charm of modern technology. Suddenly his gaze fell on the onboard screen, which was playing the news from the Blue Star Alliance. Bored, he switched to the news channel. Various news reports immediately appeared on the screen, one of which caught his attention: the combat situation between Blue Star and aliens. He watched intently as the footage showcased the fierce clashes between Blue Star's army and the aliens, with explosions and chaos filling the screen. A surge of passion welled up in Qin Zhan's heart as he seemed to see his former comrades bravely fighting on the battlefield. He knew that the peace and tranquility of Blue Star were hard-won, achieved through the lives and blood of countless warriors. Next, another news story appeared about the bug race's attack. Reports indicated that the bug race had launched another assault on the human borders, and the Blue Star army was fighting back with full force. Qin Zhan frowned. He knew that the bug race was an extremely powerful enemy, with their vast numbers and rapid reproduction posing a significant threat to humanity. Besides war news, the screen also played some entertainment gossip. Qin Zhan wasn't too interested in these, but occasionally glanced at them. He saw rumors about celebrities' news on movie releases and some odd happenings. This news gave him a deeper understanding of Blue Star's culture and entertainment industry. As the flying car continued its journey, Qin Zhan browsed through the news, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the situation on Blue Star. He sat in the driver's seat of the flying car, finally seeing the road conditions clear up from congestion. He took a deep breath of fresh air, his anxiety calming slightly. After passing through the last congested section, the flying car came to a steady stop in front of the publicity department of the Human Alliance. Qin Zhan collected his thoughts, adjusted his military attire, and stepped into the grand entrance of the publicity department. The entrance was solemn and imposing, with 2 soldiers standing straight, their gazes resolute. As Qin Zhan passed by them, he nodded slightly in greeting and then entered the door. Inside was a bustling scene, with staff members rushing about, busy with their respective tasks. Robots quietly executed tasks in the corners, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Qin Zhan's military attire felt out of place in this modern environment, but he paid no mind, simply observing everything around him. Just as Qin Zhan was looking around, a bespectacled woman approached. She had glossy black hair flowing naturally down her shoulders, a slender figure dressed in a well-fitted professional outfit. She adjusted her glasses and smiled at Qin Zhan. "You are Qin Zhan." Qin Zhan nodded and replied, "Yes, third-class Sergeant Qin Zhan." The woman waved her hand casually, saying, "No need for formalities. Military rank doesn't matter here. Just call me Su Li. Oh, I'm the assistant to the publicity department head." Qin Zhan was somewhat surprised. He had expected a series of tedious procedures and introductions upon arriving, but Su Li's straightforwardness and ease made him feel a bit relaxed. He asked, "Hello, what do I need to do here?" Su Li chuckled, turning to walk ahead. "You're quite impatient. Let me take you to the minister's office, and you'll find out then." Qin Zhan set aside his doubts and followed Su Li down the corridor of the publicity department. The hallway was spacious and bright, lined with various advanced equipment glowing with the light of technology. Busy staff members moved through, occasionally casting curious glances. "Why is there an ordinary soldier here?" one voice whispered. "Not sure. The ones who came before were all generals," another voice responded. "Maybe he's a guard for some general," someone speculated. These murmurs reached Qin Zhan's ears, making him feel somewhat unusual, but he did not stop, simply continuing forward in silence. Finally, they arrived at the minister's office. Su Li gently knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Qin Zhan followed closely, stepping into a whole new world. The room was spacious and bright, with a large desk piled high with documents and materials in the center. A middle-aged woman sat at the desk, her gaze sharp and profound. This was Zhang Han, the head of the publicity department. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, she smiled and nodded, indicating for him to sit down. Qin Zhan complied, but was still filled with doubts. Before Qin Zhan could ask anything, Zhang Han spoke first. "Soldier Qin Zhan, hello. I am Zhang Han, the head of the Human Alliance's publicity department." Her voice was clear and powerful, exuding an undeniable authority. Qin Zhan replied earnestly, "Hello, Minister Zhang. I received orders from the military to come, but I'm unsure of the specifics." Zhang Han smiled slightly and gently pointed to the air. Suddenly, blue light flickered in the room as if magical power was surging. A virtual world unfolded before Qin Zhan's eyes, showcasing his brave moments on the battlefield, the cool instant of deflecting energy beams with dual blades, and the shocking scene of charging into enemy ranks with a long knife. Qin Zhan watched these scenes in amazement, a wave of inexplicable emotions rising within him. He had never imagined that his combat footage would be recorded so vividly, and he never expected to see it displayed here. Zhang Han observed Qin Zhan's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. Qin Zhan, your performance has been outstanding. You are a pride of our army. The military wants to shape you into a superhuman icon for humanity, enhancing the army's image and the public's recognition through your story and persona. After hearing this, Qin Zhan suddenly understood. He realized the reason the military had brought him here. His precognitive abilities could indeed be considered a form of superpower. In the publicity department of Blue Star, Qin Zhan stood in front of Zhang Han's desk, filled with confusion. He had just returned from the battlefield and did not expect to be reassigned here by the military. At this moment, as he listened to Zhang Han's words, an absurd image flashed in his mind. Was he really expected to wear that humiliating uniform and give speeches everywhere? However, as a soldier, obedience to orders was his duty, and Qin Zhan did not show any sign of rejection. Taking a deep breath, he asked, what do I need to do? Zhang Han smiled slightly and said, we have tailored a series of plans for you. All you need to do is follow them. Qin Zhan frowned, slightly more concerned about his future. Will I have a chance to return to the battlefield? Zhang Han was taken aback. Oh, she did not expect this young soldier to be so attached to the battlefield. After hesitating, she replied, I am not sure, but there might be a chance later. Hearing this, Qin Zhan felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. He knew that his abilities could only be fully utilized on the battlefield. He did not wish to be a mere ornament. But thinking of how his captain had also come through such experiences, perhaps he could also shine for the human alliance on the battlefield in the future. Zhang Han looked at Qin Zhan's eyes, secretly holding him in higher regard. She said, your special publicity work is also a way of contributing to humanity's future. Remember, no matter what position you hold, you can contribute to the future of humanity. Qin Zhan was moved upon hearing this. Saluting, he replied, yes, Minister. Zhang Han gestured to the air, and soon Suli walked in. Looking at Qin Zhan, Suli smiled and said, arrange for Qin Zhan to rest at the hotel and send him tomorrow's schedule. Go. Suli nodded and looked at Qin Zhan. Let's go, we'll take you to your resting place. Qin Zhan followed Suli, his steps slightly heavy. Just coming out of the minister's office, Zhang Han's words still echoed in his mind. Suli handed him a document, and his gaze fell on it, stirring slight waves in his heart. Tomorrow he was to go to a television station for an interview. Is there anything I need to pay attention to for tomorrow's interview? Qin Zhan asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. Suli stopped and looked at him seriously. This television station has a high viewership. You must be careful in answering the host's questions as it is live. Qin Zhan nodded but still felt puzzled. Okay, but why not arrange this in advance? Suli sighed and explained, for authenticity. The military does not only utilize military publicity, but aims to shape you into a real superhero, not just a facade. Hearing this, Qin Zhan suddenly understood, his doubts dissipating. He realized the significance of this interview and the military's good intentions. The two continued forward and soon arrived at the entrance. Suli pointed to the nearby hotel and said, the hotel has been arranged for you. Just go straight there. It's right next to the television station, the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel. Just tell the front desk your name. Standing on the bustling platform, Qin Zhan expressed his gratitude to Suli. Thank you, I can go by myself from here. His words revealed determination and confidence, as if he was ready to embrace the unknown challenges ahead. Suli skillfully operated on the platform for a while, and then said, all right, this is your budget. A large sum of money was immediately credited to Qin Zhan's personal account. However, for someone who had spent years in the military, this money held little practical significance. He did not know how to splurge or enjoy it. Qin Zhan called a taxi on his personal terminal and quietly waited by the roadside. At this moment, a passerby recognized him. Look, isn't that the military brother who took on 10 alone on the royal exploration? A girl whispered to her friend. Really? He's so handsome. Another girl responded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Qin Zhan. However, this admiration was short-lived. When the girl noticed her friend beside her, one of the girls suddenly disappeared. She felt a bit baffled, but didn't think much of it. Just then, that girl suddenly started a conversation with Qin Zhan. Her words were filled with admiration and curiosity about him, even asking to take a photo together. Though surprised, Qin Zhan politely agreed. However, this scene caught the attention of the girl who had first noticed him. Seeing her friend so close to Qin Zhan, the girl felt a surge of jealousy. She clenched her fists, deciding that she must educate her friend later. After all, she had discovered him first. Just then, the taxi Qin Zhan called finally arrived. He got in and urged the driver to leave quickly. The driver, though feeling a bit puzzled, stepped on the gas, speeding away with Qin Zhan. Soon Qin Zhan arrived at a hotel that resembled a palace, perfectly blending classical and modern styles, with a luxurious exterior concealing ancient pavilions and flowing water. After getting out of the car, he walked straight to the hotel front desk, his curiosity and anticipation for this hotel growing stronger. At the front desk stood a bionic female robot, her features exquisite, smiling at Qin Zhan, while sweetly asking, Sir, how can I assist you? Qin Zhan was captivated by the robot's realism and couldn't help but glance a few more times, secretly amazed. He then pulled himself together and replied, "Hello, my name is Qin Zhan, and I'm here to check in." The bionic female robot smiled and nodded. "All right, I have found your information. The payment has been made. You can check in directly. Your room number is 3302. Just scan your face at the door." Qin Zhan nodded in response and headed towards the elevator, filled with anticipation for the upcoming stay and curious about the hotel's high-tech facilities. Soon Qin Zhan arrived on the 33rd floor, standing at the entrance of room 3302. This was a high-tech electric door with blue scanning lights flashing on it. He stood at the door, feeling an unprecedented sense of technology. Suddenly a voice came from the speaker. "Hello, Mr. Qin, we wish you a pleasant stay." As the voice finished, the door automatically opened, revealing the interior. Qin Zhan's eyes lit up as he saw the room filled with a sci-fi style. The large floor-to-ceiling windows made the entire room appear spacious and bright, with a view of half the city skyline. He walked into the room, filled with delight. The facilities were advanced and comfortable, as if he were in a future world. He set down his luggage and sat on the soft sofa, experiencing the unique ambience the hotel offered. As night fell, Qin Zhan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling night scene of the imperial capital. He felt a surge of emotions. This visit to the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel not only provided him with an unprecedented lodging experience, but also promised an unforgettable night as he prepared thoroughly for tomorrow's interview. On the morning of the second day, sunlight poured through the window onto Qin Zhan's face as he slowly awakened from his slumber. Remembering the day's schedule, he immediately got up to tidy his military uniform, preparing to head to the television station for a recording. At 10 in the morning, Qin Zhan arrived punctually at the entrance of the television station. He noticed several security guards rigorously checking each person entering, creating a rather serious atmosphere. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, Qin Zhan stood in stark contrast to the casually dressed individuals around him, making him exceptionally eye-catching. He approached the entrance and politely said to the security guard, "Hello, I am here to attend a recording. Here is my invitation." With that, he displayed the invitation information on his personal terminal. At that moment, a luxurious hover car slowly drove up and stopped at the entrance. The security guards immediately bowed and greeted it, allowing the hover car to enter the television station smoothly. Following the direction of the hover car, Qin Zhan saw a stunning woman with golden curly hair step out of the vehicle. Although her features were beautiful, her gaze exuded an air of unapproachability. The woman glanced at Qin Zhan inadvertently, but said nothing further, walking straight into the television station as Qin Zhan withdrew his gaze. The security guards at the entrance seemed rather wary of her. One of them whispered to a colleague, "This Annie is not easy to handle. The last time we checked her, we were scolded by the leader for 2 days." At that moment, one of the guards said to Qin Zhan, "Please wait." Afterward, he checked Qin Zhan's information on his terminal. After a moment, the guard confirmed, "Qin Zhan, you can go in. Your program is in Building A on the 20th floor." After thanking the guard, Qin Zhan walked towards Building A. As he stepped inside the television station, he felt an atmosphere different from that of the military camp. On the 20th floor of the television station, the aroma of coffee intertwined with cheerful chatter, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Emma, an office clerk with a delicate appearance, was sitting by the window chatting with her friend, who was also an exceptionally graceful beauty. Curiously, Emma asked, "Do you know that a soldier returning from the front lines is coming here for an interview today?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with curiosity about the soldier who was about to appear. Her friend smiled gently and replied, "Of course I know. This news has spread everywhere. I've seen the videos provided by the military." Emma felt a bit disappointed as she hadn't seen those videos, so she pleaded, "I haven't seen them. Can you tell me about it?" Her tone was filled with longing. However, her friend playfully shook her head and laughed, "No, it's a secret. Hee hee." With that, the two began to playfully tease each other, their laughter echoing in the coffee room. At that moment, a soldier walked past outside the coffee room, dressed in a sharp military uniform with a determined and strong stride. Emma and her friend simultaneously turned their gazes towards him, exchanging glances that hinted at their surprise. Emma immediately stood up, eager to follow and get a better look at the handsome soldier. She quietly followed behind the soldier, only seeing a tall figure over 6 feet, which made her exclaim, "So handsome." This soldier was none other than Qin Zhan, who was looking for the location of the live broadcast room. He glanced left and right, seemingly searching for something. At that moment, he inadvertently turned his head, revealing his handsome profile. Emma's heart raced as she became infatuated at the sight. Qin Zhan seemed to sense something and turned to meet Emma's gaze. In an instant, Emma felt a rush of nervousness, instinctively lowering her head, unable to maintain eye contact with Qin Zhan. However, Qin Zhan approached her, seemingly wanting to ask something. Emma and her friend quickly adjusted their clothes and hair, hoping to leave a good impression on the handsome soldier. They waited anxiously and excitedly for Qin Zhan to come closer. Qin Zhan stood in front of Emma, smiling as he asked, "Could you please tell me how to get to the live broadcast room?" His voice was deep and magnetic, making Emma's heart race even more. Stammering, she replied, "Oh, I know I'll take you there." With that, she led Qin Zhan towards the direction of the live broadcast room. On the way, Emma occasionally stole glances at Qin Zhan, her heart filled with excitement and joy. Qin Zhan and Emma both entered the live broadcast room together. Emma smiled at Qin Zhan and said, "Thank you, sorry for the trouble." Her voice conveyed her gratitude and admiration for him. Qin Zhan politely responded, "Not a problem, not a problem." His gaze swept around the live broadcast room before finally landing on the staff ahead. He stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "Hello, I am Qin Zhan, here for the interview." The staff member immediately greeted Qin Zhan warmly, "Hello, I've heard so much about you. The program starts in half an hour. Please take a seat and rest for a while." He pointed to two small sofas at the center of the camera, which were prepared for guests. Qin Zhan nodded in gratitude and walked towards those two small sofas. He sat next to the host's position, slowly browsing his personal terminal, while Emma busily prepared for the upcoming interview beside him. The staff members in the live broadcast room were astonished by Qin Zhan, who was resting in his seat. His tall stature and handsome face made him appear like a natural star. "It's a pity he isn't a host with such good looks," one staff member couldn't help but exclaim. "What's the use of being handsome? You need real talent to succeed," another staff member disagreed. "Are you stupid? Without real talent, how could he be here for an interview?" the previous staff member retorted. As everyone debated, someone mentioned today's host, Annie. "Today's host? Is Annie known for her sharp tongue?" Upon hearing this, the nearby staff member took a few steps back in fear, exclaiming, "Be careful. Be careful. Don't let her hear you." As time passed, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually became tense. Everyone knew Annie's interviewing style was sharp and uncompromising, posing a severe test for her guests. As the interviewee today, Qin Zhan naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. At that moment, Annie walked into the live broadcast room dressed in a red long dress, her makeup exquisite and her aura powerful. She walked straight to Qin Zhan, smiling as she greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Qin Zhan." Qin Zhan lifted his head, meeting Annie's gaze. He felt the strong aura emanating from her, but did not shy away, responding calmly, "Hello, Miss Annie. It's a pleasure to work with you." In the live broadcast room, the lights dazzled, and the camera quietly focused on the central interview area. The director and staff busily moved between the cameras and equipment, their faces filled with seriousness and concentration. This is a live broadcast, and there must be no mistakes, though every detail affects the success or failure of the show. The director looked at the footage in the camera with satisfaction, adjusting the lighting and angles to ensure each shot captured the perfect image. He spoke into the communicator. "The live broadcast is about to start. Countdown 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, anxiously staring at the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown ended, the live broadcast officially began. And the host, known for her sharp tongue, was the first to speak. "Hello, everyone. Today we have a special guest for our real-time interview, a soldier from the front lines, Sergeant Qin Zhan, Level 3, number 9527. As she finished speaking, the camera's focus shifted to Qin Zhan. Dressed in military uniform, he stood tall, exuding an air of determination and iron resolve. He smiled and greeted the audience. "Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here to share our stories from the front lines." The viewers watching the live broadcast erupted with excitement, exchanging heated comments in the bullet screen. "This soldier has great charisma and an iron-blooded vibe. Such charisma is a breath of fresh air in this era dominated by pretty boys. Although he is handsome, he isn't as good-looking as my idol Liu." Just as the audience was immersed in Qin Zhan's charm and charisma, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly shifted. A sharp glint flashed in Anna's eyes as she leaned slightly forward, her voice laced with challenge. "Mr. Qin Zhan, I heard that you have experienced many life-and-death tests on the front lines. Could you share the most thrilling experience with us?" Qin Zhan stood in the live broadcast room, his face illuminated by the lights, appearing resolute and calm. However, when Anna's question came, suddenly a hint of astonishment crossed his face. He paused slightly, clearly not expecting this straightforward question from the famously candid host. It was an exploration mission. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, beginning to recall that thrilling past. "The captain led us to investigate an energy anomaly on an alien planet. We originally thought it was just a routine investigation, but upon arrival, we were ambushed by the insectoids." His words revealed a hint of fear, but more was determination and courage. He continued narrating that life-and-death battle, detailing how he struggled to survive under the insectoid assault, ultimately escaping the peril through unyielding will and the joint efforts of his teammates. However, and seemed unsatisfied with Qin Zhan's answer. She frowned, questioning, "As far as I know, no small group of soldiers has survived an ambush by the insectoids so far." Her voice echoed in the live broadcast room, causing Qin Zhan's expression to darken. He knew that his experience might seem incredible to many, but he was also aware that it was real. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, soldiers on the Green Planet were also watching this live broadcast. The military had mobilized the entire army to watch in order to create the superhero image of Qin Zhan. Shun Mingming looked at the screen showing Qin Zhan, and in a surge of anger rising in her heart. Why should she deny others abilities like this? She can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Avila chimed in exactly those who only talk won't survive a minute on the front lines. Haha, if I weren't the captain he mentioned, I might not believe it, either Mike chuckled shaking his head. The soldiers' discussions rose and fell expressing their dissatisfaction with Anna's skepticism while also showing respect and curiosity for Qin Zhan's experiences. Qin Zhan felt the provocation from Anne. His brows furrowed realizing that this renowned host was deliberately challenging him. He no longer maintained his previous politeness and his expression turned stern. Are you implying I'm lying? This is an insult to the military, Qin Zhan said coldly, his voice revealing determination and defiance, and was slightly taken aback, not expecting the soldier to retaliate so directly. But she quickly adjusted her expression, responding in a nonchalant tone, I'm just stating facts. Normal people cannot achieve this. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, knowing that to prove his innocence he needed to present strong evidence. So he made a request to, and the military authorized me to show some footage when I came here. Can we play it now? Anna's heart tightened, but she didn't want to show any panic on camera. She tried to remain calm and nodded, of course we can. Qin Zhan quickly operated the equipment, and the holographic screen in the center of the live broadcast room lit up. The footage showed Qin Zhan uncovering the insectoid ambush and fighting fiercely. The audience watched in awe and comments flooded in. He really has the confidence, so cool. Yes, take down that sharp-tongued woman. The bullet screen surged like a tide, each comment felt like the audience's voice jumping. When one comment appeared saying I've been annoyed by her for a long time. Finally someone is dealing with her, Anna's heart trembled. As a renowned host, she had always been accustomed to praise and admiration, and such direct provocation and dissatisfaction was undoubtedly a novel experience for her. However, she did not show any dissatisfaction, merely glancing at the comments and continuing to focus on the video. In the video, the scenes of Qin Zhan fighting against the insectoids were breathtaking. Each swing of his sword, each charge, seemed so real and brutal. As the video played, more comments began to surface. These insectoids are terrifying, they're so numerous. Do we humans really have hope? Such questions made and ponder as well. She understood that these were the worries and fears in the audience's hearts, a shared feeling among humanity, facing unknown enemies. However, a subsequent comment appeared like a breath of fresh air, washing away that fear. If our warriors can fight without fear of death like this, there is definitely hope. This statement stirred something in and prompting her to re-evaluate the video before her and the soldier named Qin Zhan. After the video ended, although her expression remained unchanged, her thoughts had already shifted. She took a deep breath and said in a calm, yet resolute tone, well, it seems there are indeed people who can achieve this. I need to change the way ordinary people think in the future, hee. Although there was a hint of sarcasm in her words, her eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness and determination. However, she did not stop there. She continued to question Qin Zhan. So, when facing life and death tests, how do you overcome your inner fears and remain calm and determined? This question made Qin Zhan hesitate for a moment, but he quickly replied, as soldiers, our mission is to protect humanity's safety. On the battlefield, we don't have time to be afraid or retreat. We must always remain calm and determined to make the right judgments and actions. And seemed not entirely satisfied with Qin Zhan's answer, continuing to press, but everyone has moments of fear. Have you ever felt helpless and desperate on the battlefield? This question plunged Qin Zhan into a brief silence. He took a deep breath and then slowly said, indeed, sometimes we feel helpless and desperate. But in those moments, I think of the expectations and trust of my family and comrades and the goals and beliefs we fight for. These forces support me to persist until the moment of victory. Annie noticed that Qin Zhan had not revealed any flaws. She maintained a skeptical attitude towards him and decided she must expose this man's lies. She widened her eyes, a hint of a provocative smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she launched a new round of attacks against Qin Zhan. Annie, as for your final battle, the information I received was that you used a standard combat knife to directly deflect the energy beams shot at you while slaying countless enemies. Can you explain it to our audience? Her tone carried a hint of mockery, as if to say, this is obviously false information. Does she really think the audience is foolish? Qin Zhan stood calmly in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. Annie's questioning was like sharp arrows striking directly at him, but Qin Zhan merely raised an eyebrow without revealing much emotion. He knew well that the renowned host's intention was not merely to ask questions, but to test him, to challenge his limits. However, as a warrior who had faced countless life and death trials, Qin Zhan was already accustomed to such challenges. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, his gaze steady as he looked into the camera, and said solemnly, there were indeed some incredible aspects to that battle, but I can assure you none of it was fabricated. His voice was calm and powerful, as if it could penetrate the screen and reach the hearts of every viewer. However, Annie was not about to give up. She let out a cold laugh and interrupted, deflecting energy beams with a combat knife. This excuse is too ridiculous. Her tone was filled with disdain and skepticism, as if she wanted to shatter every word that Qin Zhan had said. Yet Qin Zhan did not get angry. He simply replied calmly, "I know this sounds unbelievable, but that is the truth." His voice conveyed a hint of helplessness, but more so a sense of determination and confidence. As Qin Zhan finished speaking, the entire broadcast room fell into a brief silence. The audience seemed to be shocked by this sudden twist, and the bullet screen began to buzz with activity. "This must be fake," someone wrote doubtfully. "Can energy beams be tracked by the naked eye?" Someone raised a key question. "This is just like a superhero plot in a movie." Someone commented sarcastically, "The military shouldn't joke about this kind of thing." Others tried to defend Qin Zhan. The barrage of comments rolled in like waves, reflecting the audience's complex and diverse emotions. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Annie stood at the center of the storm, their gazes meeting in front of the camera as if engaged in a silent duel. Qin Zhan knew he had to provide a more convincing explanation to quell the storm. He took a deep breath and began to describe every detail of that battle from the beginning to the end, from the number of enemies to the power of the weapons, each detail unfolding like a scroll in the minds of the viewers. Annie initially just wanted to make things difficult for Qin Zhan, but she didn't expect him to respond so seriously. She was shocked by his words, and her doubts began to waver. But as a host, she did not give up easily. "Your story does sound exciting, but we need evidence. Do you have any evidence to prove everything you said?" In the distant space, the soldiers of Combat Group 1 were also watching this live broadcast. They saw their squad leader being challenged by the host and felt a sense of indignation. "Is this host sick? Always targeting our squad leader," one soldier said unhappily. "I've seen her hosting before. This is her style," another soldier explained. "This time she really kicked the iron plate," a third soldier said gleefully. They watched Qin Zhan handle the host's questions with composure, filled with admiration and pride. They knew that their squad leader was a true hero, and his deeds deserved to be known by more people. Qin Zhan smiled slightly and pointed to the holographic projector beside him. "The evidence is right there. I can show you the complete record of that battle, so you can see for yourself how I created miracles with a standard combat knife." At that moment, the holographic video played, showing the battle scene between the absolute Ming star and the mechanical temple. Qin Zhan stood at the forefront of the team, casually swinging dual knives, deflecting energy beams, and charging into the enemy ranks, where flashes of blades turned enemies into piles of parts. It was a thrilling battle, the clash between the absolute Ming star and the mechanical temple. In the center of the screen, one figure stood out prominently: Qin Zhan. He stood at the forefront of the team, like an unbreakable mountain, guarding his comrades behind him. Annie had originally intended to use this live broadcast to attract the audience's attention, but she never expected Qin Zhan's performance to be so astonishing. She looked at the images projected by the hologram, a surge of indescribable shock rising within her. "How is this possible? This is actually real," she murmured, her face filled with disbelief. She had thought he was just an ordinary guest, but she didn't expect him to have such extraordinary experiences. The barrage in the live broadcast room began to roll in frantically. "This is a true superhero. This reminds me of the warriors in movies. So cool. Haha, this is so cool. I'm going to join the army after I graduate this year. Exactly, this is what men should be doing." Every comment was filled with admiration and praise for Qin Zhan. In the spacious office of the Blue Star Propaganda Department, Zhang Han sat in front of the computer, staring intently at the live broadcast screen. On the screen, Qin Zhan was being interviewed by the host, and every action and word of his moved Zhang Han's heart. When Qin Zhan displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom during the live broadcast, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Han's face. She thought to herself, "He truly is the superhero chosen by the military's high-ranking officials. They did not let us down." She knew that to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for enlistment, such heroic figures had to be brought into the public eye, allowing their charisma to be seen by more people. Qin Zhan's interview concluded amidst warm applause. He gracefully turned to leave, leaving behind an audience filled with astonishment. However, in a corner of the backstage, another completely different scene was unfolding. The host, named Annie, who had once prided herself on her sharp questioning and quick wit, now resembled an uncontrollable beast, wildly smashing things in the lounge. Glass shards flew everywhere, and her emotions were as shattered as those fragments. The staff outside heard the commotion, but dared not enter. They all knew that Annie was on the brink of a rage. Any intervention could trigger a larger uproar. "Bastard! When did Annie let a stinky man step on my head?" Annie shouted angrily, her eyes filled with resentment and fury. She recalled the scene on stage just now. Qin Zhan's calm demeanor made her feel an unprecedented sense of defeat. Just as she was contemplating how to deal with Qin Zhan, her terminal suddenly rang. It was a call from the station's boss. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and answered the phone. "Boss," she tried to make her voice sound calm. However, the voice on the other end was filled with anger. "Annie, get lost, you're fired." Annie was stunned as she couldn't believe her ears. "Why, boss? What did I do wrong?" The boss' voice grew colder. "Didn't I inform you? This person was arranged by the military. You've been slapping the military's face on the show. What do you want? Annie tried to argue. He's just a regular soldier. How could the military speak up for him? But the boss had already lost patience. Pack your things and get out in 30 minutes. With that, he hung up the phone. Annie sat on the ground in a daze. Her world seemed to collapse in an instant. She could not accept the reality that she who had always been the darling of the station could be fired over an interview. Before long, several security guards entered, their voices cold and ruthless. Annie, you're fired. You have 30 minutes to pack your personal belongings and leave the station. Annie's vision went dark and she fainted. Her dreams, her pride, her everything vanished in that moment. And all of this was because of the man named Qin Zhan. In the office of the publicity department, Qin Zhan sat upright across from Zhang Han, separated by a wide desk. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Zhang Han smiled at Qin Zhan, admiration sparkling in his eyes. Your performance yesterday was truly remarkable. You did not bring shame to the military. I am now filled with anticipation for you to become a superhero for humanity. Qin Zhan slightly lowered his head, a humble smile on his face. I merely stated the facts. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Zhang Han gently shook his head, laughing. Haha, you need not be so modest. To be honest, I sincerely hope for a superhero to emerge among humanity, leading us to victory after victory. Qin Zhan raised his head, looking firmly at Zhang Han. But I am just an ordinary human lacking such great abilities. Zhang Han stood up and walked to Qin Zhan's side, patting his shoulder. Regarding your performance yesterday, I believe you are already capable of bearing this title. Qin Zhan let out a bitter smile, reiterating, I really am just an ordinary human. Zhang Han did not continue this topic, instead saying, you have a new task today. I prepare to head to the studio to shoot an important promotional video. In this promotional video, you will serve as the spokesperson for grassroots military soldiers, filming a recruitment advertisement. Qin Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he straightened his chest, replying, no problem, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Han nodded in satisfaction. Remember to change into different clothes, keep a low profile. Qin Zhan looked down at his military uniform, a hint of helplessness in his smile. I didn't bring any other clothes. Zhang Han turned and called out to the doorway, Suli, come in for a moment. The door opened with a response, and a slender, beautiful woman walked in. It was Suli. Zhang Han said to Suli, go get some clothes for Qin Zhan. He needs to go to the studio to shoot the promotional video. Suli cheerfully agreed and turned to Qin Zhan, saying, Qin Zhan, follow me. I will take you to change clothes. Qin Zhan stood up and followed Suli to a changing room. The room was filled with various types of clothing, and Qin Zhan chose a casual outfit along with a pair of sunglasses. He turned to Suli and said, I am going to change, you can step outside. Suli, however, laughed nonchalantly. Oh sister, I've seen everything. Hurry up and change, I want peek. Qin Zhan looked at her somewhat speechlessly, but said nothing more. He began to remove his clothes, and Suli did not expect Qin Zhan to be so direct, as she thought he would be a bit shy. Watching Qin Zhan's well-defined muscles, a hint of amazement flashed in Suli's eyes. She had seen many fit men, but a physique like Qin Zhan's, both powerful and aesthetically pleasing, was truly rare. As Qin Zhan took off his last pair of pants, Suli's face turned red. She quickly turned her head, unable to look directly at his gaze filled with male charm. Qin Zhan finished changing clothes, put on the sunglasses, and instantly transformed into a suave figure. Suli stared at his new image, momentarily frozen. Until Qin Zhan walked out of the changing room, she had not come back to her senses. Under the afternoon sun, Qin Zhan slowly stepped out of the publicity department's door, and at a glance the crowd on the street surged like a tide, bustling and lively. He frowned slightly, a hint of worry rising in his heart. With so many people, could someone recognize him? He took a deep breath of fresh air and quickly walked toward the vehicle arranged for him by the publicity department. However, just as he stepped out the door, he felt countless gazes piercing toward him like swords. He involuntarily slowed his pace and warily glanced around. Suddenly a sharp voice cut through the air. Look, isn't that Qin Zhan? This shout seemed to cast a stone, stirring layers of ripples in the crowd. The once noisy street fell silent in an instant, all gazes focused on Qin Zhan. His heart tightened as he realized he had been recognized. He instinctively touched the sunglasses on his face, trying to disguise his identity. However, this action only drew more attention. Fans seemed to have caught the scent of their idol flooding in from all directions. Their screams and cheers rose and fell, filled with excitement and joy. Qin Zhan was surrounded by the crowd, feeling as if he were in a frenzied ocean. They all pulled out their phones to take photos and videos, hoping to capture this moment. Some tried to touch him, while others shouted his name loudly. Qin Zhan was encircled tightly, creating a significant congestion. He smiled and waved to the fans, trying to remain calm. However, the crowd surge made it somewhat difficult for him to cope. He attempted to move forward, but the fans seemed unwilling to let him go, tightly surrounding him, eager to catch a few more glimpses. At that moment, a group of frenzied fans broke through the crowd's encirclement, rushing directly to Qin Zhan. They waved his support items excitedly, and some even tried to hug him. Just as Qin Zhan felt overwhelmed by the enthusiastic fans and began to feel helpless, a steady sound of footsteps caught his attention. He looked up to see several patrolling guards walking toward him. Their faces were serious, and their sharp gazes scanned the surroundings. "There is something wrong here, come help," one guard shouted to his companions. The guards quickly took action, parting the crowd and shouting to keep the fans orderly. Their voices were particularly clear and powerful amidst the noisy street. "Please remain calm, do not crowd. Please make way, do not pull." However, as soon as the guards finished speaking, the fans seemed to grow even more frenzied. They waved their support items and shouted Qin Zhan's name, the noise deafening. "Qin Zhan, we love you. Qin Zhan, I want to have your baby." Faced with such frenzied fans, the guards felt a bit stressed. They immediately called for backup, requesting more police forces to assist. Soon reinforcements arrived at the scene, joining the original guards to form a strong human wall to block the frenzied fans. Under the escort of the guards, Qin Zhan finally boarded the vehicle. He sat in the car, gazing at the fans outside who were still shouting, excitedly feeling a wave of emotions. He turned to the guards and said, "Thank you, you all worked hard." "No problem, Mr. Qin. It is what we are supposed to do," one guard replied. With the guard's escort, Qin Zhan finally escaped the congestion and arrived smoothly at the studio. After a flurry of activity and chaos, Qin Zhan finally stepped into the legendary filming location. Today, he would be participating in the shooting of a promotional video with the main scene set indoors. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, he walked into this mysterious and fantastical filming base. The base was bustling with energy, resembling a miniature film world. Countless crews were busy filming movies or TV shows here, and every corner was infused with an artistic atmosphere. Qin Zhan looked around with curiosity, a wave of excitement surging within him. At that moment, a fashionable woman, looking down at her tablet, gracefully walked up to Qin Zhan. Without looking up, she casually said, "You must be Qin Zhan. Come with me, we've been waiting for you. You can call me AIE." Qin Zhan was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, nodding and following AIE. Just as he was about to ask about the filming schedule, AIE quickly operated her tablet and handed it to Qin Zhan. He took the tablet and began to carefully examine its contents. He frowned and looked up to ask, "AIE, are we just filming some battlefield shots?" AIE raised her head, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Yes, it's very simple." Qin Zhan felt helpless. He knew that performing on a battlefield was no easy task, and relying solely on acting might not capture the true essence. He tentatively asked, "But there is no battlefield here. Relying solely on acting might not work." AIE waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's fine. Everyone has a first time. Just follow our instructions." Qin Zhan sighed, helplessly resigning himself to follow AIE into the makeup room. Upon entering the makeup room, he spotted a familiar exoskeleton mech. He stepped forward to touch it, surprised to find it was merely a prop. "This is fake." Qin Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. AIE casually replied, "We're just filming an advertisement that doesn't need to be real, just looks the part." Qin Zhan shook his head, helplessly accepting the reality. Just then AIE said, "All right, sit down, I'll arrange for someone to do your makeup." As soon as Qin Zhan sat down, a group of girls entered with various makeup supplies. They surrounded Qin Zhan and began to busily apply makeup on him. AIE stood beside them, directing with a satisfied smile. "Ladies, hurry up and make our hero look even more handsome," she said. Sitting in the makeup chair, Qin Zhan felt the meticulous work of the girls around him. Before long, his clothes were gently removed, leaving him in just his fitted underwear. Several girls secretly touched his muscles, which made him shiver slightly, but he tried to remain calm, knowing they appeared to be professionals. "A little brother, why are you so nervous? The sisters are experienced and will definitely make you look brand new." A sweet voice broke the brief silence. Qin Zhan slightly closed his eyes, allowing them to work on him. He felt every inch of his skin being carefully adorned, every detail receiving meticulous care. "Look at these muscles, so hard." A woman exclaimed, her hand gliding over Qin Zhan's muscles, as if admiring a fine piece of art. "The face is handsome, the muscles are decent." Another woman teased, her gaze lingering on Qin Zhan's face, seemingly captivated by his deep-set eyes. "I love these abs." Another girl exclaimed excitedly, her fingers lightly tapping on Qin Zhan's abs, producing a crisp sound. Qin Zhan felt like he had fallen into a web of beautiful and enthusiastic women surrounding him. Their praises and exclamations filled his ears, bringing him waves of joy and pride. Just as Qin Zhan was about to sink into this beautiful dream, someone gently tapped his shoulder. "All right, little brother. How do you like the look?" He opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. The reflection revealed a refreshed version of himself, resembling a warrior just returned from the battlefield. The battle-worn makeup made him appear even more valiant and fearless, with every detail exuding power and charm. Qin Zhan nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad," he praised. The girls burst into laughter at his words. AIE walked in, clapping her hands and smiling. "All right, everyone, it's time to get ready for filming. Let our hero Qin Zhan take a short break while everyone else gets in position." Qin Zhan stood up and began to put on the exoskeleton gear. He marveled, this gear is truly amazing. It looks just like the real thing, but is surprisingly lightweight. He walked over nodding in satisfaction. Exactly, that's the charm of technology. All right, Qin Zhan, let's go to the filming site. The two of them arrived at the shooting location where the crew was busy adjusting the lights and cameras. The director, seeing Qin Zhan and arrive, spoke into the communicator. Qin Zhan is in position. All crew members, please prepare to start filming. Standing in front of the camera, Qin Zhan felt a bit uneasy despite his bravery on the battlefield. He struggled to adjust his expressions and movements, feeling somewhat unnatural. Noticing Qin Zhan's tension, he approached him and gently said, Qin Zhan, don't be nervous. Imagine you're on the battlefield facing enemies, not the camera. The director also came over, patiently guiding Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, your expressions need to be more natural and your movements should flow better. Remember, you're portraying a hero, not in a battle. Relax and trust yourself. With and the director's encouragement, Qin Zhan gradually relaxed. He took a deep breath, trying to immerse himself in the role. He began to imagine himself on the battlefield facing enemies rather than the camera. Slowly, his performance began to feel more natural, and he grew more confident in front of the camera. The shooting progressed faster, and Qin Zhan's performance improved significantly. He was no longer nervous, but fully immersed in the shooting. Every action and expression was filled with power and charm, impressing everyone present. After a period of hard work, Qin Zhan finally completed the filming of the promotional video. The director and cinematographer praised him endlessly, believing he had showcased a different kind of charm. Qin Zhan felt satisfied with his performance, experiencing the joy of growth. After the shoot, he came over and patted Qin Zhan on the shoulder. You did great, Qin Zhan. You were truly amazing. The director added, if you ever leave the military, you could come to my place to film movies. You would definitely be a hit. On Blue Star, a room basked in the warm afternoon sunlight is filled with a cozy atmosphere. Lu Shirhan, a gentle and beautiful woman, is currently lying on a soft bed, fully engrossed in watching an advertisement. The scenes in the advertisement are bizarre and shocking, as if transporting the audience to a distant alien planet. There, a tall figure stands on a high ground. It is Qin Zhan, wielding dual blades and striking a valiant pose. Suddenly, he leaps down from the high ground, resembling an eagle spreading its wings, diving towards the ground. The perspective quickly shifts below, revealing a terrifying swarm of insects on the ground. However, Qin Zhan shows no fear. He swings his dual blades, each movement accompanied by the deaths and injuries of the insect swarm. His actions are swift and precise, like a seasoned warrior slaughtering his foes on the battlefield. The scene shifts again as Qin Zhan engages in fierce combat with countless robots. The robots, armed with energy guns, shoot dazzling beams of energy at Qin Zhan. Yet Qin Zhan remains unfazed. He smirks wickedly and swings his dual blades, deflecting those energy beams back. As he dances with his blades, countless robots fall like a forest collapsing. His bravery and strength are astonishing, making one break into a cold sweat for his safety. The advertisement ends with a close-up of Qin Zhan's determined and passionate gaze shining brightly on the battlefield. As the military's recruitment message echoes, join the army, defend human glory with life and wisdom, and achieve the dream of a hero. The advertisement reaches its climax, filled with blood and passion. Lu Shirhan watches Qin Zhan in the advertisement, a smile creeping onto her lips. She murmurs to herself, I found you. So you are the spokesperson for the military's promotional video. Her voice is filled with joy. In an inconspicuous corner of Blue Star, there is a young man named Li Xiu whose life is mundane and despairing. Every day, he wanders like a ghost in the dim corners of an internet cafe, immersed in the virtual world's illusions and thrills, avoiding the helplessness and emptiness of real life. Li Xiu's life has no goals, no motivation, as if he is a speck of dust forgotten in a corner of the world. His eyes are hollow, his face haggard, repeating the same routine daily, surfing the internet, eating, sleeping, then back to the internet. His friends have all distanced themselves, and his family is utterly disappointed in him, yet he remains indifferent, as if accustomed to this loneliness and despair. However, on an ordinary afternoon, Li Xiu's life undergoes a dramatic change. That day, while scrolling through videos in the internet cafe, he inadvertently comes across a recruitment advertisement featuring Qin Zhan. In the advertisement, Qin Zhan stands fearlessly on high ground with dual blades, overlooking the insect army below, freely showcasing his blood and glory on the battlefield. Then the scene shifts again, showing Qin Zhan in fierce combat, with numerous robots, each swing deflecting energy beams, causing countless robots to fall. Watching Qin Zhan in the advertisement, Li Xiu feels an invisible force pulling him in. His eyes sparkle, and a surge of excitement and desire he has never felt before rises in his heart. He envisions his future self in a world full of glory and dreams, a world where he can realize his self-worth through hard work and effort. I want to be like him, Li Xiu shouts in his heart. He is no longer the despondent and incapable person he once was, but a new youth with dreams and goals. Excitedly, he clicks the registration button, deciding to join the military and defend the glory and dignity of humanity with his strength and wisdom. From that moment on, Li Xiu's life undergoes a dramatic transformation. He bids farewell to the dim corners of the internet cafe, actively exercising learning and improving his skills. He no longer avoids reality, but bravely faces challenges and difficulties. His family and friends notice his change and rekindle their hopes for him. After a period of hard work, Li Xiu finally passes the military selection and becomes a true warrior. He stands on the training ground, dual blades in hand, striking a courageous pose similar to Qin Zhan. These stories unfold in various corners of Blue Star, impacting countless lives. In an ordinary small town, there lives a little boy named Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie is innocent and lively, filled with curiosity and imagination about the world. His favorite toy is his superhero figure. Whenever he picks up that superhero model, he imagines himself as the all-powerful superhero flying through the sky and saving the world. However, reality does not align with Xiao Jie's wishes. Every time he excitedly shows his superhero toy to his friends and shares his superhero dreams, they always mock him, telling him that superheroes do not exist in real life. Initially, Xiao Jie did not mind. He firmly believed that the superhero in his heart was real. However, as time passed, more and more people told Xiao Jie the same thing. One day, even his parents patiently tell him that there are no superheroes in the world, that they are merely characters created for entertainment. Hearing his parents' words, Xiao Jie's young heart suffers an unprecedented blow. He feels disappointment and confusion, beginning to doubt his imagination and dreams. From that day on, Xiao Jie becomes silent and withdrawn, no longer filled with the vitality he once had. His superhero toy is left in a corner, gathering dust. His heart seems to have lost its colors, becoming dim and dull. Until one day, Xiao Jie inadvertently sees an advertisement on television. It is a military recruitment advertisement where Qin Zhan wields dual blades, deflecting energy beams. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Jie's eyes immediately light up and his heart races, as if he has found his passion and dreams again. Excitedly, he runs to his parents, pointing at the advertisement on the television, saying, "Mom and Dad, look. There really are superheroes in this world." He is right, they're saving the world. His parents look at Xiao Jie with smiles, knowing that although there are no real superheroes, the superhero in Xiao Jie's heart is eternal. From that day on, Xiao Jie picks up his superhero toy again and begins weaving his own superhero stories. He believes that as long as there are dreams in the heart, anyone can become a superhero. His parents also learn to respect and understand his imagination and dreams more. They know this is an indispensable part of Xiao Jie's growth. As time goes by, Xiao Jie replaces the image of Qin Zhan with that of an ordinary person, realizing that anyone can possess the courage and strength of a superhero to pursue their dreams and face life's challenges. And that once dim little boy gradually grows into a confident and courageous young man through this process.